Don't. Hurry outside. Ah, Yi Chen, hurry up. I can't hold on any longer. In the bright expanse of day, within the confines of an abandoned classroom, a series of strained and distressed female cries echoed, revealing her evident struggle. Clad in a pristine white fitted shirt and a short black pencil skirt, her graceful curves were perfectly outlined, and her delicate features rendered her a petite beauty. The woman strained against the iron door. Suddenly, a grotesque, pus-ridden beetle head emerged from the crack, roughly human-sized. Yi Chun braced himself against the woman, seizing a metal rod to strike down. In an instant, the head was crushed by Yi Chun, its repugnant, viscous fluids splattering everywhere. Finally, I've eliminated the mutated beetle. Now we can live here in peace. Yes, at last we can feel secure. The next moment, a dagger plunged into Yi Chen's heart. Yi Chun gazed incredulously at the woman before him. She was his fiancée, the love of his life. Never did he imagine she would seek to harm him. At that moment, a throng of people surged in. These were individuals whom Yi Chun had rescued, and their safety here had been solely due to him. He instinctively thought they had come to save him. Yet, cold words pierced his mind that why Yi Chun, don't blame us. It's your fault you concealed the fact that you're a serum carrier from everyone. How selfish. Indeed, by drinking your blood, we won't be infected by the virus. Quickly, let's gather more, don't waste it. We just want to survive, grant us this favor. By now, Yi Chen had no idea how many daggers were embedded in him, as his blood dripped sluggishly from the blades. Those he once saved greedily collected every droplet of his blood in porcelain bowls. Once one bowl was filled, another would take its place. Thus, Yi Chen's complexion grew increasingly pale. He struggled to open his eyes, gazing at this ungrateful band of traitors, his heart heavy with desolation and loneliness. As the apocalypse descended, he had sheltered numerous solitary survivors with his unique abilities. Yet, his compassionate heart had brought him not gratitude, but betrayal. Only his fiancée, Zhao Qingru, was privy to his secret. To his shock, she had betrayed him. Yi Chen tilted his head back, a bitter smile escaping his lips. In this chaotic and lawless apocalypse, the most terrifying adversaries were not the mutated creatures, but the hearts of men. Yi Chun, you may rest easy now. Zhao Qingru, I will take good care of you. A familiar voice resonated before him. There stood a slender man in glasses, exuding confidence. This man was none other than his dear friend, Liu Yifei. You filthy wretches. Huh, how despicable. With his last ounce of strength, Yi Chun spat at the woman's face. Slap. Zhao Qingru, consumed by rage, delivered a resounding slap across Yi Chen's face. Then, she raised a bowl of blood and drank it down, lingeringly licking her lips. You worthless fool. I asked you for more blood to ease my mind, but you refused. Thus, this is all you're doing. At least my Wenkai brother is good. Liu Wenkai tightened his grip, a triumphant expression on his face. Yi Chun, the bicycle you were reluctant to ride, I've taken and pedaled vigorously. You thought saving me would earn your gratitude? Before the apocalypse, I was already involved with Xiao Rou. If it weren't for the bride price, do you think she would have agreed to marry someone like you? Remember that dinner invitation? That day, Xiao Rou and I, thrice. Later, you even asked her where her stockings were torn. It was utterly hilarious. You are truly foolish. The woman in his arms blushed, softly leaning against Liu Wenkai. You two adulterers. I will haunt you as a ghost. With those final words, Yi Chun succumbed to darkness, losing consciousness. There was a secret he had never shared with anyone, not even Zhao Qingru. Yi Chun possessed the extraordinary ability to acquire the awakened powers of others. To think he had performed so many good deeds, only to be met with such a fate. If life could start anew, he would ensure they paid in blood. No more compassion, no more servility. A long-forgotten ray of sunlight filtered through the cracks in the curtains, illuminating the space. Time passed, and Yi Chen's eyes slowly opened, his consciousness beginning to return. I am not dead. Yi Chen shook his head, surveying his body and surroundings. He felt no ailments. And here he was at the company. Colleagues bustled about, engrossed in their respective tasks. Yi Chen hastily slapped his cheeks, checking the date on his workstation computer. October 8th, 2035. Wasn't this just a month before the apocalypse struck? He had actually been reborn. My spatial manipulation ability remains. My time suspension ability hasn't awakened yet. Chen focused his mind, sensing the vast space within his dantian. It was a wondrous expanse, rivaling the size of 100 basketball courts. Anything placed within would enter a state of stasis. This function, during the onset of the apocalypse, served merely as a mobile storage unit of little significance. But now, having returned to a month prior to the apocalypse, wouldn't he be able to hoard resources at will? In his past life, Chen had struggled for 5 long years during the apocalypse, acutely aware of the darkness that scarcity of resources could bring to humanity. If he stocked enough supplies before the apocalypse, wouldn't the impending chaos become a celebration for him? The woman at the adjacent workstation regarded Chen with a peculiar look, as if he owed her 5 million. Her name was Xiao Bishuan, a colleague from the same department and a close friend of his treacherous fiancée. They both worked in the Information Security Center at hoarding Penguin Game Group. Moreover, in his previous life, she had deceived Chen. However, the reborn Chen understood his primary task. He could not squander precious time. His most critical objective now was to devise a plan within this month to maximize his storage abilities and leverage information gaps to establish his sanctuary for the apocalypse. His first plan, to exhaust every possible loan commercial, online, provident fund seeking those with high limits and easy approvals. Before long, after a busy afternoon, his bank balance surged to 1,800,000. Chapter 2. Who says time travelers can win the lottery? After work, Chen hurriedly departed from the company, embarking on his meticulously crafted plan. The matter of revenge could wait. He intended to let them slowly experience the despair of an apocalyptic world. Inside the lottery shop, a young man inquired, "Are you truly spending 100,000 on the same lottery number? Youngster, lotteries aren't meant to be played like this. Could this fellow be a fool with too much money to waste? I recognize him. He works at the hoarding Penguin Game Center. Surely he is not insane. You all understand nothing. 100,000 for a chance. It's like transforming a motorcycle into a convertible. Hey, this kid might possess some insider information to buy so many tickets all at once." In that instant, the lottery shop owner and other patrons were fixated on Chen, occasionally whispering among themselves. At this moment, as the deadline for ticket sales approached, Chen was the sole person still purchasing, making him particularly conspicuous. Originally, this group had bought lottery tickets for entertainment, but witnessing Chen willing to spend an entire year's salary sparked their amusement. However, Chen remained unfazed by their scrutinizing gazes and murmurs. After 5 years in a post-apocalyptic world, although he could not bring along his enhanced physical prowess, his ironclad will could never be erased. This was a resilience only forged through true experiences of the apocalypse. "Xiao Chen, your lottery ticket is ready." The shop owner, Liu, who happened to be Chen's neighbor, was eager to facilitate such a wealthy transaction. As long as he could sell the lottery tickets, he would earn a commission. He couldn't care less about whether Chen would end up losing. After all, gambling was inherently risky, with 9 out of 10 bets resulting in loss. Chen cast a glance at Liu, took the ticket, and quietly exited. He held no fondness for Liu. In his previous life, it was this man who colluded with outsiders, leading to the downfall of their community. Once those intruders stormed in, whether it was food, drink, or attractive women, anyone who couldn't escape fell victim to their malicious hands. Chen's purpose in buying the lottery ticket was rooted in revenge. After all, if the news spread that he had spent 100,000 and won a jackpot of 220 million, Liu's lottery shop business would surely flourish at that point. Liu would be too busy selling tickets to bother with news or gathering supplies. In the face of an apocalypse, what use was money? Chen tucked the lottery ticket securely and returned home. He switched on the television, anxiously awaiting the lottery draw. It was time for the thrilling grand prize announcement. The winning numbers were 40, 41, 42, 44, 63, 64, 65. Upon hearing the numbers announced, Chen was left in utter disbelief. What? How could it be this number? Damn it. I'm a reincarnator. I must have remembered wrong. In frustration, Chen hurled the ticket to the ground. Here he was, a traveler from the future, unable to win a lottery ticket in the past. Oh, so this is how you want to play? Buying a lottery ticket was akin to playing rock, paper, scissors with the officials, where one had to make their move first, while the opponent could endlessly change their mind. After venting his frustration, Chen reclined on the sofa, feeling utterly defeated. There was no other option left. He would have to find another route. That night, Chen went to bed, gritting his teeth in frustration. The next morning, he sought out the lottery shop owner again. But this time, it was not for purchasing tickets. Upon arriving at the shop, Yichen straightforwardly stated, Liu, I want to buy your delivery truck, the one you use for your side job. Liu eyed him suspiciously. Why would Yichen want to buy his truck? Had he gone mad after losing that 100,000 in lottery tickets? Just as Liu was about to refuse, Yichen cut in, 20,000. How much? Liu questioned, unsure if he had heard correctly. 20,000. Even if this truck were brand new, it wouldn't fetch more than 20,000. He had driven this vehicle for 7 or 8 years and had never entertained the thought of selling it. Did Yichen have some peculiar fondness for old trucks? Liu paused momentarily, then pulled out a cigarette, offering it to Yichen with a grin. I'll sell it, seemingly anxious that Yichen might change his mind. He quickly signaled to a nearby staff member. The slender employee promptly retrieved the keys from the cabinet and handed them to Liu. Here, Boss Li, these are the keys, and don't be rude. Hurry up and prepare a pot of good pu'er tea for Boss Yi. Boss Li, I'll also give you 5 tickets for the highest prize of 300 million. If you win, it's all yours. Yichen. Liu remained by Yichen's side until the payment was confirmed, grinning widely. When shall we transfer the ownership? In a month, I suppose. You've received the money. Are you still worried? No. As long as you're free, I can do it any time. Watching Liu's obsequious demeanor made Yichen feel slightly nauseous. Liu was notoriously stingy, and Yichen was confident that before the old truck was officially transferred, he would never consider purchasing a new one. After all, the tax rate for a second vehicle was significantly higher. Clutching the keys, Yichen smirked inwardly, thinking, in a month, you'll realize the folly of being without a vehicle. With onlookers casting incredulous glances, he drove off in the truck. Has he truly lost his mind? Spending 20,000 on such a dilapidated vehicle? Just because he has money doesn't mean he should waste it. Liu, are you helping that kid launder money? At hoarding Penguin Game Group, Yichen returned to the company not to work. With the impending apocalypse, who in their right mind would still be working? His lottery fortune had fallen through, leaving him to seek alternative paths. Before the apocalypse, amassing enough resources for his lavish lifestyle would require substantial funds. The money he borrowed through credit loans was utterly insufficient, barely making a dent. Thus, he came to the company seeking the formidable female CEO, Chen. In his previous life, she was a remarkable figure during the apocalypse, possessing the ability to teleport. This power was invaluable in a world turned upside down. Yichen had fought alongside her, fending off countless monstrous creatures. Regrettably, when she confessed her feelings for him, he hastily rejected her, citing his engagement to another. Reflecting on it now, it was truly regrettable. For the sake of a superficial relationship, he had lost a near-perfect confidant. Yet now, her status was beyond his reach. Yichen was merely a common employee, while Chen, at just 25, had already taken the helm of the hoarding Penguin Game Group. Determined, Yichen strode toward the exclusive passageway, typically reserved for high-ranking officials. Chapter 3. I am here to save you. Yichen wished to maintain a low profile, but circumstances did not allow for it. Gaining access to these executives through proper channels was nearly impossible without an appointment weeks in advance. Time was of the essence, and he could not afford to wait. At that moment, the receptionist approached briskly. Hello, this is a restricted passage. Only senior executives have access. Her tone was polite, a gentle reminder. Didn't you hear? I just got promoted to general manager. One moment, let me verify. The receptionist's expression shifted to one of surprise as she bowed repeatedly, pulling out her phone to confirm. Seeing this, Yichen found it both amusing and endearing. No need to check. If I can swipe my ID badge to enter, I'll be fine. The receptionist nodded vigorously. Of course. With that affirmation, Yichen took a couple of steps forward, swiped his ID badge, and the door to the exclusive passage swung open with a confirming beep. The receptionist immediately bowed apologetically. I am so sorry. I really didn't know you were promoted. It won't happen again. Yichen playfully patted her rear as he walked into the passage with a smile. As a member of the company's information security department, he possessed ample skills and resources to breach the system for access. This was the basic competency of a super hacker. In his previous life, he had refrained from such actions for fear of being fired. However, the situation had changed. With the apocalypse looming in a month, he no longer cared about such matters. As Yichen proceeded, the receptionist remained slightly apprehensive. After all, she had just checked the company's internal network and found no record of a newly appointed general manager. Hello, security. There's an unfamiliar man who just went up the restricted passage. What? Why did you let him through? Do you even know your job responsibilities? His ID badge had access, so I didn't dare to stop him after a long silence on the other end. The call ended. On the 77th floor, In the chairman's office, a secretary clad in a professional outfit knelt gracefully, her long legs accentuated by form-fitting black stockings, leaving one breathless. She pointed delicately at Yuchen's figure on the surveillance monitor and asked, "Do you recognize this man?" "I don't know him." Chu Ningxue spoke coldly, her perfect visage as unyielding as an iceberg, betraying not a hint of emotion, as if nothing could disturb her inner tranquility. Today, she had no external work commitments, so her attire was relatively simple. Her figure was alluring and statuesque, with exquisite and ethereal features, and a demeanor of aloof pride that rendered her akin to a meticulously sculpted ice statue. Her long hair cascaded down to her waist like a black waterfall, draping down her back, while the air was imbued with a subtle fragrance of plum blossoms that tempted one to indulge in its sweetness. Her clear, deep, and radiant eyes revealed a maturity beyond her years. The jade legs beneath her designer coat were clad in form-fitting black stockings, complemented by elegant knee-high boots, enhancing her air of tantalizing mystery. Every movement exuded a confidence capable of captivating countless in stark contrast. The beautiful secretary standing beside her appeared to have lost all semblance of luster and beauty when compared to her. She had just received an urgent notification from downstairs. An unidentified man with exclusive access had entered via the private elevator and was on his way up. For your safety, I recommend we have the security personnel stationed at various points apprehend this man immediately. When did I ever ask for your advice? Chu Ningxue's cold gaze narrowed, her tone frigid. The secretary, momentarily flustered, found herself at a loss for words. Her legs weakened, and she collapsed onto the floor. The pressure on her perfectly straight legs created an illusion of wanting to break free from the confinement of her stockings. Chu Ningxue paid no mind to her secretary, who had crumbled under her few words. In her eyes, only her own formidable self held true dominion. In truth, she yearned for a man even more powerful than herself to master her. Yet, at the age of 25, having ascended to the position of chairwoman, which man could possibly command her submission? Let him in, Chu Ningxue stated coldly. After 3 years in this position, it was her first encounter with a man audacious enough to approach via the exclusive passage. This piqued her curiosity about what this unconventional man intended. Would he bring her unexpected surprises? With this thought, she subconsciously tightened her already crossed legs, feeling an inexplicable thrill. Chu Ningxue discreetly cast a glance at her secretary, who remained seated on the floor. The losses incurred by the company would be catastrophic should the gaming industry exhibit blatant inducements or deceitful practices towards consumers, depending on the severity of the circumstances. It may face monetary penalties ranging from 10 to 100 times the amount involved. Such a conspicuous and egregious bug would undoubtedly attract the exploitation of rival companies and other opportunists, seizing the chance to make exorbitant in-game purchases, only to subsequently demand compensation. Even if the issue could be identified within an hour, the damages would still amount to the hundreds of billions. Soon after, the secretary received a feedback call and softly informed Chu Ningxue, "Chairman, the head of the technical department has just confirmed this matter. It is indeed true. There is a vulnerability." At that moment, Yi Chen, with his legs crossed, exuded an air of arrogance. The secretary, observing him through gritted teeth, felt utterly powerless. After all, Yi Chen had indeed helped the company avoid losses in excess of $100 billion. Given this merit, his actions could hardly be deemed excessive. A flicker of surprise and incredulity passed through Chu Ningxue's beautiful eyes. She had never anticipated that this man before her could, with such nonchalance, assist the company in averting its greatest crisis since its inception. Subsequently, she retrieved a check from her pocket and filled in a string of numbers. Upon receiving it, Yi Chen's eyes widened in astonishment. It was a staggering sum of 1 billion. Chapter 5. Emptying the vault, Yi Chen smirked disdainfully and, in front of both individuals, casually tore the check in half. What? The secretary's wide, watery eyes expressed disbelief at the scene unfolding before her. A check for $1 billion had just been ripped apart by this man. 1 billion. This scoundrel was infuriating. Although the money was not meant for her, witnessing such a colossal fortune being squandered was disheartening. Chu Ningxue remained composed, her cold gaze narrowing as she spoke in a low voice. "Do you believe this amount is insufficient? I require cash only. No other forms of payment will be accepted." The insistence on cash caused Chu Ningxue to furrow her brows. Given the company's cash reserves, it was not an insurmountable issue. However, how could he possibly transport it? "Do not concern yourself with how I will carry it away." Yi Chen interjected, seemingly reading her thoughts. "Very well, follow me." Chu Ningxue gracefully rose, her stunning figure effortlessly overshadowing the secretary. Yet, Chen remained unfazed. After all, in his previous life, he had seen Chu Ningxue in disarray countless times. Chu Ningxue was prepared to lead Chen to the company's cash vault, a privilege only she possessed, thus precluding the secretary from accompanying them. Soon, the two arrived at the underground level 5. The cash vault of hoarding Penguin Game Group. Over a dozen fully armed guards saluted upon recognizing the chairman. The security measures at the entrance, including voice recognition, fingerprint verification, iris biometrics, and AI identity checks, were successfully bypassed, and after 5 solid metal doors slowly opened, a resounding echo reverberated throughout the floor. The billion-dollar check was already my fulfillment of the promise. You tore it yourself. It is of no concern to me. However, to ensure you do not leave empty-handed, I shall allow you 15 minutes. Take whatever you can carry, Chu Ningxue said, lightly flicking her hair over her shoulder, her tone still icy. I am quite the magician. By the time I'm done, you may find your vault entirely emptied. Chu Ningxue let out a derisive snort, dismissing the notion as inconsequential, setting aside the possibility of whether he could even transport such an amount alone. Even if he managed to carry it all, it would be entirely trivial to her. Her words bore no exaggeration. They the chairwoman of hoarding Game Group. Such an amount truly held little significance. Chen wore a contemplative expression before turning and stepping into the vault. 15 minutes later, Chen emerged with his hands in his pockets, striding confidently. Even the usually composed Chu Ningxue was momentarily taken aback. You took nothing? I have taken all that I needed. Chen shrugged dismissively, making his way out of the vault area and into the elevator, leaving behind a gradually receding figure that Chu Ningxue found utterly inscrutable. Suddenly, the sound of a phone ringing interrupted the silence. Chu Ningxue answered. It was the safety manager. Chairman, the monitoring personnel have just discovered that all the gold and cash in the vault have vanished. What nonsense. What is your security department doing? Have you reviewed the footage for discrepancies? We have scrutinized the footage repeatedly, yet we cannot ascertain how the money disappeared. It is as if it was absorbed into another dimension by that man. Incompetent fools, do not offer excuses. Quickly seal off the company's exits and conduct a thorough search of everyone. Do you truly believe he could transport such a vast sum on his own? Dispatch personnel immediately to investigate if there are any hidden tunnels in the vault, and gather information on one individual. Chen, I want every detail possible. After issuing her final command, Chu Ningxue abruptly ended the call. This was utterly bizarre. That man had seemingly taken nothing, yet all the money in the vault had inexplicably vanished. Could he possibly have accomplices? However, she had already promised him that he could take whatever he could within those 15 minutes. At that moment, Chen had already returned to the lobby via a private elevator. There, he encountered the previously courteous receptionist, now wearing a sorrowful expression as she clutched a box filled with personal belongings. Preparing to leave the company. What's wrong, beautiful? Are you making your escape? Chen approached quickly, a grin on his face. It's you. This is all your fault. I've been fired. Those who could work as receptionists at hoarding Game Group were undoubtedly exquisite. Chen had not noticed before, but upon closer inspection, she was indeed a stunning beauty. Dressed in a fitted black jacket over a white shirt that accentuated her curves, she showcased her alluring silhouette. With a slightly open collar revealing her enticing collarbone and long, elegant neck, the unique shoulder design highlighted her collarbone, making her even more captivating. Her fitted skirt accentuated her perfect curves, swaying gently with each step, exuding a seductive charm. The high slit of the skirt showcased her long, graceful legs, imparting an alluring allure. Paired with almond-colored high heels, her stature appeared even more statuesque, her movements graceful and enchanting. The sheer stockings clung to her long legs, enhancing her already enticing figure. What is your name? Yang Mid. Oh, you have any plans moving forward? I was only 2 months into my job before being let go. No other company would want to hire me now. As she spoke, tears began to stream down her cheeks. Why not come with me? I'm not that kind of woman. Yang Mi's cheeks flushed, clearly taken aback by Chen's proposition, and she turned to leave in a huff. Join me in work. I plan to start a company, and you can be in charge of human resources. Human resources? Yang Mi turned back, hesitating. When she initially submitted her resume, her primary ambition was to work in human resources. But hoarding Game Group only hired those with experience. Having just graduated from university, she had to settle for the receptionist position. Now, there was a chance to move directly into human resources. Yet, given that it was a newly established company, It was unlikely they could offer a salary comparable to the 30,000 per month that the oligarchic hoarding game group provided. They might not even meet the national minimum wage standards. Forget it, forget it. Even if I can't find another job, I don't need to earn such meager wages. Just as she was about to decline, Chen interjected, a monthly salary of 100,000. Chapter 6. The interview. Not only could Chen offer a monthly salary of 100,000, but he could even promise 1 billion, given that next month would herald the end of the world. Hiring employees now was merely a formality. However, Chen refrained from exaggerating the salary to avoid scaring her off. Are you certain that merely working in human resources qualifies you for a salary of 100,000? Yangmi tilted her head, incredulous as she gazed at Chen. If you're interested, we can commence the interview right now. An interview. Of course. After all, you are the first person I am hiring. It cannot be too hasty. Chen found an inconspicuous spot at the reception desk to sit while Yangmi took a seat across from him. I have a thought-provoking question to pose to you. Pay close attention. Yangmi nodded vigorously, her chest rising and falling dramatically. Imagine, on a stormy night, you are driving your car down the road at a bus stop. You see 3 individuals waiting for the bus. The man on the far left is strikingly handsome, your dream partner whom you have longed to marry. Perhaps if he accepts your ride, you could finally be together. The person in the middle is an elderly man in critical condition, requiring immediate transport to the hospital, or he risks losing his life. If you take him, you might save his life. The final individual is a doctor, a man who once saved your life and thus holds a debt of gratitude from you. A debt you are eager to repay. This presents an excellent opportunity. However, your car can accommodate only 1 additional passenger. What will you do? You may take a moment to ponder this. There is no need to rush your response. Chen sits across from you, casually crossing his legs, his expression inscrutable. This Yangmi is also a graduate of a prestigious university and has encountered numerous logical conundrums. It is evident that this is a test of human nature. Should one choose the dream lover, they would likely be perceived as someone who prioritizes emotions above all, perhaps even labeled as selfish. This option is simply unacceptable. The second choice, the elderly person in critical condition, seems to be the most standard answer. After all, in the face of life, everything else pales in comparison. Yet the third option, the doctor who has saved your life, shouldn't you express your gratitude to him? Chen has also shown you kindness. If you do not select the doctor, might he deem you ungrateful and eliminate you from consideration? The first option, the dream lover, has already been dismissed by Yangmi. Yet she finds herself in a profound quandary between the doctor and the life-threatening elder, torn between her choices. After 3 minutes of deliberation, she ultimately decides to assist the elderly individual in distress. If her selfishness were to prevent the elder from receiving timely medical attention, she would bear the guilt for a lifetime. I choose to assist the elderly. Yangmi's gaze is resolute. She feels no remorse for this decision, nor for anyone else. Tap. Chen lightly flicks her forehead with his index finger, declaring, incorrect. Incorrect? Yangmi inquires again. Should I have chosen the doctor? Incorrect. She is bewildered. Surely, it cannot be that one must choose the dream lover? This is something I cannot accept. To abandon a life in peril or a benefactor for the sake of personal affection is inconceivable to me. Why? Chen exhales softly, gazing at Yangmi as if she were a simpleton. Reiterating, incorrect. Yangmi, confused, exclaims, I've selected all possible options, and yet I am still wrong. This cannot be. Is the correct answer to choose none at all, to be a heartless, ungrateful person. In that moment, Yangmi experiences a sudden epiphany. Only by being utterly devoid of compassion can one operate effectively in the world. Incorrect. Chen responds again. What? Still wrong? This question must have no answer. I have exhausted every possible selection. Yangmi's cheeks flush with a hint of anger. Clearly infuriated, convinced that Chen is toying with her, that no matter how she answers, it will always be incorrect. He never intended to hire her. Pouting, she rises to leave, but Chen calls out. Do you not wish to know the correct answer? Upon hearing this, Yangmi, unwilling to concede, retakes her seat. Choosing anyone at all is wrong, and choosing no one is equally erroneous. She is determined to see how Chen will justify his reasoning. With a smirk, he replies, the correct answer is. You exit the vehicle, allowing the doctor to transport the critically ill elder to the hospital, while you remain behind to wait for the bus with your dream lover. Do you understand this answer? Chen wasn't playing games with her. He continues, in matters of life and work, one must not be overly rigid. Reflect on my question. I did not directly ask you to select a passenger. Your preconceived notions and inflexible thinking led you into this dilemma. Thus, you could not provide an answer. Yangmi clutches her clothing tightly, her head bowed in embarrassment. Given that you are my company's first employee, you are accepted on special terms. In the future, you may use this question as an initial screening for every employee you interview. Those who cannot answer will be immediately eliminated. I doubt I was accepted. Yangmi's spirits soar from despair to elation. Chen, however, remains unfazed by her excitement, continuing, once we exit the company, I will provide you with 500,000 as recruitment funds. You must procure the necessary talent in the shortest time possible. Should your results be unsatisfactory, I will not hesitate to dismiss you. Do you understand? Rest assured, my work will undoubtedly be worth the 10,000 monthly salary. Chen harbors his own plans. With less than a month until the apocalypse descends, he has accomplished the most challenging step, amassing funds. Now, he simply needs to recruit top-tier talent to assist in constructing a refuge for the impending catastrophe. If every task requires his direct involvement, even a year would prove insufficient. Therefore, it is prudent to leverage the remaining month to secure as much free labor as possible. Subsequently, after passing through security checks to ensure no suspicious items remain, they exit the company. Meanwhile, on the upper floors, Chuningshue stands before a floor-to-ceiling window, silently observing Yi Chen's departing figure. Today, the surprises and thrills this man has brought her are overwhelming. She feels as though she has been led by the nose. Falling step by step into Yi Chen's trap. On the surface, he seeks to resolve loopholes in exchange for compensation. Yet, he desires much more, aiming to strip the vault bare. The losses incurred this time amount to a staggering $10 billion. While she remains uncertain how he achieved this, Chuningshue now harbors a peculiar sentiment towards him, a feeling unlike any other. Contemplating this, she instinctively tightens her already crossed legs even further. Chapter 7. Showing a bit of color to the fiancé. The next day, Yi Chen arrives at a prison on the outskirts of the city center. This facility has been idle for 3 years due to the decreasing crime rate resulting from widespread education, leading to many prisons being left vacant or demolished. Yi Chen invested 200 million to acquire the entire prison, intending to convert it into a refuge for the apocalypse. At that moment, his phone rings. He opens it to find a message from his insufferable girlfriend, Zhao Qingru. Darling, why haven't you reached out to me these past few days? I miss you so much. I bought a set of the latest lace lingerie. Would you like to try it on? By the way, I have my eye on a custom Louis Vuitton handbag. It's not expensive, just 58,000, and my mother said the cost can be deducted from the bride price. So you only need to prepare 300,000 to marry me. Also, when will your good friend Liu Yifei, who just returned from a business trip, come over for dinner? As Yi Chen listens to the series of voice messages, the once pleasing tones now evoke nothing but disgust. Veins throb on his forehead, and the murderous intent in his eyes blazes like an inferno. In his previous life, he had unconditionally satisfied every demand made by Zhao Qingru and her family. He even worked part-time delivering takeout in torrential rain to gather enough money to marry her. Upon returning home, he would foolishly inquire when her stockings tore, offering to provide her with money for new ones. He endured significant illness, opting to tough it out to save money, foregoing even drinks during meals. Yet, the woman he loved most had long since betrayed him, entangled with his good friend Liu Yifei. After the apocalypse, he silently guarded them for 5 years, oblivious to the truth. What did he ultimately receive in return? Only ruthless betrayal and mockery. In the end, she exposed his secret as a serum carrier, draining every drop of blood from his body. Contemplating this, the murderous intent in Yi Chen's eyes morphs into a chilling, bone-deep terror. He yearns to eliminate Zhao Qingru and Liu Yifei. However, rationality prevails. He has more pressing matters at hand. With less than a month until the apocalypse, he must stockpile enough resources to act freely during the catastrophe. Therefore, he decides to allow them to live for another month, tormenting them once they witness the terror of the impending doom. Today, he will make his move. Yi Chen grits his teeth and reluctantly replies with a few words that he resolves to show them a glimpse of his newfound power in the city center, at a large shopping mall. Yi Chen carries a briefcase filled with cash, meeting with Zhao Qingru and Liu Yifei. Upon approaching, he notices faint strawberry marks on Zhao Qingru's neck. She has clearly just had an intense encounter with Liu Yifei. How foolish he had been in his previous life not to notice such signs. Darling, what are you carrying? Yi Chen shows no hesitation, opening the briefcase to reveal its contents to the public eye. Ah, darling, where did you acquire all this money? I'm absolutely in love with you. As she speaks, Zhao Qingru attempts to leap up and kiss Yi Chen, but he quickly sidesteps, stating that such public displays are inappropriate. He fabricates a casual excuse, dismissing her advances. Far from feeling affectionate, Yichen now merely wishes to strike her down. I won the lottery and came into some money. Today, I'll cover all expenses. You two can choose freely. Zhao Qingru and Liu Wankai exchanged glances, their expressions reflecting a mix of bemusement and mockery directed at Yichen, their hearts swelling with unspoken glee. Yichen stifled a chuckle. Knowing they would soon learn the truth, upon arriving at the LV boutique, the trio's attire was rather unremarkable, failing to capture the sales staff's attention. Consequently, Zhao Qingru and Liu Wankai had to initiate their own selections. Just as Zhao Qingru had chosen a blouse and was preparing to try it on, a female sales associate, who had been observing from a distance, rushed over and bluntly stated, "Madam, greetings. Our garments are high-end products and trying them on is not permitted." Hearing this, Zhao Qingru's face flushed with embarrassment, as it was her first visit to such an upscale store, and she was entirely unaware of the rules. Yichen stepped forward, gesturing towards a lady across the room. "How is it that she can try on clothes? I've seen her try on 7 or 8 pieces already." The sales associate, maintaining a facade of calm, scanned the group with a steely gaze before announcing loudly, "Because that young lady is a valued VIP customer of our store. U3.at." This moment, many patrons began to take notice, turning their heads in curiosity. Zhao Qingru, sensitive to the situation, immediately sensed the sales associate's contempt. The onlookers began to jeer. How dare a pauper, who doesn't even understand the rules of a luxury store, come here? She probably has no idea how expensive the clothes in her hands are. This country bumpkin is truly an eyesore. Having never encountered such humiliation, Zhao Qingru felt tears prickling at the corners of her eyes. She then looked up at Yichen with a helpless expression. In response, Yichen opened the suitcase he carried, revealing a substantial amount of cash before the sales associate and the surrounding crowd, at least 2 million. He then asked, "How much does one need to spend to become a VIP customer?" The sales associate stood in shock, unable to comprehend that such a seemingly shabby man could carry so much wealth. Trembling, she replied, "A purchase of 880,000 is required to achieve VIP status in our store." "Only 880,000? Yichen scoffed, before patting Liu Wankai on the shoulder. "Wankai, I need to attend to some urgent matters. Please take care of this suitcase for me. You two can spend freely. There is no need to save any of the money." Without a backward glance, he turned and walked away. Still wearing expressions of disbelief, the duo watched Yichen's retreating figure, their hearts brimming with delight. How considerate of this human ATM to leave them with the money while he took his leave. "Wankai, please ensure you guard that suitcase, well that we shall spend every last cent today, leaving not a single dime for Yichen. With this money, we can indulge in a week-long stay at a luxurious 7-star hotel." Then, with a resounding slap, Zhao Qingru struck the sales associate who had just made her feel small. "Take me inside to select products immediately." "You contemptible wretch," the sales associate, knowing she could not resist, humbly guided the two in their pursuit of luxury goods. From a distance, Yichen observed them, a smirk playing on his lips, unbeknownst to them. He had already utilized his spatial abilities to swap the suitcase. What Liu Wankai now held was merely a case filled with worthless newspapers. The grand spectacle was about to unfold. Chapter 8. How did my money turn into scrap paper? "Miss, these garments are limited editions and can only be tried on after confirming a purchase." Another resounding slap met the sales associate's cheek. "Miss, who are you insulting? Don't you see how much money I possess? I can afford it," Zhao Qingru declared with an air of arrogance that in that moment, she embodied the quintessential nouveau riche, driven by the urgency to spend the money before it reverted to Yichen. She was determined to exhaust every last cent. Liu Wankai's hand rested possessively around Zhao Qingru's waist, relishing the sensation of using someone else's money to court her, while simultaneously treating himself. Typically, high-end establishments attract 2 types of clientele: those of noble birth who are mindful of their image, and the ostentatious newly wealthy who struggle to manage their newfound affluence. Zhao Qingru clearly belonged to the latter. The sales associate, on the verge of tears, wondered how such a malicious woman could strike her without hesitation. However, for the sake of her job and the substantial commission that awaited her, she had to endure. After all, the commission for this transaction could exceed 20%. If this wretched woman spent all her money, the associate could earn a small fortune. What were a few slaps in comparison? After enduring the humiliation, the sales associate lowered her demeanor further, striving to appease Zhao Qingru, fully aware of the opportunity at hand. "It is I who have failed to recognize your greatness, and I who have looked down upon you." Zhao Qingru, satisfied, nodded in approval. "Your submissive attitude is commendable, Consider my orders as your commission. The sales associate nodded repeatedly, practically worshipping Zhao Qingru. After over 2 hours of shopping, Zhao Qingru and Liu Yifei had amassed a considerable collection of clothing, watches, and jewelry, estimating their total value at around 170,000. They planned to spend the remaining funds on a lavish week-long stay at a 7-star hotel. The boutique staff incessantly praised them, exclaiming, "What a match made in heaven, a handsome couple, perfectly suited for one another." Not only are they wealthy, but they also possess remarkable taste in selecting numerous limited edition items. Engulfed in flattery, both Zhao Qingru and Liu Yifei basked in a sense of unprecedented vanity. The joy of spending someone else's money was unparalleled. Liu Yifei placed the suitcase on the counter, ready to settle the bill. However, the crowd fell silent in disbelief. Where's the money? It can't be. It was filled to the brim with cash. How could it all have turned into newspapers? Panic ensued. Someone must have stolen my money. That's impossible. I've been holding this suitcase the entire time. Yifei, please don't frighten me. That was over 2 million. Zhao Qingru exclaimed, her voice trembling. Think carefully. Is there anything suspicious? Suspicious? Liu Yifei exclaimed, as if a light bulb had gone off in his head. When I was trying on clothes, one of your sales associates helped me carry the suitcase. Yes, that must be it. Preposterous. The store manager, having endured their antics for far too long, had initially hoped to dismiss them after payment, but now found himself confronted with their baseless accusations. The surveillance footage was presented to Liu Yifei, who scrutinized it repeatedly but found no evidence of wrongdoing. You two lowlifes dared to show up at LV without any money. You were repeatedly informed that limited edition items must be purchased after trying them on. Now, pay up. In an instant, Zhao Qingru and Liu Yifei plummeted from the heights of elation to the depths of despair, the sudden reversal too shocking to comprehend. At that moment, Zhao Qingru was thoroughly panicked. If they couldn't pay, the authorities would be called, and she could face detention. In a frenzy, she grabbed her phone and called Yi Chen. Yi Chen, we have a situation here. Can you come over? I'm quite busy at the moment dealing with an urgent matter, and my phone is about to die. I have to go. We can talk later. With that, he abruptly ended the call before Zhao Qingru could respond. Could that rascal be setting us up? Liu Yifei thought, his suspicion growing as he slammed his fist on the counter. In a way, I saw Yi Chen hand over a suitcase filled with over 2 million. It was definitely cash, not newspapers. The surrounding sales associates nodded in agreement, confirming that they too had witnessed Yi Chen providing a suitcase filled with cash. What do we do? That's over 170,000. I'll call Yi Chen again. He has been a fool before. Liu Yifei exclaimed that he is just destined to be taken advantage of. Damn, his phone is off. Could it really be that it ran out of battery? Just then, the sales associate who had endured Zhao Qingru's abuse earlier overheard their desperate plight. With a cold expression, she swiftly struck Zhao Qingru across the face. The unexpected slap left Zhao Qingru momentarily stunned. You dare strike me. Before she could finish her thought, a flurry of slaps followed, leaving her cheeks marked with red welts. I will definitely file a complaint against you. I will call the police. Do you still intend to report this? If a report is to be made, it shall be on our side. If you cannot produce the sum of 1,700,000, brace yourselves for detention. After the consultant manager decisively called the authorities, law enforcement swiftly arrived at the scene and commenced mediation among the conflicting parties. Initially, the individuals engaged in shoving and bickering, each refusing to yield to the other. Only when the consultant manager presented the complete surveillance footage from the store did the law enforcement officials bring the farce to an end. It was abundantly clear that the fault lay with Zhao Qingru and Liu Yifei. Paying for goods is a matter of course. You have two options. One is to compensate for the losses, and the other is detention. Choose wisely. Upon hearing the prospect of detention, the two instantly lost their bravado. With no alternative, they grit their teeth and managed to gather all their savings accumulated over the years, supplemented by an overdraft on their credit cards, and even resorted to borrowing from online loan sharks. Barely scraping together 1 million, we can forego all these items. This is the maximum amount we can muster. I beg you. Please let us go. At this moment, Zhao Qingru fell to her knees, weeping profusely. A sight that evoked pity. The law enforcement personnel continued their efforts to mediate. Ultimately, after Zhao Qingru endured more than 10 slaps, the consultant manager finally agreed to spare the two. It turned out that the female salesperson who had previously been bullied by Zhao Qingru was the consultant manager's girlfriend. Now that he held the upper hand, he was naturally inclined to help his girlfriend seek justice. Chapter 9. Dog eat dog from a distance. Upon observing the tumult dissipate, Yi Chen feigned urgency and hurried over. calling out loudly before even reaching the LV store. My phone just died. Was there something urgent you needed to discuss? As he approached, Chen pretended to be out of breath, gazing at the two. At this moment, both individuals wore expressions of despair. Damn it. Chen chose the exact moment when the debts were being settled to make his appearance. After such a prolonged shopping spree, why were they still empty-handed? Surely they couldn't be reluctant to spend my money. Faced with Chen's inquiry, both of them felt guilty and dared not respond. It was the law enforcement officer who stepped forward, handing a suitcase filled with newspapers to Liu Yifei. Breaking the stalemate. Brother, don't forget to take your suitcase of newspapers. Who would bother to steal a pile of old newspapers? Anyway, newspapers. Chen feigned surprise in response. Where's my money? Yifei, I trusted you completely. And you've pocketed all my money. Upon hearing Chen's words, Zhao Qingru seemed to have a revelation. Indeed, she had clearly seen Chen hand over a suitcase filled with cash, yet within mere hours, it had transformed into worthless newspapers in Liu Yifei's possession. The surveillance footage indicated that no one else had interacted with the suitcase. The only one with the opportunity was Liu Yifei. Could it be that he was the thief crying "Stop thief," attempting to abscond with the 2 million? Once a woman's suspicion is aroused, it can swell uncontrollably like a raging river. This moment. Zhao Qingru cast a glance at Liu Yifei, her eyes filled with doubt and peculiarity. Liu Yifei was merely a casual fling for her. Ultimately, that money was meant for her, and in other words, Liu Yifei was attempting to steal her own funds. No wonder he was willing to cover 70% of the compensation earlier. She had genuinely thought he cared for her. Zhao Qingru coldly spoke. Yifei, explain yourself. You've been in charge of that suitcase all along. What exactly happened? You must provide an explanation. Hearing Zhao Qingru's words, Liu Yifei was visibly taken aback, questioning his own existence. Wasn't she supposed to be on his side? Why was she suddenly siding with Chen? I never even opened that suitcase. It must have been filled with newspapers when Chen gave it to me. You're talking nonsense. Several salespeople present witnessed Chen hand you a suitcase brimming with cash. Not newspapers. Such ridiculous lies would only fool a 3-year-old child. Why Chen stood with his hands in his pockets, silently observing the unfolding drama between the two. Meanwhile, the law enforcement personnel were becoming increasingly intrigued. Due to the gradual improvement in education, overall societal standards had risen, leading to a decrease in crime rates. Now, having stumbled upon a major case involving over 2 million in cash, they were eager to seize the opportunity. The dark-skinned law enforcement officer interrupted their exchange, speaking sternly. What's this 2 million case about? You two, speak slowly. I'm beginning to take notes. We didn't report this, given the substantial amount involved. The law enforcement center has the authority to initiate a case. You are the owner of the lost property, correct? The officer pointed at Chen, who nodded affirmatively and added, this money was my betrothal gift to Zhao Qingru. It holds great significance for her. I hope the officer can help uncover the truth. The law enforcement officer stepped forward, shook Chen's hand, and patted his shoulder reassuringly. Don't worry. I'm Wang Hai, the captain of the law enforcement center. I'll handle your case personally. You may call me Captain Wang. Zhao Qingru, seemingly more animated than Chen, eagerly interjected. Captain Wang, I am Chen's fiancée. This money belongs to me, and I have leads to provide. What leads? The prime suspect is this man, Liu Yifei. Zhao Qingru pointed an accusatory finger at Liu Yifei, fury blazing in her eyes. Me? Qingru, why would you suspect me? With the victim's testimony, alongside the surveillance and other witnesses' statements, Liu Yifei found himself at a loss for words, and was escorted to the law enforcement center for questioning. Zhao Qingru, particularly invested in the 2 million, insisted on accompanying them to personally supervise the investigation. She had just borrowed a considerable sum in online loans, and since Chen explicitly stated that the money was for her, recovering it could potentially save her 2 decades of hard work. After exiting the large shopping center, Chen stretched lazily. How absurd that a mere 2 million could turn these two into enemies. It truly is laughable. This is human nature, in the face of greed. Everything can be cast aside. This conviction further solidified Chen's resolve to neither be a saint nor a doormat. After tossing out 2 million as bait, Zhao Qingru should refrain from bothering him for a while. When the apocalypse arrives, he would ensure they understood what true hell is. In the law enforcement center, detention room. You filthy whore. How dare you accuse me? Speak up. Did you conspire with Chen to set a trap for me today? Just wait until I make you regret it. Liu Yifei, you truly are a disgrace. I kindly shared this 2 million with you, allowing you to indulge in high-end luxury goods. Yet here you are, attempting to secretly swallow the entire sum. Being in prison would be too lenient for you. I can't believe I once thought you were decent, and after sharing my bed with you so many times. This is how you repay me. Filthy scoundrel. I told you. I didn't take that 2 million. The suitcase Chen gave me was surely filled with worthless newspapers. Why do you believe him and not me? Believe you. Chen could hand me 2 million, and you think you can just talk big. After all those times in bed, you've never even bought me a necklace. How dare you compare yourself to Chen? You. Hearing Zhao Qingru elevate Chen while belittling him, Liu Yifei was utterly speechless. If I had 2 million, would I seek out someone like you? Just look at yourself. The more they argued, the more heated it became. Completely disregarding the note-taker nearby, the law enforcement personnel exchanged bewildered glances, whispering to one another. According to the records, wasn't Zhao Qingru Chen's fiancée? How could she still be entangled with the suspect Liu Yifei? Should we inform Chen? Mind your own business. To live a good life, one must wear a green hat from time to time. Our responsibility is to solve the case and help the victim recover their losses. Let us not get involved in such absurdities. Chapter 10. The horse riding issue at the Hoarding Gaming Group. On the 77th floor, in the chairman's office, a beautiful secretary respectfully handed over a document. The icy and indifferent Chu Ningxue casually accepted it, then signaled her to leave. The secretary understood immediately, taking 2 steps back and gently closing the glass door. Once the secretary had departed, Chu Ningxue revealed a curious expression. Eagerly perusing the information in her hands, this detailed dossier about Chen cost a staggering 200,000 to compile. The surprises Chen had brought her were truly too numerous. If she couldn't ascertain the essence of this individual, she would feel as though countless ants were crawling over her skin. This young man was undoubtedly no ordinary individual. He effortlessly hacked into the company's security system and unlocked exclusive permissions, even discovering a recharge bug before anyone else, thereby helping the company avert a colossal loss of over $1,000 million. Moreover, the most outrageous point was that upon entering the vault, he somehow managed to empty it. She had enlisted the most professional personnel to scrutinize all the surveillance footage, yet there was no trace to be found. One unbelievable point after another fueled Chu Ningxue's extraordinary curiosity about Chen. Upon discovering that Chen was merely an ordinary employee in the company's security information department, she personally arranged for someone to inquire about Chen's work situation, regardless of whether it was the section chief, supervisor, or manager. None held a particularly deep impression of Chen, merely perceiving him as a diligent and dependable young man. Diligent and dependable? Are you certain these adjectives can be applied to Chen? This great deceiver managed to clean out the entire treasury when no one was paying attention. A rare smile flickered across Chu Ningxue's icy visage as she grasped the investigative materials regarding Chen and began to peruse them. Chen, an ordinary staff member in the security department of Longcheng Huaeng Penguin Game Company. Educational background, work history, residential address, mobile number, WeChat ID. And other basic information. Fiancée Zhao Qingru, described as a promiscuous woman, entangled with many men. She even had a fling with Chen's good friend Liu Yifei. Gazing at the documents in her hands, Chu Ningxue's frosty countenance shifted slightly, revealing an expression of incredulity. Not due to the exaggeration or peculiarity of Chen's experiences, but rather their utter ordinariness. So ordinary that the infidelity of his fiancée was one of the few highlights in this dossier. The calmness and extraordinary abilities he exhibited were utterly unrepresented by these materials. Zhao Qingru. Is this woman not utterly foolish? How can she engage in affairs while having such a commendable boyfriend as Chen? Truly, she is oblivious to the fortune she possesses. If only she were his girlfriend. This thought. Chu Ningxue suddenly felt a warmth creeping up her ears, gradually spreading until her cheeks and neck bore the same hue. At the edge of the city center, in an abandoned prison, within the office, "Please report on your recruitment progress," Chen commanded sternly while seated in a high-end office chair, legs crossed. During this time, Chen had maintained communication with Yang Mi through WeChat and phone calls that he clearly outlined the type of talent he required to Yang Mi via WeChat, and this conversation served as a test of her efficacy. Chen was relatively satisfied with Yang Mi. After all, she had passed the first hurdle he set for her. He had given her 500,000 in cash, and she had not chosen to flee. A woman who can resist the temptation of money is far more reliable. As per your request, I initially screened candidates based on the driving in the rain to pick someone up question. Only 2 individuals passed the preliminary interview, Liu Yifei and Liu Shishi, applying for the positions of procurement supervisor and financial supervisor, respectively. Upon hearing Yang Mi's response, Chen felt a headache coming on. How could only two individuals have passed the preliminary interview? Is the driving in the rain to pick someone up question really that difficult? Perhaps I should provide a few more questions. As long as they answer one correctly, it can count as a successful preliminary interview. How many candidates did you interview using the driving in the rain to pick someone up question? Over 1200. Ye Chen nearly spat out his drink. After interviewing over 1200 candidates, only 2 passed the preliminary round. This won't do. I need to simplify the questions. If I can't recruit anyone, my plans for the prison will never materialize. After a moment of contemplation, Ye Chen cleared his throat and said solemnly, "It seems that asking just one question is still too difficult. I'll propose another question. Listen carefully and try to answer later." Yang Mi nodded eagerly, indicating her readiness to comply with her boss's instructions. Once upon a time, there was a king with 2 sons. Upon his death, he left behind an inheritance. In his will, he stated that the son with the slowest horse would inherit the fortune. He designated a race course that stretched from the palace to a small bridge outside the city. On the day of the race, both sons mounted their horses and commenced the competition. However, as they were racing to see whose horse could run the slowest, they moved at an excruciatingly slow pace, not advancing even a meter all day. This race appeared to be an endless stalemate. An old man passing by casually offered them a few words of advice. After heeding his counsel, both sons suddenly sprang into action, galloping at full speed, and the race was soon decided. The heir to the inheritance was ultimately determined. So, what did the old man say? Yang Mi hung her head in contemplation. Why did the sons speed up after hearing the old man's words? Did they not desire the inheritance? Surely not. Perhaps the old man revealed some secret that led them to abandon the inheritance. Inheriting wealth. Could it be that it comes with burdensome responsibilities? After pondering for about 3 minutes, Yang Mi could not deduce a reasonable justification and had to muster the courage to respond. Perhaps the old man told them that inheriting the king's fortune would come with terrifying consequences, which made them choose to run faster and abandon the inheritance. No, inheriting the wealth entails no consequences. Ye Chen decisively refuted her answer. Could it be that the old man told the 2 princes that there are many things more important than wealth in life, such as familial bonds, and thus they were moved by this realization, choosing to run faster and forego the inheritance? Incorrect. Yang Mi sighed helplessly, gazing at Ye Chen with her big watery eyes, revealing a blend of innocence and eagerness for the correct answer. Chapter 11. The plan. The correct answer is, they swapped horses. Upon hearing the answer, Yang Mi was momentarily stunned, taking about 2 seconds to process the information. Of course, they swapped horses. The king's will stated that the son with the slowest horse would inherit the fortune. After swapping horses, they could simply gallop at full speed toward the finish line. Whoever reached first would claim the inheritance. Boss, you are truly remarkable. Admiration sparkled in Yang Mi's beautiful eyes. Ye Chen rubbed the corners of his eyes, exhaling deeply as he said, "Those 2 who passed the preliminary interview, please expedite their onboarding procedures, then have them add me on WeChat. I will personally arrange their work. Also, you must hasten the recruitment process. We need doctors, teachers, data analysts, biological researchers, materials analysts, equipment technical engineers, network debugging engineers, etc. You can enlist the help of an outsourcing company for recruitment. Remember, spare no expense. Efficiency is paramount. In a large state-owned enterprise, in the procurement supervisor Liu Yifei's workstation. A message arrived via WeChat.it was from HR. Yang Mi. Congratulations, Miss Liu Yifei. You have successfully passed the interview for the position of procurement supervisor at our company. Please bring the following materials to proceed. Please add the leader's WeChat. Subsequently, a transfer of 200,000 yuan arrived via WeChat. Liu Yifei's eyes widened in disbelief, her expression brimming with shock. Is this really happening? After adding the leader Ye Chen on WeChat, a flurry of messages cascaded in. Unlimited procurement of meat, vegetables, fruits, pasta, cold dishes. Unlimited procurement of drinking water. Unlimited procurement of wireless transceivers or walkie-talkies. Unlimited procurement of personal hygiene products, such as toilet paper, wet wipes, toothpaste, toothbrushes, shampoo, etc. Unlimited procurement of protective equipment. Gas masks, protective clothing, gloves, masks, and other personal protective gear. Unlimited procurement of large power generation equipment, diesel generators, solar power, hydrogen energy, and corresponding energy materials. Unlimited procurement of emergency and medical supplies, first aid kits, and basic medical supplies, including bandages, disinfectants, prescription medications, and commonly used medications. Procure an advanced indoor and outdoor monitoring system. Reinforce the facilities surrounding the company. All of the above projects can be outsourced. You only need to oversee and accept them. No need to consider costs. Efficiency comes first. After the project concludes, you will receive a 20 commission. For financial matters, consult the financial supervisor Liu Shishi. Liu Yifei could hardly believe the contents of her phone. Unlimited procurement. This was the most extravagant phrase she had ever encountered in her years as a procurement supervisor. Moreover, is the boss planning on colonizing Mars with all these purchases? However, none of that mattered. What truly mattered was the whopping 20 commission after the project concluded. That was Liu Yifei's primary concern. She was determined to work hard and seize this opportunity. If she handled these matters well, she would never have to worry about food and clothing for the rest of her life. At the Hoarding Penguin Game Group's office area, Chen adjusted her glasses, her fingertips flying across her phone. This woman was a colleague sitting next to Chen and also a close friend of his fiancée. Having always looked down on Chen, she felt compelled to share this news with Zhao Qingru immediately. Qingru, is your boyfriend Chen nearby? No. Why? The tone on the other end of the phone was rather irritable, as Zhao Qingru currently awaited the results of a 2 million investigation at the security center. The prolonged wait had left her feeling increasingly frustrated. Zhao Qingru typed in reply, I have lost a fortune of 2 million and am waiting for the results at the security center. Just say what you need to say. I am truly at my wit's end. 2 million. What does that amount to? Zhao Qingru responded, perplexed that I heard a rumor that your fiancé, Chen, assisted our company's chairman in resolving a serious bug and was rewarded with several billion. Several billion. Are you referring to sperm? He certainly possesses that. Zhao Qingru was utterly unconvinced, baffled by Qiao Bishuan's outrageous claims. Qingru, I assure you, I am not deceiving you. Only a few senior executives at the company are privy to this information. And I happen to overhear it. Just think, if it weren't true, how could he possibly have 2 million? Remember, he couldn't even produce the 30-odd thousand for the betrothal gifts. How could he casually pull out 2 million? Indeed, he claimed to have won the lottery, and I almost believed him. Now that I hear you say this, it certainly raises suspicions. Zhao Qingru trembled with rage. That scoundrel Chen, having acquired several billion, only offered her 2 million. How dare he treat her like a beggar? Zhao Qingru continued on the line. Chen hasn't even mentioned this matter to me. It seems he has no intention of sharing this money. How could he, as my fiancé, be so guarded against me? If he lacks benevolence, I shall not be bound by righteousness. Qiao Bishuan swallowed hard and asked in a serious tone, Qingru, what do you intend to do? I am certainly on your side. You two are not officially married yet. If he stubbornly refuses to give you any money, you will indeed gain nothing. However, if Chen is at fault, we can leverage moral and legal high ground to compel him into compliance. At the very least, we could claim half of his fortune. Upon hearing this, Zhao Qingru began to contemplate. Though still unsure, she softly inquired, are you suggesting? Without any pretense, Qiao Bishuan stated, I can sleep with Chen and record evidence of our encounter. This way, we can easily secure his money. What do you think? Feigning concern, Zhao Qingru replied, wouldn't that be too cruel for you? After all, you are still a virgin. Cruel. One night in bed could yield several billion. Where else could one find such a bargain? Qiao Bishuan was unfazed. She had preserved her chastity for years with the hope of using it in the most valuable way if this endeavor succeeded. She would consider it the most expensive first night in history. We are good sisters. For your sake, I am willing to make this sacrifice. Thus, the two unscrupulous women naturally reached an agreement to ensnare Chen using the allure of beauty. Aiming to claim his billions. Chapter 12, Blue Whale Hotel on the outskirts of the city. Within the prison, Chen surveyed the continuous influx of various supplies and expressed satisfaction with the work of the new employee. Liu Yifei. Just one day, fresh produce, fruits, and grains totaling several thousand tons had been transported from major supermarkets like Walmart and RT Mart. Other requested items were also steadily arriving. It seemed Chen no longer needed to worry about daily necessities. He merely had to come regularly to collect these supplies into his dimensional space. That moment, Chen's phone buzzed with a WeChat message notification. It was from his fiancée, Zhao Qingru. Dear, what are you doing? Since our last meeting, you haven't taken the initiative to message me. I miss you terribly. I recently learned a new split. Would you like to come over and unlock some new positions? Today is a safe period. You can go without protection. Chen frowned as he read Zhao Qingru's messages. In his previous life, he would have found this unbearable, but now he saw through this woman and remained indifferent. Suppressing his killing intent, he replied nonchalantly, maybe next time. I'm busy right now. Having abandoned her pursuit of the trivial 2 million, Zhao Qingru now focused on Yi Chen's several billion as she lay on her bed. Staring at Yi Chen's messages, momentarily unable to believe that he remained unmoved by her blatant seduction. This, truly, he must have indeed acquired wealth and started to look down on her, the saying that a man becomes wicked once he has money held true. To confirm her suspicions, Zhao Qingru boldly asked, I heard that you recently helped the company resolve a major issue and earned several billion. Is that true? Huh. Yi Chen smirked at the WeChat message on his phone. No wonder this woman was so eager to flatter him today. She had learned of his newfound wealth. Though he was unsure how she had acquired this information, it was not necessarily bad news for him. Yi Chen did not deny it, simply replying with an Really, I knew it. The man I have my eyes on is undoubtedly the most capable. Dear, I really miss you. Let's arrange to meet tonight. I am open to whatever you have in mind. Weren't you curious about trying the split last time? Receiving an affirmative response, Zhao Qingru became even more enthusiastic, sending a barrage of voice messages filled with flirtation. Yi Chen could no longer tolerate it, and chose to ignore her. Opting not to reply to yes, he turned to head to the warehouse to store the supplies in his dimensional space. His phone rang again. This time, it was a call from an unknown number. Hesitating briefly, he pressed the answer button. Go. It's Xiao Bishuan, the one who usually sits to your left at work. Remember me from the last company gathering when we toasted together? Upon connecting, a somewhat familiar and flirty voice came through. It was her. Hadn't she always looked down on him? Why was she suddenly calling? This woman was no good. In his previous life, Chuning Xue had nearly fallen victim to her schemes. She had locked them outside and even attempted to kill them over a few packs of instant noodles. Truly a woman with a heart of a viper. What do you want? Yi Chen suppressed his inner fury and asked in a low voice. Having worked alongside you for so many years, I have always harbored feelings for you, but lacked the courage to confess. It wasn't until you left that I realized if I didn't speak now, I would truly have no opportunity. Yi Chen, what was wrong with this woman today? Coming out of the blue to profess her feelings. Had she contracted some illness? I already have a fiancée. I don't care. A fiancée and a girlfriend are not mutually exclusive. Yi Chen fell silent for a long moment after hearing this. Nothing given freely is without ulterior motives. Yi Chen's mind was already on high alert. This woman was Zhao Qingru's close friend, and she probably harbored ill intentions. Curiosity piqued. He wondered how they planned to deal with him. Changing the subject, he asked, What exactly do you want to say? Well, I wanted to invite you to dinner for abalone. Or perhaps I could personally serve you. Xiao Bishuan's tone was suggestive, hinting at something more. With an opportunity presented, Yi Chen saw no reason to refuse. Let's meet at the Blue Whale Hotel. They have the best abalone, and we can even cook noodles ourselves. Great. At the Blue Whale Hotel, in Presidential Suite 1308, Xiao Bishuan arrived hours before Yi Chen. Waiting at the entrance with a radiant smile, she wore a fitted cream-colored shirt, the top 2 buttons straining to contain themselves, revealing her delicate collarbone, while the lower part created a deep, alluring cleavage. A black miniskirt paired with silky gray stockings accentuated the length of her legs, causing them to sway enticingly with each step. Go. The abalone is ready. Come in and eat. As Yi Chen stepped through the door, he saw that she had indeed prepared an exquisite abalone and sea cucumber stew. The moment the lid was lifted, the aroma filled the entire room. Go. This abalone is specially prepared for you. Give it a try. Not just yet. I've thought about it, and I want to. Before he could finish, Yi Chen pulled her small hand and drew her into his embrace, rubbing his finger against her cheek while casting a knowing look. I'm not ready yet. Perhaps we should eat the abalone first, and then continue. Xiao Bishuan's expression faltered momentarily, but regained composure a few seconds later. She had already activated the concealed camera placed on the television cabinet in advance. This type of camera is exceedingly discreet. Even infrared checks would not detect it, leaving no concern that Yi Chen might discover it in any case. It was already fated that she could not escape Yi Chen's clutches today. Chapter 13. Returning to the security center. Although she was unaware of the shenanigans between you and Zhao Qingru, as long as I gather every item in this room into the dimensional space. I wonder how you will continue your antics. Yi Chen rose, stretched lazily, and then stored all the items in the room, including Xiao Bishuan's personal belongings, into the dimensional space. He then left without hesitation. The following afternoon, Xiao Bishuan gradually awakened, feeling an icy chill on her back. Upon opening her eyes, she was astonished to find herself sleeping on the floor. Where is this? Wasn't I at the Blue Whale Hotel with Yi Chen? Gazing at the empty room before her, Xiao Bishuan began to doubt her very existence. She forcefully slapped her cheeks with both hands, trying desperately to awaken from this nightmare. A stinging pain radiated through her face. Yet the scene before her remained unchanged. Soon after, she caught sight of her phone not far away. Thankfully, the phone was still there. The first thing she did upon unlocking it was confirm her location. This is indeed the Blue Whale Hotel. I thought Yi Chun had sold me off. At that moment, her heart, which had been hanging in suspense, began to settle down considerably. Just then, Zhao Qingru called. Bishuan, how is the situation? Has everything been recorded? I've already found a lawyer here. The consultation fee is quite steep, amounting to 100,000. However, compared to tens of billions, this amount is merely a drop in the bucket. Why aren't you speaking? Hello, can you hear me? Xiao Bishuan, bewildered, replied. Qingru, I think I've seen a ghost. Forget about the camera. Everything in the hotel room is gone. Come quickly to the Blue Whale Hotel to pick me up. I don't even have my clothes on. I'm completely naked right now. Click. The sound of the door opening echoed. A cleaning uncle entered with his cleaning tools. Upon entering, he immediately spotted the naked Xiao Bishuan curled up on the floor. What the? Miss, why aren't you wearing any clothes? This room was checked out this morning. How can there still be someone here? And where are the items they secretly conspired in their hearts? Planning to give the front desk attendant a good beating after work to vent their frustrations and grievances. Young Master Yi, please. The beautiful secretary gestured for Yi Chen to enter the exclusive passage. Amidst the envious gazes of the crowd, Yi Chen stepped into the exclusive corridor. Wasn't that guy just an ordinary employee from the security department? Why was the chairman's secretary personally receiving him? And why was he using the high-level executive passage? This was utterly absurd. Don't you know? This young man helped Chairman Chu resolve a significant bug, preventing losses amounting to hundreds of billions of dollars. If you had such capabilities, you could enjoy this treatment too. So that's how it is. No wonder this guy is so arrogant, daring to fight in the company. However, if I were him, I would be even more audacious. Having salvaged losses of hundreds of billions, he could stroll around without a care in the world. This young man is not only handsome but also extraordinarily capable. It's no wonder he has captured Chairman Chu's favor. The onlookers began to chatter, their words brimming with envy and jealousy towards Yi Chen. On the 77th floor, in the chairman's office, Chu Ningxue remained seated like an icy beauty, her expression inscrutable, revealing no hint of emotional fluctuation. This was Yi Chen's second visit here. He effortlessly pulled out the chair opposite Chu Ningxue and sat down, greeting her directly. Miss Chu, long time no see. Hearing Yi Chen's address, Chu Ningxue visibly paused. Miss Chu, this was the first time anyone had dared to address her as such in the company. It made sense, though. Yi Chen was no longer an employee, so it was reasonable for him not to refer to her as chairman anymore. Yi Chen, last time you came, you emptied my treasury. What do you plan this time? Chu Ningxue's tone was icy, yet there was a hint of jest in her words. Clearly, she was unconcerned about the loss from the treasury. Rather, Yi Chen's return visit filled her with surprise and delight. I hope Miss Chu can assist me in purchasing some items. As for the compensation, I can pay 10 times the normal price. Chu Ningxue frowned slightly and replied with a cold smile. Are you suggesting that you want to use the funds acquired from my treasury to trade with me? Do you really think I'm a child of 3? A sense of authority emanated from her like a torrential flood, causing the beautiful secretary standing respectfully by to break into a cold sweat, not daring to look up. Yet Yi Chen fixed his gaze firmly on Chu Ningxue's delicate face, showing no sign of retreat. This is a legitimate transaction. Consider it a favor owed to you. Within a month, you will undoubtedly have a request of me. Trust me, you won't suffer a loss. The chill in Chu Ningxue's eyes lessened slightly. Just days prior, Yi Chen's seemingly casual remarks had helped the company recover losses amounting to hundreds of billions. Had it not been for those recent events, she would have dismissed Yi Chen as a madman. But now, she placed immense importance on every word he uttered. Better to believe than to disbelieve. Coupled with her curiosity about what Yi Chen sought, she coldly inquired, what do you wish to buy? Yi Chen had an extensive list of items he wished to purchase, and detailing each one would be a waste of time. Thus, he had prepared a list in advance, casually pulling it from his pocket and handing it to Chu Ningxue. Ordinarily, Yi Chen would not be permitted to hand items directly to Chu Ningxue. Such transactions were meant to be conducted through the secretary for the chairman's safety. However, Chu Ningxue did not instruct her secretary to take it, but instead extended her graceful hand to receive it herself. As she unfolded the list, her delicate brows furrowed, her expression shifting to one of disbelief. Are you certain you want to purchase these items? I am certain. Yi Chen replied emphatically, nodding without hesitation. Chapter 15. Love struck Chu Ningxue's brows knitted tightly. Her demeanor serious. The usually composed woman found herself perturbed upon seeing the contents of the list: Marine Corps combat equipment, tracked assault vehicles, AI intelligent patrol simulation robots, single-person operation combat robots, embedded exoskeletons. The variety of conventional weapons was equally extensive, including AKs, M4A1s, scars that I cannot assist you in acquiring these items. Chu Ningxue inhaled sharply, increasingly convinced of the mystery surrounding this man, Yi Chen. These weapons were among the most advanced in current combat technology. Some were even still in development. How could he possibly be aware of them? Regardless of how he came by this knowledge, she could not facilitate such a purchase. Rest assured, I won't use these weapons. You only need to purchase them and store them in the prison at the edge of the city. The entire process can be monitored by the relevant departments and your personnel. If I make any move to utilize these assets, you can reclaim them at any time. Furthermore, I guarantee that within a month, all these weapons will be returned in their entirety. Upon hearing Yi Chen's promise, Chu Ningxue felt a flicker of doubt. She had instructed her subordinates to keep a close watch on Yi Chen's every move these past few days, thus she was well aware of his plans to buy a prison. The combination of acquiring a prison, procuring supplies, and weapons led her to question Yi Chen's true intentions. Was the United States planning to wage war against China? Had he received some insider information? To confirm her suspicions, Chu Ningxue questioned, "Do you have insider information?" "No insider information." "Then what do you mean by saying that within a month, I will surely have a request of you? I am not only a great magician, but also a prophet capable of foreseeing events a month ahead." "Do you believe that?" Yi Chen appeared somewhat helpless in the face of Chu Ningxue's probing, resorting to absurdity. Chu Ningxue. At that moment, she realized her own loss of composure. After all, she was the chairman of a publicly listed leading enterprise. How could she behave like a child, persistently questioning everything? How embarrassing. If there were a crack in the ground, she would wish to burrow into it. Suddenly, Yi Chen produced a pearl necklace from somewhere. The necklace featured a series of large pearls, exhibiting rich, creamy white and faint pink hues. These pearls emitted a soft luster, exuding an air of nobility and elegance. Each pearl had been meticulously selected to ensure perfect matching in shape and sheen. Interspersed among the pearls were diamonds, enhancing the necklace's brilliance. This was a precious piece of art valued at over $100 million. Why Yi Chen specifically purchased it to serve as a deposit for the batch of military weapons. After all, it would be impractical to present over $100 million in cash before Chu Ningxue. This necklace serves as a deposit. The remaining balance will be settled in a month. Is this for me? Of course it's for you. Upon hearing Yi Chen's affirmative response, a flush spread from Chu Ningxue's neck to her cheeks, her shyness lending her an endearing quality that rendered her previous icy demeanor completely absent. "You've already accepted it, so I shall take it as your agreement." With that, Yi Chen turned to leave, for he had many matters to attend to. Time was of the essence. He left behind a love-struck Chu Ningxue, her head drooping as she spiraled into a daydream. Why did he give me a necklace? Could it be that he harbors such feelings for me? No, I am the chairman of Huatin Penguin Game Group. My marital affairs must align with those of my status. How can I indulge in romantic entanglements? How utterly embarrassing. Chu Ningxue had grown up in an environment devoid of male companionship. Upon maturity, she immediately took on the role of chairman, and no man dared to approach her. Yet, at the age of 25, a woman is at a stage where she yearns for love. Yi Chen's arrival perfectly filled the emotional void in her life. The secretary, having never witnessed the chairman in such a youthful demeanor, was taken aback and began to suspect whether Yi Chen had cast a spell on her. "Chairman?" The secretary's voice snapped Chu Ningxue back to reality. The flush on her cheeks quickly faded, and her icy demeanor regained its dominance. "Contact Director Liu from the Military Procurement Department and have him prepare according to the contents of this list." "Chairman, are you really going to assist him? This is a strategic move. I want to see what Yi Chen is truly up to. Patience allows for greater rewards. Should he exhibit any threatening behavior, I will ensure that the higher-ups take action." The secretary bent to take the list and exited the office. Alone, Chu Ningxue opened the safe behind her, placing the necklace Yi Chen had given her inside. Murmuring, "Yi Chen, you are only making me more curious." At the public security center, in the detention room, three nefarious individuals gathered. Zhao Qingru, Liu Wenkai, and Xiao Bishuan each harbored ulterior motives, yet for the sake of their common interests, they chose to collaborate. Liu Wenkai, clearly unaware of the current situation, was the first to speak. "Qingru, Are you suggesting that Yi Chun possesses more than just 2 million? More than just 2 million. His assets must currently be calculated in terms of hundreds of millions. Upon hearing this news, Liu Yifei remained skeptical. After all, he had been friends with Yi Chen for many years and was well aware of his character, while Yi Chen's skills in computing were indisputable. His social conduct left much to be desired. If the company were to encounter a serious bug, Yi Chen would undoubtedly prioritize notifying the boss to mitigate potential losses over resorting to threats for financial gain. In his perception, Yi Chen is far from being a scheming or cunning individual. Rather, he is an earnest man, diligent and submissive, who would not retaliate even when subjected to bullying. Therefore, it is understandable that he would recklessly operate Zhao Qingrou's car, driving it whimsically and without restraint. However, during this period, Liu Yifei found Yi Chen somewhat inscrutable. Compared to his usual demeanor, Yi Chen appeared transformed, no longer the devoted sycophant of Zhao Qingrou, nor the blindly trusting individual he once was. Even when Liu Yifei lost 2 million yuan of his funds, Yi Chen's previous character would have precluded any pursuit of accountability. Yet, he had managed to discreetly have Liu Yifei detained. Liu Yifei pondered for a moment and continued. I suspect Yi Chen has uncovered the truth about our dealings. Chapter 16. Ominous signs of the apocalypse on the outskirts of the city center. In a prison, Yi Chen was leisurely reclining on his bed while checking his WeChat to assess Yang Mi's work progress. Boss, 4 new recruits have passed the initial interview. The positions are attending physician, security supervisor, biological researcher, and equipment engineer. Should we arrange for a second round of interviews? Yi Chen swiftly responded by typing, no need. They should start working immediately. He instructed the security supervisor to personally recruit a team of outsourced security personnel to oversee the patrol and security of the prison premises. As for the biological researcher, he was to take full charge of establishing the prison's advanced biological research facility, with the authority to request the purchase of any necessary equipment or pharmaceuticals from the finance department. The equipment engineer would initially focus on debugging and installing the equipment that had already been procured for the prison, aiming to expedite the construction of the internal network and achieve comprehensive surveillance coverage. If they encounter any issues, they should contact you directly. I prefer not to communicate with them myself. Yi Chen outlined the work responsibilities. The establishment of a competent shelter cannot be accomplished by one person alone. Only by maximizing the utility of each individual can the objective be achieved swiftly. Understood, boss. Soon after, Liu Yifei sent a work report. Hello, boss. I am Liu Yifei, the newly appointed procurement supervisor, as per your instructions. I am currently procuring various materials at an accelerated pace that I have conducted a preliminary quantity assessment. And here are the details for your review. Approximately 70,000 tons of meat, including pork, chicken, duck, beef, and mutton, sourced from the city's largest slaughterhouse. There is a diverse assortment of fruits and vegetables, totaling around 40,000 tons. Additionally, we have completely acquired all packaged goods such as biscuits and chips transported from major supermarkets like Walmart. We are also making every effort to procure daily necessities, communication tools, protective equipment, and medical supplies. The quantities are still being tabulated. We have already expended 500 million yuan, following a payment structure of 40 in advance, with the remaining balance to be settled next month. Boss, should we continue with the procurement? Yi Chen was quite satisfied with the efficiency of the acquisitions and replied with a tap on the screen. Procure vigorously. However, do not disrupt the daily lives of the populace. It is unacceptable to buy out all supplies. Understood, boss. After half an hour of relaxation, Yi Chen made his way to the warehouse. Upon confirming the absence of any laborers, he began to gradually transfer the supplies into his dimensional space. Soon, the warehouse, once brimming with fresh produce and daily necessities, was entirely emptied. This dimensional space maintains a state of temporal stasis, ensuring that items stored within remain unspoiled. However, due to the lack of air circulation inside, living creatures cannot be preserved for extended periods. The maximum duration is 5 minutes, as they would suffocate. Yet, Yi Chen had no intention of placing anyone inside. For this was his greatest secret. In his rebirth, he would no longer easily trust anyone. A lesson learned through the sacrifices of his previous life. As thoughts swirled in his mind, a new WeChat message arrived on his phone. It was not work-related. Rather, it was a message from his fiancée, the woman he deemed insufferable. Dear, why haven't you reached out to me these past few days? My brother is coming to visit. Do you have time to join us for a meal? He is a senior manager at the stock exchange and possesses a wealth of insider information regarding investments. Are you interested? By the way, he assured me that regardless of our investment amount, it will definitely double next month. I believe this is a splendid opportunity for profit, which is why I'm informing you. My brother is a reliable person. Trusting him is a safe bet, darling. Let's meet at Horong Hotel tomorrow. I look forward to it. A barrage of voice messages followed, and Yi-chun reluctantly pressed play, feeling discomfort at the sound of her repugnant voice. However, this was not the time to confront her. With the apocalypse yet to descend, acting now could result in imprisonment. Yi-chun began to analyze the information conveyed through Zhao Qingrou's voice messages. Investment? Doubling? She was clearly eyeing the substantial wealth he possessed. This shameless woman truly has not changed her ways. Zhao Qingrou sent several more messages. This time, images that a series of photos depicted her running on the school playground in tight-fitting workout attire. Accompanied by the caption, "Today was another day of sweating profusely. I feel completely rejuvenated." Yi-chun felt a wave of nausea wash over him. Fearing further harassment from Zhao Qingrou, he hastily typed back, "Okay, good night," effectively interrupting her insidious machinations. The following morning, Yi-chun had already come to regard the prison as his new home, abandoning his former 80-square-meter two-bedroom apartment in the city center. After all, during the last apocalypse, the mortality rate in the city center far exceeded that of the suburbs. Yi-chun turned on the television, which was broadcasting breaking news. Meteorologists had discovered abnormal climate patterns, extreme weather conditions, and an alarming frequency of natural disasters beyond normal thresholds. Researchers found that sea levels were rapidly rising in certain regions, posing a severe threat of flooding to coastal cities. Geologists warned of unusually frequent tectonic movements, with noticeable increases in earthquakes and volcanic activity. Some areas faced significant geological risks, prompting people to seek safe havens. A novel virus, dubbed X-23, was rapidly spreading worldwide, its origins, transmission methods, and host organisms remaining unknown. Currently, no fatalities had been reported, but relevant researchers were working tirelessly to investigate. In a shocking revelation, insiders reported that in a certain village in the United States, over a dozen individuals had completely lost all vital signs, leaving behind only carbonized remains. The specific cause is under thorough investigation by U.S. authorities. The Ocean Protection Association revealed that the Japanese government had initiated a nuclear pollution dilution and discharge plan over a decade ago, the repercussions of which were now spreading like a butterfly effect. Bizarre creatures, such as 80-pound beetles, six-legged wild horses, and flying seals, all appeared to be linked to that nuclear discharge initiative. If the apocalypse were to occur, the Japanese government could not escape blame. The official onset of the apocalypse was merely half a month away. While some news may be alarmist, others were not unfounded. Online, foreign media first disclosed various transgressions committed by the U.S. and Japanese governments. The U.S. has been secretly developing military-grade disaster viruses capable of annihilating humanity, while the Japanese government recklessly discharged nuclear pollutants into the ocean. Years of accumulated consequences were finally set to erupt in half a month's time. Had the U.S. government ceased its research upon discovering the anomalies and publicly disclosed the findings, allowing nations worldwide to collaborate in addressing the crisis, the apocalypse might not have arrived, or at least not so swiftly. However, the selfish and greedy U.S. government not only sought to conceal the viral incident, but also aimed to weaponize these pathogens against countries unwilling to submit to its dominion. In just half a month, this virus would sweep across the globe like a storm, leading to devastation. Chapter 17. The banquet following infection with this virus, some individuals would be drained of their vital essence, becoming mere shells, while others would awaken antibodies and survive. Among those fortunate enough to endure the virus, there exists a minuscule chance of developing supernatural abilities. This virus poses a threat not only to humans, but to all cellular life forms. Numerous plants and animals will mutate, evolving into terrifying creatures far beyond normal parameters. Grasses will spread rapidly, soon enveloping the bustling city center. Certain marine organisms will break free from aquatic confines and venture onto land. Unassuming twigs may grow into towering giants overnight, reaching heights of hundreds of meters. Bees, once solely foraging for nectar, will expand to 100 times their original size, developing dual blades to voraciously extract the blood of living beings. Even the smallest ants will abandon their former nests, emerging from darkness to walk upright, and eventually evolve wings, becoming yet another dominator of the skies. All of this unfolds with a speed and ferocity that leaves no time for reaction. In summary, this disaster virus, which has erupted from the United States, has utterly dismantled the existing world order. What awaits the surviving humans is a scene of cruelty, ruthlessness, and despair, in the early stages of the apocalypse. As biological evolution and mutation have yet to reach their peak, modern military weaponry still holds some efficacy. However, as time progresses, the horror of biological mutations far exceeds imagination, while the efficacy of modern weaponry diminishes. We can only rely on the ever-awakening abilities of the extraordinary individuals. There are just 15 days left. Given the current pace of resource preparation, we are more than adequately supplied. The security measures inside and outside the prison are being constructed according to the highest standards. I wonder when Chu Ningxue will fulfill her promise regarding the weaponry. At that moment, a muscular man with a slight stubble on his chin knocked on the door and softly said, "Boss He, there's a beautiful lady outside looking for you, claiming to deliver goods as per your list." The man speaking was Yang Dalong, a hulking figure who had won 8 consecutive championships in underground boxing matches and now served as Yi Chen's security chief. In this warehouse, no one is permitted to enter during the transportation period without Yi Chen's consent. Yang Dalong, well versed in the rules, only dared to report from outside the door that it must be the weapons purchased by Chu Ningxue that have arrived. "I understand. You go and receive this batch of supplies. Place them in warehouse number 2 under the surveillance of the monitoring center. After placing them, no one is allowed to enter, and ensure that there are personnel patrolling day and night." "Understood, boss." Yi Chen wandered around the prison for an entire morning, inspecting the expansion of the walls, the reinforcement of the iron gates, the progress of surveillance coverage, the construction of the biological laboratory, security patrols, and the renovation of single-person cells. All were steadily advancing at an accelerated pace. Indeed, the power of currency is formidable that Yi Chen's salary standards are 5 to 10 times that of leading enterprises in the market. And he even promised that salaries would double in a month. This was clearly an empty promise, as the apocalypse was imminent, and money would soon lose its value at 18 noon. The appointed time for the meal with Zhao Qingru was approaching. Yi Chen decided to attend the banquet that he called upon security chief Yang Dalong to accompany him to the Huadong Grand Hotel. This is the most prestigious and expensive hotel in the city. At 1:30 p.m., a full half hour past the agreed time, Yi Chen leisurely stepped into the hotel. Following the guidance of a hostess, he proceeded forward. He knew he was the main character of this gathering. Without his presence, they would hardly dare to touch their chopsticks. As soon as Yi Chen entered the luxurious private room, Liu Yifei, wearing glasses, immediately bent forward to greet him. Taking Yi Chen's coat, "You finally made it. Everyone thought you wouldn't show up. Please, take a seat." Yi Chen surveyed the room and noticed 4 individuals, 2 of whom he wished he could tear apart with his bare hands right then and there. One was Zhao Qingru, and the other was Liu Yifei. The other 2 were former colleagues Qiao Bishuan and Zhao Qingrou's brother, Zhao Xiaojie. The sight of these 2 brought to Yi Chen's mind the images of betrayal and his blood-soaked demise in the previous life. This pain, this hatred loomed over him like a nightmare. Never leaving his heart, he understood that only by personally exacting revenge on these 2 could he expunge his inner demons. Yi Chen discreetly cast a glance at security chief Yang Dalong behind him. At that moment, if he wished, he could effortlessly eliminate them. However, in the end, reason prevailed, calming him down. Allow them to live for another half-month. Once the apocalypse descends, they will truly experience what real pain feels like. "My dear, you finally arrived. You haven't met my brother yet, have you? Let me introduce him to you. This is my brother Zhao Xiaojiang, currently a senior manager at the Securities Exchange, earning a comfortable monthly income of several hundred thousand. He has access to numerous insider information, and if we are willing to invest some capital, making dozens of times profit in a month is as easy as drinking water." As soon as Yi Chen took his seat, Zhao Qingru began her incessant chatter, which stirred the murderous intent within Yi Chen once more. Nevertheless, he suppressed his emotions and watched her performance with a calm demeanor in his previous life. Although Yi Chen had interacted with Zhao Qingrou's brother only a few times, he was well aware of his background, that he was merely an outsourced employee at the Securities Exchange, earning less than 60,000 a year. They didn't even provide him with basic social insurance. Yet today, to maintain appearances, they had splurged on expensive branded attire to present themselves well. It seemed that the financial pressure from the traps laid previously had taken a toll on them. They could hardly afford to hire extras anymore. Before Yi Chen could respond, Zhao Xiaojiang eagerly stood up, humbly extending his right hand for a handshake. However, Chen chose to ignore him in front of everyone. He simply sat down. After about 5 seconds, Chen pretended to notice him and reluctantly shook his hand. Brother-in-law, I am currently at the Securities Exchange, working as a senior manager. I wonder what you're busy with these days. He then poured a glass of white liquor for Chen. Xiao Zhang is the pride of our Zhao family. At such a young age, he has risen to a senior management position at the Securities Exchange. Over the years, countless people have sought to cultivate a relationship with him. However, our Xiao Zhang looks down on them all. Just recently, he invested in Longji Green Energy and made a substantial profit. If he were to lend us a hand, we could just wait for bags of money to come our way. Zhao Qingru lavished praise on her brother without regard for logic. In her eyes, anything she said would be unconditionally believed by Chen. Yet, Chen was no longer the person he once was. His previous unconditional trust had only led to ruthless betrayal. Chapter 18. Those who betrayed me shall taste despair. Chen feigned contemplation, weighing the pros and cons while displaying an interested demeanor. There was no ulterior motive. He simply wished to see how they would perform next. Investing in stocks is akin to gambling. Fortune favors the bold. This topic is too lengthy to discuss at the moment. Let us order some dishes. As Zhao Xiaozhang continued his enthusiastic discourse, Zhao Qingru, fearing he would overdo it and expose their ruse, hurriedly interrupted. She then instructed a nearby waiter to bring the menu for ordering. Quick-witted, Chen snatched the menu from the waiter's hands and jokingly said, I'm starving. Let's start with a premium abalone and sea cucumber soup to replenish our strength. Upon hearing the name of the dish, Xiao Bishuan, who had been silent until now, blushed, recalling the rough treatment she had endured from Chen that fateful night. Her eyes reflected fear and trepidation as she glanced at Chen. Following this, Chen casually ordered a few signature dishes before setting the menu down. He had no intention of exploiting them financially. Those amounts were too trivial for him. The 4 individuals watched as Chen ceased ordering, their anxieties finally easing. Dining at this hotel was exorbitantly expensive, and given the losses they had incurred due to Chen previously, they were practically destitute. Their presence here was solely to ensnare Chen. The unsuspecting as the dishes gradually arrived, each of them harbored ulterior motives and refrained from touching their chopsticks. Xiao Bishuan was the first to break the silence, her voice steady as she asked, Chen, I heard you sought out Chairman Chu again. What was the purpose this time? Chen picked up a succulent piece of abalone, swayed it before his eyes, and slowly replied, about that. Chu Ningxue has feelings for me and wishes for me to become her son-in-law. However, I declined. I am already engaged. How could I possibly act in such an unfaithful manner? Chen spoke without a hint of embarrassment, his words laced with a tone of provocation, seemingly implying something deeper. In just a few sentences, he stirred a tempest within Zhao Qingru, Liu Yifei, and Xiao Bishuan. Both Zhao Qingru and Liu Yifei were internally anxious, pondering whether Chen was hinting at them. Meanwhile, Xiao Bishuan wore a skeptical expression, questioning how Chen could be a good man if he had slept with her that night. Zhao Xiaozhang, being new to the scene, could not discern reality from pretense and hurriedly complimented. Brother-in-law, you truly are a devoted person. My sister did not misjudge you. By the way, brother-in-law, I heard you've been making quite a bit of money lately. Are you interested in investing in the stock market? The A-share market is currently booming. If you follow my insider information, it's possible to multiply your investments several times each month. He promptly revealed several stocks that were gaining momentum. Longji Green Energy, Yaoming Konga, belayed that these stocks were touted as hot stocks, and he claimed to have insider information about their impending buybacks. If you dare to invest in these stocks, I guarantee you'll reap substantial rewards. Chen feigned interest, hesitating as he replied, Xiaozhang, I recently acquired a large prison to serve as my office, and my company is just starting out, so I have many expenses that I currently employ over 1,000 staff. And the daily payroll alone amounts to tens of millions. Therefore, I must tread carefully with every step I take. Upon hearing this, Zhao Qingru could no longer remain composed. Buying a large prison, running a company, employing over 1,000 people, and dispersing tens of millions daily. Such simple, nonchalant words thrilled her to the core. As Chen's fiancée, if she were to marry him, she could openly become the boss lady. Previously, upon hearing the news of Chen's prosperity, Zhao Qingru harbored some doubts. Yet now, having heard Chen's own admission, her skepticism has completely evaporated. However, the 4 of them had previously conspired to swindle Chen of his wealth through stock manipulation. They planned to purchase several shell companies and inflate their stock prices, waiting for Chen to take the bait. Whatever amount he had, they would issue him an equivalent number of shares. Knowing full well he could never purchase them all, the stock market thrives on the gullibility of others. Once Chen's funds were entirely depleted, he would hold no value for them, and they could easily concoct an excuse to discard him. Yet, upon weighing the pros and cons, the notion of being a legitimate businesswoman seemed far more appealing than engaging in deceitful schemes. The ill-gotten gains would have to be shared equally among Liu Wenkai, Xiao Bishuan, and herself, not to mention setting aside a portion for Xiao Gang, and no matter how one calculated it, it simply did not add up, now that she had boarded the ship of thieves. There was no turning back. Should she betray them, Liu Wenkai and Xiao Bishuan would undoubtedly retaliate, revealing her treachery to Chen in full detail. In that scenario, she would truly find herself bereft of both wealth and position. Chen, do you not trust my brother? And do you not trust me? I am your fiancée. Anyone in this world could conspire against you, but I would never do so. Chen's composed demeanor faltered slightly. Engaging in finance was undoubtedly far easier than the tangible industries we were involved in. There were times I too wished to enter this realm, yet lacked a mentor, given Xiao Gang's forthright nature and his status as my fiancée's brother. I had no reason not to trust him. However, my own career was just beginning to take shape, making it impossible to withdraw and liquidate assets at this moment. Xiao Gang, use your own capital to trade for half a month to showcase your results to my brother-in-law. If the outcome is favorable, he will promptly sell the prison and join you. I could liquidate all my fixed assets, which would yield at least 2 billion in cash, all of which I would invest into the stock market. Chen spoke with reckless abandon, indifferent to whether they believed him or not. The money was in his hands, and they had no choice but to accept it. Yet, he had not come here merely to deceive them. There were ulterior motives at play. At that moment, he exchanged a knowing glance with Yang Dalong behind him. Yang Dalong understood immediately and leisurely produced several property deeds from his pocket. These are properties I purchased in the city center with surplus funds. Featuring a scenic view of the river, Chen grew, did you not express a desire for a larger residence? This 180 square meter apartment is yours, Wenkai, since you are here on business and have nowhere to stay. This apartment is for you. And Xiao Gang, you must not have secured accommodation yet, so this one is for you. Bishuan, you have often complained about your current residence being distant from the office. This apartment is less than a kilometer away. Xiao Bishuan was taken aback, completely unprepared for such generosity. You all must move in promptly. I have communicated with the property management. If these apartments remain unoccupied for more than 2 days, they will be rented out. These properties have been meticulously selected by Chen. 2 weeks later, as the virus outbreak occurred, these locations would become some of the hardest hit areas. Those who betrayed or harmed me must taste the despair of the apocalypse. Chapter 19. Chu Ningxue's speculation afterward. Chen concocted a casual excuse to depart from the dinner. He felt nauseous at the thought of spending another second with them. Nevertheless, this visit had yielded some benefits. Once they settled into the apartments Chen provided, they would soon witness the true horror of a hell on earth when the apocalypse struck. The Huatin Penguin Game Group, on the 77th floor in the chairman's office. Chu Ningxue closed the monitoring window on her computer and pondered. What do you think Chen intends to do with this batch of weaponry? A balding middle-aged man, perspiration beading on his forehead, replied, he is the security manager responsible for monitoring. Since the weapons were placed in the prison warehouse designated by Chen, not a single person has approached them, let alone moved them, although he has yet to utilize these weapons. We cannot afford to be complacent. If these weapons are activated, it would be a simple matter to destroy a commercial center or launch a terrorist attack, since this batch of weapons is supplied by our Huatin group. We bear the obligation and responsibility to monitor them. Chu Ningxue nodded noncommittally. To be honest, she was beginning to regret providing Chen with these weapons. The risks were simply too great. Fortunately, she had already set permissions for these weapons. So even if Chen wished to use them, he could not do so without her authorization. With a slight frown, she stated, as long as there are no unusual activities, we can temporarily disregard the matter of the weaponry. Just assign a few individuals to monitor it around the clock. The bald man wiped the sweat from his forehead and remarked, Chairman Chu, there is another peculiar matter. Chen has been acquiring supplies in bulk, daily necessities, fresh meat and seafood, without regard for cost. Given the size of the prison warehouse, it should have reached capacity over a week ago. Yet, even after surpassing the load limit, delivery trucks continue to arrive daily. As if it were a bottomless pit. I wonder. Chu Ningxue interjected coldly. What are you implying? Speak plainly, the bald man continued. I suspect Yi Chun might be preparing for some extraordinary circumstances. Have you noticed the recent international news buzz? Volcanic eruptions, earthquakes, tsunamis, nuclear contamination, natural disasters, and viral outbreaks. As he spoke, he pulled up a trending news segment on his phone. The video depicted a humanoid-sized insect walking upright in a bustling urban area, resembling a specter of death that left no one unscathed. The video concluded with a pool of blood and what appeared to be a humanoid stone sculpture. It seemed like a scene from a horror film. A flicker of unease crossed Chu Ningxue's icy features. Though she held a prestigious position and had been a favored child of fortune since birth, she had seldom witnessed such gruesome, terrifying scenes, making her emotional response entirely natural. This video had gone viral online. Initially dismissed by many as a mere showcase of special effects. However, recent analyses by hackers revealed no signs of human alteration. It was indeed an authentic recording. As the video gained traction, an influx of similar footage flooded the internet, drowning out many genuine recordings that I suspect something significant may have transpired abroad. Understood. You may return to your tasks, Chu Ningxue replied coldly, wishing to be alone with her thoughts, once the others had departed. She stood by the floor-to-ceiling window, attempting to organize her thoughts. The veracity of foreign news was uncertain. It was essential to be cautious, yet not overly skeptical, if the events depicted in the video were true. Yi Chun had initially withdrawn the entirety of the treasury's funds. The following day, he purchased a state-of-the-art and used prison on the outskirts of the city center. That it was one thing to seek financial resources from her. But why purchase a prison? Prisons were considered sunset industries. With the gradual improvement of human education and a declining crime rate, many prisons stood idle. In such circumstances, he had managed to invest $2 billion in acquiring a prison. This left Chu Ningxue utterly perplexed. Moreover, after purchasing the prison, Yi Chun was not content with its already high-level security and proceeded to upgrade it further. The original 15-meter outer wall had been forcibly expanded to 30 meters. This wall exceeded the typical height required for a prison. The 2 iron gates were also upgraded to 5 half-meter thick alloy doors, adhering to the standards of his treasury. It appeared that Yi Chun was not merely buying a prison for profit. Rather, it seemed he was constructing an impregnable sanctuary. Did he possess insider knowledge? Was he preemptively building a refuge in anticipation of impending calamities? The alarming news of natural disasters and viruses abroad, the relentless supply deliveries, and the reckless security upgrades. He had even commissioned her to procure the most advanced weaponry. Individually, each of these actions seemed innocuous, but when considered collectively, Yi Chun was preparing for an apocalypse. If, as depicted in the video, mutated insects were to emerge, humanity would be unable to survive without such a fortified refuge. With clarity of thought, Chu Ningxue unhesitatingly opened her phone, ready to call Yi Chun for clarification. Yet, halfway through dialing, she hesitated. They asked the chairman of the Huaten Penguin Game Group. How could she lower herself to call Yi Chun? Her lifelong pride would not allow it. Instead, she summoned her secretary to make the call on her behalf. This way, she could gather intelligence without compromising her dignity. Hello, Yi Chun. This is the secretary of the chairman of Huaten Group. What business could possibly warrant Chu Ningxue contacting me personally? Before she could finish her thought, the line went dead. Chairman, Yi Chun hung up, stating that any matters should be addressed directly by you. The man does not even take a moment to reflect on his own worth, yet he dares to request that you personally reach out to him. Such arrogance. Chairman, rest assured, I shall send someone to bring him here immediately. You may inquire as you please. Silence. Chu Ningxue, rarely incensed, felt the air around her grow frigid as her 2 subordinates trembled before her, causing the secretary to refrain from speaking further. Without hesitation, she retrieved her phone and dialed Yi Chun's number. Chapter 20. The end is near. Once the call connected, before Chu Ningxue could utter a word, Yi Chun interjected, You've already surmised my intentions, haven't you? Stockpile resources as much as possible during this time, and take care of yourself. Do not concern yourself with those beneath you. You are not a savior. You cannot rescue everyone. My promise still stands. Should you encounter insurmountable issues later, I will assist you, but only for you. The words that had been meticulously crafted in her mind were abruptly interrupted by Yi Chun's barrage of statements, leaving Chu Ningxue momentarily speechless, unsure of how to respond. 3 seconds later, she asked, Yi Chun, do you possess some foreknowledge? Silence enveloped the line. Only the weight of quietude answered her. Have you been preoccupied with constructing a sanctuary? Are you certain that a catastrophic virus will erupt? On the other end, Chen sighed. Indeed. I am indeed building a sanctuary, but it is in preparation for impending warfare. Warfare? Have you not noticed? Nearby, the Yamato people are eyeing us with predatory intent. While far off, the high-tech threats from the United States loom large. Should we not harbor some concerns? Chen felt a wave of exasperation wash over him. The purpose of his call was to alert Chu Ningxue to hasten her resource accumulation and avoid being weighed down by her ineffectual subordinates. In his previous life, both he and Chu Ningxue had suffered greatly due to the incompetence of her team, barely escaping death on several occasions. He had not anticipated that she would be so vigilant. Piecing together his motives from his recent actions, leaving him at a loss for words. Thus, he concocted a casual excuse to deflect her inquiries. Whether she chose to believe him or not was entirely up to her. He had already done his utmost. As for her level of insight, that depended on how seriously she took the matter. Subsequently, Chen, feeling somewhat guilty, ended the call. He was well aware of the adage, the more one speaks, the more one risks saying too much. Chu Ningxue set down her phone. While her confusion remained unresolved, she instructed her secretary, immediately begin stockpiling resources. At the edge of the city center, within the prison's rest area, Chen exhaled deeply after ending the call that he had not anticipated that Chu Ningxue would be so concerned about him. It was a miscalculation on his part. Suddenly, a strong gust of wind surged through the window, causing the cups on the coffee table to rattle, ultimately sending one crashing to the floor. Instinctively, Chen shouted, "Stop!" This was a remnant of his ability to halt time, a skill he had developed in his previous life. In moments of crisis, he would instinctively reach for this power to seize control. The words slipped from his lips, though he did not expect his time-stopping ability to activate. He had only awakened it the day before the apocalypse. In the next instant, the fabric of space-time rippled like water. The cup that had fallen hung suspended in midair. Chen had activated his time-stopping ability. As astonishment flickered across his face, 10 seconds swiftly passed. The cup shattered upon impact with the floor, splintering into countless pieces. My time-stopping ability has awakened. Yet, in my previous life, it had only manifested the day before the apocalypse. Could it be? Peering through the window, Chen gazed outside. The dark clouds loomed ominously low, casting the entire city in a shroud of darkness, while visible white specks danced in the air. This scene was one he would never forget. It was the harbinger of the impending apocalypse. The appearance of such a phenomenon indicated that the true arrival of the end was less than a day away, perhaps even sooner. The apocalypse had come early. Let it arrive sooner. The impact is not particularly significant, Chen muttered to himself, dismissing the early onset of the apocalypse as a trivial matter. Time travel is inherently a butterfly effect event. Such deviations in the timeline are quite normal. Chen powered on his office computer, commencing a final comprehensive inspection of the prison sanctuary. The prison walls had been thoroughly renovated and reinforced as required. Each wall had to be fortified with alloy materials exceeding 30 millimeters in thickness to prevent biological mutations from evolving into airborne beasts. The entire prison had been meticulously sealed for protection, with a system of circulating ventilation and comprehensive surveillance. It boasted a security level comparable to that of Hoarding Group S Vault, complete with 5 layers of alloy iron doors, as well as heating and cooling systems, all installed and fine-tuned. The weapons sent by Chu Ningxue were all stored in Warehouse No. 2. Though he remained uncertain whether she would tamper with them. Chen promptly instructed Yang Mi to disperse the personnel currently working in the prison, ordering them to cease operations for a week, assuring them that their wages would still be paid, provided they returned after the week. He would retain only the formally interviewed employees while dismissing the outsourced workers. Chen was not a savior, nor did he aspire to be one. At this moment, Chen's WeChat was inundated with messages, not from private conversations, but from the community group of his residential complex. Oh no, it's snowing. Did you all see that? Dude, it's summer, snowing. If you're ill, go get treated. Don't spam nonsense in the group. It's really snowing. Everything outside is blanketed in white, even the mountains across the way. This is southern China, not Antarctica. Snow in summer. Is Doi resurrected? This snowfall is quite heavy. Maybe we can go out and have a snowball fight. Wait, this doesn't seem like snow. The texture felt more akin to willow fluff. The community group was buzzing with excitement, akin to a crowd of onlookers, intrigued by the white spectacle outside, oblivious to the fact that it heralded the approach of the apocalypse. Chen ignored the flurry of messages in the group chat. turning instead to sit on the sofa and switch on the television. Emergency news. Across the nation, white fluffy substances are suddenly drifting through the air. Preliminary analyses by experts indicate that this substance is harmless. In the downtown area of our city, unidentified creatures have appeared, injuring several individuals. The Public Security Center has dispatched forces for a full-scale search. Please refrain from going out unless necessary, due to the widespread occurrence of unidentified floating substances. Please drive safely, avoid speeding, and do not drink and drive. Remember, careless driving brings tears to loved ones, according to the latest report from the Earthquake Detection Bureau. A localized earthquake measuring 6.5 has occurred in the northern mountains of our city. At a depth of 10 km, please do not panic, exit in an orderly manner, and be cautious of aftershocks. In recent days, seafood prices have surged by 20% due to fishing efficiency issues, marking a 20-year high. As a result of the global financial crisis, the A-share Shanghai Composite Index continues to decline, with over 90 of industry professionals believing we are at rock bottom and ready to enter the market for bargain hunting. Chen shook his head, turning off the television. The news mirrored the events leading up to the apocalypse in his previous life, offering no new insights. The apocalypse had come, beasts would emerge, and supernatural powers would manifest. After today, the global population would diminish by a staggering 10% in an instant. This was their apocalypse, yet it was Chen's revelry. Chapter 21. The apocalypse has arrived in a high-end residential complex at the city center. Be gentle. You've torn my lace bra. What do you think? My split is quite impressive, isn't it? Not bad, not bad. Just as the two were reaching a critical moment, a phone rang, interrupting the mood. Who was calling at this hour? Zhao Qingru, nestled in Liu Wankai's embrace, furrowed her brow, her displeasure palpable. She picked up the phone. It was a call from Xiao Bishuan. This woman? At that moment, Zhao Qingru no longer considered her a close friend. If it weren't for her, would Xiao Bishuan even have the privilege of living so close to the office in such a luxurious residence? She now arrogantly believed that Xiao Bishuan, Liu Wakai, and even her own brother owed their proximity to the city center to her and Chen's connections. Without her, they were nothing in Chen's eyes, even during today's confrontation. She was determined to take charge, asserting her dominance. Answer the call. What if she has something urgent to discuss? Liu Wenkai tightened his embrace around Zhao Qingru. The sensation was exhilarating that a friend's wife. A thrilling ride, especially in the lavish home he had purchased. He not only drove his car but also occupied his bed. The thrill was at its peak. Reluctantly, Zhao Qingru answered the call. The next second, Xiao Bishuan's frantic voice rang out. Has she lost her mind? Why is she shouting so loudly at this hour? Startled by Xiao Bishuan's outburst, Zhao Qingru felt her desires evaporate. Have you gone mad? Why are you shouting? You all that you need to look outside. Isn't it just some white fluff floating in the air? Experts have already stated it's harmless. Why the fuss? It's not about what's in the sky. It's about what's on the ground. The ground? Zhao Qingru hadn't paid much attention to the ground. Engrossed in her bliss, her attention had been entirely captured by the white fluff in the air. As a southerner, witnessing such a heavy snowfall was a rarity. Even if it wasn't actual snow, it was still a delightful sight. Snapping back to reality, Zhao Qingru, barefoot, approached the floor-to-ceiling window, her gaze descending. There, in the dim light, she perceived some indistinct shapes moving, ghostly and ethereal. Their forms were humanoid in size, certainly not birds. I think I see shadows moving. Is this what you meant? Indeed, the homeowners group is in an uproar. Haven't you seen the messages? Remember, under no circumstances should you venture outside. Absolutely do not go out. All right. Zhao Qingru, perplexed, hung up the phone and sat at the edge of her bed. Behind her, Liu Wakai leaned in. Yearning for another encounter, Zhao Qingru forcefully pushed him away and opened WeChat to check the messages in the homeowners group. The first message was an announcement from the property management, tagging everyone. Unidentified creatures have appeared in the community, exhibiting aggressive behavior. 2 security guards on duty at the security room have sustained serious injuries that we implore all homeowners to refrain from going outside unless absolutely necessary. How dare the property management order homeowners to stay indoors? This is outrageous. Instead of capturing the creatures attacking the guards, they tell us to stay put. Oh, they think we pay them for nothing? They're utterly useless. Pocketing our hard-earned money while accomplishing nothing. I will defiantly step outside and see what they can do to me. There are 2 shadowy figures outside my door, resembling upright beetles. Will they break in? Where is the property management? Hurry and send someone to rescue me. Security? Where are the security guards? Rescue you. We can hardly protect ourselves. We are too terrified to even breathe in the guardroom. Outside, we can only hear the footsteps of the unidentified creatures. Everyone, remain calm and collected. I am the head grid officer responsible for the community's daily operations. Please secure your doors and do not venture outside. Wait for assistance from the security center. Gather anything you can for self-defense at home. In case of emergencies, you must be able to save yourselves. I have received word that this situation is not isolated to our community. It is occurring in nearly all densely populated areas. At this moment, Xiao Qingru felt utterly bewildered. The homeowners group had inexplicably erupted. As she reached the end of the messages, another 99 notifications appeared. Far too many to keep up with. Sister, where are you? Hurry and save me. I'm surrounded by humanoid beetles, and I'm so scared. These humanoid beetles seem to be learning. At first, they didn't know how to enter the corridor, but just a few hours later, they've already figured it out. Sister, when you come to rescue me, please bring some food. I have nothing to eat here. And no one is delivering takeout. I'm so hungry right now. Messages flooded in from her brother, Zhao Xiaojiang. Although Xiao Qingru was anxious, there was little she could do. Don't worry. My dear brother. I've received news that the security center will send people over in a couple of days. Conserve your energy and absolutely do not go outside. At the edge of the city center, in a prison, Yi Chun was in warehouse number 2, inspecting the weapons sent by Chu Ningxue. After a brief inventory, he confirmed everything was in order. This was the first night of the apocalypse. The combat capabilities of the mutated beasts were currently negligible. The urgent task was to utilize these weapons to raid large supermarkets for supplies, while everyone was in a panic. Hiding at home, supplies are a valuable currency. The more, the better. Furthermore, many fresh products would perish if not collected today and stored in the dimensional space. By tomorrow, when the power facilities collapse, it would be too late. Indeed, access restrictions were in place, but you all have underestimated me. Such local access limitations pose no challenge to a super hacker like me. Hoarding Penguin Game Group. Mr. Chu, we have stocked up on supplies as you instructed. Will it last for a few days? The apocalypse arrived far too swiftly, leaving the secretary with less than 8 hours to accumulate supplies. Chu Ningxue held little hope as she softly inquired. If it's merely to sustain the basic needs of the company staff, it might last 5 days. If considering normal consumption, it would be exhausted in no more than 3 days. The secretary adjusted her glasses. Her face etched with panic, a stark contrast to her usual composure. Unlike her secretary, Chu Ningxue maintained her icy demeanor, unbothered by the impending catastrophe. Instruct everyone not to leave the company for the time being. Any defiance will be dealt with forcibly. Do not hesitate. I will bear all consequences. Chu Ningxue's choice mirrored that of her previous life. She wished to save everyone rather than selfishly survive alone. Chapter 22. Raiding supplies in the city center. At the edge of the city center, in a prison, Yi Chun held a notebook in one hand while the other end was connected to an embedded human mech via a data cable. Utilizing anti-debugging software to recompile the underlying code took a total of 40 minutes. But he finally cracked the access permissions. The administrator logged in successfully and was conducting model matching. Suddenly, a flickering blue light shot from the mech's head. Slowly scanning Yi Chen's human model from top to bottom. 3 minutes later, the model scan was complete, and the mech was checking its own status. Power 100, capable of charging via solar energy or wireless mode. With an estimated continuous usage time of 24 hours, the left arm was loaded with ammunition, 3,000 rounds of 7.62mm bullets, equipped with an automatic reloading feature. To prevent overheating. The firing rate is limited to 10 rounds per second. The right arm's laser energy is fully loaded. Please ensure safety before use, and do not aim the right arm at oneself. Note: each laser shot will deplete 10 of the power. Use cautiously, checking all neurosynaptic contact points. All systems normal. Checking all micropore cameras. All systems normal. Awaiting administrator commands. Yi Chun was startled by the sudden intelligence of the mech. He hadn't anticipated it to be so advanced. Clearing his throat, he commanded, "Activate the mech." Command received. Please turn your back to the mech. Upon hearing the request, Yi Chun did not hesitate and complied. Once he turned his back, the mech detached from its support frame and began to merge with Yi Chun. Like a viscous liquid, it slowly enveloped his head, spine, knees, and ankles, leaving only his face exposed. Administrator, do you wish to cover your face as well? At this point, Yi Chun was entirely encased in the mech. Not as if he merely donned it, but as if it had completely enveloped him like asphalt. No need. Received. Yi Chun casually threw a punch at the iron door, causing it to dent under the immense impact. The entire warehouse number 2 trembled slightly, dislodging a cloud of dust. This was incredible. Yi Chun was astonished by the strength of this armor. It exceeded his expectations. Please summarize my attack power after donning this mech. A full-force punch could rival the impact of a medium-sized truck traveling at 80 miles per hour. After getting accustomed to it, Yi Chun hardly felt the presence of the mech anymore. This mech even had a shape-shifting feature. Unless touched, one would hardly discern that he was wearing a mech suit that was astonishingly lightweight. He promptly activated 5 AI smart patrolling simulation robots, instructing them to patrol the prison and relay any occurrences through real-time images. Once fully acclimated to the mech, Yi Chun drove a tracked assault vehicle out of the prison gates. The prison's entrance consisted of 5 indestructible alloy doors. Without Yi Chun's identity verification, no one from the outside could enter. And those inside could not escape. Located on the outskirts of the city center, the prison was devoid of any mutated creatures. Thus, he drove the tracked assault vehicle toward the supermarkets in the city center. While speeding along the national highway, Yi Chun's phone continuously received WeChat messages. "Darling, where are you? Unidentified creatures have appeared here. I've seen several people die in the homeowners group, and I'm so scared no one dares to walk on the streets. It's utterly terrifying that my fridge is empty. I've gone a day and night without food. When will you come to get me? My brother is about to give up. Please hurry and save us." Yi Chun activated the vehicle's autopilot mode. "Wait for me. Absolutely do not go outside. I will deliver food to you soon." He then sent a photo of the warehouse filled with supplies. In his previous life, he had disregarded his own safety and rushed to the community to rescue his fiancée. In the end, she insisted he go back in to save her brother. After an arduous rescue, she then sent him to save Liu Yifei 5 kilometers away. That time, Yi Chun had not given it much thought. He simply complied with her wishes. Even after rescuing everyone, she took all the credit for herself, displaying an utter lack of shame. Yet, his repeated compromises and subservience only resulted in heartless betrayal and humiliation. In this life, he had been reborn and would no longer be a martyr or subservient. He would ensure that she experienced the most excruciating demise in this apocalypse, making her taste enough despair before granting them release. After replying to the WeChat messages, Yi Chun decided to log off entirely. He was far too busy to concern himself with that wretched woman. After a relentless drive of over half an hour, the roads grew increasingly congested upon entering the city. Numerous vehicles had been abandoned on the thoroughfare, as the path ahead was completely obstructed, forcing the steadily arriving cars to forsake their vehicles. Remaining in the cars offered only a dead end, while abandoning them in a desperate bid for escape provided a glimmer of hope. The tracked assault vehicle could effortlessly crush the obstructing cars, yet its speed had noticeably diminished. Along the journey, apart from encountering 2 humanoid beetles upon entering the city, Yi Chun had not encountered any other aberrant creatures. This sensation struck him as peculiar. Mutated insect beasts were naturally drawn to the essence of human life, gravitating towards the densest concentrations of humanity. How could the city center possibly be devoid of aberrant creatures? Unless these individuals had all been devoured. The thought sent a chill down Yi Chun's spine. Had the evolutionary pace of the apocalyptic beasts already surpassed that of his previous life? Regardless, what did it matter if their progress was accelerated? With his current equipment and the ability to halt time, who could stand in his way? Casting aside his apprehensions, Yi Chun continued his advance in the tracked assault vehicle. Half an hour later, the vehicle was smeared with slime and blood. As he neared the city center, the scene grew increasingly horrific. These mutated insect beasts not only awakened extraordinary abilities but also exhibited a form of beastly intellect. Those that evolved further could rival supercomputers. It was then that Yi Chun realized that it was not the aberrant beasts that had evolved prematurely, but rather that someone had engineered firepower to draw them in, aiding the populace in their escape. Shifting gears and gently applying the brakes, Yi Chun brought the tracked assault vehicle to a halt. He could advance no further, as the corpses ahead had completely obstructed the road. A large truck had entangled over a dozen police cars, clearly the result of a horrific collision. In his previous life, Yi Chun had endured 5 long years of the apocalypse, rendering him desensitized to such sights. Yet, upon observing the clothing of these individuals, he felt a pang of emotion. The bodies sprawled across the road belonged to the law enforcement officers of the security center. Yi Chun disembarked, stepping onto the blood-stained asphalt. He had witnessed such scenes far too often, and aside from a lingering sentiment towards the uniforms, it did not deeply affect him. That moment, a faint cry emerged from the pile of corpses. His enhanced sensory armor allowed him to barely hear it, emanating from the direction of a nearby garbage bin. Upon closer inspection, he was astonished to find someone he had met before, Wang Hai, the captain of the security center. Recently, while at the LV store, he had been summoned to resolve a dispute, also addressing the case concerning Liu Yifei's embezzlement of 2 million TOB franc. Chen did not harbor any disdain for this man. In fact, he somewhat admired his initiative in taking on cases. Wang Hai's side was grievously pierced, his police cap precariously rolling down the steps, his eyes vacant, as if some overwhelming obsession prevented him from succumbing easily to death. A survivor, Chen was taken aback that amidst such carnage, a survivor remained, albeit on the brink of death at that moment. Wang Hai's breath was faint. Chen dared not move his body hastily, and instead softly inquired, "What do you wish to say? My daughter is still at home, waiting for me. Finjialongjuan community. Wang Yulan, I implore you, please help me save her. You must be cautious. These aberrant beasts are too powerful. We had no chance to fight back." Just as he finished speaking, Wang Hai exhaled his last breath, his eyes slowly closing. His body rapidly dehydrated and carbonized, within 3 seconds becoming an entirely lifeless shell. Chen sighed helplessly and then used nearby white, fluffy material to cover Wang Hai's remains. "I too am headed to Finjialongjuan community. If the opportunity arises, I will assist." Finjialongjuan community was the very place Chen had painstakingly chosen for his fiancée to reside. It was the first community to be overrun by aberrant beasts. Truth be told, rescuing an individual was not overly challenging. However, entanglement with others would pose significant trouble. Thus, Chen could only promise to help if circumstances permitted. And if not, damn it, how could he forget to inquire about her age if she were merely a few years old? Would he not have to assume the role of a caretaker? At that moment, the previously tranquil environment began to shift. Unidentified aberrant beasts lurked in the shadows. Their reluctance to launch a direct attack stemmed from an inability to ascertain Chen's true strength. Such a level of aberrant beast could analyze the essence of life to gauge the power of its opponent. At this moment, Chen's life essence was the most potent and vibrant it had ever encountered. This tactic was clever. Advancing could disrupt Chen and reveal an opportune moment to strike, while retreating could confuse him and allow for a timely escape. Chen snorted coldly. It seemed that the aberrant creatures of this era had indeed evolved at a faster rate. Yet, before Chen, they were no different from fish on a chopping block. Chen opened his palm, rhythmically slapping the front of the tracked assault vehicle, producing a resounding noise. Bang, bang, bang. It was imperative to deal with this creature here. Otherwise, its potential to absorb more life essence would pose a significant danger. To have annihilated a security team armed with firearms, this beast must possess extraordinary strength. Allowing it to grow unchecked would undoubtedly threaten Chen in the future. The Shadow's speed gradually diminished, seemingly provoked by Chen's taunts. He continued to strike. Bang, bang, bang. Amidst the sounds of his assault, Chen distinctly heard a rustling sound approaching from behind. In a sudden rush, he activated time stop. Turning around, he spotted a comb-headed creature emerging from the top of a police car. Was that a chicken? A chicken clad in overalls? Its stature was at least twice that of a person. Quite absurd. In his previous life, following the onset of the apocalypse, numerous organisms underwent mutations, transforming into aberrant beasts concurrently. There were chosen individuals awakening special abilities to combat them. He had encountered centipedes the size of compact cars, mantises capable of leaping dozens of meters, and wild dogs sprouting steel claws, all of which he had faced and even slain. Yet, this imposing chicken in overalls was a first. No wonder the entire security center had been obliterated. This chicken was formidable. However, it was now facing Chen. Chen perceived the creature's intent. It aimed to launch a surprise attack from behind, but Chen had discerned its approach through his time-stopping ability. In a swift motion, Chen evaded to a nearby advertisement board. Time resumed. The mutated chicken, flapping its wings, lunged with its claws towards where Chen had previously stood, but Chen had already vanished from sight. Leaving the creature to miss its mark, its iron-like claws dug deep into the ground, creating a gaping maw in the asphalt. Having missed its attack, the chicken appeared even more enraged. It let out a piercing crow. Cock, cock, cock. Chen offered it no respite. Raising his left arm, he unleashed a barrage of precise gun-fired rat-a-tat-tat. Several bullets flew towards the chicken's chest. The chicken, still venting its frustration, furiously flapped its wings, swatting away Chen's bullets without inflicting any significant damage. Ineffective, taking cover behind the advertisement board, Chen was taken aback. It seemed the chicken's feathers absorbed the bullet's impact. Had its feathers evolved into an indestructible material, or did their structure effectively evade bullet penetration? Before Yi Chen could contemplate further, the chicken had pinpointed his location based on the trajectory of the bullets. Clearly, it had developed a rudimentary intelligence, no longer relying solely on instinct. Yi Chen's expression darkened. A smirk curling at the corner of his mouth. Did it think it could measure up to his combat prowess akin to that of the security center? His initial use of time stop had been a precautionary measure, aimed at avoiding any risk. However, now that Yi Chen had thoroughly assessed the chicken's strength, it posed no threat. The chicken soared higher, flapping its wings and extending its claws once more as the attack approached. Yi Chen did not intend to evade. Instead, he raised his left arm again, unleashing another volley of bullets. This time, however, he aimed not for its abdomen but for its comb. With just 3 bullets, he obliterated the comb atop the chicken's head. In an instant, the chicken lost all momentum, plummeting to the ground. Its wings flapped a few times before falling completely still. After waiting a full half-minute, Yi Chen approached to inspect the creature, confirming it had no life left. He placed his palm against its back. A continuous stream of life essence flowed into Yi Chen's body. The absorption process lasted 5 seconds. Subsequently, Yi Chen adeptly stored the chicken's corpse in his dimensional space. Slaying aberrant beasts allowed for the extraction of life essence, a necessity for both ordinary individuals and those with abilities to enhance their strength. Ordinary people could fortify their bodies, surpassing physical limits, while those with special powers had the chance to amplify their abilities or even awaken new ones. The carcass of such an aberrant beast was indeed a treasure. Let us not dwell on other matters. Merely the notion that its feathers, if fashioned into a bulletproof vest, would undoubtedly yield formidable results. Yi Chen stepped into the nearby Walmart warehouse. The reason the personnel at the security center did not flee and resolutely held their ground here was not solely to shield the retreating civilians, but also to safeguard the vital resources contained within Walmart. In the face of an apocalyptic scenario, the goods inside Walmart represented humanity's hope for survival. However, they were remarkably unfortunate, as they encountered the strongest of the mutant beasts right from the onset. The entrance of the Walmart warehouse crumbled under the force of Yi Chen's iron fist, crashing to the ground with a resounding thud. Upon entering, Yi Chen calmly surveyed his surroundings. Inside the warehouse, there existed both refrigerated and ambient temperature sections. First, he traced the path through the refrigerated area, collecting all available items along the way. Once inside the cold storage zone, Yi Chen braced the door firmly with a large refrigerator, fearing that the cold storage door might malfunction and trap him within, which would be perilous. The supplies here were abundant, indicating that the evacuation had been abrupt, leaving these items behind. The speed at which biological mutations were occurring in this era instilled a sense of urgency within Yi Chen. It was evident that he must hasten the enhancement of his abilities. Yi Chen recalled that in his previous life, numerous individuals with extraordinary powers emerged. Some attained their abilities through self-awakening, much like Yi Chen's own time-stopping ability. Others awakened their powers through relentless battles with mutant beasts, continuously absorbing life essence until their abilities manifested. This method of postnatal awakening was the most arduous, necessitating immense willpower and perseverance. Yet, once awakened, coupled with a body honed by countless trials, their combat prowess would be formidable. The final method of awakening extraordinary abilities involved consuming mutated fruits. Following the onset of the apocalypse, both animals and plants underwent mutations. Some mutated plants would bloom and bear fruit, yielding fruits with a density of life essence energy that was exceptionally potent. Should a fortunate individual consume such a fruit and survive, they would awaken extraordinary powers. The specific effects of these powers would depend on the type of fruit consumed. Of course, there existed an unconventional method of awakening as well. That was to engage in the continuation of the spark with Yi Chen. The early arrival of the apocalypse and the accelerated pace of biological evolution. These two factors alone instilled a sense of foreboding within Yi Chen. It appeared that he must exert himself, not only to amass sufficient supplies but also to steadily enhance his own capabilities to navigate this chaotic and morally decayed world. Otherwise, relying merely on high-tech weaponry and his time-stopping ability would be inadequate for survival in this new world. At that moment, Yi Chen suddenly recalled a powerful individual from his previous life who had awakened the Nine Heavens' divine thunder, a man named Liu Bin. He had attained his powers by consuming a mutated fruit. During that time, Liu Bin wielded this formidable ability to dominate the southwestern region. Neither mutant beasts nor the surviving humans dared to provoke him. He had undeniably become a local tyrant in the apocalyptic world. After all, who could challenge someone possessing such a destructive power? Yi Chun had encountered Liu Bin before. Although their interaction had been unpleasant, Liu Bin was undeniably arrogant, openly declaring that his source of mutated fruit came from a cave within the Qilin Cliff. A wicked smile played at the corners of Yi Chun's lips, and he resolved that since fate had intertwined their paths, he would aid himself to that mutated fruit. Yi Chun made up his mind that once he completed his current tasks, he would promptly head to Qilin Cliff to seize the mutated fruit. "Do not kill me, please. I have already followed your orders and crashed into those security personnel. You must honor your promise and spare my life." Just as Yi Chun finished collecting the fresh produce from the freezer, he heard a deranged monologue emanating from the far end of the cold storage room. Before him, a man was pinned to the wall, his limbs pierced by sharp feathers, and despite his desperate struggles, he could only yield a flow of blood without the slightest hope of escape. "I s at you." Yi Chun immediately recognized the man. It was Li Hu from the lottery center. How did he end up here? Upon seeing another living being enter, Li Hu's fear erupted forth, his face a mask of tears and snot as he cried uncontrollably. "I was forced into this. That chicken compelled me to crash into you. If I didn't accelerate, that beast would have clawed at my throat." He suddenly lifted his head, pointing to the scar on his neck, which was still lightly oozing blood. Suddenly, his expression turned frenzied, and he spoke with fervor. "It's all the fault of those security personnel. I am human, yet they fired upon me, leaving me no choice but to crash into them. You cannot blame me. I only wish to survive. You're here to rescue me, right? Your presence means that the chicken has been dealt with by the security personnel." "Yes, excellent. Quickly take me away. I am freezing to death in here." As he noticed Yi Chun's unwavering demeanor, he began to thrash about wildly, displaying immense strength, seemingly oblivious to the pain coursing through his body. Yi Chun silently regarded the man. He had succumbed to madness. The dual torment of guilt from killing and the terror of the mutant beasts had driven him to the brink. The sudden onset of the apocalypse could indeed shatter many minds. With a powerful strike, Yi Chun delivered a punch that left Li Hu feeling utterly chilled. Though this man had been his adversary in a previous life, in this life, he had become this wretched figure before him without having had the chance to retaliate. Nevertheless, the actions he had taken against the security personnel could not be excused simply due to his madness. Yi Chun directly granted him a swift end. It seemed that in this life, the mutant beasts not only evolved rapidly in power but also displayed astonishing intelligence. In a mere few hours, that chicken had learned to manipulate humans against one another. The speed of their growth was indeed terrifying. After thoroughly scavenging the supplies from the Walmart warehouse, Yi Chun estimated that these resources totaled at least several thousand tons, although this was insignificant compared to the stockpiles he had previously gathered. In the apocalypse, even a single pack of ordinary instant noodles could compel a stunning beauty to kneel and sing of submission. Thus, this venture had proven to be quite fruitful, yielding a wealth of supplies while also providing insight into the evolving capabilities of the mutant beasts. Yi Chun re-entered the tracked assault vehicle, ignited the engine, shifted into gear, and accelerated smoothly, rolling over the corpses of the security personnel as he pressed onward. The deceased were beyond saving. In this brutal apocalypse, only strength could earn respect and the right to choose. Chapter 25. Campus Beauty. Zhang Ruonan. Yi Chun continued to drive the tracked assault vehicle down the asphalt road, witnessing numerous lifeless husks that had been drained of their life essence, reduced to mere carbonized remains. Without an ounce of hesitation, Yi Chun crushed them underfoot as he sped past. In this apocalyptic world, anyone who had sustained injuries from mutant beasts or insects would gradually be drained of their life essence, transforming into lifeless shells, depending on the severity of their injuries. However, the time it took for individuals to be drained varied according to their physical constitution and mental fortitude. Those with weaker constitutions or frail mental strength would quickly lose their ability to resist and become mere shells. In contrast, individuals with robust physiques or intense desires would endure the draining process for an extended period. In his previous life, Yi Chun had witnessed one individual resist for an entire week. Of course, as long as one was a carrier of the serum antibodies, they could avoid having their life essence absorbed. Yi Chun belonged to this category. This was also the reason he had been drained of blood in his previous life. In this apocalypse, possessing the ability to resist the extraction of life essence would significantly enhance one's chances of survival. It would even allow one to engage in combat with mutant beasts without concern for injury and the consequent loss of life essence, leading to transformation into a shell. The RT Mart supermarket. on the second floor. Brother Yang, did you hear any noises? Xiaonan, I did. It came from the first floor. Those monsters have yet to learn how to ascend to the second floor. Brother Yang, please don't stand so close to me. I can hardly breathe. As she spoke, Zhang Ruonan's youthful, delicate face flushed a deep crimson, with even her neck tinged with a rosy hue. Xiaonan, I don't want to either. The space here is so limited. Bear with it, it will be over soon. Inside the supermarket, a middle-aged man and an innocent young girl were hiding in a power outage freezer. While numerous mutated, upright walking beetles roamed the first floor, those store employees who had been caught on the first floor and had no time to hide had all been drained of their life essence. Collapsing awkwardly to the ground, these beetles roamed the first floor incessantly, sensing that life essence still lingered nearby. Yang Li was the supervisor at the RT-Mart supermarket, boasting over a decade of experience in his role. Zhang Ruonan was a senior student on the verge of graduating from a prestigious university, an outstanding student ranked among the top 5 in her major, currently serving as an intern supervisor. She was renowned for her beauty on campus, often regarded as the school beauty. Not only was her appearance striking, but she also possessed a remarkable aptitude for dealing with people. In just 3 months at RT-Mart, she had received no less than 10 love letters as a model student. Zhang Ruonan consistently declined these advances, citing her heavy academic workload and plans for graduate studies as reasons. She understood that her job here was merely a transitional phase, as she was destined for greater heights. However, the sudden onset of the apocalypse left Zhang Ruonan, who had once been filled with hope for her future and life, utterly disheartened. The mere question of surviving the day had become a daunting uncertainty. What hope could there be for a bright future? Yang Li, as Zhang Ruonan's direct supervisor, often found himself the subject of envy and jest from his colleagues for having such a stunning subordinate. Yet, who could comprehend the grievances that lay within his heart? While he faced the enchanting young beauty at work, he returned home to the reality of a plain and weary spouse. This stark contrast between work and personal life had led him to develop a fondness for overtime. Even so, he often wielded his power to coerce Zhang Ruonan into working overtime alongside him. However, it was a case of being able to gaze but not partake, a sensation that was profoundly uncomfortable. While the other female colleagues, though not as striking as Zhang Ruonan, were adept at flattery and occasionally offered their charms, the Zhang Ruonan he brought along was a rigid intellect, impervious to his subtle hints and even his overt suggestions. The commotion on the first floor seemed to have ceased. Yang Li pressed his ear tightly against the freezer door, and no further sounds reached him. Brother Yang, have all the creatures departed? Perhaps that I can no longer hear anything. The harrowing brush with death had finally passed. With a sigh of relief, Yang Li leaned weakly against the freezer's interior, narrowing the space between them. Xiaonan, you haven't experienced the initiation yet. Have you? Huh? Free from the threat of death, Yang Li's nefarious thoughts suddenly surged forth at this moment. The commercial complex was deserted, leaving only him and Zhang Ruonan. Their eyes locked, and the atmosphere grew increasingly peculiar. Yang Li, in his 50s, was well into the twilight of his life, while Zhang Ruonan was merely in her early 20s, a blossoming young woman who had yet to savor the most exhilarating and joyous experiences of life. Was it not a tremendous pity for her to perish in such a muddled manner? As the apocalypse loomed, Yang Li had witnessed former colleagues being drained of their life essence before his very eyes. Reduced to mere husks, after experiencing the threat of death, all moral constraints within him evaporated. The entire blue planet had succumbed to the apocalypse. Life itself was worth less than a packet of instant noodles. Humanity had long since twisted and disintegrated. What moral baseline could one still uphold? It would be better to seize this rare opportunity while they were still alive. They say university life is splendid. Today, he would put it to the test. Casting aside all shackles of humanity and morality, he resolved to indulge in carnal pleasures. With determination, a glint of ruthlessness flickered in Yang Li's eyes. The confined space could barely accommodate 2 individuals. Regardless of Yang Li's illicit intentions, Zhang Ruonan was left with no means of escape. At that moment, Yang Li abruptly seized Zhang Ruonan's resisting hand. The sensation was incomparably smoother than his own wife. Once grasped, it was hard to let go. It was simply too soft, too delightful. Merely touching her hand overwhelmed Yang Li. What if it were to other parts? Xiaonan, I like you. After all, with the apocalypse upon them. And given that you've never engaged in such activities, Brother Yang will help you experience your initiation, allowing you to become a true woman. What do you say? The desires coursing through his lower body had utterly consumed his reason, transforming Yang Li into a different person, somewhat frenzied and grotesque. No stop. Zhang Ruonan was utterly petrified. She never expected her most respected leader at the company could utter such words. She desperately attempted to withdraw her hand, yet found herself powerless against his strength, instead being pressed firmly against the freezer's interior by him. Bang! Amidst their struggle, the entire freezer reverberated with muffled echoes. At that moment, Chen, having finished clearing the creatures, was drawn to the noise from upstairs. Are there still creatures around? Chapter 26. I would do anything for you, Brother Yang. Please don't do this. Let me go. I don't want to. Zhang Ruonan shook her head vigorously, resisting. Clearly, she was more terrified of this lust-driven Yang Li than of the man-eating creatures. Yet, Yang Li was completely ignited by Zhang Ruonan's purity and resistance. The more she resisted, the more excited he became. Utterly indifferent to her struggles, slap. A heavy slap landed on Zhang Ruonan's delicate face. Her hair was disheveled, cascading chaotically over her forehead, exuding a blend of vulnerability and the weariness of being ravaged. Instantly, 3 distinct streaks of crimson marred her fair complexion. Seizing the opportunity while Zhang Ruonan was dazed, Yang Li lunged at her, heedless of whether he would harm her or cause the freezer to collapse. He only sought to unleash his pent-up desires. If you continue like this, I will scream, attracting all those creatures, and we will perish together. Go ahead. The more you scream, the more thrilled I will be. With a beauty like you as company in death, it's a worthy trade. Upon hearing Zhang Ruonan's threat, Yang Li smirked with disdain. If he were to die, so be it. After all, in this apocalypse, he was destined not to survive. Before his demise, he would help her lose her innocence, allowing her to taste the flavor of university life. Surely, it would not be in vain. No, Zhang Ruonan struggled desperately, but to no avail. Yang Li had completely subdued her small hands, greedily inhaling the intoxicating fragrance of the girl he yearned for. A desperate cry echoed from within the freezer, reverberating throughout the commercial complex. No one will come to save you. In this apocalypse, everyone is preoccupied with their own survival. Who has the time to meddle in others' affairs? Even in death, with you by my side, I would not regret it. In the next moment, clang, the freezer door swung open. A large hand pierced through Yang Li's chest. Oh, your dirty work quietly. Attracting creatures. Are you going to take care of them? Chen disdainfully tossed Yang Li off Zhang Ruonan and vigorously waved his arm to clear the bloodstains lingering on him. The outer layer of the armor he wore was made of a special material that could easily wipe away liquid stains with a bit of external force. You beast! The buttons of her collar had been torn off, leaving her front partially exposed. Zhang Ruonan climbed out of the freezer, disregarding her appearance, and glared fiercely at Yang Li, who had just attempted to insult her. She could not comprehend why her usually calm and composed leader had revealed such a grotesque side. It filled her with disgust, loathing, and even hatred. Although Yang Li had been thoroughly dispatched by Chen, Zhang Ruonan had no intention of letting him off easily. Why Chen did not stop her. Instead, he observed her with curiosity. Unlike the flirtatious charm of Yang Mi and Chu Ningxue, though she too was a beauty of her own right, Zhang Ruonan emanated an entirely different aura. It was an indescribable allure of innocence. There she stood, with a pure and adorable visage, resembling a white lotus blooming under the scorching sun. Her long, jet-black hair, though somewhat tousled, flowed elegantly like silk. Her eyes sparkled with clarity and purity, subtly radiating a hint of mirth, drawing others in and evoking a desire to draw closer. With well-defined features and a lovely complexion, her skin was as fair and delicate as gelatinous jade. Her cheeks flushed with anger, casting a unique glow under the supermarket lights, presenting a different charm altogether. Her figure was tall and well-proportioned, not overly tall, yet possessing the graceful curves and poise of a woman. The fierce struggle had caused 3 buttons to pop open, revealing her pristine bosom, adding an incomparable touch of sensuality. The standard shirt and pencil skirt uniform she wore exuded no lewdness, only a sense of cute and pure beauty. She resembled a freshly graduated or newly interned student stepping into society for the first time, possessing an innate charm that could awaken a man's protective instincts. Chen silently observed her, venting her frustrations. 5 seconds later, he grasped Zhang Ruonan's small hand. Stop kicking him. After death, the energy of the life essence gradually dissipates. Soon, creatures will come here. While the beasts in the Run Fa Mall have been cleared, any place inhabited by humans will attract other creatures. Moreover, freshly deceased humans are the most enticing targets for them. We cannot linger here. However, at that moment, Zhang Ruonan was so consumed by rage that she could not heed Chen's words. continuing to kick Yang Li's lifeless body with relentless fury, determined to reduce his corpse to a pulpy mess. Fine, keep kicking. I shall take my leave. After his initial attempt to dissuade her bore no fruit, Chen chose to abandon the matter. His rescuing this girl had been entirely incidental. He had merely wanted to see who had caused the ruckus. Inadvertently saving her, since this girl had already lost her mind, it would be best for him to exit swiftly. You can't leave. You saved me, so you must take responsibility. Zhang Ruonan stepped forward to block Chen's path. Her modestly exposed bosom subtly rising and falling. Don't misunderstand, I merely eliminated him to prevent any disturbances that would attract the creatures. It was not to save you. With a wave of his hand, Chen effortlessly pushed Zhang Ruonan to the ground, showing no inclination to be gentle. In this apocalypse, the evils and ugliness of humanity would be laid bare. Chen had no desire to carry a burdensome woman by his side, as it would only diminish his chances of survival, regardless of how stunning she was. Lying on the ground, Zhang Ruonan pouted defiantly. As long as you can take me away, I would do anything for you. Anything? Yes, anything. What can you do? Chen gazed at Zhang Ruonan with a keen interest, reminiscent of a wolf fixating on a delicate rabbit. My field of expertise lies in hotel management, where my academic performance consistently places me among the top 3 in my cohort, earning me an abundance of scholarships and grants. Throughout my studies, I majored in hotel operations management and customer service, among other pertinent courses. During my time at school, I participated in several internship programs, including one at a renowned hotel, from which I gleaned invaluable management experience and a spirit of teamwork. I also possess 6 months of internship experience at a hypermarket, where I served as an intern customer supervisor, responsible for greeting guests, handling reservations, and resolving issues, thereby accumulating a significant array of skills and experience. I can assist you in managing a team or organizing tasks. Chen clapped his hands and jested. Currently, I am but one person. Are you suggesting that you will manage both my brother and me? Chapter 27. Chuning Xue, I have come to rescue you. Enough joking, he continued. Here is your final opportunity. What can you offer me? Remember, this is your last chance. If your response fails to please me, I shall take my leave. Zhang Ruonan pressed her lips together, her complexion pale from prolonged hunger. I can cook. I can be your chef and prepare meals for you. With that, tears welled in her eyes and cascaded down her cheeks, an expression so endearing that any man witnessing it would be compelled to offer solace. Yet, she could not bring herself to barter her body and soul merely for survival. Very well, come with me. Upon hearing Chen's reply, Zhang Ruonan appeared taken aback. Why? As Chen turned to leave, he remarked, a girl who can uphold her principles amidst the apocalypse is deserving of my rescue. Had you chosen to submit to me earlier, I would not have extended my hand. A person willing to betray even themselves cannot be trusted. Seeing Chen grow increasingly distant, Zhang Ruonan disregarded her pain and hurried to catch up, boarding the armored vehicle alongside him. However, before entering, there was something that piqued her curiosity. Why is the entire hypermarket empty? All the goods that were once displayed on the shelves and piled on the floor have vanished. They were certainly present before I hid in the freezer. Could it be that the aberrant beasts consume supplies? Not even a scrap of packaging remains. This left her utterly perplexed. On the vehicle, she asked, where are we headed now? To the Hoarding Penguin Game Group. Chen replied nonchalantly, stifling a yawn. The 77th floor. Chairman's office. How long can our supplies last? Chuning Xue inquired gravely of the female secretary standing nearby. Since the outbreak of the disaster virus, she had not rested, constantly monitoring the developments following the onset of the apocalypse. Yet, the situation was far worse than she had anticipated. Nationwide, even globally, this terrifying disaster virus was beginning to spread, with aberrant beasts and insects wreaking havoc. The virus's eruption had been alarmingly swift, offering no respite whatsoever. The societal landscape was in utter turmoil. After a night of relentless effort, although the company's situation had been temporarily stabilized, the issue of supplies loomed large. Following Chen's warning, she promptly dispatched her secretary to gather resources. But time was too short to amass much. Communication with high-ranking officials of the national departments had also taken place. Those scoundrels had outright abandoned rescue efforts, leaving everyone to fend for themselves. This meant that no matter how long Chuning Xue and her employees held the fort, they would not receive assistance. The most despairing aspect was not facing the aberrant beasts of the apocalypse, but rather the futile struggle against an absence of hope. I meticulously counted. We currently have 6 boxes of instant noodles, 1 box of cookies, 33 bottles of mineral water, and 7 bags of chips. Is that all? The quantity of supplies fell significantly short of Chu Ningxue's expectations, leaving her somewhat astonished. The aberrant beast had arrived too swiftly and forcefully. Most of the supplies were stored on the first floor and could not be transported in time. Now, the first floor was overrun by the beasts. Fortunately, they had yet to learn how to ascend the stairs. When Yichen notified Chu Ningxue to stockpile supplies, she had instructed her secretary to procure them. However, the onset of the apocalypse had come much sooner than she had anticipated. Understood. The remaining supplies will be distributed at a minimum level. Those on the front lines battling the aberrant beasts may receive a larger share. Chu Ningxue waved her hand, signaling her secretary to leave. The situation had not yet reached its most dire state. Anyone who could enter the Huating Penguin Game Group was someone who had undergone rigorous evaluation. Thus, even in the face of the apocalypse, these individuals maintained a commendable level of self-discipline and restraint. As long as humanity did not forsake its essence and could think rationally, there would always be hope. Even in the face of adversity. It seemed the only recourse would be to seek Yichen's assistance. Yichen had previously pledged that Chu Ningxue could make one request of him. Given the current circumstances, turning to him was her sole option. She gazed at the surveillance footage on her computer. In the footage, Yichen's figure had long since vanished, while an embedded humanoid exoskeleton and an armored vehicle had departed. With 5 AI patrol robots surveying the area surrounding the prison, indeed, Yichen had anticipated the impending apocalypse. In the time leading up to its arrival, he had been amassing supplies frantically, upgrading prison facilities, and crafting a unique, impregnable sanctuary for the apocalypse. "What's the matter, Chu, dear beauty? Do you miss me?" As soon as the call connected, a teasing voice rang out, accompanied by the roar of an engine. As if he were driving. "Oh, you still stand by what you said before?" Chu Ningxue cut to the chase, knowing there was no time for pleasantries. Of course. Yichen replied, yawning and sounding somewhat drowsy. He had anticipated Chu Ningxue's call. With the apocalypse upon them, she had no other recourse but to seek his help. In his previous life, he had saved her, and this time would be no different. "I have limited food supplies. At most, they will last until the end of today. Can you rescue us?" Yichen was Chu Ningxue's last hope, and she needed to cling to this lifeline. "No," Yichen resolutely denied her. "Have you forgotten your own promise to me? You vowed to grant me one request. That is why I procured the most advanced weaponry for you. Do you now wish to turn your back on that? Reflect on this. Do you truly feel guilty towards me?" Upon hearing Yichen's refusal, Chu Ningxue felt both astonished and enraged, as the flicker of hope she had just felt was extinguished as if doused with water. "I did indeed promise to fulfill one of your requests. However, I did say that this request would only benefit you. As for the we you mentioned, I will not assist anyone else." Yichen's tone was unwavering, leaving no room for argument. Chu Ningxue was certainly to be saved. As for anyone else, they were beyond his consideration. In the apocalypse, a heart of compassion would only lead to betrayal. This was a lesson Yichen had learned through sacrifice in his previous life. The principle of reciprocity, one must not be oblivious to it. Yichen would not offer unconditional help to anyone. Providing too much assistance fosters dependency, and once that aid ceases, it breeds resentment. Chu Ningxue found herself without any grounds for rebuttal. Yichen was right. He bore no obligation to assist those who were not connected to him. "When will you come to rescue me?" "I have already arrived." Chu Ningxue glanced at the surveillance screen. Indeed, an armored vehicle had appeared at the company entrance. Chapter 28. Jump from the 77th floor, and I will catch you. Do not enter just yet. Chu Ningxue had not anticipated Yichen's swift arrival and hurriedly cautioned him. "The first floor is teeming with aberrant beasts. It's perilous. Did I say I would come up? If you trust me, simply jump down from the lower floor, and I shall catch you from the 77th floor." "Jump down?" Chu Ningxue hesitated, her voice tinged with disbelief regarding Yichen's proposition. Given the weight of a human body, the likelihood of surviving a leap from the 77th floor was negligible. Even jumping from the 7th floor would leave one with little chance of survival. Was Yichen truly suggesting such a course, effectively condemning her to death? "Are you serious?" Chu Ningxue's voice quivered as she bit her lip tightly. "Absolutely." Yichen replied, his tone casual yet resolute. "Damn it." Yichen's demeanor placed immense pressure on Chu Ningxue, leaving her uncertain of reality. However, upon reflection, she realized Yichen had no reason to harm her. If he had driven the armored vehicle for over 10 kilometers solely to cause her harm, that was implausible. Yet, this exceedingly illogical suggestion still left her in a state of indecision. "If you do not jump, I shall leave." The first floor is crawling with aberrant beasts. I cannot help you if I remain here. If you do not jump, my presence here is merely a waste of time. As his words lingered, the roar of the engine pierced the air, reaching even the 77th floor where Chu Ningxue stood. Was he truly about to depart? Yichen was her last hope. You cannot leave. I will jump. Chu Ningxue gritted her teeth, her expression resolute as she spoke. She would rather leap to her death than perish from starvation, and certainly preferred not to be slain by those grotesque beasts. At least, by jumping, she would be spared the prolonged agony. With that thought, she pushed open the window, her body slipping through, shedding her high heels. With a fierce thrust of her fair, delicate foot, she propelled herself out of the window. Chen had his reasons for urging her to jump. Firstly, he wished to ignite Chu Ningxue's latent powers. A person could only unleash their true strength in moments of utmost despair and danger. Secondly, even if she failed to awaken her abilities, he could utilize his time-stopping power to rescue her without any risk. Lastly, he truly did not want to scale the building to save her. That would be overly cumbersome, and entanglements with others would be a considerable headache. You really dare to jump. I haven't even taught you how to use your powers yet, and you've already leapt. Yi Chen exclaimed as he hastily exited the vehicle. Watching Chu Ningxue plummet through the air, focus on my position, concentrate your mind, and believe deep within yourself that you can instantly teleport to this spot. If it doesn't work the first time, try again. As Chu Ningxue descended rapidly, her brow furrowed and her eyes squeezed shut against the fierce wind. Upon hearing Yi Chen's shouts, she hastily complied. After concentrating her thoughts, it felt as though she had opened a door to an uncharted realm, a brand new world. Suddenly, her free-falling form flickered, moving up and down, completely defying the laws of physics. Don't overthink it. Concentrate immediately, and envision yourself landing smoothly. Yet, at that moment, Chu Ningxue experienced a brief bout of tinnitus due to her rapid descent, rendering Yi Chen's words inaudible. With no other option, if she continued to fall aimlessly, she would surely be injured. Yi Chen seized the opportunity. In the very next moment when she attempted to teleport, he activated his time stop. Time stop. The surrounding space rippled like water, and Chu Ningxue ceased her descent. Utilizing the assistance of his mech, Yi Chen leaped into the air, propelling himself over 20 meters, and caught Chu Ningxue in his arms. Subsequently, he delivered a swift chop, gently knocking her unconscious. It was an unfortunate necessity. If he did not subdue her, her reckless use of teleportation could lead to complications once time resumed. After releasing the time stop, Yi Chen held Chu Ningxue's delicate neck with one arm, while the other glided down her smooth thigh, securing her firmly as they landed gracefully. Inside the vehicle, Zhang Ruonan stared in disbelief at the surreal scene, as if she were watching a science fiction movie that a stunning beauty had leapt from the 77th floor, only to be effortlessly caught by Yi Chen. He swiftly opened the door, entered the car, started the engine, and drove away, leaving behind a cloud of exhaust. Once inside, Yi Chen activated the autopilot mode and took a seat in the back with Chu Ningxue and Zhang Ruonan. At that moment, Chu Ningxue rested against the car door, unconscious. Despite the apocalypse, she maintained her high standards. Her exquisite, ice-like features were still adorned with a touch of makeup, rendering her captivating. On the other side, Zhang Ruonan felt a twinge of inferiority upon seeing Chu Ningxue. Her beauty exuded an imposing elegance akin to an ice mountain, so stunning that one dared not gaze directly at her. Her lovely eyes were shut, her nose was perfectly sculpted, and her lips, like blooming flowers, were enchanting. Every smile or frown she made tugged at the hearts of men. Dressed in a pristine white blouse and a fitted blazer, the exposed skin of her neck bore no blemish, akin to finely carved jade. Perhaps due to her recent free fall, 2 buttons on her blouse had popped open, revealing a hint of her alluring curves, which emanated a captivating fragrance of purity. Having shed her heels, her fair feet lightly touched the floor, smooth and rounded, perfectly complemented by her sheer stockings, embodying an exquisite form. In the dim light of the car, her exposed, pale feet sparked an almost illicit desire. Yi Chen lifted Chu Ningxue's delicate foot, his fingertips gently tapping the Yongquan acupoint. Chu Ningxue, who had been unconscious, suddenly let out a soft gasp, her face flushing as she instinctively withdrew her foot. What are you doing? Clearly startled, she shrank back into the corner, hugging her knees. How do you feel after awakening your powers? Yi Chen inquired, disregarding her overreactions. Powers? I just awakened powers. Chu Ningxue shrank into herself, attempting to recall the events. I remember jumping from the 77th floor. Then, following your instructions, I concentrated my mind, and it felt marvelous. It was as if I had opened the door to a new world. and I was reborn. Indeed, you have awakened your powers. However, you are still inexperienced and need to practice diligently to master them fully. But be cautious. Overusing your powers will deplete your life essence. In other words, utilizing your abilities comes at the cost of your lifespan. Do you understand? Yi Chen explained nonchalantly. Yet, Chu Xue, huddled in the corner, remained perplexed, only partially comprehending. Chapter 29. Finding a reason to bring you along, brother Yi Chen. The powers you mentioned refer to the ability to randomly shift in the sky. Correct? Zhang Ruonan gazed at the two with admiration, having just witnessed their remarkable feat, not random movement. Once she fully masters it, she will be able to teleport to any desired location, Yi Chen replied, rubbing his nose thoughtfully. Like this? Chu Xue's words had barely left her lips when she vanished from the corner, only to reappear a moment later. Since I have already rescued you, I have fulfilled my promise. Now we are even. Once we reach a safe zone, we shall part ways. Yi Chen reclined against the back seat, speaking softly. Yet, he did not genuinely wish to drive Chu Xue away. A woman with teleportation powers was a treasure. Setting aside their past connections, the combination of her abilities with Yi Chen's time-stopping power would provide ample security in this apocalyptic world. Why Yi Chen was playing a game of hard to get. Women are often like this. The more selfless one is towards them, the more they take it for granted. The fate of a devoted admirer is often one of unreciprocated affection, ending with nothing. At that moment, without Yi Chen's assistance, Chu Xue would find it challenging to survive in this stage of the apocalypse, even with her newfound teleportation abilities, as she lacked any weapons for self-defense against the beasts, rendering her unable to inflict effective harm. Chu Xue initially appeared stunned, then her expression turned melancholic. Indeed, you have already helped me immensely. I dare not ask for more. Once we reach safety, I shall take my leave. Yi Chen. At that moment, Yi Chen had already concluded that if Chu Xue was not a master of romance, she was certainly a novice in matters of love. How could she not see such an obvious opportunity presented before her? Sister, brother Yi Chen is not a heartless person. If I can stay by his side, he would surely be willing to take you in, Zhang Ruonan said, her small hand propping up her chin. Speaking in a comforting tone, Yi Chen thought to himself how fortunate he was to have such a supportive ally. Without her encouragement, he would have been at a loss for words. Really? Chu Xue lifted her somewhat despondent face, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. I don't want to leave. Yi Chen, as long as you let me stay, I am willing to do anything for you. Yi Chen felt somewhat exasperated. Did all women enjoy making such declarations? So readily willing to do anything for a man. He feigned a cough. Zhang Ruonan can help me cook as a chef. What can you do? You are a high-ranking chairperson. Following me would only stifle your potential. You belong in a broader world, not confined within my cage. Yi Chen continued with his teasing, aiming to break down her psychological defenses before drawing her closer. In her previous life, Chu Xue had transformed rapidly after enduring the trials of the apocalypse. Within a week, she had transitioned from a pampered individual to a ruthless businesswoman. In times of peace, a composed and assertive Chu Xue was needed, while in this extreme apocalypse, a decisive and bold Chu Xue was essential. The reason Yi Chen saved her so early in this life was to prevent her from being tainted by the apocalyptic environment, becoming a mere killing machine devoid of understanding, burdened by the weight of others' expectations. Upon hearing Yi Chen's jibes, Chu Xue's small hands gripped the hem of her clothing tightly, her face reflecting her hurt and distress, completely shedding her image as a high-ranking chairperson. In front of Yi Chen, she appeared as an innocent girl. For a moment, Chu Xue found herself at a loss for how to assist Yi Chen. Did she dare to suggest managing his prison? That would surely raise suspicions of usurpation. However, apart from management skills, what else can I do? At this moment, Chu Ningxue drooped her little head, straining her mind to contemplate what she was truly capable of. Why not become my woman, that way? I would have a reason to take you along. Yi Chen abruptly pulled Chu Ningxue into his embrace, wearing a mischievous expression. A woman? What? Are you unwilling? No, that's not what I meant. So, you are willing. Ah. Chu Ningxue buried her head in her knees, shy steam slowly rising from her collar. She no longer wished to converse with Yi Chen. This scoundrel only knew how to bully her. At this moment, Chu Ningxue understood what kind of person Yi Chen was. All that talk of parting ways, of going their separate paths, was mere nonsense. He only knew how to take advantage of her lack of romantic experience. What was left unfinished in the last life must be accomplished in this one. If you do not refute, I shall take it as your agreement. I reset the destination of the tracked assault vehicle, heading towards Fingyao Longyuan community, onward. Fingya Long Yuan Community. I am so hungry. When can we go out? Didn't they say that someone from the security center would come to rescue us? Where are they? Where are the people from the security center? I have a brother working there, and I can't reach him at all. I've heard that all the personnel at the security center have been slaughtered by the exotic beasts. There hasn't been any news in the owner group. Has everyone starved to death? These exotic beasts have already learned how to ascend and descend the stairs. I can hear their movements outside my door. I am so scared. What should we do? Why hasn't Chen come yet? Qingru, urge him again. If he doesn't arrive soon, we will truly starve to death. I have sent him countless messages, and he hasn't replied at all. It seems we cannot rely on him at all. Brother-in-law, he is not that kind of person. He will definitely come to save us. The group of 4 shameless individuals created a separate WeChat group. At that moment, Zhao Qingru received a message from Chen. I have arrived. Come down. She looked out the window and indeed saw a uniquely designed tracked vehicle crashing through the community's iron gate. Zhao Qingru shared the news of Chen coming to rescue them in the group, and everyone felt a surge of excitement and joy, as if they had survived a disaster. Chapter 30. I came to witness your demise unexpectedly. Chen truly came to save us. This great fool is indeed a good-hearted person that I heard he has stockpiled a considerable amount of supplies at the prison on the edge of the city. As long as we follow Chen, we will certainly not starve. Why follow him? Liu Wenkai adjusted his glasses, speaking with a sinister expression. Zhao Qingru looked astonished. If we don't follow him, aren't you afraid of starving to death? What I mean is that we cooperate to eliminate Chen, and then the prison will be ours. Exactly, that great fool Chen, allowing him to possess so many resources. Who knows how many people he might save? The resources are simply not enough to share. Do you have a plan? Zhao Qingru agreed with Liu Wencai's idea, but was unsure how to act to dispose of Chen, frowning as she spoke. It's quite simple. As long as we board that vehicle and prevent Chen from getting on, those exotic beasts will naturally take care of him for us. Liu Wenkai gleefully pinched Zhao Qingru's rear. A smug expression on his face, Zhao Qingru pondered for a moment, then nodded in agreement, beginning to gather useful items. After Chen arrived driving the tracked assault vehicle, the target of the upright beetles' attacks instantly shifted. They no longer targeted the people in the building, but began to converge slowly towards Chen and the others. This was because the vehicle contained a powerful life essence aura. Chen and Chu Ningxue, both possessors of extraordinary abilities, emitted a life essence density far exceeding that of ordinary humans, which naturally attracted these exotic beasts. These upright beetles possessed negligible combat strength and posed no threat to Chen. Why haven't you come down yet? The number of beetle exotic beasts here is increasing. I will give you 3 more minutes, or I will leave. Lying inside the vehicle, with Zhang Ruonan on his left and Chu Ningxue resting on his right. Chen cheerfully urged them via WeChat. All right, we are coming right away. Upon seeing Chen's message, Zhao Qingru was thoroughly alarmed. At this moment, Chen was their only lifeline. If he left, how could they possibly survive? The 4 of them carefully descended the stairs with their gathered belongings, all the while observing for any lurking exotic beasts. Fortunately, the beasts were attracted by Chen, and they encountered no threats on their way down. These beetles were nothing compared to the previously encountered strap-clad chicken. Chen drove the tracked assault vehicle with ease, crushing them all into a mushy pulp, dark green liquid oozing from the ground. The combat power of these beetles was only slightly greater than that of normal humans. As long as the residents of the community were united and dared to resist, how could they be trapped by such creatures? In the last life, it was Chen who rallied everyone to take action and bravely resist that preserved the community. However, later, they were forced to retreat when Liu led outsiders to breach the community gate. In this life, without Chen's leadership, no one would step forward to be the first to act. Chen, you finally arrived. You have no idea how we have been living these past 2 days. We've been on the verge of starvation. As Zhao Qingru descended, she saw the ground covered in green liquid and realized that Chen had slain all the monsters, which finally eased her anxious heart. My vehicle can only accommodate 1 more person. There is no way to fit all of you. What should we do? 1 is my beloved fiancé, 1 is my good brother. Then there are 2. 1 is my fiancé's younger brother. And the other, a former colleague with whom I had a brief encounter. Such a difficult decision. What should I do? The 4 of Liu Wenkai were utterly bewildered, unsure of how to proceed. Wait, a brief encounter? Liu Wenkai and Zhao Xiaojing exchanged odd glances at Xiao Bishuan, clearly surprised and astonished. Originally, they intended to deceive Chen and utilize those exotic beasts to eliminate him, but to their shock, This vehicle was so formidable that it had directly annihilated the beasts. Moreover, why come all the way here to rescue them, yet only be able to take one person? Was Yi Chen truly foolish? Zhao Qingru stepped forward, gently wrapping her arms around Yi Chen's, feigning a bit of sweetness as she said, Yi Chen, I am your fiancée, your closest person. You will definitely take me first. Right. Upon witnessing this, Liu Yifei felt a surge of anger. He did not expect that in just a few minutes, Zhao Qingru, this vixen, would betray him and side with Yi Chen. Yi Chen, we have been good brothers for over 10 years. Back in school, we were like brothers from different mothers, sharing even textbooks. You wouldn't abandon me, would you? Xiao Bishuan, unwilling to back down, also clung to Yi Chen's arm, speaking with a hint of grievance. Yi Chen, ever since that time, I think of you every day. I miss your naughty hands and your warm body. Moreover, I think I might be pregnant. It's all your fault for not wearing protection. Yi Chen feigned surprise as he looked at Xiao Bishuan. But inside, he couldn't help but sneer. I have stored all those things in a dimensional space. How could you possibly be pregnant? This woman is truly shameless to the core. Slap. Zhao Xiaojiang delivered a resounding slap, shouting, shameless vixen, daring to seduce my brother-in-law. I'll kill you. He was about to strike again, but was stopped by Zhao Qingru. Observing Zhao Xiaojiang's guilty expression, it was likely that the child in Xiao Bishuan's womb was his. In the last life, Zhao Xiaojiang had also drained her blood, not differing much from his sister Zhao Qingru. Yi Chen waved his hand, exasperated, saying, You four are all my beloved friends, my brothers. How am I to choose? At this moment, drawn by the potent life essence emitted by Yi Chen and Chu Ningxue, a group of powerful exotic beasts, far more formidable than the beetles, began to approach slowly. Hearing the strange sounds surrounding them, the four found themselves in a dilemma. Tio retreat would mean forfeiting the only opportunity to escape with Yi Chen. Tio advance. They had no idea if Yi Chen would choose them. Why Yi Chen chuckled unintentionally. Teasing. I was just joking with you all. I knew it. Yi Chen is the most reliable. How could he come unprepared to rescue us? Truly my fiancée. Zhao Qingru tightened her embrace around Yi Chen's arm, pressing her soft body closely against him. Yi Chen, as your good brother for so many years, I certainly know your character. You have not disappointed me. Liu Yifei stroked his chin and spoke softly. Xiao Bishuan and Zhao Xiaojiang also wanted to flatter him, but were interrupted by Yi Chen. Did you misunderstand my intentions? What I mean is, I did not come here to save you at all. I came to witness your demise. Chapter 31. You four must die. Zhao Qingru's mind went blank in an instant, and she immediately panicked, looking at the exotic beast slowly approaching from the community gate. Her expression frantic and her actions erratic. Yi Chen, are you jesting with us? Or perhaps, do you harbor some misunderstanding towards us? Yi Chen let out a cold snort. Misunderstanding? He raised his phone, which was displaying a video. It was the surveillance footage from within the house, capturing the scandalous rendezvous between Zhao Qingru and Liu Yifei, as well as Zhao Xiaojiang and Xiao Baixian. Yi Chen had installed invisible cameras in every corner of the house he gifted them. And for the past few days, he had been an unobtrusive observer of their actions. The reason he had refrained from exposing them earlier was to await this very moment. The evidence was as solid as a rock. Leaving the four utterly devoid of any rebuttal, Liu Yifei, glancing at the encroaching beasts, was gripped by panic, his legs trembling uncontrollably. He chose to kneel, pleading, Yi Chen, for the sake of our years of brotherhood, please spare me. It was all Zhao Qingru's doing. She seduced me. I am but a victim. Just moments ago, she plotted against you, claiming she would lure you out of your vehicle, allowing the beasts to devour you, and then seize your prison and resources. Such a vile woman deserves death. You cannot let her actions taint our brotherly bond. Beside him, Zhao Qingru looked at Liu Yifei in disbelief, astonished by his shamelessness and shifting all blame onto her. Yi Chen, the situation is not as he describes. He coerced me. It is all his fault. I swear I will never do it again. Just spare me this once. Save me, and I will obey your every command from now on. Didn't you always wish to experience the split-legged position? I've mastered it completely. I will maintain that posture daily, if you so desire. Zhao Xiaojiang was utterly enraged, realizing that Yi Chen had merely been toying with him. Sister, why waste breath on him? He is but one man, and we are four. We can easily overpower him and seize his vehicle. He is truly overstepping his bounds. As his words fell, Yi Chen vanished before their eyes. In the next moment, he reappeared in his vehicle. Having had his fill of their antics, Yi Chen wished to sever any ties with these four, utilizing his time-stop ability to return to the car. Additionally, he deliberately restricted the range of his time stop to encompass only the vicinity of the armored vehicle, leaving the approaching beasts unaffected. At that moment, the creatures gathered from outside the community were now less than 50 meters from the fore. Yichen, I was wrong. I promise I will never associate with Liu Yifei again. I will never dare again. Please let me in. I can serve you daily. I will do whatever you ask. Didn't you always say you wanted to try the split-legged position? I will show you every day, ensuring your satisfaction. As the beast drew ever closer, Zhao Qingru, standing outside the vehicle, frantically pounded on the window, overwhelmed by despair. A tide of hopelessness surged through her mind. In the next instant, a massive serpent, its body adorned with silver scales, lashed out its long tail, ensnaring Zhao Qingru. Wankai, save me. You promised to protect me for life. Have you forgotten? If not for you, I would never have betrayed you, Chen. Will you truly stand by and watch me perish? Zhao Qingru struggled fiercely, her forehead veins bulging, her complexion flushed. At Yi Chen, it is all that wretched woman's fault, for the sake of our more than a decade of brotherhood. Please let me go. I truly do not wish to die. At that moment, Zhao Wankai could not care less about Zhao Qingru, wishing only for her swift demise, hoping that Yi Chen might spare him in his wrath. Brother-in-law, my sister deserves her fate, but I am innocent. Please spare me. Zhao Xiaojing cried out in anguish from outside the vehicle. Yi Chen, do you not recall that night? I gave you my first time. How can you stand by and let me die? Xiao Bishuan leaned against the car window, resembling a madwoman. Yi Chen remained unmoved. These individuals had colluded in their treachery, deserving of their fate. More and more beasts encircled them. Soon, the cries of the four diminished into echoes of despair, replaced by the sounds of the beasts consuming their life essence. In less than a minute, the salivating beasts had completely drained the four of their vitality, leaving behind four charred, grotesque husks. Onlookers from the upper floors of the community gasped in shock at the scene. They had intended to seize Yi Chen's armored vehicle amidst the chaos, but upon witnessing the fate of Zhao Qingru and the others, they trembled in fear, their faces pale, crouching behind walls to avoid detection by Yi Chen. Boom! 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 As Yi Chen activated the armored vehicle, he recalled a matter still unresolved. Since he was already here, he might as well see if there was a chance to rescue Wang Yuan. Yi Chen employed the same tactic, maneuvering the armored vehicle back and forth, crushing the encroaching beasts. The four lifeless husks, drained of their life essence, crumbled into dust, merging with the earth, just as Yi Chen turned off the vehicle. Contemplating how to locate Wang Yuan, a voice called out from the building above. I am the grid officer responsible for this community. If you do not leave soon, we will retaliate. It was a middle-aged woman with a face full of blemishes. She had witnessed Yi Chen's entire ordeal, from his entry into the community to the slaughter of the beasts, subservient to the beasts yet fierce against your own kind. Yi Chen, supporting Chu Ningxue, stepped down from the vehicle, his tone icy as he chuckled darkly. The two held hands, embracing. In the next moment, Chu Ningxue focused her thoughts and activated her teleportation ability, transporting both herself and Yi Chen to the grid officer's home. How did you get up here? This is impossible. Just a moment ago, you were downstairs, and I am on the 11th floor. The middle-aged woman, stunned, pointed at Yi Chen, her voice trembling. Ningxue, you learn quickly, Yi Chen remarked. Observing her earlier performance, he noted her burgeoning mastery of the ability. Suddenly, Yi Chen shifted his tone. Madam, it is your turn. Do you have anything to say? Faced with Yi Chen, the woman lost all semblance of bravado. She fell to her knees, clutching her chest, her expression one of grievance. I only acted for the safety of the community. You may strike me, but please do not tarnish my dignity. Chapter 32. Wang Yuan. Yi Chen was speechless. Did he ever express a desire to strike anyone? In this woman's eyes, was he truly a person devoid of reason or principle? Though one might question his character, they could never doubt his taste. What did she mean by tarnishing her dignity? That statement nearly made Yi Chen wretched. I came to inquire about something that the grid officer responsible for this community. You should be well acquainted with the basic information of every resident. Surely, you must have records. Where is Wang Yuan, the daughter of Wang Hai? Are you referring to the daughter of the chief of the security center, Wang Hai? The woman asked hesitantly. Yi Chen nodded affirmatively. At that moment, the woman revealed a complex expression, as if she bore some untold burden. Speak quickly, or I shall throw you from this building. Yi Chen, lacking patience for her theatrics, threatened bluntly. Wang Hai had maintained a cordial relationship with the woman. When she first became a grid officer, it was Wang Hai's assistance that enabled her to secure the position and achieve permanence. There were a few lowlifes residing in the community who had previously crossed paths with Wang Hai. When Wang Hai was present, they dared not overstep their bounds. However, someone had disseminated the news of the complete annihilation of the security center personnel in the group, coupled with the extreme circumstances of the apocalypse. Those individuals felt unrestrained, and Yulin was likely. The woman glanced at Yi Chun and sighed. Where is she now? On the rooftop. Yulin has fled to the rooftop. That group has already pursued her on the rooftop. We have confirmed that your father has perished. Now, there is only one of you left, he. The leader, a bald man with a scar stretching from his brow to the bridge of his nose, leered at the girl on the floor, as if he could see straight through her. Big brother, how shall we determine the order? How about we play rock, paper, scissors? Rock, paper, scissors. What nonsense. You all stand behind me and line up. One by one. Be mindful of your strength. Do not harm her fatally. Once you grow weary of playing, you may sell her off for some food. Do you understand? The three subordinates beside him nodded repeatedly, too intimidated to voice any dissent. The bald man was the most formidable fighter among them, with a notoriously violent temper. Any perceived slight could result in brutal retribution, were it not for the prospect of food under his command. These individuals would have been reluctant to follow such a leader. My little beauty, I am coming. The bald man lunged forward like a famished wolf. Let me go. Let me go. When my father returns, he will not spare you. Wails echoed, but the response was cold and cruel. This is the rooftop. Even if you scream your lungs out, no one will hear you. Accept your fate. Rest assured, your father has long since passed. I shall take good care of you in his stead. If you are wise, do not resist. Otherwise, he grinned wickedly, grasping the girl's collar and pulling forcefully. The sound of tearing fabric mingled with her desperate cries resonated across the rooftop. In the next moment, the bald man was struck down, his arrogance evaporating in an instant. His body stiffened and fell heavily onto the concrete floor. The lookout subordinates were left utterly bewildered. How had this person managed to arrive? It was not just one individual. A stunning beauty accompanied him. The subordinates were no fools. Witnessing their leader's swift demise, they hastily begged for mercy. Brother, it's all a misunderstanding. It was that bald man's doing. We were coerced. As they attempted to justify themselves, Wang Yulin, disheveled and sobbing on the ground, interjected, They are all in cahoots. They wanted to bully me while my father is away. Panic ensued among the group. Some attempting to flee, others grasping for weapons to resist, and a few considering taking Chu Ningxue hostage. In a flash, Chen activated his time-stopping ability, effortlessly snapping the necks of several men, with a thunderous crash. The once lively figures lay lifeless on the cold ground, leaving Wang Yulin in a state of shock, her wide, tear-filled eyes gazing at Yi Chun with admiration that it was evident she had begun to view him as her savior. Did my father send you to rescue me? In that moment, her gaze held a mixture of adoration and a hint of trepidation. Despite the malice of those men, Yi Chun had dispatched them with a calm demeanor, as if he had merely crushed a few ants underfoot. Which floor do you live on? I will escort you home, and you must take care of yourself. My father is gone. I have no home. Upon hearing Yi Chun's intention to dismiss her, Wang Yulin shook her head in denial, her face a mask of despair. I cannot take in minors. You must fend for yourself. He brushed aside her hand and took hold of Chu Ningxue. Heading downstairs. Brother, I am already over 18. I am an adult now. Please don't abandon me. Seeing her pleas fall on deaf ears, she clutched Chu Ningxue's sleeve. Sister, could you persuade the big brother to take me in? I can cook, do laundry, and handle heavy lifting. Just because I appear delicate doesn't mean I can't carry a bag of rice upstairs. Wang Yulin was desperate to prove her worth. Regardless of any embellishments, determined to secure her place with Yi Chun, Chu Ningxue remained silent, allowing Wang Yulin to cling to her as they descended. Whether she could stay depended solely on Yi Chun's decision. Chapter 33, Conditions. Why are you still following me? Upon reaching the ground floor, Yi Chun turned to Wang Yulin, irritation evident in his voice. Having rescued her once was already a significant act of kindness on his part. Fulfilling his obligation to Wang Hai. I'm not following you. I'm with this big sister. Wang Yulin quickly retorted, cowering behind Chu Ningxue. Ningxue, what is your opinion? At this question, Chu Ningxue found herself momentarily at a loss. Whether to keep the girl or not was entirely within Yi Chun's discretion. Why did he seek her input? Was he perhaps providing her an opportunity to advocate for Wang Yulin? In a world ravaged by chaos, it was easy to be ruthless towards villains. However, when it came to the defenseless, it was difficult to turn a blind eye. I want to take her with us. Chu Ningxue declared resolutely. Very well, since you've made the decision to take her in, then she shall be your responsibility. Get in the car. Chu Ningxue felt a sense of being ensnared in Yu Chen's scheme. It was clear he wished to bring Wang Yulin along but had cleverly shifted the responsibility onto her. Why Yu Chen opened the driver's door, ignited the engine, shifted gears, and accelerated. The sound of tires screeching against the pavement echoing as they departed the community. Leaving behind a cloud of black exhaust, with vengeance fulfilled, a new chapter of apocalyptic life began. Later that evening, at the edge of the city center, inside the prison, Yang Mi paced anxiously in the control room. Her lovely face etched with worry. The sound of her high heels echoed incessantly in the room. Where is the boss? How utterly irresponsible. A message had been sent on WeChat. He was out on business. Leaving the immense responsibility of managing the prison to her alone. How on earth am I supposed to manage? Even if one disregarded the others, there was Yang Dalong, a notorious underground boxing champion for 8 years. Who could keep him in check but the boss? Oh, this is truly giving me a headache. As she paced, she muttered complaints and occasionally checked her phone for any updates from her boss. Suddenly, the alarm lights in the control room flashed. Someone at the door. Yang Mi gasped, nearly dropping her phone, and quickly stopped pacing to check the surveillance at the entrance. The boss had returned. Elation surged within her, but she soon noticed several individuals accompanying him. 1, 2, 3. Had he returned with 3 stunning women? Was that Chu Ningxue? Even the esteemed director Chu was with Yi Chen. Truly, the boss has his ways. Voice recognition, fingerprint verification, iris biometrics, and AI identification all passed seamlessly. The alloy door began to open with a resounding roar, slicing through the quiet night. A tracked assault vehicle rolled in slowly. Boss, you are finally back. As Yi Chen entered the prison's visitor hall with the 3 women, Yang Mi rushed forward eagerly. With a hint of grievance in her tone, she complained, Boss, you're finally back? I missed you so much while you were gone. Her feelings were genuine. In just one day, the pressure she had endured was unimaginable. The apocalypse, the shelter, the abundance of resources, and the boss's absence, all these burdens combined had weighed heavily upon her. What if the prison staff had ulterior motives? What if external forces attempted to seize control? What if conflicts arose among the employees? What could a solitary woman like her do? However, in reality, Yang Mi's concerns were somewhat unfounded. The individuals who had passed the rigorous screening set by Yi Chen were already the cream of the crop. While there might be some wrongdoers among them, none would be foolish enough to act recklessly. In this new world, Yi Chen had provided them with a sanctuary of security and sustenance, without sufficient intelligence. Intelligent individuals would refrain from taking unnecessary risks. While Yi Chen had also ensured ample contingencies. Should anyone dare to rebel, they would soon discover the true extent of his capabilities. I missed you too. Demimi, during my day away, do you have anything to report? Yi Chen lowered his head, speaking earnestly. Suddenly, Yang Mi realized she was still clinging tightly to him. Her face flushed crimson as she hastily released him. Retreating a couple of steps, unable to meet his gaze. Everything has been normal in the prison while you were away. Nothing out of the ordinary occurred. However, I was very worried about you, fearing you might not return. I was truly frightened. As she spoke, tears began to glisten in her beautiful eyes, her pitiful expression tugging at the heartstrings of anyone who beheld her. In the midst of Yang Mi's tearful lament, she remained oblivious to Chu Ningxue's expression beside her. Chu Ningxue mumbled with her small mouth, a blend of indignation at having something she cherished snatched away and regret for not having acted sooner. Clearing her throat, she turned to Yi Chen and spoke. Yi Chen, everyone has worked hard all day. They must be exhausted. Let's arrange for everyone to rest first. Any matters can be discussed slowly tomorrow. She then turned to Chu Ningxue, saying, We had a deal. I can allow you to accompany me, but the condition is that you must become my woman. Chapter 34. Pistol instruction. I'm not ready yet. At least, not today. After a long day, I'm drenched in sweat and feel unclean. Moreover, how can you speak of such things in front of so many people? It's so embarrassing. Chu Ningxue's fair neck instantly flushed crimson, the color gradually creeping up to her cheeks as she spoke. In that moment, she appeared not as the dignified chairman of a leading listed company, but rather like an ordinary girl, displaying a demeanor of youthful innocence. Initially, her tone carried a hint of confidence, but as she spoke, her voice dwindled, and her assurance waned, until her frosty visage bore 2 faint blushes. Was this truly the same aloof and imperious beauty who seldom smiled? This was entirely the demeanor of a love-struck girl. Yang Mi was once again captivated by Yi Chen's formidable methods. Amidst her astonishment, she turned her gaze towards Yi Chen, her eyes reflecting an unspeakable sentiment. All right, I won't tease you any longer. You love-struck fool. Yi Chen sighed helplessly. Yang Mi, please arrange accommodation for the 3 of them. Ruonan, Weren't you supposed to cook for me for a lifetime? You can start now. The dining matters will be entrusted to you. Zhang Ruonan lowered her head and softly responded with an mm. However, she found Yi Chen's words somewhat peculiar, while she was indeed to cook for him. The addition of for a lifetime made her feel something was amiss. Yi Chen then turned to Wang Yulan, asking, "Do you have any special skills? And don't say your tongue is long." Faced with Yi Chen's inquiry, Wang Yulan appeared somewhat flustered, her fingers nervously intertwining as she attempted to ease her anxiety. My father taught me combat skills. Also, I can shoot a pistol. As the daughter of the security center's captain, Wang Yulan was exposed to experiences beyond the reach of ordinary individuals, such as handling firearms. In his spare time, Wang Hai would take her to a renowned shooting club in the city to practice marksmanship, hoping that his daughter would one day become a righteous defender of justice. That sounds good, but don't elaborate. Yi Chen interjected brusquely. Wang Yulan, starting tomorrow morning, I will personally train you. If you cannot endure or have any complaints, then you do not deserve to stay here. I will send you back. Yi Chen's tone was icy and stern, leaving no room for negotiation. As long as you don't kick me out, I can endure any hardship. Wang Yulan clenched her small fists, declaring proudly. The next day, morning arrived. Remember, hold the pistol like this. Your dominant hand should grasp the grip with the thumb pointing upward and your index finger gently resting near the trigger, while your middle and ring fingers firmly grip the lower part of the gun handle. Your little finger should lay flat on the bottom of the pistol to ensure stability and prevent accidental discharge. Yes, your arms should be extended and level with your shoulders. At the same time, maintain muscle coordination. Do not be too tense or too loose. Additionally, lean your body slightly forward to better aim and control recoil. Yi Chen stood behind Wang Yulan, instructing her on the fundamentals of using a pistol, how to grip it, and how to adjust her shooting posture. When Yi Chen had brought her back the previous day, he had not noticed that this 18-year-old girl had a figure that belied her age, dressed in a plain, loose sky blue t-shirt and dark blue jeans. After instructing Yang Mi to take her for a shower, he decided that her old clothes, which had been mistreated, were no longer suitable. Yi Chen selected a relatively fitting new outfit for her from his dimensional space, which he had collected during his resource raids, tailored to his preferences. While practicing her grip, Wang Yulan wore a fitted, pink lace-trimmed sweater that complemented her naturally rosy lips, adding a touch of grace to her appearance. The contours of her collarbone were distinctly outlined, resembling a gentle arc connecting her fair neck to her shoulders. A hint of her alluring abdominal muscles peeked through, exuding a unique charm of youth and vitality. Focused on her training, Wang Yulan was oblivious to her impressive figure, maintaining her stance and striving for precision in her shooting. In her heart, Yi Chen was the most perfect man aside from her father, upright, just, and unafraid in the face of danger during the apocalypse. Having rescued her from the clutches of evil, maintain your posture and focus. If you can't even hold this basic stance, how will you confront the beasts in the future? In 10 minutes, we will head downstairs for breakfast. Seeing her distracted, Yi Chen made a few remarks before exiting the training room. Chapter 35. The soup is served in the dining area. Yi Chen, Ningxue, and Yang Mi eagerly awaited the arrival of breakfast. This was Zhang Ruonan's first attempt at cooking breakfast, and the trio felt a sense of anticipation. Ningxue was Yi Chen's comrade in arms from his past life, having provided unparalleled support in terms of funding and armament. Moreover, Yi Chen was more than willing to rekindle their connection in this life. As for Yang Mi, she was one of the initial shareholders of the company, having passed Yi Chen's personal interview and successfully weathered financial scrutiny. Her contributions were immeasurable. Yi Chen often took a hands-off approach, while Yang Mi managed recruitment, interviews, job assignments, progress monitoring, and financial oversight. Initially, he had worried that this recent graduate might struggle, but he soon realized his concerns were unfounded. If given the opportunity, young talent would undoubtedly shine. Yang Mi had not disappointed Yi Chen's trust, efficiently organizing the preparatory work for the refuge. However, she still lacked the decisiveness and fortitude expected of a leader, qualities that could not be cultivated overnight. Yang Mi and Ningxue were, at present, the two women Yi Chen valued most in this apocalyptic world. Seizing a moment while breakfast was still being prepared, Yi Chen decided to assess Yang Mi's work situation. Yang Mi, please report on the current personnel list in the refuge. Yang Mi tucked a loose strand of hair behind her ear, her delicate fingers tapping lightly as she addressed Yi Chen with confidence. Yes, boss. Currently, there are 11 people in the refuge. They are, boss, Yi Chen, Ningxue, position yet to be assigned. Me, Yang Mi, Human Resources Manager, Zhang Ruonan, a senior about to graduate, temporarily assigned as the cook. Wang Yulan, an 18-year-old girl who had been accepted into Qingbei University but could not continue her studies due to the apocalypse. Currently undergoing firearms training. The remaining individuals are professionals who passed interviews prior to the end of the world. Just as Yang Mi was about to continue her report, Yi Chen interrupted her. Wait, let's assign a position to Ningxue first. Without hesitation, he took Chu Ningxue's hand, the soft, pliable sensation igniting a surge of hormones. Chu Ningxue shyly lowered her head. From the moment she chose to leap from the 77th floor, trusting Yi Chen to catch her, she had already become his. Their relationship had long transcended mere words. Ningxue, if you come to my side, I can only assign you as Deputy General Manager. Does that sound all right? Chu Ningxue's delicate face flushed with color as she quietly nodded, and no matter what position Yi Chen assigned her, she had no objections, as long as she could remain by his side. That a woman who always masked herself with an assertive demeanor would reveal her most endearing and tender side to her beloved once her defenses were breached. While she maintained a strong front before others, in Yi Chen's presence, she could retreat to her own safe haven, relishing in the paradise of affection. Although their relationship was already an unspoken truth, hearing Yi Chen's promise felt distinctly different, like a public declaration of their bond. Yang Mi, seated across from them, perceptively broke the tension with a light cough. All right, boss, I will continue with my report. Yi Chen nodded, signaling her to proceed. There are 6 professionals who passed interviews before the apocalypse that I will now introduce their basic situations and assigned roles. All 6 individuals were graduates of prestigious universities, a point I shall not elaborate further. However, with the onset of the apocalypse, academic credentials have lost their former significance. What we are currently observing is the tangible ability to practice, whether one can effectively fulfill their responsibilities and execute tasks to perfection. Academic credentials are merely a more practical form of fuel. Liu Yifei, 26 years old, procurement supervisor, was responsible for overseeing all supplies for the shelter before the apocalypse. After the catastrophe, I appointed her to manage the daily inventory and allocation of resources. Liu Shishi, 25 years old, finance supervisor, previously monitored company accounts and expenditures, during which we also engaged a third-party firm for oversight. Subsequently, as per your directive, all outsourced employees were dismissed. Post-apocalypse, I tasked her with formulating a contribution point system to facilitate the tracking of shelter contributions and resource exchanges. Yang Dalong, 35 years old, security supervisor, is the only male among the successful candidates. Before the apocalypse, he ensured the personal safety of the boss and was in charge of establishing and verifying the shelter's defense systems. After the disaster, he has isolated himself in his room, only emerging for meals, making him the most difficult individual to manage among the interviewees. Yi Chen pondered for a few seconds, his brow furrowing as he said, I will personally speak with Yang Dalong. That he had already surmised the reasons behind Yang Dalong's unusual behavior. It was likely due to the awakening of his abilities. Please continue, he prompted. Certainly, boss. Yang Mi crossed her arms, showcasing her impressive figure as she continued. Yang Ying, 26 years old, chief physician, previously handled the acceptance of medical supplies and the construction of small hospitals. After the apocalypse, she is responsible for the daily health and treatment of shelter residents, excelling in both physical and psychological care. Zhao Lucy, 24 years old, biological researcher, was involved in assisting with the acceptance and planning of supplies and the establishment of biological laboratories before the apocalypse. Currently, she primarily researches disaster viruses, although progress is slow due to the lack of samples. Yi Chen stroked his chin, contemplating. Samples are not an issue. The live chicken is still stored in my dimensional space. I will allocate some time for Zhao Lucy to study it. The final individual is Yu Shushin, equipment supervisor, who was mainly responsible for the commissioning, acceptance, and installation of equipment before the apocalypse, which was entirely managed by outsourced personnel. After the disaster, she inspects the operational status and parameters of various equipment daily, documenting her findings. When I first saw her resume, I was astonished. I never anticipated a woman would apply for such a position. I feared she might not be able to handle this type of work, but it turned out I was overly concerned. She performed exceptionally well, rivaling anyone. At that moment, while Yang Mi was enthusiastically detailing the personnel situation, Zhang Ruonan approached, nervously carrying a stainless steel basin. Ahahaha, the chicken soup is here. The chicken soup is here. Why aren't you drinking? Hurry up. Yi Chen gazed at the bubbling, dark concoction on the dining table, uncertainly asking, Ruonan, are you certain this is chicken soup? This is soup made from chicken. Zhang Ruonan proudly declared, puffing out her chest. The only basis for my belief that this is chicken soup is the feathers floating within. Why didn't you pluck the feathers? Why did you throw the whole chicken into boil? You didn't throw a live chicken in, did you? Are you some sort of living demon? Yi Chen, Chuning Xua, and Yongmi all had expressions of disbelief. Tell me the truth. Do you really know how to cook? Of course. But whether it tastes good is beyond my control. I can definitely cook. As long as you dare to eat. I will dare to make it, Zhang Ruonan retorted, unwavering. All right. Ning Xue, I will leave Zhang Ruonan in your care. She will take responsibility for managing affairs within the shelter. Also, Zhang Ruonan is prohibited from entering the kitchen again. The wasted ingredients will be deducted from her contribution points. Does anyone here know how to cook? Yi Chen surveyed the three stunningly beautiful women before him. For a moment, the dining room fell silent. Fine. Let's go to the warehouse and grab some instant food. With a sigh of resignation, Yi Chen resolved to recruit a top-notch chef. With so many resources in the warehouse and dimensional space, it was unacceptable to lack someone skilled in the culinary arts. In the staff dormitory, Yang Dalong's room. After having breakfast, Yi Chen conducted a brief inspection of the shelter's facilities. Upon confirming that everything was normal, he hastened to Yang Dalong's room. That he still had some recollection of this employee. He had brought him along to a dinner with his fiancée, intending to add a layer of security to prevent any rash actions from the couple. At that time, he had not yet awakened his time-stopping abilities, nor had he absorbed any life essence. He was merely an ordinary person reborn. Yi Chen's initial impression of Yang Dalong was that he spoke little but was exceedingly obedient. Given his impressive credentials, Yi Chen felt a twinge of apprehension. An 8-time underground boxing champion. Such credentials were indeed formidable. Based on his experiences from his previous life, he understood that individuals with extraordinary talents in a specific field often had a high probability of awakening abilities. The dormitory door was equipped with a smart lock, and as an administrator, Yi Chen possessed full access to the shelter. Authentication successful. With a notification from the intelligent voice system, Yang Dalong's door slowly opened. Yi Chen gently pushed the door open and found Yang Dalong sitting on the edge of his bed, his knees propped against his thighs, seemingly deep in thought. Boss? Yang Dalong's facial hair appeared even more pronounced, giving him a more melancholic appearance from a distance. Boss, please don't come in. I fear I might hurt you. Upon noticing Yi Chen's intention to enter, Yang Dalong quickly attempted to dissuade him. However, Yi Chen paid no heed and stepped inside. Unafraid of any danger, a wave of intense heat washed over him, reminiscent of a sauna. Could it be that Yang Dalong had awakened the ability to alter environmental temperatures? Nonetheless, this level of heat posed no harm to Yi Chen. After absorbing the life essence of the live chicken, his physical attributes and ability strength had significantly improved. In the face of Yang Dalong's recently awakened powers, there was no risk whatsoever. Follow my instructions. Center your thoughts, cast aside distractions, and draw your external life energy inward. Leaning against the wall, Yi Chen felt a slight sweat forming on his forehead as he spoke softly. I seem to have awakened a power that does not belong to me. I cannot control it at all. The only things this power brings are panic and agitation. I am gradually straying from my original state. Yang Dalong frantically raked his unkempt hair, overwhelmed with a sense of despair and frustration he could not express. Do you know what your ability is? Yi Chen inquired softly. Perhaps it alters the temperature properties of surrounding objects. I cannot be certain. All I know is that I cannot control this ability at all. Anyone who approaches me risks being harmed by me. You should leave, boss. Consider it for my sake. I beg you. Yang Dalong's eyes widened, burning with an intense fire. Yi Chen furrowed his brow, puzzled, based on his past experiences. He was able to deduce the reason for Yang Dalong's abnormal state. The instability of his emotions was causing a leakage of life essence, and since he had only recently awakened his abilities, he could not freely manipulate them, resulting in their inadvertent release. The current issue was to identify the cause of his emotional instability in order to address it effectively. Yi Chen struck at the heart of the matter and asked, Dalong, is there any difference between living in the shelter and your usual life? Since Yang Dalong's emotional turmoil had only erupted after entering the shelter, it was highly likely that a change in his living habits had caused his discomfort, thus affecting his emotions. There isn't much difference. Except there is one aspect that conflicts with my lifestyle. At this point, Yang Dalong seemed hesitant to elaborate further. At this critical juncture, feel free to express anything. I assure you, I will do my utmost to assist, Yi Chen assured, thumping his chest. In my normal life, I would go to the red light district to indulge myself every day. It has been 3 or 4 days since I last had that. That's why I've been hiding in my room, afraid to go out. I fear I might lose control. I am even more afraid of hurting others. Yichen frowned that he had not anticipated that the reason for Yang Dalong's emotional fluctuations would be so peculiar. However, there were no available women for his entertainment in the shelter. It seemed the only option was to venture outside in search of suitable candidates. That I will go out and see if I can find anyone appropriate for you. During this time, I will keep you confined to this room. Here are some food, water, and a toy airplane. If you truly cannot resist, you may use it for now. Yi Chun produced 3 bottles of water. For packets of biscuits and a toy airplane he had inadvertently acquired in the dimensional space, Yang Dalong gazed at Yi Chen in astonishment. The reason for his shock was not merely his intention to confine himself. He had originally planned to lock himself in the room to prevent any unforeseen accidents. However, how could he possibly carry a toy airplane with him? While he could understand bringing water and biscuits, the presence of a toy airplane was utterly perplexing. Well, I shall take my leave for now. Rest assured, I will return. With a swift gait, Yi Chen dashed out of Yang Dalong's room, fear gnawing at him. He was afraid that Yang Dalong, driven by hunger, might harbor sinister intentions towards him. Chapter 37. The Bully. Security Captain Lin Wu. Upon exiting the room, Yi Chen was drenched in a cold sweat. Thankfully, he had managed to escape quickly and had thoroughly locked the door to Yang Wenlong's room behind him. The staff dormitory had been modified based on the prison system, ensuring that the materials used were remarkably sturdy and secure. Unless one possessed an SSS-level destructive ability, breaking in forcefully would be nearly impossible. Without Yi Chen's administrative privileges, it was utterly inconceivable to gain entry. It was no wonder Yi Chen was ruthless. The women in the shelter were all exquisite, rare gems. If he ventured out for supplies and returned to find his home ransacked, what enjoyment could he possibly find in that, at that moment? Yi Chen's phone buzzed in his pocket with a WeChat notification. Boss, there's a situation. Several off-road vehicles are blocking our in. Lin Wu, seeks to make those who once looked down upon him pay the price. In this apocalyptic world, he is determined to carve out a realm of his own. In the prison sanctuary, Yi Chen received a message from Yang Mi and hurried to the surveillance room without delay. Upon viewing the footage from the entrance cameras, he couldn't help but chuckle. They are delivering supplies to us. Yi Chen had long anticipated a response to the blockade at the entrance. There was no need for concern. Regardless of how they attempted to obstruct the door, Yi Chen could simply transfer those obstacles into the dimensional space. Alternatively, he could have Chu Ningxue use her teleportation ability to shift the SUVs aside. Yi Chen favored the latter option, as he was not yet ready to reveal the existence of his dimensional powers. In this tumultuous world, the fewer people who are aware of his secrets, the better. This was a lesson he had paid for with his life in his previous existence. Moreover, it would serve as a way to test the extent of Chu Ningxue's awakened abilities. Ningxue, give it a try. Move those 3 jeep cars blocking the entrance, Yi Chen casually remarked after sipping from a fine red wine. I can't do that, Chu Ningxue replied, momentarily confused by Yi Chen's suggestion. Hastily shaking her head in denial. As the chairwoman of Hoarding Penguin Game Group, she had never needed to drive herself. She was accustomed to being chauffeured, and when pressed for time, she would even take a helicopter. Yi Chen's request felt like an unnecessary challenge to her. Yi Chen playfully flicked her forehead with his finger, teasing, so being a vice president has made you dull, has it? What I mean is, use your abilities to move those 3 jeeps. I'm not asking you to drive them. If driving is necessary, I shall be the one to do it. If you can handle it, I can drive every day. Upon hearing Yi Chen's words, Chu Ningxue suddenly understood, but the last 2 teasing sentences made her feel both flustered and anxious. At that moment, her identity was no longer just that of the chairwoman of Hoarding Penguin Game Group. She was the vice president of the prison sanctuary and Yi Chen's woman. In his presence, Chu Ningxue felt no need to disguise herself, allowing her true self to shine through unreservedly. After a brief moment of calming her racing heart, she blushed and said, I'll give it a try. Without looking back, she quickly exited the surveillance room. She was indeed intimidated by Yi Chen. Whenever she was in front of him, her mind failed to function normally. Perhaps this was because she had grown to rely on him deeply, no longer needing to remain on high alert all the time. As she hurried to the entrance, Chu Ningxue's heart raced with uncertainty. However, since this was Yi Chen's arrangement, there must be a reason behind it, and she was determined to follow through. 5 minutes later, she arrived at the entrance, with Yi Chen following closely behind. The authorization to open the door could only be validated by Yi Chen himself. He had no intention of granting this privilege to anyone else. It was not a matter of trust, but rather a concern for unforeseen circumstances. Human nature was unpredictable, and the truth lay in maintaining control firmly in one's hands. Voice recognition, fingerprint verification, iris biometrics, and AI identity checks all passed. The door is now opening. Boom, boom, boom. With the thunderous sound of 5 alloy doors opening, 10 seconds later, the doors were fully ajar. Before opening, Chen had already confirmed through nearby surveillance that all was clear. Although he did not believe that anyone or any beast could pose a threat at this stage, he remained cautious. Before him stood 3 SUVs blocking the entrance. Go ahead, Chen encouraged, playfully slapping Chu Ningxue's delicate backside. How annoying. Chu Ningxue huffed in complaint, yet a smile graced her lips as she swayed her peachy rear and approached under Chen's gaze. Why, Chen, where do you want me to move these 3 cars? The opposite side of the road will suffice. First, bring the sign from the car over to me. Chen had noticed the advertisement attached to the vehicles, likely left by those intending to deal with him. He was curious to see who could come up with such a foolish idea. With her eyes closed, Chu Ningxue concentrated, channeling her life essence. The next moment, her teleportation ability activated, and she appeared directly in Chen's embrace. Holding the advertisement, so eager to return to my arms. Chen wholeheartedly approved of Chu Ningxue's affectionate gesture, tightly wrapping his arms around her slender waist and savoring the soft, yielding sensation against his chest. This left Chu Ningxue momentarily stunned. She had intended to teleport just a meter away from Chen, so how had she ended up in his arms? Was it possible that, subconsciously, she longed to be in his embrace? The thought caused her ears to flush crimson, and she let out a shy huff. Unable to meet Chen's gaze that moment, Chen grasped the advertisement she had brought, which clearly read, "Distribute half of the supplies to the Guanghua Community Property Center. The blocking vehicles will leave on their OWN." Chen nearly burst into laughter. Where did such ridiculousness come from? First of all, assuming Chen agreed to distribute half the supplies, surely a vehicle would be needed to transport them, right? If the entrance was blocked, how could Chen deliver the supplies? Secondly, if Chen had the ability to push the SUVs aside and free the supply vehicles, would he still need to distribute half the supplies? It was truly a gathering of fools. However, since someone dared to provoke him, Chen decided to pay a visit to the Guanghua Community Property Center and confront these idiots. Anyone who dared to threaten him had to face the consequences. Chapter 39. The Transcendent Guanghua Community, Building Number 4, Unit 1, Second Floor. This floor had been converted from residential to commercial use, with all 6 units on the first floor transformed into a martial arts hall, primarily for teaching and practicing martial arts. After the apocalypse struck, the individuals trapped on the second floor, led by the martial arts hall director, Yu Zi, formed a collective to combat external beasts and internal unrest, a community self-defense team. This was precisely why Lin Wu and his group chose to target this location first. Not only was it the closest to the property center, but they also aimed to take down the troublemakers in one fell swoop. Once they subdued this group of instigators, would they not have to worry about other fence-sitters begging for mercy? Within the martial arts hall, there were 13 individuals, with the core being Director Yu Zi and his most capable aide, Coach Li Qinxin. The remaining 11 were merely novice students or maintenance staff handling daily chores. Li Qinxin stood in the center of the practice room, her hands wrapped in protective bandages, facing the wooden dummy as warm sunlight streamed through the curtains. Her long black hair danced in the air like summer breezes across a meadow, adding an indescribable touch of grace and dynamism. The fitted yoga attire clung delicately to her curves, accentuating her alluring figure. And with each punch she threw, beads of perspiration glistened on the polished floor, her nearly perfect abdominal muscles eliciting gasps of admiration. Unlike the exaggerated muscle definition often seen, her physique exuded a unique kind of fitness, a result of her post-training muscle relaxation techniques. With striking features and an outstanding demeanor, she resembled a battle-hardened, yet dignified female general. Director, the security team is preparing to strike us. What is your strategy? Li Qinxin wiped the sweat from her brow, exhaling a sigh of hot air as she spoke, her expression tinged with worry. Since they have come, let them come. No matter their schemes, I will cleave them in two with my sword. Yu Zi replied, leaning against the window with a gleaming long sword in hand. His slightly disheveled hair and the half-burnt cigarette dangling from his lips hinted at a cold, piercing aura of murderous intent in his gaze. Only those who had truly faced the siege of beasts would possess such eyes. When the apocalypse first descended, he had been out promoting recruitment, Rushing back to ensure Li Qinxin's safety, he had cut down all the beasts blocking his path with this very sword. Had it not been for Li Qinxin's strong insistence on keeping these useless individuals, Yu Zi would have had no qualms about abandoning them. Their lives meant nothing to him. In this new world. Aside from protecting those he cared for, any act of misguided kindness would only push him deeper into the abyss. Yet, when it came to Li Qinxin, he had no grounds to refuse her requests. Whatever she desired, Yu Zi would unconditionally support. Bang! Bang! At this moment, he had arrived at the property management center, guided by the directional signs within the community. Clad in mechanized armor and possessing the ability of stasis, Chen was far from being a mere ordinary individual that anyone could contend with. Moreover, after absorbing the life essence of the backpack chicken, his physical prowess had ascended to the level of beyond 3 stars. This information was gathered by Chen through infiltrating the network information system of the relevant authorities. With the apocalypse having befallen the world, an unknown viral calamity wreaked havoc, leading to countless beings succumbing to infection. Some awakened extraordinary powers, others enhanced their physical capabilities, and some experienced a transformation in their mental faculties, resulting in a qualitative change in their spiritual strength. Consequently, the authorities had established a comprehensive set of classifications for the extraordinary beings to facilitate distinction and summarization. Currently, Chen's 100-meter sprint data could stabilize at 9.08 seconds, far exceeding the world record. Those who transcended human limits and possessed extraordinary abilities were collectively referred to as transcenders. Chen was a transcender endowed with dimensional space, time suspension, the continuation of the spark of life, and the ability to enhance his skills through the continuous absorption of life essence. This particular situation, at least, was not found in the detailed records of the relevant authorities. In other words, Chen was unique, a human being possessing such a multitude of extraordinary conditions. Others, at most, had merely achieved breakthroughs in physical capabilities or awakened a singular extraordinary ability. No1. Chen furrowed his brow. Somewhat taken aback, were they not the ones who summoned him to this place? Why was there not a single soul in sight? Even the door was left ajar. Shortly after, a loud commotion nearby caught Chen's attention. Upon hastening closer, he discovered a group of individuals clad in security uniforms, violently striking the unit's iron door with a thick tree trunk. At that moment, the door had already been breached. These security personnel bore fierce expressions, their eyes glistening with greed and desire, as they charged forward behind a middle-aged man leading the group. Initially, Chen had no intention of intervening in their affairs. He could simply wait until a formidable presence stood. As if a single man could hold back an army, observing the two individuals pierced by a blade, the onlookers were gripped by fear, retreating in haste. However, the sheer number of people rendered movement in the narrow corridor nearly impossible. In an instant, some began to stumble, crying out for help, frantic like ants on a hot pan. Chapter 41. The Power of Wind Manipulation. Li Qinxin, who had been in the training room, felt her spirit vanish. She was not in the training room. Boss, someone is coming up from below. It's a woman. She isn't armed, but her martial prowess is terrifying. Our brothers in the rear can hardly hold on. A short man, bearing a horrific indentation on his skull and drenched in blood, charged through the entrance of the building. After delivering his message, he collapsed from blood loss and a concussion. What? Lin Wu exclaimed in astonishment, never expecting to be caught off guard. However, from the recent analysis of intelligence, it was highly likely that the woman in question was Li Qinxin. The thought of her made Lin Wu's mouth water involuntarily. She was the woman he had longed for. Even before the apocalypse, Lin Wu had noticed her. As the head of security at Guanghua Community, his hobby outside of work was raiding the beauty of the residents. And Li Qinxin deserved a perfect score. Aside from the charming widow on the 12th floor, no one in the entire community could rival her beauty. Furthermore, Lin Wu was particularly drawn to her blend of innocence and fiery spirit. Before the apocalypse, Lin Wu only dared to steal glances at Li Qinxin from afar, but the situation had changed. With the onset of the apocalypse, the law no longer imposed any constraints. The strongest would prevail. Lin Wu's desire for Li Qinxin had long surpassed his craving for resources. Today, he was determined to possess her as his own, forbidding anyone else from laying claim. Li Qinxin, capable of dispatching foes with ease, had surged up from the entrance of the building. She had conspired with Yu Zi. Together, they would seal off the retreat of their enemies. As for how she had descended, as a transcendent being with awakened abilities, Li Qinxin's physical capabilities had been enhanced beyond limits, and she had also awakened the A-grade talent, wall walking technique, allowing her to traverse any wall effortlessly. Go deal with you, Z. I'll take care of Li Qinxin. Lin Wu said, brushing off the dust from his clothes as he descended, preparing to confront her personally, leaving his bewildered henchman with a dazed expression. Are we mere ordinary folks supposed to handle you, Z? Confronted by the steadily advancing security personnel, Li Qinxin exhibited no signs of fear. With her fists clenched, she faced each incoming adversary, employing her agile movements as if a beautiful butterfly gracefully navigating through a storm. While the security team was organized and disciplined with a modicum of combat skills, they were utterly inadequate against Li Qinxin. She was the legitimate instructor from the National Martial Arts Academy. Having claimed the top prize in the National Martial Arts Performance Competition at the mere age of 26, Li Qinxin was an existence that others could only aspire to, with her strength and beauty. Had she chosen to enter the entertainment industry or live streaming sector, she would undoubtedly dominate. Yet, she was unwilling. Her dreams and aspirations lay in promoting martial arts, ensuring the world recognized that Huaxiao martial arts were the greatest fighting arts. As Li Qinxin engaged in battle, a sudden gust of wind howled from the corridor. The wind was too sudden, too swift, too strange. Under such circumstances, how could there be wind emanating from within? Unless Li Qinxin seemed to have realized something and swiftly pulled a fallen, unconscious security guard in front of her. Suddenly, the fierce wind coalesced into an invisible blade, ruthlessly slicing through the guard. 2 seconds later, the guard's uniform was shredded, countless fabric fragments whisked away by the gale, leaving behind only the unconscious figure and Li Qinxin, who narrowly escaped the assault. Li Qinxin furrowed her brows and exclaimed, "Shameless." It was evident that the wind attack had not aimed to take her life, but rather coveted her exquisite and rare form. That strike not only filled her with disgust, but also heightened her vigilance. The assailant was an extraordinary being with formidable power, far beyond the capabilities of the ordinary security personnel. From the dark corridor emerged a man, a cigarette dangling from his mouth, his face bearing a lecherous expression. Who else could it be but Lin Wu? Li Qinxin, become my woman. I can assure you a life free of worries, filled with revelry. Each night, I shall never allow you to languish in solitude. Lin Wu extended his repulsive tongue to lick his lips, his voice laced with long-suppressed desire. You shameless. Li Qinxin's hands tightened into fists, her enchanting eyes seeming to blaze with fury. She yearned to tear this man, who thought only with his lower half, into shreds. In the next moment, driven by immense rage, Li Qinxin swiftly approached Lin Wu, delivering a punch aimed at his face. This punch was without reservation. If it connected, it would certainly shatter Lin Wu's skull, resulting in his immediate demise, just as her fist was a mere 10 centimeters from Lin Wu's face. An invisible wave of energy obstrued time waits for no one. Flaws abound. Li Qinxin let out a soft snort, her athletic and delicate foot striking the ground with force as she directed a punch towards the profusely bleeding wound of Lin Wu. The speed was astonishing, and the power reached its zenith. The confident smirk graced Li Qinxin's lips. If Lin Wu did not evade, even with the protection of a wind barrier, he would find it exceedingly difficult to withstand this blow. Distraught and disoriented, Lin Wu had long since lost his desire for Li Qinxin's physical form. His only wish now was to flee to his safe place to tend to his injuries. The wounds inflicted by the gunfire had already rendered him on the brink of collapse. Had it not been for the awakening of his extraordinary abilities, which enhanced his physical attributes beyond normal limits, he would have perished long ago. As Lin Wu contemplated retreat, he noticed Li Qinxin's fists slicing through the air, hurtling towards him. With no time to ponder, he could only muster the utmost of his wind manipulation to resist the impending powerful strike. In the next moment, boom, 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 a single punch, 3 segments of residual energy shattered the wind barrier, creating a deep dent in Lin Wu's already battered chest. In an instant, the previously boastful and lewd Lin Wu lost focus, collapsing heavily to the ground. Chen had been waiting for this moment. With a swish, 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 he dashed out from the shadows, heading straight for Lin Wu, intent on seizing the life source from him. Having dispatched Lin Wu, Li Qinxin breathed a sigh of relief, but her heart sank upon seeing Yi Chen rushing towards her. She quickly realized he was the one aiding her from the shadows. However, she understood that no assistance comes without a price. There are only future calculations and unending schemes. Clearly, Li Qinxin harbored no trust for Yi Chen. She had exerted every ounce of her strength into that punishment for Lin Wu, leaving her somewhat fatigued and pale, struggling to maintain her composure. Yet, she was determined to thwart Yi Chen's intentions. Uncertain of his motives, she resolved to obstruct him as a precaution. Li Qinxin took a half step back with her right foot, her lithe waist subtly bracing herself, preparing to deliver a counterstrike to the advancing Yi Chen. She was measured in her approach. This punch would only utilize half her strength, sufficient to cause Yi Chen to stagger and fall. Yet without any threat to his life, in the next second, slap. A crisp, resounding slap struck Li Qingshin's delicate face. Her fair, snow-like complexion instantly bore 3 distinct crimson marks that Li Qingshin's beautiful eyes reddened. Tears of helplessness brimming within. Throughout her life, she had always been the one to bully others. She had never experienced such humiliation. Yet, the moment that man charged towards her, it was as if the game had lagged. Not only did he effortlessly evade her swift punch, but he also had the audacity to slap her. Such a profound humiliation was intolerable for Li Qingshin. If you make another move, you will die. Yi Chen pressed one hand against Lin Wu's forehead, a continuous stream of life source flowing into his own body. Noticing Li Qingshin's unusual behavior, Yi Chen's gaze sharpened, his tone menacing. The ever-fearless Li Qingshin trembled slightly. Clearly intimidated by Yi Chen as a practitioner of national martial arts, she could sense the hostility, malice, and even murderous intent emanating from others. It was evident that Yi Chen's words were not mere bluster. Should she persist in her defiance, she might truly face dire consequences. Covering her stinging face, Li Qingshin wisely took 2 steps back, instinctively distancing herself from Yi Chen. She was unaware of his intentions for pressing his hand upon Lin Wu's forehead. But it was always prudent to maintain distance from the unknown. Before long, Yi Chen exhaled deeply, a wave of warmth cascading through his body as Lin Wu's form transformed into a mere white shell. What? What have you done? A gust of wind swept through, scattering Lin Wu's remains into dust upon the ground, erasing all traces of humanity. Li Qingshin's eyes widened in disbelief. Though Lin Wu had perished, he should not have turned into mere remnants. Could it be that this man possessed the ability to absorb life sources like a beast? Or perhaps he was not human at all, but rather a beast that had taken on a humanoid form. If it were the latter, it would be utterly terrifying. A humanoid beast's strength would be beyond her capability to contest. Even the curator, Yu Zi, would not come close to such power. What is your name? Yi Chen turned around, a broad smile gracing his face as he regarded the dazed Li Qingshin, Li Qingshin. Faced with Yi Chen, she dared not conceal her identity in the slightest. It was an instinctive submission of a creature before a stronger being. Chapter 43. The Transcenders can absorb life sources from one another. In the corridor, Yu Zi, wielding a silver longsword, descended like a celestial warrior, effortlessly cutting through the hapless security guards as if they were mere vegetables. The dimly lit corridor transformed into a hellish nightmare, filled with incessant screams, pleas for mercy, and wails of despair. Yet, Yu Zi paid no heed to their cries. His eyes were fixated solely on slaughter and destruction. You brought this upon yourselves. Do not blame me. Yu Zi flicked the blood from his sword, his gaze icy as he surveyed the few remaining guards. Please don't kill me. I was wrong. It was all Lin Wu's doing. We are innocent. Curator, do you remember me? I trained under you for 3 days in national martial arts. Please don't kill me. I will mend my ways and follow you faithfully. Without question. I have an elderly mother to care for and a young child waiting to be fed. I beg you to spare me, and I promise I will not cause trouble again. Witnessing Yu Zi's terrifying power, the few surviving security guards were utterly paralyzed with fear, stripped of any will to resist. They frantically pleaded for their lives, desperate to survive. However, Yu Zi showed no mercy. With a chilling glance, the remaining guards clutched their throats, their eyes wide with disbelief. You a demon. With those parting words, they collapsed limply on the staircase, their breaths extinguished. Time to rescue Li Qingshin. Yu Zi sheathed his sword, calculating the perfect moment to exit the building. Based on his analysis, Lin Wu's strength should surpass Li Qingshin's, but not by a significant margin. Wind manipulation held no advantage over wind control. However, Li Qingshin was a national martial arts champion. Having trained since childhood, her skill would compensate for any deficiencies. After a half-hour delay, he was now ready to heroically rescue the fair maiden. Yu Zi smirked, revealing a long-hidden lewd glint in his eyes. Were it not for his desire to win Li Qingshin's affection, he would not have remained in a mere national martial arts school located on the 2nd floor of a residential complex. Despite holding the title of curator, the actual investment and ownership of the martial arts school belonged to Li Qingshin. Yu Zi merely took this position for the sake of proximity to her. He had been so close to achieving his goal, yet the apocalypse had disrupted all his plans. Fortunately, calamity often conceals fortune, and fortune hides calamity. The arrival of the apocalypse was not without its rewards. Yu not only awakened his A-rank ability, Bloodlust, but also acquired a rare divine weapon, the long sword he now held. The Bloodlust ability allowed him to accumulate Bloodlust through combat, continuously enhancing his combat prowess and recovery. An ordinary ability user could never hope to single-handedly confront dozens of trained security guards. Even an exhausting war of attrition would easily wear him down, let alone the terrifying pressure of their overwhelming numbers. Yet, Yu was different. With the augmentation of his Bloodlust ability, he would grow stronger with each battle, drawing sustenance from his opponent's blood, hardly feeling fatigue. However, should the duration of this ability exceed 1 hour, serious side effects would ensue, ranging from instant exhaustion to vomiting blood and fainting. Regardless of the ability, it all consumed and drained the life source. Yu braved the stench of blood in the corridor as he exited the building, only to find Linwu absent. Instead, he saw Li Qianxin at a distance, covering her fair face, watching an unfamiliar man with notable caution. This stranger was the same man Yu had glimpsed through the window earlier. Lingering in the security room, though their earlier encounter had merely involved a fleeting exchange of glances, Yu could confidently deduce that this man was a transcender, and a formidable one at that. Greetings, I am Yu, the curator of the National Martial Arts School. After suppressing the murderous aura induced by his Bloodlust ability, Yu approached Yi Chun, introducing himself with an air of openness. Whether this man was friend or foe remained uncertain. Thus he would not hastily provoke enmity. To antagonize a strong opponent would be sheer folly. One thing could be easily inferred from the situation. Linwu was nowhere to be found. Regardless of his fate, he had been defeated, and Li Qianxin certainly lacked the strength to accomplish that. The only logical conclusion was that the man before him had dealt with Linwu. Emerging unscathed. Yichen, having successfully absorbed Linwu's life source, Yichen felt only a slight increase in his internal energy, accompanied by no other extraordinary sensations. This disappointment led him to conclude that human life sources paled in comparison to those of beasts. He would need to hunt more beasts in the future. Observing that Yichen seemed unfamiliar, he surmised that he was not a resident of their community. What brings you here? Yu harbored a profound apprehension towards Yichen's formidable prowess. However, in the presence of Li Qianxin, he was reluctant to lose his composure and dignity, thus feigning calmness as he spoke. What am I here for? Do I need to report to you? Yichen cast a cold glance at Yu, his impatience palpable as he replied, That is not my intention. If you choose not to speak, I shall not press you. Farewell. Yu responded with a symbolic clasp of his fists, then brushed past Yichen. Making his way directly towards Li Qianxian. As he passed by Yichen, Yu gripped his sword tightly, ready to draw it at the slightest provocation, intent on reducing Yichen to mere pulp. At that moment, he had already slaughtered over 20 security personnel, and the amplification effect of his bloodthirsty abilities had reached its zenith. Were it not for the concern that further exertion could lead to a depletion of his life essence and the side effects of his bloodthirsty powers, he would not have wasted words with Yichen. He would have simply drawn his sword and ended it swiftly. Fortunately, Yichen remained motionless. Yu stole a glance back at Yichen, letting out a discreet sigh of relief. Are you all right? He strode forward to assist Li Qianxin, his tone softening with concern. At that moment, Li Qianxin was still shaken, her voice barely above a whisper as she said, Director, that man is incredibly powerful. After he helped me kill Linwu from the shadows, he somehow transformed Linwu into a mere shell. It was identical to the situation where one's life essence is drained by a beast. I suspect. Yu's brows furrowed slightly. What do you suspect? I suspect that this man is an anthropomorphized beast. That seems unlikely. As for his absorption of Linwu's life essence, it is not surprising. There are things I have yet to explain to you. Individuals like us, transcenders, can replenish energy and enhance our strength by absorbing the life essence of beasts or other transcenders. Li Qianxin tilted her small head, a large question mark forming in her mind. The reason I did not inform you earlier was to prevent you from worrying excessively. After all. Yu paused before continuing. The ability of transcenders to absorb each other's life essence inevitably leads to mutual slaughter among such individuals. I do not wish for you to experience such matters so soon. You need only to enjoy a peaceful life, while I bear the burdens for you. Qianxin, do you understand what I mean? As he spoke, Yu's eyes brimmed with affection and deep emotion. The weight of the information overwhelmed Li Qianxin, leaving her momentarily at a loss. She could only feign a cough to alleviate the awkwardness. Director, I know you have my best interests at heart. However, as you are aware, I have long since resolved not to consider personal matters until I have glorified our national martial arts. Do you understand my meaning? Yu Zi silently withdrew his gaze, forcibly suppressing his inner frustration, and forced a smile. Let us set that aside for now. Tell me how Lin Wu met his end. This was the matter of greatest concern to him at present. If Yi Chun had killed Lin Wu through a surprise attack, it would not be alarming. But if he had relied on raw strength to slay Lin Wu, that would be truly terrifying. It was crucial to note that Yu Zi had arranged for Li Qinxin to attack from below, intending for them to encircle Lin Wu to increase the probability of his demise. His bloodthirsty abilities required a continuous accumulation of human blood to unleash their full strength. Li Qinxin was effectively buying him time, while also performing the role of a hero rescuing a damsel in distress. However, this flawlessly devised plan had been disrupted by the sudden appearance of Yi Chun, leaving him with a bitter sense of helplessness. I didn't see clearly that it seemed as though everything happened in an instant. It was as if that bastard Lin Wu was simply slow to react. However, I did engage with Yi Chun for a brief moment, yet I could not capture his figure at all, only to receive a slap from him. He seems to have truly mastered the martial arts techniques. Gazing at Yi Chun in the distance, Li Qinxin's beautiful eyes sparkled with an indescribable feeling. Particularly drawn to Yi Chun's air of mystery and his nearly otherworldly agility, akin to a celestial being, having devoted herself to the study of national martial arts from a young age. Li Qinxin yearned to uncover the ultimate techniques of boxing, agility, and swordsmanship. Regrettably, by the age of 25, she had already become the champion of national martial arts, with no one left to offer her further insight. Indeed, she found herself wavering in her belief of the existence of authentic martial arts techniques. Yet, Yi Chun's emergence revealed to her an entirely different realm. The martial arts he displayed could only be described as unprecedented. If possible, Li Qinxin longed to inquire directly how one could cultivate such a mystical and elusive skill. However, being mere strangers, she found herself at a loss for how to broach the subject. Even initiating a conversation felt exceedingly challenging, while Yu Zi was increasingly exasperated. Observing Li Qinxin, who had just finished calming herself, he noted her unwavering gaze fixed on Yi Chun, and despite having just been slapped, she continued to defend this man. What nonsense about martial arts techniques. She seemed utterly infatuated. Yu Zi felt a vein throb on his forehead as he clenched his fist tightly. He shot a furious glance at the seemingly unperturbed Yi Chun. Yi Chun, I shall remember you. Head out as a transcender of the third rank. Yi Chun not only possessed various abilities, but also experienced a marked enhancement of his senses. Coupled with his mech, he was able to overhear the conversation between the two in the distance. Thankfully, they had not engaged in any illicit behavior. Otherwise, they would have swiftly become two lifeless corpses, rather, two mere shells. Sensing the imminent eruption of jealousy and hostility in Yu Zi's gaze, Yi Chun chose to disregard it. Instead, settling onto a bench beside a children's playground, preparing to rest while observing the situation. The eruption of abilities from the four individuals could potentially attract formidable beasts, should such a beast indeed arrive. It would be a fortuitous bonus on the 12th floor, room 1206, that you wouldn't want this matter to come to light, would you? A middle-aged man leered, blocking the doorway, having already forced entry through nefarious means. I beg you, please don't tell anyone that I will do anything for you. Just keep this a secret. The response came from a stunningly alluring young woman, Lin Jilin. Before the man's eyes lay a pair of long, shapely legs clad in sheer gray thigh-high stockings, exuding an enticing allure. On her upper half, she wore a snug, pure white tank top, her face a picture of shyness and panic as she reclined on the sofa. While an unidentified, trembling object lay discarded on the floor beside her at that moment, the power had not yet been cut and was still operational. It appeared to have been hastily thrown to the ground in a state of chaos. Her waist was slender and delicate, and her bosom was ample and inviting. This incredibly sultry figure ignited a burning desire within the middle-aged man, rendering him unable to resist. Then surrender yourself to me. A cheap toy is better off with me. No, I cannot. My husband passed away less than 6 months ago. I cannot betray him. That I chose to use props precisely to avoid betraying my husband. Please, change your request. Lin Jiling's eyes brimmed with tears, her voice filled with desperation. Change? Do you think I would change my mind? I have been fixated on you for a whole 6 months, ever since you and your husband Zhao Ting moved into this neighborhood. I have been watching you closely. I would sift through your discarded trash, scrutinizing each item for something of use. like your underwear, bras, toothpaste, towels, and sanitary pads. Just those items alone have driven me to madness. And now, you lie before me, utterly defenseless. Do you truly believe I would let you go? The middle-aged man's expression grew increasingly fevered, resembling a ravenous beast fixating on its long-desired prey. Inching closer. You scoundrel. The neighborhood self-defense team will not let you go. Lin Jieling, her eyes swollen from crying, curled up in the corner of the sofa, praying for a miracle. Perhaps at this very moment, the members of the self-defense team from the martial arts hall were on their way to rescue her. The neighborhood self-defense team? They've already been dealt with by our boss. Otherwise, do you think I could have made it up here? And our boss has already promised me. You are mine. The others will have to wait in line behind me. Rest assured, I will be very gentle. The middle-aged man loosened his leather belt. A wicked grin spread across his face. Watching the man draw nearer, Lin Jieling realized that today, she was very likely facing her doom. Resolutely, she steeled her heart. Rather than suffer the humiliation from these men, she would in the next moment. She sprang up and leaped out of the open window. Even if death awaited her, she would not allow herself to be a plaything for these wretches. Chapter 45. Can you protect me? What are you doing? The middle-aged man panicked. He had never anticipated that this woman would possess the courage to take her own life. Damn it. You wait right there. As long as you don't turn into a puddle of flesh, I'll have my way with you. The middle-aged man cursed as he leaned against the window, helplessly watching the beautiful young woman Lin Jieling plummet through the air. The frustration that is visible yet unattainable is truly exasperating. The 12th floor. At a height exceeding 40 meters, any rational being would undoubtedly perish from such a fall when one loses their balance. Emotions spiral out of control, often resulting in screams of desperation. Lin Jieling, suspended in midair, exemplified this. Her piercing cries shattered the stillness of the sky. Below, Yi Chun and his companions were jolted by the sudden outburst. Mistaking it for an attack from a beast, their expressions turning grave as they gazed upwards. There, a stunningly beautiful woman was plummeting at an alarming rate. Yuz shook his head lightly. At that height, survival was impossible. Even if she were an extraordinary individual, she could not withstand such impact. Alas, just as he thought this, Yuz suddenly recalled that Li Qinshin was beside him. He dared not utter any foolish remarks. She was the widow residing on the 12th floor. She had actually jumped. Li Qinshin recognized the woman who leaped as two of the most renowned beauties in the community. It was no surprise they were acquainted. Yi Chen merely cast a fleeting glance at the woman, showing no intention of intervening. In this apocalyptic world, saving those unrelated to oneself was unnecessary. Rescuing indiscriminately would only lead to one's own demise. Just as Yi Chun retracted his gaze, he noticed something unusual. He quickly deduced that this woman was an enhancer. The method of this judgment was simple. A more powerful enhancer could sense the density of life essence energy of nearby beings. An ordinary person's life essence was but a flicker, if it existed at all. In contrast, an enhancer's essence was far more robust and easily discernible. However, without guidance, even enhancers could not perceive or wield their abilities without concentrating their thoughts and mobilizing their life essence. This meant that most enhancers only activated their powers in dire situations, subsequently learning to harness their abilities. The three individuals on the ground remained unmoved at why Yi Chun possessed a means to save the beautiful woman. Yet he chose not to act. Yuz's impatience grew. He lamented his lack of strength to save her. If he could rescue her in this moment of peril, he could easily manipulate her into becoming his partner. A woman of such age would undoubtedly be less challenging to court than Li Qinshin. Li Qinshin, too, felt a sense of helplessness. Although her wall-walking technique allowed her to cling to walls and move about, it was utterly incapable of catching a living being leaping from the 12th floor. Attempting to do so would only result in her own demise. The strikingly beautiful woman did not wish to perish in this manner. She was unwilling to accept her fate. As a 30-year-old woman, she had yet to experience the delights of intimacy. Her husband, being incapable in that regard, rendered her unable to engage in such acts. Had it not been for a particular ulterior motive, she would never have chosen to marry such a man. She had long endured the torment of lonely nights, which led her to purchase vibrating toys online for solace. In this life and death moment, she felt a surge of warmth rise within her chest, an unfamiliar and exhilarating sensation flooding her heart. Suddenly, Lin Jieling's rapid descent halted, replaced by an upward trajectory. she had activated her powers. How strange. What kind of ability allowed her to defy the force of gravity? Could it be? Observing the woman's peculiar descent, Yi Chun began to speculate. This woman's ability likely involved altering the magnitude or direction of gravity. Under the watchful eyes of Yi Chun and his companions, the stunning woman spent nearly 5 minutes mastering the control of her powers. 5 seconds later, accompanied by a dramatic motion of her ample bosom, Lin Jieling gently descended to the ground. Her fair, smooth legs clad in sheer gray stockings, coupled with her disheveled attire and a pitiable expression, could enchant any man. Yuz, standing beside Li Qinshin, had long since cast reason aside. Fixating intently on Lin Jieling, his lower half involuntarily responding. Yi Chun, however, remained indifferent, reclining on a bench with one leg crossed over the other. Am I still alive? In disbelief, Lin Jieling struggled to comprehend how she had survived. Had she saved herself? Was this what it meant to possess abilities? Days had passed since the onset of the apocalypse, and rumors of enhancers had circulated. Lin Jieling had heard whispers, initially dismissing them as mere legends. She now found herself living a reality she could never have imagined at that moment. She seemed to notice Yuz's fervent gaze, which repulsed her. The man below, the man seated on the bench, appeared far more normal, devoid of any foul aura, and not the sort to think with his lower instincts. As for Li Qinshin, their acquaintance was not strong enough to warrant mutual assistance. Furthermore, that lecherous man was part of Li Qinshin's circle. Disgusted by association, Lin Jieling felt no inclination towards him either. Thus, she resolved to seek assistance from Yi Chun. Having just landed, she had inadvertently twisted her right ankle. Though not severe, it would significantly impede her ability to walk or run. If the middle-aged man from the 12th floor realized she had survived and pursued her, it would spell trouble. Hello, my name is Lin Jieling. Lin Jieling gingerly approached Yi Chun, favoring her injured foot, and boldly took a seat beside him. Yi Chun, he appraised Lin Jieling with a casual glance. Unlike Yu Zi, who was shamelessly fixated on her bosom and legs, Yi Chun was focused on assessing her injury. To leap from the 12th floor and emerge with merely a sprained ankle was indeed remarkable, but in such perilous circumstances, one's potential could be unleashed. The greater the risk, the greater the reward. Coincidentally, she had awakened an S-grade gravity control ability. Whether this was mere happenstance or a specific response to the crisis remained uncertain. If it were the latter, then the awakening of abilities bore a resemblance to Darwin's theory of evolution. Of course, this was solely Yi Chun's conjecture, lacking any concrete evidence. Can you protect me? Lin Jieling lowered her body, her neckline revealing glimpses of allure. Get lost, Yi Chun retorted coldly, unmoved. Chapter 46. One thing overcomes another. Get lost. Lin Jieling was momentarily taken aback, left at a loss for words. This man, Yi Chun, was unlike any she had encountered before. He rejected her humble plea without a hint of hesitation. Countless men had sought to appease, flatter, and worship her in the past. Yet, Lin Jieling had never given them a second thought. Suppressing the awkwardness of rejection, Lin Jieling bit her lip and continued, I won't let you work for nothing. If only you would, at this point. Lin Jieling's delicate hands helplessly clutched the hem of her clothing, her beautiful eyes flickering with a hint of panic. She felt disoriented, questioning why she was resorting to such humility, even adopting a somewhat pleading demeanor. Where had the resolute determination she displayed moments ago gone? How had her proud defiance vanished? Yet, one must understand that a person who has narrowly escaped death cherishes the opportunity to live anew. Furthermore, her previous leap from the 12th floor was compelled by external pressure, forcing her into a death-defying act. Now the circumstances were different. Yi Chun, so young and handsome, exuded a composure and confidence unlike any other man. This was an entirely different matter. What can you do? Yi Chun inquired with interest, his gaze fixed on Lin Jieling's eyes, as clear as a tranquil lake. Why do you feign ignorance? Lin Jieling clenched her small fists, striking the bench in frustration, a blush creeping up from her neck to her cheeks. This long-forgotten sentiment made her feel as if a ferocious tree had finally blossomed since her husband's untimely death 6 months ago. She had not experienced the thrill of flirtation that quickened her heartbeat. Every lonely, solitary night had been spent finding solace in vibrations, often leading her to sleep with tear-stained eyes. Who could possibly understand this bittersweet loneliness? Beside them, Yu Zi seized the opportunity, swiftly dismissing Li Qinshin with a smile. his demeanor eager and obsequious. "Hello, my name is Yu. I am the director of the Martial Arts Academy and the leader of the community self-defense team. If you need any assistance, feel free to reach out to me." The mention of the community self-defense team ignited Lin Jiling's ire. Where were they when she was in peril? We, the residents, chose to trust you and provided resources. Yet, when the unit door was breached and intruders ascended the stairs with ill intentions, where were you? Not only did you betray our trust, but you also failed to issue a single warning in the group after the incident. Is this how you repay the residents who support you? Useless. Don't stand in my way. You're an eyesore. Lin Jiling, with her chest held high, unleashed her pent-up frustration upon Yu, venting her long-suppressed grievances. At that moment, Yu's expression resembled one who had just ingested something foul. The key issue was that he could not retaliate. All 4 individuals present were enhancers. Should a conflict arise, he would be unable to handle it alone. Moreover, it is indeed his selfishness that has led to the current predicament. Had he arranged for Li Qinxin to intervene from the very beginning, the group at the Martial Arts Institute would not have faced total annihilation. In fact, a mere trifling cost would have sufficed to subdue the security team. Yet, Yu harbors no regrets for his actions. In this apocalyptic world, the survival of the fittest is the fundamental law. Those ordinary individuals devoid of supernatural abilities must inevitably pay the price with their lives. A loss for how to retort. Yu stood frozen in place, caught between not knowing whether to stay or retreat. Li Qinxin, observing from a distance, hastened forward. Yu felt a surge of emotion. Indeed, there were still those willing to stand up for him. His efforts invested in her were not in vain. Upon reaching the 3 of them, Li Qinxin's eyes sparkled with brilliance as she bravely suppressed her trepidation and said, "Master Yi, could you please offer me some guidance? How might I master a technique as elusive as yours? I beg of you. This is my lifelong aspiration." Yu clenched his fists in silence. Taken aback, he had not anticipated that Li Qinxin was not there to support him, but rather to approach Chen. Even referring to him as Master Yi, who did he think he was? A tempest of hatred and jealousy brewed within him. No. Chen shook his head, speaking softly in an irrefutable tone. This technique is a family secret passed down through generations in the Yi family. Meant solely for our kin. Yu quickly grasped Li Qinxin's arm, urging urgently, "Qinxin, this is a family treasure of brother Yes. Do not press him to Li Qinxin." Her gaze resolute, shrugged off Yu's grip, and stubbornly reiterated, "Master Yi, if you could just impart a few insights, I would gladly serve you like a humble beast of burden." Chen merely cast her a faint glance. "Are you serious?" Li Qinxin nodded vigorously. Sensing the tide turning unfavorably, Yu grew anxious and furious. This scoundrel had already taken the beautiful Lin Jiling and now sought to include Li Qinxin in his harem as well. Truly despicable. "Qinxin, we still have many loose ends to tie up. Do not disturb him. The director, do not concern yourself with me. That I can manage my own affairs." It was evident that Li Qinxin was becoming increasingly displeased with Yu's unwarranted interruptions. Chen feigned a troubled sigh. "How I long to propagate the techniques of my family. However, there are long-standing family edicts. This technique is an absolute secret, meant only for our lineage. Yet, if you are truly eager to learn." A mischievous smile crept across Chen's face, conveying an unspoken understanding that Yu had long seen through Chen's intentions and was about to unleash a torrent of curses when Li Qinxin interjected. "Elder brother, please allow me to pay my respects." Without a moment's hesitation, she bent her knees and knelt before Chen, her forehead striking the ground with a resounding thud. Chen. At Yu, impressive. Lin Jiling. Quite the player. From this day forth, we shall be considered siblings by different fathers and mothers. This way, it does not contravene the family edicts, does it? Li Qinxin gazed at Chen with eyes as clear as ice. Chen found himself at a loss for words. "Qinxin, that is not what I meant." Li Qinxin feigned enlightenment. "Then I shall be the elder sister, and you the younger brother?" Chen nearly choked on his own breath. Why must they insist on framing their relationship in such familial terms? Let us consider another approach. Chen, stifling his frustration, gently coaxed, "Elder father, please allow me to pay my respects once more." Li Qinxin, her mind solely preoccupied with mastering the martial arts techniques, disregarded any notions of societal norms. Even if she were to be considered Chen's daughter, she was determined to learn. Yi Chun was left speechless. I cannot teach you. I cannot. He waved his hand dismissively. Lin Jiling, however, chuckled shyly, surprised that the formidable Yi Chun had been bested by this young girl. Truly, one thing can conquer another. Chapter 47. Can water from the toilet be drunk? Boss, where is my boss? A middle-aged man rushed down from the 12th floor. Visibly shaken by the crimson scene in the hallway, he was desperate to find his boss for comfort, having failed to secure a woman. Witnessing his comrades perish, and now with his boss missing, how was he to survive this? Right beneath your feet. Yi Chun pointed to the white powder on the ground. Beneath my feet. The middle-aged man looked down, spotting a pile of powdery substance, and hesitantly kicked at it. Boss, why has your ashes been scattered? Who did this? He had still owed him 3 packs of instant noodles and 2 bottles of mineral water. If he was dead, who would repay him? After a moment of disoriented muttering, he caught sight of Lin Jiling sitting beside Yi Chun, his eyes widening in disbelief. How could someone leap from the 12th floor and survive? Impossible. But then again, it was fortunate that he had not died. No need to hurry. However, the situation appeared somewhat amiss. The crazed middle-aged man finally realized the gravity of the situation. The head of the Martial Arts Institute and the coach were completely unscathed. I suddenly recalled that the gas in the security room was left on. I must take my leave. In a panic, the middle-aged man spouted an excuse and attempted to flee. Yuz would not let him escape. Cutting the grass without removing the roots leads to endless troubles. A cold glint flashed. A barely audible slit appeared on the middle-aged man's neck, his body stiffening as he collapsed onto the powdered remains of Lin Wu. Yi Chun paid little heed to the scene of slaughter, instead rising to enter the property management center, intending to see if there were any supplies worth scavenging. Lin Jiling and Li Qinxin silently followed. While Yu Zi, though reluctant, had no choice but to tag along. He would never relinquish Li Qinxin. The 2 women followed Yi Chun for their own reasons. Point 1 found Yi Chun to be distinct from others, possessing a captivating charm that made her long-dormant heart bloom anew. She absolutely could not allow Yi Chun to abandon her. The other was utterly obsessed with mastering the techniques of martial arts. If Yi Chun were to share the essence of his skills with her, she would do anything for him. Inside the security room, after rummaging for a while, they found nothing of use, let alone any precious food or water. It seemed that the security team had reached a desperate point, resorting to a reckless all-out assault, in the face of life and death. All morals and rules become mere illusions. In this apocalyptic era, strength is the only undeniable truth. Yi Chun sighed in resignation. What Master Yi said is entirely true. Our Martial Arts Institute has been at an impasse with the security team for quite some time. Had they not reached a dead end, they would not have acted so rashly with their entire force. But ultimately, evil cannot triumph over good. Our Martial Arts Institute has achieved final victory. Li Qinxin felt little sorrow, and instead pondered the nature of good and evil. In her eyes, the security team was the villain for bullying the residents, conveniently forgetting their previous assistance in clearing the surrounding beasts. People only contemplate the aspects that benefit them. Her labeling of the security team as evil was also a means to alleviate her own guilt after committing acts of violence. After all, in this apocalypse, human kindness and morality had become luxuries. Once one loses their mind, the risk of a mental breakdown looms larger than the scarcity of resources. Qinxin, I found a little water here. Please drink first. Water? Yu Zi had miraculously produced a transparent glass bottle containing half a bottle of slightly yellowish water. Where did you get this? Li Qinxin tilted her head, her lips cracked from dehydration. After the earlier intense battle, they truly needed to replenish their fluids. Yu Zi scratched his head, feeling a bit embarrassed. After a few moments of hesitation, he confessed, I noticed that there was some residual water in the toilet. So I collected it. This is not the time for niceties. Qinxin, after the battle we just experienced, it's not just our strength that has been depleted. Our life essence has also significantly diminished. This half bottle of water is crucial for us. We must drink it to survive. In the face of Yu Zi's earnest entreaties, Li Qinxin clearly recoiled. Director, I am not thirsty right now. You drink it. She took a couple of steps back, clearly disgusted. Despite having gone nearly 2 days without water, she could not bring herself to drink toilet water. The thought alone, considering the unseen bacteria present, made her stomach churn. After being rejected, Yu Zi shrugged it off and turned his attention to Lin Jiling. Before he could speak, she quickly waved her hands in refusal, her eyes wide with fear. As for Yi Chun, Yu Zi did not even consider asking that it would be best for him to die of thirst. That way, no one would compete with him for women. Before the three of them, Yu Zi unscrewed the cap of the glass bottle and unabashedly took a large gulp of the yellowish liquid. The odor wafting from the bottle was peculiar, a mix of a foul urine scent intertwined with a hint of dried beef. All in all, it was quite an odd sensation. Even Yi Chun, who had always looked down on Yu Zi, was momentarily taken aback. This individual is truly relentless with himself. A large gulp of liquid slid down his throat. Yu Zi felt an immediate sense of clarity and refreshment. The long-standing dryness and withering sensation vanished in an instant. He even found himself wanting more. After sealing the bottle, Yu Zi let out a cold chuckle. Ha! You may scoff at this bottle of water now, but in just a couple of days, you will be begging me for a sip. The absence of food is not the most terrifying aspect. The real horror lies in the lack of water sources. Thus, Yu Zi clutched the glass bottle tightly in his hand, for it was the most precious possession in his life at that moment. Not even Li Qinshin could compare a woman versus his own life. Would he truly be unclear on which held greater weight? Since you refuse to drink, I won't grant you any, even if you plead later. Unless Yu Zi was lost in his fantasies, contemplating the possibility of using this bottle of water to win over both Li Qinshin and Lin Jilin. If both were to offer themselves to him, whom would he choose? Choose? Nonsense. Naturally, he would take both. Lin Jilin, observing Yu Zi deep in thought with a sly grin, felt utterly uncomfortable. Were it not for Yi Chen's presence, she would have fled long ago. Every second spent looking at Yu Zi was an affront to her eyes. In the next moment, Yi Chen pretended to reach into his inner pocket, producing a brand new bottle of sparkling fiancée mineral water. Perfect. I too am parched. He twisted off the cap and gulped down a substantial amount, splashing several drops onto the floor due to the vigorous motion. The three onlookers winced at the sight. Chapter 48. Ankle treatment. You have mineral water? Why didn't you say so earlier? Yu Zi felt like a fool. Just a moment ago, he had been boasting about having half a bottle of water collected from a toilet. And now Yi Chun had pulled out a pristine bottle, slapping him in the face. Darn it. Yu Zi was infuriated. Ever since encountering Yi Chun, nothing had gone smoothly. Damn, he now harbored an overwhelming desire to eliminate Yi Chun and seize his supplies. However, the current intelligence was unclear, making it impossible to gauge Yi Chun's strength. Analyzing the situation based on Li Qinshin's previous encounters with Yi Chun, it was evident that Yi Chun was no weakling. He might even be an S-class transcendent. For now, he had to swallow his pride and wait for an opportune moment to act. The two women watched Yi Chun intently. Li Qinshin, ever bashful, did not dare ask Yi Chun for some water. Lin Jilin, on the other hand, was open-minded and unrestrained, twirling her small hands and inquiring, "Could you spare me some water? I haven't had a proper drink in 2 days," her big, watery eyes fixed on Yi Chun, leaning against him without a hint of restraint. Instantly, a wave of allure surged within him. However, Yi Chun was not swayed by such tactics. Let go. If you want water, go find it yourself. I am under no obligation to care for you. Also, don't follow me. After a short rest, I will be leaving. Take care of yourselves. Yi Chun had no fondness for women who threw themselves at him. He perceived their approach as merely self-serving and untrustworthy. Master Yi, are you leaving? Li Qinshin did not want Yi Chun to depart. He had yet to teach her the secrets of his martial arts. Don't call me Master Yi. It makes me sound like some martial arts grandmaster. What do you mean leaving? Are you just going to wait here to starve? Yi Chun replied irritably. Sensing his impatience, Li Qinshin hastily clarified. I didn't mean that I meant. Can I follow you? I truly wish to learn your martial arts. Yi Chun was somewhat speechless. That you're not following your boyfriend. But me? This question was mainly a probe into their relationship. Yi Chun was still uncertain whether there was more to Yu Zi and Li Qinshin than their apparent professional connection. Boyfriend? Who? Li Qinshin looked bewildered for a moment. Master Yi. You can't be referring to Yu Zi, can you? He is merely the director of our martial arts academy. Not what you think. Yu Zi's face twitched. Feeling both embarrassed and annoyed, he hadn't expected Li Qinshin to so bluntly deny their connection. Truly, not a shred of dignity left for him. After all that flattery, he was left with nothing. Damn. Nearby, at a factory not far from Guanghua community, a fearsome, robust ant-like beast stood atop a truck. Towering over 3 meters, its slender frame exuded a sense of agility. Its back was covered by a layer of black, hard exoskeleton, adorned with sharp spines capable of piercing any foe that dared approach. A pair of enormous wings sprouted from its spine, creating an illusion of overshadowing the sky when spread wide. Reminiscent of a torrential storm cloud, invoking a sense of inevitable despair, its head resembled that of an ordinary ant, yet its mandibles were disproportionately large, revealing rows of jagged, terrifying teeth. Any resilient material seemed feeble under its serrated edges. Red compound eyes glinted coldly on either side of its head, ceaselessly scanning the surroundings for prey. Suddenly, three smaller ant-like beasts, each standing only 1 meter tall, fluttered their wings and descended from the sky. Keek 500 meters to the north, for transcendent beings detected. 2 males and 2 females. The powers of the 2 women are wall crawling and gravity manipulation. The abilities of the 2 men remain uncertain. Possibly related to enhanced physical capabilities. The lead ant beast knelt respectfully, reporting. These 3 ants belong to the reconnaissance division, tasked with locating densely populated areas of transcendent beings. The life essence of a single transcendent could equate to that of 1,000 ordinary individuals. As evolved beings with human-like thought and language, they held little regard for wasting time on ordinary people. Those transcendent beings were their true targets. The battle involving Yi Chun and his companions was fully observed by the 3 reconnaissance ants, allowing them to analyze their abilities to some extent. However, the powers of Yi Chun and Yu Zi were not particularly evident, resulting in ineffective intelligence gathering. Excellent. Currently, the queen ant is nurturing the greatest king of our kind, requiring a substantial supply of life essence for energy. These 4 will serve our immediate needs. Let us move. The towering ant beast let out a triumphant roar, its wings stirring up a tempest as it took to the skies. Heading towards Yi Chun and his companions, in the property management office of Guanghua Community, Yi Chun found it difficult to resist Li Qinxin's charms and could only offer her a token lesson. However, both were harboring their own intentions. She sought his martial arts, while he desired her delicate touch. That Yi Chun silently reassured himself. This is tuition, not flirting. First, take a horse stance to improve your balance. Yi Chun patted Li Qinxin on the shoulder. Huh? Horse stance. I've practiced that every day since childhood. It's not difficult at all. Li Qinxin felt somewhat perplexed, unsure of Yi Chun's intentions but unwilling to disobey, fearing he might withdraw his teachings. Thus, she obediently sought a relatively spacious area to assume the stance, her small hands clenched lightly, her graceful figure leaning back slightly as one long, straight leg extended outward. With a sudden motion, she straightened her body and squatted down, settling into the horse stance. That you've sprained your ankle. Let me take a look. Yi Chun approached Lin Jieling and spoke softly. Lin Jieling did not resist. She nodded and sat on the L-shaped sofa, slowly extending her previously injured right foot. Delicate and aesthetically pleasing, it was a dream come true for foot enthusiasts. Yet, Yi Chun remained unfazed. His intention was merely to help Lin Jieling recover from her injury in preparation for any unforeseen circumstances that might arise. Should their powers erupt, it would surely attract formidable beasts. However, given the time lapse since their last encounter, it was likely that they would face creatures far beyond Yi Chun's expectations. Yi Chun gently lifted her heel with one hand, while slowly untying her shoelaces with the other. Removing her shoe, Lin Jieling's right foot, with its slender toes and meticulously manicured nails, shimmered under the room's light, radiating a pristine glow. The middle of her toes slightly arched, creating a smooth and graceful curve. Her skin was smooth and delicate, whiter than snow, exuding an enchanting hue, accompanied by a faint scent of orchids. It hurts. Be gentled. Yi Chun nodded symbolically. It shouldn't be a bone injury, just a slight ligament strain. As he spoke, Yi Chun retrieved medical elastic bandages and Yunnan Baiyao. After applying the medication, he carefully wrapped her injured ankle with the elastic bandage, ensuring it wasn't too tight to avoid impeding blood circulation. All right, keep your foot elevated, ideally above your heart. Lin Jieling had never experienced such unabashed handling of her ankle by another man, and Yi Chun did so with an unflinching demeanor. That a flush rapidly spread from her neck to her cheeks. Chapter 49. Confronting the approaching beasts. After Yi Chun adeptly treated Lin Jieling's sprained ankle, he promptly turned his attention back to instructing Li Qinxin in the practice of martial arts. What was presented as guidance was, in fact, mere deception. Yi Chun, unwilling for them to suspect his extraordinary abilities, could only grit his teeth and feign wisdom. Master Yi, I have been practicing the horse stance diligently since I was 6. Regardless of the weather, there is hardly any difficulty involved. Perhaps we should adopt a different approach. Li Qinshin, firmly entrenched in the standard horse stance, revealed the alluring curve of her peach-shaped posterior in this posture. One could hardly believe that such a petite frame could boast such an impressive rear. Truly, she was a woman who had trained in martial arts since childhood, her physique both lithe and strong. Elegant yet curvaceous. Yuz, somewhat disgruntled, interjected, Yi Chun, are you mocking Qinshin? If you intend to teach, do so properly. Do not squander our time to in the next instant. Yi Chen's powerful grip encircled Yuzi's neck, relentlessly pushing him backward until he crashed through the coffee table and wooden stool. Coming to rest against the wall. What I do is none of your concern, Yi Chen stated, his expression grave, his hand firmly constricting Yuzi's throat. Caught off guard, Yuzi had not anticipated that Yi Chen would dare to lay hands on him. Leaving him completely defenseless, struggling to breathe, he attempted to draw his sword. Clang. Yet, Yi Chen effortlessly disarmed him, the sword clattering to the floor with a resounding echo. You dare. Coughing and gasping for air, Yuzi found it impossible to articulate his thoughts. His forehead pulsating with veins, the sudden turn of events startled both Li Qinshin and Lin Jieling. Lin Jieling, hindered by her injuries and lacking any fondness for Yuzi, felt no inclination to intervene. Rather, she secretly hoped Yi Chen would eliminate this insipid man. Meanwhile, Yi Chen's stature in her eyes grew even more formidable. This man, Yi Chen, not only exuded arrogance, but also possessed an undeniable fierceness that truly resonated with her heart. What woman could resist such a powerful and proud man? Conversely, Li Qinshin was in a state of distress, caught between her newly recognized master and a longtime friend, neither of whom she wished to offend. Master Yi, I implore you to show mercy and spare the curator, she pleaded, maintaining her horse stance as she hurriedly interceded for Yuzi. Yi Chen remained unfazed, his deep-set eyes glimmering with cold intensity. Qinshin, do not plead for him at this juncture. Yuzi had endured 2 full minutes with Yi Chen's grip tightening around his neck. His face was a deep crimson, his eyes gradually rolling back, and the strength in his struggling arms had waned. Hanging limply at his sides, within 30 seconds, he would surely perish. Was wrong. Let me go. Fear took root in Yuzi. This Yi Chen was nothing short of a madman. He had merely provoked him with a few words. And now his life was at stake if he did not submit and beg for mercy. Yi Chen would indeed strangle him to death. Just a cowardly wretch who fears the strong, Yi Chen said with a smirk. Releasing his grip, look how frightened you are. It was merely a jest. Yuzi slid down the wall, sitting dazedly on the floor, his eyes bloodshot, his expression contorted as he gasped for breath. A jest. With a lingering sense of dread, Yuzi averted his gaze, no longer daring to look at Yi Chen. Just moments ago, Yi Chen's intentions had been undeniably lethal. Had he not begged for mercy, he would have surely met his end. Having taken countless lives himself, he never imagined he would find himself at the mercy of another. Li Qinshin remained steadfast in her horse stance, showing no inclination to check on Yuzi. Known for her stubbornness, she was determined to maintain her position until Yi Chen deemed it appropriate to conclude the exercise. Moreover, she presumed that the conflict stemmed from her. Both men harbored feelings for her. Leading to this altercation. No, it was not a mutual fight. It was Yi Chen's unilateral domination over Yuzi. Feeling a sense of pride, Li Qinshin thought, my master is truly formidable. Where is my sword? After a prolonged moment of regaining his composure, Yuzi was struck with panic, sheer panic. His sword was missing. There were only the 4 of them in this room. Li Qinshin could be ruled out as a suspect. She would never steal a sword. That left only Yi Chen and Lin Zihailing. Yi Chen. Since regaining consciousness, Yuzi had been discreetly observing him, fearful of another attack, and had failed to notice any suspicious behavior. Lin Jieling. However, she had remained in the same spot, with no opportunity to surreptitiously take the sword. How peculiar! Before Yuzi could untangle this web of thoughts, a loud thud resonated from outside, causing the entire property center to tremble slightly. What is that? Could it be a beast? Yuzi, already on edge from Yi Chen's earlier assault, now faced the added anxiety of being unarmed amid an unusual disturbance. Finally, it has arrived. Yi Chen's lips curled into a grin. He had awaited this moment for far too long, initially doubting that any beasts would appear. Your sword vanishes, and then a beast shows up. Do you not find that rather coincidental? Are you suggesting that the beast that just appeared stole my sword? Yu pondered, realization dawning upon him like a revelation. Perhaps, Chen offered a deliberately vague response, guiding Yu to make the connections himself. This notion was merely a diversion, ensuring Yu remained oblivious to Chen's dimensional abilities. With the arrival of the beast, it was altogether fitting to shift the blame onto it. Without his sword, Yu's combat prowess would undoubtedly diminish significantly, drastically reducing his chances of survival in the impending battle. From the moment Chen had first encountered Yu, they had been at odds. The only reason Yu had refrained from attacking was due to Chen's overwhelming strength. Had Chen been ordinary, Yu would have swiftly eliminated him as a remnant of the security team. Thus, Yu could not be allowed to live. Given Chen's current capabilities, he could easily dispose of Yu. However, such a direct approach was not the most prudent course of action. Instead, he would use the beast to eliminate him, then take decisive action to turn the tide of the battle that Yu, shaken, rose from the floor, no longer harboring disdain or hatred for Chen. Instead, he felt a strange sense of reverence that Chen's mere display of power had reached the limits of what Yu could comprehend. What manner of creature was this? How could he dare to antagonize such a being? However, with the beast's arrival, the four of them would need to unite in battle to survive in that moment. Yu could seize the opportunity to ensure that Chen met his demise. Drink the remaining water quickly. Both you and Lin Zihailing. Chen handed the leftover Qiansui mountain mineral water to Li Qinxin, urging her and Lin Zhiling to consume it without delay. Then, he led the trio out of the property center, preparing to confront the encroaching beast. Chapter 50. Battle Strategy. Listen closely to my strategy. Any objections? Chen's expression was icy, his tone flat, as if discussing a trivial matter. Lin Zhiling and Li Qinxin raised their hands in agreement, while Yu, feigning composure, hesitated for a few seconds before nodding in acquiescence. The strength of Chen was evident to all that he was at least an S-rank transcendent. First, he had covertly aided Li Qinxin in defeating Lin Wu. Then, in their direct confrontation, he had dealt her a stinging slap, thoroughly subduing her. Later, in the property center, he had effortlessly subdued Yu, leaving him no opportunity to retaliate. With Yu's loss of his sword and the fading of his bloodthirsty powers, his actual combat prowess was likely inferior to that of Li Qinxin. It is human nature to follow the strong. Everything unfolded as Chen had anticipated to Yu. I found this machete in the property center for you to use. You will be responsible for drawing the beast's attention. To have him face the beast head-on was tantamount to sending him to his death. My ability accumulates combat intent through blood, enhancing my strength. I am not suited for a tank role. Besides, without my sword, I lack the capability for direct confrontation. Your plan is essentially a death sentence. Upon hearing Chen's arrangement, Yu was instantly alarmed and hastily protested. Were it not for his fear of Chen's terrifying power and the imminent threat of the formidable beast, he would have undoubtedly walked away from this situation. Rest assured, Li Qinxin will serve as a secondary target to draw the beast's ire. If you do not trust me, surely you cannot doubt Li Qinxin. Chen feigned a serious demeanor, patting Yu's shoulder before turning back to Li Qinxin. You will provide cover for Yu and seek opportunities for a counterattack. Powerful beasts often possess tough hides that are impervious to ordinary attacks. Therefore, while providing cover, you must also focus on identifying the beast's weaknesses. Do you understand? Li Qinxin nodded thoughtfully, signaling her understanding. As 18. It is imperative to have a responsible leader who acts as the backbone in formulating plans. Otherwise, we would remain as scattered as sand. The arrival of Chen has precisely filled this void. It is evident that Li Qinxin and Yu lack the requisite talents in this regard. Perhaps it could be said that Yu has utterly disappointed Li Qinxin. During the previous skirmish with the security team, it was clear that the battle could have been concluded with minimal casualties. Yet under Yu's arrangements, not only was the loss maximized, but they nearly found themselves in peril. Had it not been for Chen's covert assistance, Li Qinxin would have stood no chance against Lin Wu, who possessed the power to manipulate wind. This exemplifies the incompetence of a general, leading to the exhaustion of the entire army. I have no objections to Master Ye's arrangements, Director, if you are afraid. You may leave now without any compulsion. Li Qinshin spoke with a sarcastic tone, expressing her discontent with Yu Zi's defiance of the arrangements. Previously, everyone had accepted your orders to send the martial arts school members to their doom without complaint. Yet now, when it comes to your own responsibility, you lack the courage to even play the role of bait. You merely nodded in agreement to appoint Yi Chun as the captain, and now, when it comes to task assignments, you begin to stall and hesitate. That I truly did not misjudge you. You are nothing but a cowardly and despicable individual. Lin Jilin leaned against the doorframe, speaking with a hint of irritation. Their words pierced Yu Zi's heart like countless soft yet sharp needles, leaving him in a state of anguish. The harm may be minimal, but the insult is profoundly severe. When has he ever endured such humiliation? No. Wait, is there a sense of moral coercion at play? Furthermore, why is everyone targeting me? Yu Zi found himself utterly bewildered. Gritting his teeth, he begrudgingly declared, "Fine, I shall take on the role of bait. However, I must make it clear in advance. If the situation turns dire, I will be the first to flee. I will not sacrifice my life merely to buy time." Yi Chen clapped his hands, saying, "Good, good. Your willingness to accept this task is commendable. Rest assured, I shall not place you in any life-threatening danger. Next, it will be my and Lin Jiling's responsibility." Yi Chen paused, glancing at Lin Jiling, and sighed lightly, feeling somewhat helpless. If only her foot had not been sprained. Her S-class gravity manipulation ability would undoubtedly have been a significant asset. "Jiling, please briefly explain your gravity manipulation ability so I can assign you an appropriate task." Although Yi Chun was aware that her ability involved controlling gravity, he was not privy to the specifics, such as the range of gravitational influence, whether she could simultaneously alter the direction and intensity of gravity, or if it could affect others. All of these factors are of considerable importance. Under Yi Chen's inquiry, Lin Jiling found herself at a loss for words. After all, she had awakened this ability in the moment of falling from a height. And at that time, she had no spare energy to focus on the detailed changes of her powers. "I should be able to change both the direction and the intensity of gravity simultaneously. As for whether it can affect others, I will need to test it." Though Lin Jiling verbally expressed her intent to test it, she hesitated to take action, fearing that she might inadvertently harm her teammates. Yi Chen offered her an encouraging glance, signaling her to proceed without excessive concern, while stealing glances at Yu Zi with a mischievous expression. That moment, Lin Jiling experienced a sudden realization. Indeed, using Yu Zi as a test subject would be the most fitting choice. Resolute in her decision, Lin Jiling could no longer afford to delay. The recently descended beast was currently wandering in the central area of the community, searching for signs of life, and in no more than 10 minutes, it would be able to detect their presence based on the residual life energy in the vicinity. Gravity control. With Lin Jiling's declaration, Yu Zi found his body uncontrollably levitating. A gust of wind swept by, causing him to drift along its trajectory. "What are you doing? Don't mess around. I feel like the blood in my body is becoming stagnant." The area surrounding Yu Zi was stripped of Ji, though I find this feeling of being bait rather unpleasant. At this juncture, I can only brace myself for what lies ahead. Flee, escape with all your might. Concealed behind a pile of refuse, Li Qinshin is stealthily observing the unfolding battle. Why does the curator keep circling the tree? Just pick up a weapon and strike it. Li Qinshin is beside herself with anxiety. Gazing at the distant skirmish, her heart races, unable to find a suitable opportunity to intervene. As time passes, Yu Zi has already sustained considerable injuries, with much of his vitality dissipating. Yet, this ant-like beast shows no inclination to deliver a fatal blow. Instead, it patiently follows him in circles, seemingly intent on capturing him alive. Caw, caw, caw. Run, run. Only by fully experiencing the despair that follows great effort can one savor the essence of life. Damn it, if you can't catch up, then just admit it. Why spout nonsense? The bloodthirsty ability quietly activates, and Yu Zi runs faster. This bloodthirsty power not only enhances him through the blood of others, but also proves effective when he himself is injured. However, no matter how much Yu Zi's speed increases, the ant beast behind him remains unfazed, maintaining a constant distance. At times, it shortens the gap to strike at his back, and at others, it widens the distance to foster a glimmer of hope. It's utterly disgusting. Hidden at a distance, Yi Chen observes everything with a calm demeanor. This is not a game of cat and mouse, but rather a one-sided mockery. A cruel plaything that it is waiting. Waiting for what? Could it be? Has it discerned that we are a group, and this chase is merely a ruse to lull us into complacency, an act? This is be a deed. Chen suddenly feels a jolt. He hears a rustling sound beside him. Without realizing it, a 3-meter-tall ant beast has silently approached him from behind. Found you! Caw! 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 In a moment of peril, Chen decisively activates his time-stopping ability. Ding! Time stops. Chapter 52. The yoga pants are torn. With time halted, Chen swiftly turns to face the ant beast poised to ambush him. How is this possible? Could there be two identical ant beasts? At this moment, Chen is comparing the ant beast that is attacking him with the one pursuing Uz. Yet on the surface, there appears to be no difference whatsoever in terms of height, width, weight, form, and even tone. They are indistinguishable. What manner of monster is this? There is no time for further contemplation. Chen relies on the paused time to retreat swiftly. And once assured of his safety, he lifts the time-stopping ability. One of his objectives is to minimize the loss of his life essence, and the other is to reduce the likelihood of the opponent realizing that his ability is to halt time. A terrifying SSS-level power. Human, you are quite quick to react. The ant beast, taken aback by the failure of its ambush, gazes at Chen with shock reflected in its crimson compound eyes. Chen, maintaining a facade of a smile that does not reach his eyes, replies, I did not expect that you have evolved to possess advanced intelligence and extraordinary abilities. It is quite surprising. The ant beast Lin retracts its pincers embedded in the ground, speaking with an indifferent expression. Kid, state your name. I am Lin Yu. I do not slay nameless individuals. Lin Yu, the beast has even given itself a name. In a personified form, possessing human-like thought processes, awakened abilities, and even a name. How exaggerated. Chen silently adjusts his stance, entering a state of combat readiness. After our earlier encounter, your strength has garnered my respect. I may spare your life. However, the condition is that you must pledge your eternal loyalty to the great Ant Queen. The beast Lin Yu remains stationary, displaying no intention of launching an attack. And patiently continues. If I refuse? Chen deliberately distances himself from Lin Yu, using the machine gun on his left wrist to commence precise fire, unleashing a barrage of bullets towards its head. Chen, what a pity that I offered you an opportunity, yet you failed to cherish it. In the next moment, all those bullets are effortlessly blocked by Lin Yu's pincers. You did not think it would be so simple to deal with me, did you? Li Qinshin, hiding in the distance, is somewhat bewildered. This is not how the plan was supposed to unfold. Two identical ant beasts. How is she to find a flaw to exploit? Chen, what should I do? Li Qinshin anxiously paces within her hiding spot. That moment, Lin Jilin quietly approaches. She discreetly pats Li Qinshin's shoulder. Li Qinshin jumps in surprise, quickly covering her mouth, fearful that the beast might detect her location. How did you get here? Is your foot better? Li Qinshin inquires with a hint of confusion. My foot is mostly fine now. Perhaps due to becoming a transcendent, my body's recovery abilities have significantly improved. Lin Jilin strives to keep her voice as low as possible, minimizing the risk of exposure. Have you noticed something peculiar? Something peculiar? This statement leaves Li Qinshin momentarily perplexed. In a hushed tone, she asks, what have you observed? Lin Jilin, when the second beast emerged, it seems the first beast's strength diminished. Look, it is struggling to keep up with Uz now. I speculate that this beast's ability is akin to creating duplicates. While it can create copies, it also divides its life essence, resulting in a noticeable decline in strength. Following Lin Jilin's gaze, Li Qinshin indeed spots Uz deftly dodging the attacks of the ant beast. Devoid of the earlier panic and disarray, Lin Jilin continues. Of course, this is merely my conjecture. It is also possible that Uz's own abilities have augmented his strength, granting him this current advantage. After pondering for 2 seconds, Li Qinshin states, I lean more towards your first analysis. After all, even a beast cannot produce two identical specimens. However, even if we have discerned the beast's ability, what should we do? Li Qinshin is certainly not the type of woman adept at strategizing and analyzing battle scenarios. Her principle is to throw the first punch and then question the issues at hand. In the current situation, she feels utterly at a loss. Lin Jilin gestures towards Chen. If my speculation about the ability is correct, then we only need to focus on dealing with one ant beast. When this beast feels its life is threatened, it will undoubtedly abandon its duplicates to restore its full strength. Clearly, this beast has underestimated us. Li Qinxin nods in agreement, finding it quite reasonable. So, shall we assist over there? Assist Yi Chun. Upon hearing this response, Li Qinxin is tempted to inquire further as to why, but she refrains, fearing it would make her seem foolish, and suppresses her curiosity. Lin Jilin gazes into Li Qinxin's clear yet slightly bewildered eyes. Sighing softly as she explains, Yi Chun possesses the means to slay the ant beast, whereas Yu Zi does not. Analyzing the battle conditions on both sides, Yu Zi is merely fleeing, having lost the will to fight the beast. Yet, Yi Chun engages the ant beast in a back-and-forth manner, showing no signs of yielding. Assisting Yu Zi might inadvertently endanger both of us. However, aiding Yi Chun, I am fully confident in my ability to retreat unscathed. Do you understand? Li Qinxin nods vacantly, clearly not fully grasping it, yet it seems quite reasonable. Lin Jilin continues, shortly, I will use my gravity ability to elevate you into the air when the time is right. You will descend from above and strike at its head. This is a weakness I deduced from Yi Chen's earlier attack. After discussing their plan, the two prepare to act, back with Yi Chun. Lin Yu, your attacks leave much to be desired. You can't even graze the hem of my clothing. To go back, wash up, and sleep. Do not come out to meet your demise. Are you merely tickling me? Use some force. Yi Chen fights and retreats, continually employing the machine gun on his left hand for disruptive fire, occasionally employing verbal taunts to deride the beast, having attained a level of advanced intelligence akin to humans. It must also bear the weight of the cultural heritage passed down through millennia that you'd a high-level beast. Lin Yu is unaccustomed to such indignities. It no longer desires to capture Yi Chen alive, but rather to tear him to shreds. Why Yi Chun has long discerned Lin Yu's tactics. It is merely duplicating itself, and that weak ability, which diminishes its own strength, is hardly a cause for concern. Suddenly, a shout echoes from above. Yi Chun looks up to see Li Qinxin, unbeknownst to him, has leapt high into the air, striking a split-legged attack pose, aiming to deliver a lethal blow to Lin Yu. This, due to the wide range of motion, her yoga pants strain under the pressure and tear. Yi Chun squints, remarking indifferently, it seems to be white. Chapter 53, Yu Zi's Demise. Bang! Li Qinxin's leg strikes cleanly against Lin Yu's head. Li Qinxian has always been a paragon in the realm of physical prowess, and with Lin Jilin's gravitational assistance, the force of her lower leg strikes is indeed formidable. Lin Yu, having received a sudden blow, cannot suppress her anguished howls. The bone above her crimson compound eyes is entirely sunken, and the fury in her gaze seems poised to erupt. Initially, she believed that only Yi Chun and Yu Ji were the most formidable transcenders. However, it has now become apparent that these two women are not to be underestimated. You seek death. In a fit of rage, Lin Yu raises her arms, her pincers lunging ferociously at Li Qinxian. Suspended in the air, Li Qinxian finds herself unable to evade the onslaught, while Lin Jilin, who is providing assistance from the sidelines, pales dramatically, struggling to maintain her gravitational powers in an instant. Deprived of gravity, Li Qinxian propels herself upward with her legs, quickly ascending and nearing the edge of Lin Yu's attack range. A pair of massive wings unfurls from her spine, creating an illusion of an eclipse. Resembling a tempestuous cloud shrouded in the wrath of thunder, in the next moment. However, Lin Yu's grip firmly ensnares Li Qinxian's ankle. Attempting to flee is no simple task. Die for me, she roars. The levitating Lin Yu bellows, channeling all her strength, preparing to hurl the assailant who had previously ambushed her, Li Qinxian, down to the ground with devastating force, reducing her to pulp. She harbors no mercy. For even in destruction, she can absorb the essence of life. Please, no. Li Qinxian cries out in panic, as if she has already foreseen her grim fate. Lin Jilin, straining to uphold her gravitational abilities, suddenly coughs up blood, collapsing onto the ground. It was already a tremendous challenge for her to support Li Qinxian alone. Now, with Lin Yu's interference, her burden has transformed into one person and one beast. This terrifying shift proves too much for her, and she collapses, blood spurting forth. Ding! Time stands still, with Yi Chun unleashing the domain of time. Both Li Qinxian and Lin Yu are instantaneously frozen in midair. To conceal his time-stopping abilities, Yi Chun must expand the range, encompassing Yu Ji, who is 100 meters away. He intends to utilize these 10 seconds to achieve a fatal strike. 0-0. 10 Yichen raises his right arm, preparing to deploy a laser cannon he has yet to use. This method of attack requires 2 seconds of charging time and consumes at least 1 layer of energy with each discharge. Thus, he refrains from utilizing it unless absolutely necessary. Yichen's right arm begins to rapidly gather energy, a pale blue sphere of light, gradually enlarging with the passage of time. Bang! Bang! 2 lasers are fired, each aimed at the dual ant beasts. 0.00055 seconds have elapsed. With the aid of his mech, Yichen leaps upward, catching Li Xin and retrieving a long sword from the dimensional space. With a single sweep of the sword, he instantly severs the repugnant claw that had gripped Li Xin's ankle. Subsequently, Yichen and the Li Xin in his arms land safely on the ground. 2000. Time resumes. Yichen withdraws several meters with Li Xin in his embrace, and as time flows once more, the 2 lasers streak forth, accurately striking the heads of the ant beasts. Boom! Boom! All of this transpires so swiftly that Lin Yu is left utterly bewildered. When did Li Xin escape her grasp? From where did these lasers originate? She cannot even fathom how Yichen managed to save Li Xin. It feels as though she has lost a crucial segment of her memory. Upon being struck by the lasers, Lin Yu can no longer maintain her doppelganger state. The ant beast before Yichen trembles violently, its head nearly severed by the lasers, revealing a horrifying gray liquid. Struggling to maintain its balance, but failing miserably, it crashes to the ground, murmuring, "What happened? Why is this happening?" The 2 crimson compound eyes slowly close in resignation. Its entire body rapidly dehydrates, transforming into a shell devoid of life essence. It seems that once the doppelganger is defeated, it cannot return to its original form. The demise of the doppelganger does not imply the annihilation of the main body. In the distance, Yu Zhi remains oblivious to the unfolding events, staring in bewilderment as the head of the ant beast explodes, the shockwave nearly causing him to topple. Cursed humans! Lin Yu's main body, with half its head blown off, sways perilously, life essence draining at an alarming rate. Yet, the final struggle of a dying tiger is the most ferocious and terrifying. Suddenly, its bones emit ominous cracks, and the spines protruding from its back launch toward Yu Zhi at an eerily acute angle. Upon closer inspection, one would notice that each spine is adorned with a minuscule ant, barely visible to the naked eye, frantically flapping its wings, poised to deliver a lethal strike to the enemy. What? Has it gone mad? Yu Zhi exclaims in alarm, as he can only swing his large machete in a futile attempt to fend off the onslaught of spines. Swish, swish, swish. Dozens of spines pierce Yu Zhi's body, blood gushing profusely and staining his sleeves. The machete slips from his grip as he clutches his neck with both hands, yet he cannot stem the flow of blood spewing from his mouth. In disbelief, he gazes at Yichen and Li Xin, unable to comprehend what has transpired until his last breath. Why did this beast's head explode and suddenly go berserk? What on earth is happening? Director Li Xin 2 is unable to believe the unfolding events. In an instant, the ant beast suffers severe injuries, but retaliates unexpectedly, leading to unforeseen chaos, although she harbors grievances against Yu Zhi. Witnessing his impending demise before her eyes stirs an unsettling feeling within her. Xin, remain where you are. I will save Yu Zhi. As she speaks, Yichen gently places Li Xin on the ground, instructing her before dashing toward Yu Zhi. In the blink of an eye, Yichen arrives before Yu Zhi, who is now left with only half a head, gray liquid cascading down its body. Having lost all the arrogance it previously displayed, Yichen decisively retrieves the long sword that Yu Zhi treasured from the dimensional space, murmuring softly, "Yu Zhi, rest assured that I will take good care of your sword," and Li Xin. Both man and beast stand on the brink of death. Yichen draws the sword, severing Lin Yu's remaining head, then steps upon its body. That if you absorb these life essences, you might yet have a chance. However, you are unworthy. An unceasing flow of life essence enters Yichen's body from beneath his feet. Yu Zhi, already teetering on the edge of death, is infuriated by Yichen's audacity, and with his bloodthirsty abilities temporarily stabilizing his injuries, he collapses entirely. Chapter 54. The 3 in the vehicle. Before long, the ant beast beneath Yichen has been completely drained of life essence, leaving only a lifeless shell. Unlike humans, These beasts do not turn into charred remains once their life essence is depleted. Instead, they retain their original form, albeit significantly dehydrated. Following the complete absorption of the ant beast's life essence, Yichun feels the essence he had previously expended rejuvenate within him, and his power ascends to a new echelon, surpassing 4 stars. Chen Xian, the dead cannot be resurrected in this cruel apocalypse. One must enhance their strength to survive. I have avenged Liu Shishi. He can surely rest in peace now, having successfully absorbed the life essence. Yichun returns to Li Chen Xian's side, cradling her in his arms. Overwhelmed by exhaustion and despair, Li Chen Xian, merely in her 20s, can no longer bear the weight of her emotions in this hellish realm. Her inner sorrow bursts forth like a deluge, burying her head deep in Yichen's chest as she sobs uncontrollably. Actually, the director is dead too. Now I am the only one left in the National Martial Arts Academy. What am I to do? Woo. Do you not have me? And Jilin. We will be by your side. Yichun tightly embraces Li Chen Xian, striving to soothe her impending emotional outburst. Lin Jilin, having regained her composure, hurries forward to offer comfort in this apocalypse. No one knows if they will see tomorrow. This ant beast was truly formidable, not only powerful, but also possessing the ability to duplicate itself. Alas, one could only say that Yu Ji was somewhat unfortunate. Lin Jilin shows little concern for Yu Ji's demise. Such a worthless man is better off dead. Living would only waste air. After receiving brief comfort from the two, Li Chen Xian stabilizes her emotions somewhat. Master Yi, I wish to bury the director. I cannot allow him to be left to rot in the wilderness. Yichun tightens his embrace, nodding in agreement. He then instructs Lin Jilin to take Li Chen Xian to the property center to rest while he undertakes the task of burying Yu Ji's remains. Once the two have entered the property center, Yichun drags Yu Ji's body toward the expansive grass outside the community. Director Yu, life and death are but a part of existence. I will ensure that your life essence and long sword are well cared for. Indeed, this is your beloved toilet water. Do remember to savor it well down below. Rest assured, I shall take excellent care of Chen Xian for you. After absorbing the life essence of Yu Ji, Yichun casually dug a small pit in the grass, scattering the ashes into it, alongside the toilet water that Yu Ji cherished most during his lifetime. Yichun retrieved a tracked assault vehicle from the dimensional space and, accompanied by Li Chen Xian and Lin Jilin, set off towards the prison. Inside the vehicle, the automated driving function was activated, allowing the three of them to take their seats in the back. Yichun found himself sandwiched between the two women, one a captivatingly charming young matron, the other a vibrant and pure beauty of a coach. This truly left Yichun in a dilemma. Jilin, how is your foot? Yichun initiated a conversation that it's not too serious anymore. Lin Jilin replied that in his previous life, Yichun had endured countless life and death moments and had experienced injuries of varying degrees. At that time, without any medical facilities, he had to self-teach and seek out remedies that matched the nature of his ailments. Gradually, he became quite knowledgeable about ordinary injuries and ailments. Once we return to the shelter, we will receive proper treatment, Yichun stated calmly. After the recent battle, each of them had endured varying degrees of exhaustion, except for Yichun, who had received a boost from the ant-like beast and Yu Zi's life essence. The two women had not regained any strength in this apocalyptic world. Surrounded by formidable beasts, Yichun found it exceedingly difficult to operate under such conditions. With danger lurking, one can only consider other matters once safety is assured. The vehicle entered the suburban district, where the roads began to narrow rapidly, flanked by dividing barriers, coupled with the fact that the vehicle employed an automated driving system, which was significantly less adept than a human driver. Their speed was reduced to under 60 miles per hour at that moment. A specialized scrap collection vehicle sped up from behind, disregarding the road conditions, and attempted to overtake forcefully. Honk, honk, honk. Several honks shattered the somewhat intimate atmosphere among the three. Chapter 55. Women, I shall not relent. These honks seemed to urge Yichun to yield the way and not obstruct the road. However, it was not Yichun controlling the vehicle, but the automated system, which maintained a steady, low-speed drive. The scrap vehicle lagged behind the assault vehicle by half a body length, attempting to overtake multiple times, but failing each time, even nearly veering off-road once. After approximately a kilometer, The scrap collection vehicle finally found an opportunity to overtake from behind. Immediately, the driver rolled down the passenger window and unleashed a torrent of invectives at the assault vehicle. The national essence flowed freely. Unrelenting. Although Yi Chun could not discern the specifics of the tirade, one thing was clear. She was hurling insults. The glass of the assault vehicle had a privacy feature, preventing the driver of the scrap vehicle from seeing inside. Suddenly, the driver of the scrap vehicle jerked the steering wheel, intentionally swerving close to Yi Chun. In response, the assault vehicle, in automated driving mode, executed an emergency maneuver, braking sharply to avoid a collision. Lin Jilin and Li Xin in the back seat were startled. As they instinctively reached out to grab Yi Chun and dive into his embrace, they realized Yi Chun had vanished. When they finally looked out the window, they beheld Yi Chun leaping out, his toes barely touching the ground as he resembled a crouched tiger pouncing forth, crashing through the window of the scrap vehicle and vaulting inside. The driver of the scrap vehicle, unaware of the unfolding situation, caught sight of the oddity through the rearview mirror, and a mocking smile crept across her face. Just as she was about to accelerate to escape the assault vehicle completely, Yi Chun had already infiltrated the interior of the scrap vehicle. Oh my goodness! Li Xin was utterly stunned. What is happening? Lin Jilin, still trying to comprehend the situation, queried in confusion. Master Yi has gone over there. What? Lin Jilin was bewildered as she gazed at Li Xin's earnest expression. Realizing that Yi Chun had indeed vanished, causing her heart to stir with perplexity. This is bizarre. How did Yi Chun suddenly disappear? Not only Lin Jilin, but Li Xin was also thoroughly flabbergasted. Leaning against the window, she pondered how Yi Chun had exited without her even noticing. The driver of the scrap vehicle was greatly alarmed by Yi Chun's sudden entrance. While Yi Chun sat in the passenger seat, glaring intently at the driver. Yet, one thing took Yi Chun by surprise. The irascible driver, spewing profanities, was, in fact, a strikingly voluptuous beauty. Bathed in the dim lighting of the vehicle, the alluring driver donned a fitted black leather outfit that accentuated her curvaceous form. Her eyes sparkled brightly, akin to the most brilliant meteors in the heavens, captivating anyone who gazed upon them. Her full, luscious lips were tantalizingly inviting, and her finely sculpted nose exuded an air of inexplicable nobility. The strikingly exquisite features of her face, paired with her alluring figure clad in leather, provided Yi Chun with a jarring visual impact. In the next moment, slap, Yi Chun delivered a resounding blow to the woman's cheek. The force was considerable, leaving 5 clear fingerprints imprinted on her face. The woman bit back the sting of pain coursing through her face and grabbed a baton prepared by the door. Slap, another stinging blow landed on the other side of her face, leaving both cheeks marred with blood. How dare you hit me? Do you know who I am? Slap, another strike followed. Under relentless assault, blood trickled from the corner of the woman's mouth, dripping onto the floor, and even a tooth was dislodged. Did you think I would be easy to bully? The woman, now furious, spoke with a voice that betrayed her struggle to retain composure. She slammed on the brakes, bringing the vehicle to a sudden halt, unbuckled her seatbelt, and swung the baton towards Yi Chun's head. Having never suffered such humiliation before, her sole thought was to eliminate this audacious man. Crack! Yi Chun expertly intercepted, his hand slicing down on her arm, causing it to dislocate. And no matter how brutally Yi Chun treated her, the woman uttered not a single plea for mercy, nor did she let out a cry of agony. Quite resilient, indeed, Yi Chun retaliated with yet another sharp slap, landing squarely on her face, devoid of any compassion. The woman felt as though the fiery pain in her face had faded, replaced by a numbing sensation that followed extreme suffering. Attempting to flee, she staggered out of the vehicle, dragging her dislocated arm and bloodied mouth, desperate to escape from this devilish man. Yet, mere steps from the vehicle, she found Yi Chun blocking her path. A powerful hand clutched her throat, and soon she felt her breath growing shallow, her head spinning, as if everything happening was a surreal nightmare. Yi Chun had intended to snap her neck, but caught sight of the insignia on the vehicle, National Security Bureau. His curiosity piqued, he spared her life, bringing her onto the assault vehicle for interrogation. Inside the assault vehicle, the woman's face was flushed, her cheeks bearing distinct marks, her arm dislocated, and she slumped in her seat like a discarded rag doll. Master Yi, is this an accident? Li Xin asked tentatively. It's a tragedy, truly too tragic. The woman had been reduced to a mere shadow of her former self, utterly unrecognizable from her earlier appearance. I did that, Chen replied nonchalantly from the driver's seat. What? Both Li Xian and Lin Jilin exclaimed in unison. She attempted to harm us. Naturally, I had to treat her as an enemy would be treated. Though, she seems quite stubborn. Despite being beaten into a pulp, she refuses to beg for mercy. There's a bit of spirit in her yet. Had she pleaded for mercy, I would have killed her immediately. Li Xian was utterly unconcerned about the details of the situation. She simply found the woman's plight to be exceedingly unfortunate. The beaten woman remained defiant, hurling insults. Even if you kill me, I won't beg for mercy. You dare offend me, the National Security Bureau will not let you go. You lot are all transcenders, no wonder. Cough. The woman grew increasingly agitated with her words, eventually coughing up blood. Hey, don't dirty my vehicle. Also, how did you know we were transcenders? Chen turned to grip the woman's chin, blood flowing down his arm. The next instant, the woman could no longer withstand the pain and lost consciousness. Her head lolling to the side. Chapter 56. Yang Dalong's abilities upon entering the prison shelter. Chen instructed Yang Mi to confine the captured woman in a detention room, intending to personally interrogate her after completing the essential affairs within the shelter. In the monitoring room, Chuning Xue wore a grave expression as she accompanied Chen. Chen, the security chief, Yang Dalong, escaped from prison yesterday. Here is the situation from the surveillance footage. You may take a look. Subsequently, Chuning Xue clicked on a segment of the surveillance from the previous evening. Escaped? Upon hearing this news, Chen furrowed his brow in disbelief, puzzled as to how Yang Dalong had managed to escape and why he had chosen to do so. The surveillance footage revealed Yang Dalong sat on the bed for an extended period, his body enveloped in a rising plume of white steam, his expression one of profound anguish. Soon, he seized the bottle of mineral water left by Chen, uncapped it, and poured its contents over his forehead, the sound of hissing echoing incessantly within the dormitory, reminiscent of a red-hot iron bar being doused in cold water. After a brief moment of emotional calm, Yang Dalong raised his right hand towards the iron door of the dormitory. Suddenly, the iron door violently contracted and deformed, collapsing layer upon layer until a gap appeared, wide enough for a human to pass through. Thus, Yang Dalong successfully escaped the dormitory. However, he did not destroy any surveillance equipment or engage in any other detrimental actions. Instead, he sprinted down the corridor, effortlessly breaking through walls and railings as if they were mere illusions. Strangely, the damaged walls, railings, and doors miraculously restored themselves. What kind of extraordinary ability is this? Chen pondered silently as he stared at the looping footage on the monitor. The last time he had seen Yang Dalong, he had inquired about his awakened powers. The response had been vague, suggesting an ability related to altering environmental temperatures. Yet now, it seemed far more complex. After a moment of contemplation, Chen found himself at a loss. Just as he was engulfed in thought, Chu Ningxue grasped his hand and handed him a letter that was left by Yang Dalong, inscribed with the words, "To Chen, please do not open until you personally do so." Chu Ningxue had completely regarded Chen as her man. Although they had yet to consummate their relationship, it was an unspoken understanding between them. Upon opening the envelope, a flurry of hasty, intricate characters filled his view. As if encrypted, Chen felt a surge of frustration as he read alongside Chu Ningxue, deciphering half of it and inferring the rest from context. What a talent, with the convenience of mobile messaging. He chose to leave a letter like an ancient man. Incredible. After 3 minutes, Chen finally grasped the letter's essence. The nation stood on the brink of crisis, necessitating the recall of retired soldiers. Feeling an immense sense of duty, he departed without a word. After skimming the letter, Chen gently set it down to in times of trouble, they remember the retired soldiers, yet in times of fortune, they neglect them. Originally, Yang Dalong could have secured a position in a monopolistic state-owned enterprise due to his outstanding military performance. Yet, he was usurped by an incompetent crony, driven by the harsh realities of life. He was forced to survive as a fighter in underground boxing rings. Chen felt a surge of indignation. But now was not the time to champion his cause. The letter, though brief, revealed invaluable information. The military presence still existed. In his previous life, Chen had lived on the precipice of death, evading beasts daily while scavenging for supplies, having never encountered such critical information. Chu Ningxue, recalling this, remarked with irritation. These military personnel, when I sought their help, claimed they could barely protect themselves. They had no supplies, no weapons, no means of transportation. Yet now, they can extract Yang Dalong from this perilous situation amidst the beasts. The military had certainly benefited from Chu Ningxue, yet when it came time for aid, they were evasive. Had it not been for Yi Chen's intervention, she might have perished trapped within the Huateng Penguin building. Reflecting on this, Chu Ningxue's gaze towards Yi Chen grew more fervent. The military's forces had not been entirely obliterated. They simply deemed ordinary civilians without utility as expendable. It was a harsh reality, but one that needed no further commentary. In the apocalypse, those without value would inevitably be cast aside. Even Yang Dalong, had it not been for his exceptional combat skills and the awakening of his formidable abilities, would have never received special treatment from the military. The only path forward was to enhance one's own strength. Were there any other anomalies? Regarding Yang Dalong's departure, Yi Chen felt little emotional upheaval. His primary duty had been to ensure Yi Chen's safety, yet now, Yi Chen possessed sufficient strength to stand on his own. Let us not linger here, he said. Come to my room. You've earned yourself a half-day break. You are now my software hardening engineer. Yi Chen took Chu Ningxue's hand and led her toward his room. Your room? What does it mean to be a software hardening engineer? Chu Ningxue, full of questions, was forcibly brought into his room. Bang! As the door closed, Yi Chen remarked, Ningxue, I actually have the ability to tell fortunes. Fortunes? What have you foreseen? Chu Ningxue, resembling a shy rabbit awaiting Yi Chen's unrelenting attention, appeared bashful yet composed. I foresee that you shall likely encounter bloodshed today. The statement struck at Yi Chen's thoughts. Chu Ningxue understood perfectly. Though she had not anticipated such a sudden revelation, she felt unprepared. Had Yi Chen given her prior notice, she would have adorned herself to present her most beautiful self rather than appearing in her current attire. Subsequently, the door was firmly shut. Chapter 57. It's not you who is suffering. The following morning, as dawn broke. No more? I truly can't bear it. Chu Ningxue, having endured an eventful night, curled up in the corner of the large bed, her expression one of pleading. Though fatigue lingered, her complexion had taken on a rosy glow. Having never experienced such events before, she had a basic understanding of them. Who could possibly go an entire night without rest? She could no longer withstand it. Drowsiness had long conquered her pleasure at this moment. She yearned for a peaceful slumber to completely dispel her physical exhaustion. The enhancement to her body had reached a qualitative leap. Yi Chen gazed at Chu Ningxue with a hint of sympathy in his eyes, feeling a trace of guilt. Yet he quickly dismissed it. That wasn't it true that such experiences only grew better with time? Why should he feel guilty? How foolish. Nonetheless, he realized something significant. His breakthrough to surpassing 4 stars had indeed resulted in a qualitative leap in his physical capabilities. After an entire night of exertion, he felt as if nothing had transpired. Neither his body nor spirit exhibited any signs of fatigue. Moreover, beyond the enhancement in endurance, his strength had also seen considerable growth. In the past, such thoughts would have been unthinkable. Now, not only could he conceive of them, but he could also act upon them, with ice-like eyes reflecting both fear and an innocent vulnerability. Yi Chen contemplated testing the most critical point that required confirmation. He held his breath, concentrated his thoughts, and summoned the overwhelming essence of life surrounding him. Instantaneous movement. In an instant, Yi Chen vanished from the room. Huh? Yi Chen, Chu Ningxue, still reveling in the relief of having been spared, blinked and found him gone. It felt as though he had employed his own ability of instantaneous movement. Forget it. Chu Ningxue could no longer bear it. After a night devoid of modesty, she was bewildered by how she had survived. With that thought, she buried her head deep within the plush, velvety bedding. Ah, Master Yi, what are you doing? Li Qinxin, just rising, held a piece of bread and milk, intending to return to her room for a bit more sleep, when she fortuitously encountered Yi Chen, who had just instantaneously appeared at this moment. He was barely covered, fully exposed to her gaze. What are you doing? You're not the one suffering. Yi Chen shot Li Qinxin a glance. This ability was indeed difficult to control. Yi Chen had intended to test his instantaneous movement within his room, yet inadvertently ended up outside, with both direction and distance miscalculated. However, the life essence consumed by this ability was far less than that required for pausing time. It appeared that the energy expenditure differed significantly when the ability was applied to oneself versus others. Typically, the latter's consumption greatly exceeded the former. Master Yi, please move away. Li Qinshin covered her eyes, turning away in embarrassment, having inadvertently seen more than she should have. Why aren't you leaving? Yi Chen smirked. You've seen everything. Do you expect me to just walk away? Are you not going to take responsibility? Li Qinshin, oblivious to Yi Chen's jest, was quite startled, her composure shaken. But I have no time for this. If you won't leave, then I will. Without further ado, Li Qinshin, like a frightened kitten, scurried away to eye in the entire refuge. Yi Chen was the sole male. After a brief respite, Yi Chen resolved to test whether he could simultaneously activate two abilities, time freeze and instantaneous movement, and discover the resultant effects, without hesitation. He concentrated and declared, time freeze, instantaneous movement. Both abilities activated simultaneously. In the next moment, Yi Chen has finally mastered the technique of teleportation. Returning to his room, simultaneously activating two extraordinary abilities left him feeling somewhat fatigued. Beads of perspiration forming on his forehead and a sense of exhaustion washing over him. Goodness, this manner of exertion is rather taxing. Moreover, it appears that these two abilities cannot interact with one another. Yi Chen's time-stopping power is centered around his original point, controlling the surrounding time to come to a standstill. Should he relocate his position, he can choose whether the stasis area follows him or remains behind. However, the current predicament is that after utilizing time stop, releasing teleportation causes the control of the stasis area to slip from Yi Chen's grasp, potentially leading to uncontrollable circumstances. Most critically, Yi Chen has discovered that after acquiring Chu Ningxue's teleportation ability, the life essence required to employ time stop has significantly increased. It seems that the more abilities one possesses, the greater the life essence needed to manifest them. As it stands, Yi Chen has already attained the formidable powers of time stop and teleportation, augmented by the support of his mech, rendering him capable of confronting the vast majority of otherworldly beasts. What he urgently requires now is to gather more life essence to bolster his strength, allowing him to accommodate even more extraordinary abilities in the future. Chapter 58. The Confinement Chamber. Afternoon. Yi Chen quickly refreshed himself, leaving the soundly sleeping Chu Ningxue undisturbed. He had indeed indulged excessively. To love is to be reckless, yet to cherish is to exercise restraint. Over the course of a day and night, Yi Chen resembled a relentless machine, tirelessly engaged in combat, until Chu Ningxue could no longer endure and succumbed to slumber. Shortly thereafter, Yi Chen tightened his belt and stepped out of the room, for he had many matters to attend to. In the confinement chamber, Yang Mi was interrogating the woman brought in by Yi Chen, whose temperament matched her explosive physique. In the dimly lit corners of the chamber, shadows loomed, and only a few glimmers of light broke through the gloom. The woman sat firmly bound to a stark iron chair, her hands and feet shackled, resembling a criminal on the brink of judgment. Yang Mi, sipping milk and nibbling on a soft meat floss pastry, hummed contentedly as she gazed at the woman before her, her eyes gleaming with anticipation, saliva pooling at her feet. Yet she resisted the urge for food, maintaining an air of defiance. You think such childish antics will compel me to yield? The woman reluctantly withdrew her gaze and, gritting her teeth, spoke resolutely. She could not fathom how, in this apocalyptic world, someone could harness their abilities to establish such a vast and resource-rich sanctuary. After all, she was part of the National Security Bureau. With such a background, she not only had to complete various perilous tasks assigned from above, but also strive to gather usable supplies, as her daily ration consisted of merely an egg, a small slice of whole wheat bread, and 100 milliliters of water. The remainder she had to procure by other means. I have no intention of coercing you. I am merely here to gather your basic information, as instructed. As for whether I will pressure you, that depends on our boss's will. Yang Mi took a bite of her pastry, washing it down with milk, her expression one of satisfaction. Boss? Who is your boss? The woman swallowed hard, desperately suppressing her yearning for sustenance. The one who will teach you a lesson is the boss. You have already experienced his methods. How does it taste? Yang Mi retorted with a hint of mockery in her tone. The woman clenched her teeth, a flicker of unrecognized fear glimmering in her eyes. After a day and night of recuperation, as a transcendent being, her recovery capabilities were beyond the reach of ordinary individuals. Except for slight swelling on her face and some coagulated blood lingering at the corner of her mouth, the visible injuries had nearly healed. Yi Chen's methods. As an intelligence officer of the National Security Bureau, She had never suffered at the hands of any man, let alone been slapped. Such an assault, while not physically damaging, was deeply humiliating. She feared not the torment of various instruments, nor the scornful words. But the sting of a slap was something she could not abide. Did I need to use the restroom? The woman did not directly respond to Yang Mi's inquiry, but awkwardly squeezed her shapely legs together. She had been held captive for a day and night, and as a normal human, she should have long since attended to her physiological needs. Yet, for this prolonged duration, it felt as though they had completely forgotten her. Disregarding her existence, before Yang Mi's arrival, she had feared they might let her starve to death. Her immediate concern now was to address her bodily needs. As a prisoner, you lack the privilege of choice. However, if you are willing to cooperate, I might consider granting your request. Yang Mi smiled, finishing her milk in one gulp. The woman rubbed her thighs together. She was on the verge of bursting. Feel free to ask your questions. As long as they do not pertain to the confidential matters of the National Security Bureau, I can answer. She reluctantly closed her eyes, biting down on her molars tightly. Yang Mi nodded with satisfaction. For a woman, perhaps physical torment is not the most terrifying aspect. However, psychological degradation often proves far more effective. Following Yi Chen's instructions, Yang Mi deliberately waited a day and night before choosing to see her, intending to offer hope at her most despairing moment. Furthermore, a woman imbued with pride to her core would be utterly unable to endure the humiliation caused by physiological needs. Name, age, measurements. Yang Mi opened a black notebook, uncapped her pen, and prepared to record methodically. Song Qianqian, 22. What? Measurements? Why would you ask that? Song Qianqian was bewildered and greatly shocked. I am the one asking the questions. You need only respond, do you understand? Yang Mi tapped the table with her pen, her expression growing displeased. 92, 60, 88. Song Qianqian understood that her current position was weaker, and there was no need for her to be confrontational and invite trouble, so she cooperatively divulged her measurements. Why did you initiate the attack? Attack? Why do you call it an attack? I was merely attempting to overtake your slow-moving armored vehicle. How could that be deemed an attack? Song Qianqian clenched her small fists, filled with indignation and a sense of injustice. Clearly, she was the victim. I am inquiring about the purpose of your attack, not requesting you to elaborate on the process. Yang Mi snapped, providing Song Qianqian no opportunity for rebuttal. You were merely displeased at being obstructed. Perhaps a case of road rage. I acknowledge my mistake. Please let me go. Having already lowered her head, Song Qianqian resolved to continue in that vein. In truth, her motive for overtaking the vehicle was not driven by road rage. Consider this. In an apocalyptic world, an armored vehicle brazenly traversing the streets, such ostentation and impudence would undoubtedly provoke thoughts, would it not? Firstly, she sought to gauge the occupants of the vehicle. Secondly, she aimed to seize an opportunity to pilfer resources. After all, the meager supplies she received from the National Security Bureau were insufficient to sustain her. With a plump target presented before her, how could she not take action? Yet, she had underestimated and misjudged Yi Chen's capabilities. Before she could even resist, she had been rendered dazed by his slap. Not only could she not activate her abilities, but she also found herself incapable of basic resistance or escape. As a transcendent being with 2-star strength, she could not comprehend why Yi Chen's power overwhelmed her. Yet, the reality was undeniable. She could only grit her teeth and silently accept her fate. Yang Mi tapped the table. I have stated before. Your life and death, your fate, are determined by the boss. I am merely here to conduct a simple inquiry. Just then, the iron door of the confinement chamber creaked open, and Yi Chen strolled in at a leisurely pace. So, how fares the tempestuous beauty? Are you finding your stay in this place to your liking? Chapter 59. Thirst. Yi Chen held a bottle of mineral water in his hand. Upon seeing it, Song Qianqian's expression shifted. Could it be that water for me? Song Qianqian's tongue stumbled over her words, taking a considerable time to articulate her question. You do not wish to drink? Then I shall take it away. Yi Chen smirked, for he had no thirst of his own. No, I want a drink. Song Qianqian felt herself spiraling into madness. She perceived Yi Chen as anything but a normal person. What kind of man slaps women at will? Or casually contemplates murder? Yet, in this apocalyptic era, perhaps his behavior made sense. However, Song Qianqian had never truly experienced the despair of the apocalypse. From the onset of the catastrophe to the present, she had remained sheltered under the auspices of the National Security Bureau. Thus she had not succumbed to much pessimism or the erosion of humanity. Yi Chen signaled Yang Mi with a glance, indicating her departure. Yang Mi understood instantly. Her curvaceous figure was accentuated with her movements as she rose, her high heels clicking rhythmically as she exited the confinement chamber. Now, you may drink. Yi Chen nonchalantly tossed the bottle of mineral water, which landed a good half-meter away from Song Qianqian. He then glanced over Yang Mi's notes on the table. Song Qianqian. Measurements. Yi Chen's lips curled into a satisfied smile. As Song Qianqian gazed at the mineral water nearby, a wave of helplessness surged within her. Bound by iron chains, with both hands and feet restrained, how could one possibly reach for a bottle of mineral water? Moreover, even if the water were within reach, she would be utterly incapable of drinking it alone. At the very least, she would require assistance from another. Yang Mi had already departed at Yi Chen's instruction, clearly indicating his desire for her to plead for his help. Tears of grievance brimmed in Song Qianqian's eyes as she quietly sobbed. I can't reach it. I was wrong. I truly was wrong. Song Qianqian's defenses had crumbled entirely. Her thirst was overwhelming. She had no intention of begging for mercy, especially not from Yi Chen, the very person who had captured her and had violently beaten her. Given Song Qianqian's stubborn nature, it was inconceivable that she would ever show the slightest hint of capitulation or contrition. Yet the present situation left her parched beyond measure. Where had she erred? Yi Chen relaxed, propping his legs upon the table and leaning back in his chair, exuding an air of nonchalance. I shouldn't have cursed. I shouldn't have resisted you. I was wrong. Song Qianqian's speech quickened significantly, indirectly revealing her desperate longing for water. I see. Yi Chen remained expressionless, tilting his head back with closed eyes. Please, grant me a sip of water. At that moment, Song Qianqian had sunk to the depths of humility. Yi Chen chose not to respond. In the next instant, Song Qianqian could no longer contain herself. Her face, once pale as blood, flushed a vivid crimson. Overwhelmed by despair, she burst into tears. Woo, Yi Chen, feeling a twinge of boredom. Stifled a yawn, he recognized that this woman's defenses had been utterly breached. He then rose, stretched languidly, and approached Song Qianqian. The once proud Song Qianqian found her mental defenses shattered. She no longer possessed the spirit or courage to resist. All she desired was for Yi Chen to leave swiftly, thereby ending this embarrassing and shameful plea for mercy. This is bread and mineral water. If you wish to avoid starvation, then eat. Yi Chen wasted no time in engaging in further conversation. Starved and unable to endure any longer, Song Qianqian immediately seized the bread and began to devour it ravenously once her chains were undone. Do you wish for water? Yi Chen inquired, resembling a robot executing commands, devoid of any facial expressions or emotional fluctuations. Yes, Song Qianqian was taken aback that Yi Chen would provide her with sustenance and hydration. This sensation felt akin to wandering through an endless abyss, only to suddenly stumble upon a lifeline. How could she not grasp it with urgency? The prior feelings of humiliation, frustration, and hatred dissipated entirely, replaced by an unusual sense of gratitude. How should one articulate this? When a villain has tormented you for so long, you become accustomed to it. If one day he shows you even the slightest kindness, it may completely alter your perception of him. Song Qianqian opened her delicate lips, tilting her head back in preparation to receive Yi Chen's mineral water. In the next moment, she felt the cool, pure mineral water flowing gently down her throat and into her abdomen, spreading throughout her body with the rhythm of her blood. Refreshing. Only those who have truly experienced desiccation can appreciate the value of water. Wasn't she serving the National Security Bureau for those meager supplies? Yet Yi Chen provided her with far superior quality. Naturally, Yi Chen's act of offering her water and food was not born out of altruism. He had his own motives. Rather than eliminate an adversary, it was preferable to subdue and make use of them. So, can we speak now? Yi Chen grasped Song Qianqian's chin, leaning closer to her ear and exhaling warm breath as he spoke softly. What do you want me to say to at that moment? Song Qianqian's feelings towards Yi Chen were complex and contradictory. She could not comprehend his true intentions nor grasp his attitude towards her. If he intended to kill her, why would he provide her with water and food? What is your supernatural ability? Yi Chen gazed intently into Song Qianqian's beautiful eyes, speaking gently. My ability is the power of deduction, that I can navigate through countless branching paths to identify the most suitable one and follow its guidance. In simple terms, I can predict the future. It belongs to the category of detection abilities. Chapter 60. clearly hoarding a goddess, in the dormitory area. What did you say? You saw Yi Chun without any clothes on. Lin Jiling nearly choked on her bite of bread at Li Qinxin's words. Truly, her comments were startling. Please rephrase that and say it again. Huh? Say it again. Li Qinxin's fingers intertwined nervously, hesitant to articulate her thoughts. However, after a moment of turmoil, she spoke again. His eight-pack abs, the muscles on his shoulders resemble exquisitely carved mountain contours. Every inch of muscle undulating appears like a magnificent river, flowing gracefully along the surface of his skin. Moreover, that down there, it's akin to a Russian sausage. Other than that, I really don't know how to describe it in any case. It's a perfect portrait of the human form. Having finished, Li Qinxin buried her head deep into a soft pillow. A multitude of bashful steam wafting upwards. Lin Jiling, exasperated, remarked, "Silly girl. How could you let such a splendid opportunity slip by? If it were me, I would have seized him right there, leaving nothing behind that I wouldn't have fled in a panic. Missing this exceptional chance. What a pity. It's all because I overslept that I missed this beautiful encounter." This was Lin Jiling's first realization that oversleeping could lead to missed opportunities at other times. No matter the gravity of the situation, nothing could disturb her sweet dreams. Yet, had she merely risen a tad earlier to join Li Qinxin for breakfast, she could have witnessed her dreams come to fruition. Alas, such fleeting opportunities are incredibly hard to grasp. The scales of fate never seemed to tip in her favor. Just hearing Li Qinxin's description, Lin Jiling felt overwhelmed. A long-lost sentiment surged within her. Lying on her single bed, Lin Jiling felt a twinge of regret. Her long, smooth legs peeked out from the light blue slit dress, her graceful form pressed tightly against the bed, accentuating her alluring curves. As she lay on from head to toe, there lingers a certain scent. The relationship between Master Yi and Vice President Chu appears to be rather intricate. Li Qinxin pursed her lips, slowly speaking each word with a hint of reluctance. Both of them had only arrived at this refuge base with Yi Chun the day prior. In other words, they were comrades from the same camp, while the others remained unfamiliar and unrecognized by them. As for Vice President Chu Ningxue, she felt no reverence whatsoever. Apart from Yi Chun, neither of them acknowledged anyone else. That in contrast to Li Qinxin's naivete, Lin Jiling's seasoned demeanor exuded a sense of composure. She spoke with calm assurance. Yi Chun, is it not quite normal for a man of such strength to have women? What is there to make a fuss about? However, Li Qinxin found Lin Jiling's words quite reasonable. Yet there was an inexplicable emptiness within her heart, as if something of great significance had suddenly vanished, leaving her with an indescribable discomfort. The things one desires must be fought for oneself. One cannot expect others to bestow them upon you. Understand? Lin Jiling's tone was unusually serious, carrying a hint of an educative undertone. Li Qinxin, feeling somewhat lacking in confidence, nodded shyly. She had no assurance of earning Yi Chun's affections. Yet, Yi Chun was not a man easily swayed by mere beauty. Mere looks would not suffice to disarm him. Just look around the entire refuge. It was a veritable paradise of stunning women. Yet, Yi Chun seemed oblivious, focusing solely on enhancing his survival abilities in this apocalyptic world. Perhaps, this is what it truly means to be a man. Lin Jiling's perspective on Yi Chun underwent a transformation. Initially, she thought Yi Chun brought them back to share his blessings, but the sheer quality of the women in the refuge far exceeded her expectations. This was not merely stockpiling supplies. That it was evidently stockpiling goddesses. Chapter 61. The Watch for Monitoring Abilities in the Training Room. Yi Chun instructed Yang Mi to notify the awakened transcenders to come for training. The main speaker was Song Qianqian, a captive brought in by Yi Chun, who had now been completely won over, becoming a defector of the National Security Bureau. To call it defection might not be entirely accurate, for in this apocalypse, whoever could provide supplies was the true leader. Yi Chun not only had the means to provide, but also promised Song Qianqian that she would no longer need to frequently risk her life to gather intelligence and collect supplies. Such generous conditions had long made her forget the past of being beaten and humiliated by Yi Chun. One must look forward in life. Before long, Yang Mi led a few individuals into the training room. There were a total of 6 people present: Yi Chun, Chu Ningxue, Yang Mi, Li Qinxin, Lin Jiling, and Song Qianqian. Although Yang Mi was not yet a transcender, as a key figure responsible for frontline prison affairs, she also needed to further her understanding of the apocalyptic intelligence landscape. At this moment, Song Qianqian stood at the podium, having shed her previous gloom and dishevelment, refreshed and adorned anew, radiating a vibrant energy. Her long, slender legs were slightly bent, and in her hand, she held a pure white chalk, her star-like eyes gazing intently at Yi Chun, conveying an indescribable sentiment. Her delicate features resembled a meticulously crafted, beautiful painting. Her skin, enhanced by a luxurious body wash, was as smooth as ice and as fine as snow, glistening under the training room's lights like the surface of the sea. Her star-like brows arched gently, hinting at a newfound joy and playfulness. Her long, straight black hair, left unbound in haste, cascaded naturally over her shoulders, swaying gently and releasing a faint, alluring fragrance, clad in a sailor outfit prepared by Yi Chun. The garment was evidently a size too small, perfectly accentuating her curvaceous figure, complemented by over-the-knee soft white stockings that evoked an irresistible urge to glimpse into her absolute domain. Hello everyone, my name is Song Qianqian, a National Security Bureau intelligence officer. My daily responsibilities mainly involve intelligence gathering and regional exploration. I am delighted to have gained the recognition of Boss Yi and to join this team. Now, let me explain the current state of the world in the apocalypse. Song Qianqian pulled out a watch from her pocket and displayed it before everyone. The onlookers were puzzled. The watch appeared to be an ordinary smartwatch. What was so special about it? Li Qianqian, unable to contain her curiosity, spoke up. There's something extraordinary about this watch, of course. Otherwise, I wouldn't present it before you all, since you seem particularly interested. Why not wear it and demonstrate? Song Qianqian smiled and gestured for Li Qianqian to come to the podium. Li Qianqian covered her face, feeling somewhat embarrassed. In front of so many people, she felt like an obvious spectacle. However, recalling Lin Jiling's earlier words, the things you desire must be fought for, she realized this was indeed an opportunity to shine before Yi Chun. Being timid would never earn her his recognition. Although she possessed some beauty, this refuge was rife with attractive women. What was lacking were capable women like Chu Ningxue and Yang Mi, who could help alleviate Yi Chun's burdens. One needed not only beauty, but also capability. After a moment of contemplation, Li Qianqian steeled her resolve and quickly ascended to the podium. What should I do? Li Qianqian took the watch, feeling somewhat at a loss. Wear it, and then I will explain the functions of the watch to everyone. Okay. Li Qianqian wasted no time and, with her left hand's assistance, easily fastened the watch to her right wrist. However, upon a brief examination, she found nothing particularly remarkable about it. In fact, the watch could not even display the time or date. What kind of watch was this? Try injecting it with life essence. What? Inject life essence into the watch. Li Qianqian expressed her confusion. It should be known that life essence was the most precious source of power for transcenders. Once depleted, it would lead to irreversible death, leaving behind only a shell of white powder. Therefore, transcenders would only use their abilities in dire circumstances. In other words, using 1's abilities consumed 1's lifespan. Don't worry, just a small amount of life essence is needed. There is no reason to be so anxious. Upon hearing this, Li Qianqian was somewhat taken aback. Anxious? Was she really that tense? Oh no. Would Master Yi think even less of her now? Damn it. This was so embarrassing. Li Qianqian felt a strong desire to find a hole to hide in. Song Qianqian began to regret her decision. Why did she choose such an unusual person to demonstrate? Suddenly, the watch on Li Qianqian's right wrist emitted a gleam, and the previously dormant device displayed an unusual interface, recognizing host's life essence. Binding process initiated. Binding successful. Race, female, human. Talent, unknown. Requires host to wear and utilize abilities to gather data. Ability consumption, unknown. Requires host to wear and utilize abilities to gather data. Level, Transcender 2 stars. Life essence, 80. The levels of transcenders are divided into Transcender, Super Spirit, Super King, Super Overlord, Super Emperor, Super Saint, Super Sovereign. Each level is further divided into 10 stars, and reaching 10 stars allows for the consumption of life essence to break through levels. As you can see, the function of this watch is to analyze the life essence of the wearer and monitor the status of their abilities. Song Qianqian skillfully grasped Li Qianqian's wrist, endeavoring to display the contents of the watch as thoroughly as possible. But what is the use of this? Lin Jiling inquired, somewhat puzzled. The benefits are tremendous. Song Qianqian began writing on the blackboard with her chalk. First, it can monitor the quantity of our life essence, preventing exhaustion due to overextension. Second, once the ability types are successfully matched, one can visually observe the consumption of their abilities. However, remember, each use of an ability will result in fluctuations, and one must summarize the fluctuation patterns based on their own abilities. Third, it can monitor one's strength level, providing a clearer understanding of one's capabilities that if there are any questions, feel free to ask. After a few symbolic taps on the blackboard, Song Qianqian turned to inquire. Chapter 62. Yi Chen's life essence. At that moment, Yi Chen, who had been silently observing from the side, finally spoke up. You know how to quickly awaken as a transcender. Previously, in the confinement room, Yi Chen had already recorded Song Qianqian's basic information, and, based on her description, it seemed that the majority within the National Security Bureau were transcenders. If it were true that all the talents recruited by the National Security Bureau were capable of awakening their abilities, Yi Chen would not believe it. The only possibility was that the National Security Bureau possessed some method to assist individuals in awakening as transcenders. Faced with the direct inquiry from her boss, Song Qianqian did not dare to be negligent and quickly replied, "I do not know. This is classified information within the National Security Bureau, and I do not have the authority to know. However, based on the analysis of those who awakened their abilities later, it may involve undergoing certain special training. That I have a teammate who was lively and eloquent before awakening her powers, but after the awakening, she became taciturn, as if she were a different person altogether. That I speculate that she must have undergone some terrifying experience, which caused such a drastic change in her temperament. The method of awakening abilities employed by the National Security Bureau carries a mortality rate of up to 80. Only a select few manage to survive. Those who do survive are guaranteed to awaken their powers." Yi Chen gave an affirmative nod, signaling that he understood. Upon receiving her boss's encouraging response, Song Qianqian felt an overwhelming joy. After all, as long as she could firmly cling to Boss Ye's powerful support, it would be 1,000 times better than those who merely draw empty promises at the National Security Bureau. Are there any other questions? What is the current situation of the apocalypse? Could you share the information you have gathered? Chu Ningxuang wore a weary expression, struggling to sit upright, a predicament attributed to Yi Chen. Indulging excessively leads to physical depletion, resulting in sore limbs. However, this situation is merely temporary. After multiple experiences, one becomes unable to resist the allure for that question. Song Qianqian scratched her head, momentarily unsure where to begin. Yi Chen interjected, asking, "What is the relationship between the National Security Bureau and the military?" Song Qianqian's eyes brightened. With a clear direction for her question, her thoughts became coherent. The National Security Bureau has merged with military forces and is now collectively referred to as the National Security Bureau. This is a survival collaboration in the midst of the apocalypse. Currently, the National Security Bureau is arranging for intelligence agents across various locations to gather and return more ability users to combat the ever-evolving mutant beasts. Yi Chen pondered for a moment, seemingly recalling something. You know someone named Yang Dalong? Yang Dalong? I feel like I've seen that name somewhere. Although Song Qianqian was unsure why Yi Chen was inquiring about this man. She had a nagging feeling of familiarity with the name, yet she couldn't recall where she had encountered it. After about 20 seconds of brainstorming, she finally realized the source of this strange familiarity. Wasn't this Yang Dalong the newly joined transcendent at the National Security Bureau? Moreover, he was an S-rank transcendent. I've remembered. Yang Dalong has just joined the National Security Bureau and is an S-rank transcendent. While I haven't seen him in person, I have reviewed his basic information. His ability allows him to control molecular motion. Song Qianqian poured out all the information she knew. Upon hearing this, Yi Chen propped up his chin. Deep in thought. So, his ability is to control molecular motion. No wonder he can effortlessly break through walls and iron doors. However, based on previous surveillance footage, it appeared he could only temporarily control molecular motion. After a period, the molecular movement would revert. The training session lasted approximately 2 hours. Half the time was spent on questions and clarifications, while the other half was dedicated to Song Qianqian personally guiding the newly awakened transcendent on their abilities. For example, she suggested that Chu Ningxuang should quickly test the limits of her teleportation ability, including the maximum distance and the interval between uses. She advised Li Qinxin to continue developing her wall-walking power, as this ability likely held more potential yet to be uncovered. Yi Chen, who had been supervising the work, was thoroughly pleased. He hadn't anticipated that Song Qianqian's work capability was as explosive as her temperament. As she effortlessly completed the tasks assigned to her, she proved to be an excellent assistant. Moreover, She possessed the S-rank ability of predictive power. According to her description, after utilizing this ability, she could identify the most suitable path among countless branching scenarios and follow the guidance. In simpler terms, it allows her to simulate her choices in her mind, peering into the subsequent impacts before making a decision. It is a form of power that can forecast the future. However, there is one significant limitation. She can only predict matters directly related to her own circumstances and cannot deliberately influence others if an event does not have a clear connection to her. She cannot perform a prediction. Furthermore, due to her inherent life essence, she can only activate this ability 3 times a day, which poses a substantial limitation. Predictive power inherently requires multiple attempts to yield the best results. But her insufficient life essence prevents her from sustaining such a significant drain, rendering her originally S-rank ability nearly worthless. Hence, she was assigned the position of an intelligence officer. Song Qianqian was quite dissatisfied with this arrangement. Despite being an S-rank transcendent, she was relegated to a high-risk position that could be attacked by mutant beasts at any time. Yet, for the sake of survival, she had no choice but to grit her teeth and accept it. However, now, she had encountered Yi Chen, offering her a chance to choose anew and reclaim her rights. The comparison between the two scenarios was starkly clear. Before long, the training room was left with only Yi Chen and Song Qianqian. Yi Chen naturally took out a monitoring watch from his pocket, its appearance identical to the one Song Qianqian had demonstrated earlier. "Where did you get that?" Song Qianqian exclaimed, covering her mouth in astonishment. Previously, she had prepared several monitoring watches on the garbage collection truck, intending to present them as gifts upon finding surviving transcendent individuals. However, in the midst of her plans, she had been slapped by Yi Chen, losing consciousness and subsequently misplacing the garbage truck. With such a significant work error, she had lost any chance of returning to the National Security Bureau. That if she did, she would undoubtedly face punishment. Yi Chen shrugged. "It was on your truck. I initially thought it was just an ordinary watch, but I didn't expect it to be so useful." As he spoke, Yi Chen effortlessly fastened the watch onto his left wrist, a faint life essence flowing into it. The next moment, identifying host life essence. Binding initiated. Binding successful. Race: male human. Talent: unknown. Requires host to wear it and use powers for data collection. Ability release consumption: unknown. Requires host to wear it and use powers for data collection. Rank: transcendent 4 stars. Life essence: 1000. Song Qianqian stared wide-eyed. "What? Boss, you've already reached transcendent 4 stars. Moreover, your life essence is a staggering 1000. Chapter 63. Song Qianqian only wishes to be a small fish under Yi Chen's leadership. This is unscientific. Even if the boss achieved the level of transcendent 4 stars, the life essence shouldn't be this high. A full 1000 life essence. Even among the geniuses within the National Security Bureau, those with transcendent 6 stars only possess around 300. The disparity between the two is like heaven and earth." For a moment, Song Qianqian felt disoriented, doubting whether she had read it incorrectly. However, after multiple confirmations, she realized she had not made a mistake, that Yi Chen's life essence was indeed 1000. Yi Chen spoke in a low voice. "Is 1000 a lot? A lot?" Song Qianqian gasped. "It's not merely a matter of quantity. It has fundamentally violated my understanding as a transcendent. Logically speaking, even with extraordinary talent and physique, a transcendent 4 stars should not exceed 200. "Boss, I suspect." Yi Chen interjected. "What do you suspect?" "I suspect that there is an issue with this monitoring watch. Otherwise, we should switch to another one for monitoring." Yi Chen. Before long, Yi Chen switched to another monitoring watch. Life essence: 1000. The data showed no change, indicating that the monitoring watch was functioning correctly. The anomaly lay with Yi Chen. "This is simply outrageous. Under ordinary circumstances, among those with the same level of abilities, the one with a greater amount of life essence possesses greater strength and odds of victory." Of course, there are exceptions, such as when your abilities happen to counter the opponent's, which may disrupt the norms. However, the situation with the boss is extraordinarily bizarre and exceptional. Merely relying on ability release could wear down the opponent to death. Dinner time. Yi Chen turned and exited the training room, unwilling to linger on this topic. After all, the more he spoke, the more his cards would be exposed. Although Song Qianqian was already part of the refuge, Yi Chen would not fully trust her until she had undergone life and death trials. Coming to her senses after the shock, Song Qianqian hurriedly followed Yi Chen as he made his way downstairs. Upon arriving, She found the entire room filled with an array of delicacies. The spread included imperial crabs, juicy abalones the size of rice bowls, and the fragrant Buddha jumps over the wall. The least of the dishes was roasted lamb. In a daze, she almost thought she had returned to the time before the apocalypse. They could eat so well. It is worth noting that outside, even a single bun could incite brawls and thefts. Here, they were being treated to such a feast of mountain and sea delicacies. Since the onset of the apocalypse, the best food Song Qianqian had consumed was a small piece of scallion pancake. The T.O. savors such a flavor. She had even divided the pancake into 4 portions just to enjoy a few more bites. Fearing that if she finished it at once, she might never have the chance to taste it again. But here with Yichun, it was truly paradise. The food was even better than what she had before the apocalypse. What a colossal mistake. However, upon reflection, she felt an overwhelming sense of gratitude for having arrived here. Recognizing just how astute and judicious her choice had been to Yichun, this man had truly shaken her to her core. As long as he did not disdain her, she was willing to follow him for a lifetime. She did not yearn for a life of abundance filled with lavish feasts. She merely hoped to avoid hunger. Lost in her thoughts, Song Qianqian almost let a droplet of saliva escape from the corner of her mouth. She quickly composed herself, swallowed hard, and continued to trail behind Yichun. These are all pre-packaged meals. We currently do not have a chef available, so we must make do with these. However, they are not free. Each item requires a contribution point for redemption. As a newcomer, you will receive an initial allocation of 100 contribution points, which you can use if you wish to eat. With that, Yichun took his seat at the head of the table and, without another word, elegantly began to eat. Everything here belonged to him. He could dine as he pleased, unlike the others who were forced to use their contribution points to obtain supplies. Such a vast prison sanctuary inevitably required a large number of personnel for maintenance, cleaning, patrolling, equipment upkeep, surveillance, inventory management, and so forth, all tasks that necessitated human involvement. Yet, Yichun could not attend to every detail himself, so he employed the contribution point system to assign tasks to them. He need not concern himself with trivial matters within the prison. Feeling somewhat disoriented, Song Qianqian gazed at the sumptuous dishes on the table, involuntarily swallowing. How many contribution points do I need for that hamburger? Her eyes glimmered with desire for the food. She longed to indulge in a hamburger. 150, Yichun replied, as he shelled a Boston lobster and brought it to his lips. 150, but my contribution points are insufficient. The thought left her feeling somewhat despondent. Indeed, life rarely goes as one wishes. The remaining 1 or 2 are often even less favorable. Yichun wiped the grease from the corner of his mouth. Didn't you just complete training? You can be rewarded with 100 contribution points. So now you have 200 contribution points. Does that mean that I can have that hamburger? Song Qianqian's hope reignited as she eagerly inquired. Of course, as long as you wish to eat. You can redeem it for 150 contribution points at any time. There is a saying, you reap what you sow. It's quite fair, isn't it? Fair, without a moment's hesitation. Song Qianqian snatched the delicious hamburger from the table and began to devour it with abandon. Utterly disregarding any semblance of ladylike behavior, she appeared as if she were a starving ghost, albeit a rather beautiful one. So delicious. Exquisite. I used to look down upon such junk food. Yet now, I find myself unable to resist. Tears of joy and reflection welled in her beautiful eyes, embodying a sense of hard-won fortune. Had she not encountered Yichun and endured his fierce reprimand, perhaps she would never have tasted such delightful food in her lifetime. Now, all she needed to do was find manageable tasks within the prison sanctuary to earn contribution points and lead a normal life without the perilous risks of venturing out for information or the daily anxiety of securing her next meal. The identity of an intelligence officer in the National Security Bureau had long since lost its allure. Now, she simply wished to be a docile little fish under the command of her boss. Chapter 64. The Beauty Trap. Huanghua Community. What? The security team and the martial arts school have been annihilated. Who could have done this? A middle-aged man with a scruffy beard gazed in disbelief at the mountain of corpses piled in the corridor. This man was Zhang Ruonan, the street's administrator and a recent addition to the National Security Bureau's outer circle. He had come today to mediate the conflict between the security team and the martial arts school, intending to utilize their resources for his own gain. However, it seemed he had arrived too late. The two factions had already battled each other to exhaustion. Damn it, these foolish pigs. Even in the apocalypse, they engage in such pointless feuds. Zhang Ruonan cursed under his breath. He dialed a number. instructing the community's grid workers to promptly come down and report on the situation. An incident of such violent altercation resulting in multiple fatalities could not have gone unnoticed. He needed to ascertain the reasons behind it and determine if any transcenders had survived. If he could recruit just one transcender into his ranks, this ordeal would not be in vain. Before long, a hefty woman weighing around 200 pounds hurried down from upstairs, reporting respectfully on the events of the day. So that's how it is. You're saying that man is not only a transcender, but also took away two women who are also transcenders? After listening to the woman's account, Zhang Haidan posed the most critical and concerning question. Compared to supplies, he was more interested in transcenders with extraordinary abilities. After all, resources could be continuously acquired through exploration and plundering. But transcenders were rare gems that were difficult to come by. If he could gather enough transcenders to follow him, everything he coveted would be his. Daring to resist, they would meet their demise. Indeed, I have seen that man. His name is Chen. Before the apocalypse struck, he began hoarding supplies, beef, lamb, daily necessities, protective gear. Countless items were ferried into his sanctuary. I even lent him a hand, recruiting the entire security team to assist him in transporting goods for a full fortnight. Not only did he fail to pay us, but he also delayed our own stockpiling efforts, infuriating me to no end. That scoundrel is truly shameless. The hefty woman grew increasingly animated, her anger seeping through her words. Zhang Haidan remained unmoved by her grievances. What do I care? However, he found himself particularly intrigued by Chen, a transcender with a vast stockpile of supplies and a fortified sanctuary. Such conditions were simply an invitation to commit a crime. Zhang Haidan calmly contemplated his next move. He had no intention of reporting this matter. If he did, he would lose any potential benefit. Every man for himself. Leader, I have a suggestion. I wonder if you might be interested? The middle-aged woman's wrinkled face revealed a trace of cunning. Speak. Why not use a beauty trap to deceive Chen into opening the door, and then rush in to seize his supplies and sanctuary? As for Chen, whether to kill or spare him will be entirely at your discretion. Upon hearing this plan, Zhang Haidan began to ponder. It seemed feasible. At the very least, employing a beauty trap was a relatively reasonable approach. For a man in the apocalypse who had amassed abundant supplies and established a sanctuary, his material needs had been sufficiently met. It was only natural for him to consider matters of a more intimate nature. As the saying goes, once basic needs are satisfied, desires will follow. Zhang Haidan spoke in a low voice. Do you have a suitable candidate? A plan was indeed viable, but it required a beauty to execute it. How about me? You. Zhang Haidan's face contorted in disgust at her suggestion, nearly causing him to regurgitate the cabbage porridge he had consumed the previous night. Don't you ever look in the mirror? In response to Zhang Haidan's skepticism, the middle-aged woman quickly pulled out her phone, showcasing her glamorous selfies. Upon viewing the images, Zhang Haidan felt his resolve weakened. High-definition filters and excessive beautification could not conceal her unattractiveness. Spare me. However, I have heard that you have a niece who is quite beautiful. Let her do it. You mean Xiao Bing. But that child has a very stubborn temperament, and she is a teacher with high moral standards. She probably wouldn't agree to such a request. The middle-aged woman hesitated, not because she was unwilling to part with her niece, but out of fear that her niece would refuse or fail to execute the task. After all, she lacked experience in such matters, not to mention seducing a man. She had never even been in a relationship. It wasn't that she was unattractive. Her standards were simply too high. And most men didn't meet her criteria. Never mind. Take me to see her. I have a plan. Zhang Haidan declared confidently, asserting that he had a solution. With that, the middle-aged woman had no further reservations and led Zhang Haidan upstairs. She needed to cling tightly to this powerful ally. He was a member of the National Security Bureau, and as long as she could foster a good relationship with him, she would at least not have to worry about starvation. Moreover, if they succeeded in capturing Chen's prison sanctuary, as a key strategist and contributor, she could expect a generous share of the spoils. What? You want me to seduce a man? But I don't even know him. I've never even seen his face. Are you all insane? The middle-aged woman's niece, Fan Xiaobing, shook her head vigorously upon learning of their intentions, using a beauty trap against someone, to sell herself to please another? This was madness. They had all lost their minds. Observing Zhang Haidan's greedy expression, she understood that if she managed to deceive the man into opening his door, their motives would surely extend beyond mere theft of supplies. I shall certainly eradicate any potential threats completely. Xiaobing, is there anyone who inherently knows others? Relationships among individuals invariably transition from strangers to acquaintances, and eventually to intimacy, do they not? Here, and has Yu Chen's WeChat. You should add him and send a few alluring photos of yourself to initiate a conversation, thus establishing your acquaintance. Zhang Haitian interjected promptly, saying, Indeed, modern men are captivated by your type. Young, beautiful, with a stunning figure and a sweet disposition. If you take the initiative to add him on WeChat, he will surely not refuse. There is even a possibility that he might directly invite you to his sanctuary for a game of poker. Precisely, Xiao Bing. If it weren't for Aunt being just a tad older, I would personally take the lead. Why would I let you do it? However, to be fair, you are undoubtedly the most beautiful and alluring individual in our community. You are bound to succeed in this endeavor. Even the female instructor from the Martial Arts Academy pales in comparison to you. You are unaware, but every time you descend the stairs within the community, a throng of men cannot help but gaze at your silhouette, their stares rather lewd. Though Aunt's eyesight may be deteriorating, even I can comprehend this. You are a natural enchantress, and no man can resist such temptation. The middle-aged woman and Zhang Haitian fervently encouraged Fan Xiaobing, hoping she would grasp the significance of the task at hand. Chapter 65. As long as you provide me with sustenance, I can be your woman. No, I still cannot accept this. Please, seek someone else. I truly cannot bear this task. Years of moral standards and her own conscience rendered her unable to acquiesce to such actions. Thus, after they finished speaking, Fan Xiaobing bit her lip and declined. Now, they could demand her to seduce Yu Chen for the sake of supplies and the safety of the sanctuary, only to discard her once their needs were met. Indeed, it could become even more despicable, as they might harbor ulterior motives toward her. In this light, it was clear that these individuals were wholly untrustworthy and unworthy of collaboration. They merely viewed her as a pawn to be exploited. And their current promises were nothing more than bait to lure her in this apocalyptic world. The absence of legal constraints renders any promise false. For the sake of gain, this group would undertake any actions, no matter how unscrupulous. Although she had not had a proper meal in nearly a week, her stomach empty, she resolutely rejected their proposal. Xiaobing, I understand this matter places you in a difficult position. However, you must recognize that I do not represent merely myself, but rather the National Security Bureau behind me. Our intentions are not self-serving. We aim to ensure the collective survival of the entire community. In just 2 days, every household will face the threat of starvation. While you may remain at home daily, you must have at least glanced at the messages in the homeowners group, correct? Furthermore, that Yu Chen has exploited our community's security team for a full fortnight. Not only has he rendered their efforts futile, but he has also squandered the opportunity to seize supplies. If we do not confront him for what he owes us, he will never willingly give it back. Moreover, you surely do not wish to starve, do you? Upon hearing Fan Xiaobing's refusal, Zhang Haitian's expression darkened slightly, yet he feigned understanding, slowly articulating his reasoning. Indeed, Xiaobing, if you entice him and he falls for it, it will be due to his own desires. There is no need for guilt. You are well aware of how dire our circumstances are, and has also gone nearly a week without a proper meal. Setting aside the issue of supplies, consider your situation. A beauty such as yourself, devoid of protective influences, is undeniably at risk, and is merely looking out for your best interests. If you are willing to sacrifice a touch of your allure to bewitch Yu Chen, deceiving him into opening the sanctuary's gates, we can storm in, seize supplies and territory, and ensure that you receive a fair share. Furthermore, if you assist us, you will be aligned with the National Security Bureau. Who would dare to harm you, knowing they would be opposing the Bureau? With Zhang Haitian supporting you, you will not endure even a hint of injustice. You are a teacher, though you recall the children from the 12th floor of Building 3. They are your students. In these trying days, everyone is suffering from hunger. While adults may endure, children cannot withstand it. Can you truly bear to see the flowers of our nation perish from starvation? Xiaobing, please heed Aunt's advice. This is not solely for your benefit, but for everyone in the community. If you truly refuse, I fear it may incite discontent among others. To that point, even if we wish to assist you, we would have no grounds to do so. The middle-aged woman began to employ a blend of soft and hard tactics, seizing upon her sense of compassion to impose moral obligation, elucidating the consequences of her refusal, thus exerting an invisible pressure upon Fan Xiaobing. But I possess no experience in such seduction. I cannot do it. Clearly, under the combined pressure of her aunt's persuasion, Fan Xiaobing began to waver, but still hesitated. planning to use her lack of experience as an excuse to decline. But it's quite simple. Seeing that she was softening, Zhang Haitian seized the opportunity to instruct her on how to proceed. First, add him on WeChat. Note your measurements and your fondness for cosplay. Change your profile picture to one where you consider yourself the most beautiful and alluring. The more provocative, the better, with such an approach. He will undoubtedly accept your friend request. Measurements, cosplay. This is utterly absurd. Fan Xiaobing found it hard to accept, instinctively shaking her head in resistance. The middle-aged woman quickly interjected, saying, Xiaobing, don't you consider your students? It is merely a matter of adding a friend. There is nothing amiss. Be generous. We are all adults here. After several attempts to evade the situation, unable to escape, Fan Xiaobing could only grit her teeth and acquiesce. Subsequently, following Zhang Haitian's instructions, she noted the requisite information and sent a friend request to Yichun. Inside the sanctuary, Yichun's phone suddenly chimed with a WeChat notification. Fan Xiaobing? Who is that? Yichun did not recall knowing this person, but upon reviewing the notes and profile picture, he found it rather intriguing that he promptly entered Fan Xiaobing's space to browse. In such times, someone approaching him uninvited certainly had ulterior motives. However, Yichun was accustomed to such encounters and prepared to play along to discern her intentions. Upon entering her space, he was immediately greeted by a pair of ample, alluring curves that a waist so slender it appeared delicate, complemented by a rounded, pert posterior, all wrapped in a pink yoga ensemble that perfectly accentuated her exquisite silhouette. Most importantly, her angelic visage, with finely chiseled features and a charming youthful innocence. Yet carrying the maturity and authority that comes with being a teacher, she was undoubtedly a stunning beauty rivaling Chu Ningshui. Without hesitation, Yichun accepted the friend request, not out of lust, but merely to see what schemes a woman might concoct. Hello, Mr. Yi. I am teacher Fan from Guanghua community. Please do not hold it against me for so abruptly adding you as a friend. The message arrived swiftly. Such directness was rather unexpected. What is it? Yichun reclined on his bed, with Chu Ningshui nestled beside him. Since there was nothing pressing, he saw no harm in indulging her. If his assumptions were correct, this woman likely sought his assistance due to hunger. During his own stockpiling of resources, he had mobilized the entire city's transport capabilities and enlisted various individuals for assistance. Thus, it was only natural they would be aware of his supplies. After a few minutes, a new message arrived. I have hardly eaten for nearly a week. The food in my home has been completely consumed. I can no longer endure this hunger. Might I implore you to take me in and allow me into your sanctuary? Rest assured, I understand that there is no such thing as a free lunch in this world. I can be your woman. You may do as you wish, as long as you permit me entry. I can also grant you access. Yichun deliberately shared Fan Xiaobing's message with Chu Ningshui, eager to gauge her reaction. Chapter 66. Yichun, you're back? You already have one in your arms. Do you still desire another woman? However, I suspect this woman's motives are not so simple. Chu Ningshui remarked somewhat irately. Pouting her lips, Studo? How so? Quite simply. Are you acquainted with this woman from before? The answer is a resounding no. So, why would she seek assistance from a complete stranger, instead of reaching out to neighbors or friends within the community? If she is willing to barter her beauty and flesh, surely someone would be inclined to assist her, no? Chu Ningshui studied Yichun with keen interest, her eyes filled with jealousy. Indeed, for instance, I would not be inclined to assist her. Why Yichun accepted this woman's friend request purely to discern her true intentions. This seemed unnecessary now. Ningshui, what do you think I should do? Yichun took delight in teasing Chu Ningshui. Such circumstances were the most amusing. Chu Ningshui curled her lips, stating, as for me, I would certainly insist that you erase this woman from existence immediately. However, considering the sanctuary as our extended family, I would advise you to play along with her and proceed step by step. What do you mean by that? Upon hearing Chu Ningshui's words, Yichun became intrigued. Eager to hear her perspective, slowly emerging from her soft blankets, her collarbone was distinctly defined, her fair skin captivating under the soft light. Aware of this woman's ulterior motives, Yichun recognized that a direct rejection could temporarily alleviate the situation. Yet it would not provide a lasting solution. If one stratagem failed, another would inevitably follow. Rather than waiting for them to lurk in the shadows and strike, it would be wiser to align ourselves with this woman and gradually unearth the forces behind her. A decisive blow could ensure that future troubles were eliminated. Yichun wrapped his arms around Chu Ningshui more tightly. Fresh from a bath, she lay in his embrace, her exquisite curves and snow-white skin shimmering alluringly in the light. In that moment, Yichen suddenly felt a renewed desire to continue the struggle. Chu Ningxue, glancing at him with a hint of fear, asked, "You won't, will you?" "Of course I will," the next instant. Yichen dove under the covers. The large bed began to shake uncontrollably. Why did he respond so nonchalantly with just an "oh"? What did that mean? Wasn't he moved by such a sensual and alluring scene? That shouldn't be the case. Or had he already sensed that matters were more complicated and taken precautions? At Guanghua community, in Fan Xiaobing's home, tensions ran high as everyone exerted their utmost efforts, hoping to trick Yichen into opening the door. However, the situation was not progressing smoothly. Yichen's demeanor was cold and indifferent, seemingly disinterested or perhaps aware of something. Waiting idly was not an option. They arranged for several individuals to stake out the perimeter of the prison sanctuary to ascertain the defensive layout. Yichen's brief response of a left Zhang Haitian baffled. Therefore, to ensure absolute certainty, he decided to prepare for both outcomes. Firstly, employing the allure of beauty to gain entry into the sanctuary at minimal cost. Secondly, to gather intelligence on the surrounding defenses to prepare for a potential assault that, of course, the latter plan would only be executed in dire circumstances that a frontal assault would incur casualties and challenges far beyond imagination. Moreover, since Zhang Haitian had not reported this matter to the National Security Bureau, he could not afford to lose too many agents, as he would have to account for it later. "Boss, that woman is truly stunning. Why don't we take care of her now? After all, she has fulfilled our demands and holds no further value." The impatient subordinates could hardly contain themselves. "Shall we start lining up?" a short subordinate whispered into Zhang Haitian's ear. With a swift motion, Zhang Haitian slapped him. "Fool, do you only think with your lower body?" He felt a strong sense of disappointment towards his underlings, who were indulging in despicable behavior. If it were not for the necessity of having them as enforcers, he would not want to associate with such scoundrels. "Do you think I wouldn't share photos or messages? The purpose of keeping this woman is to prevent Yi Chun from suddenly making a video call. If he does call, would you be willing to answer? However, rest assured, once we take the prison sanctuary, we will have beautiful women, supplies, and territory. Everything we desired as for Fan Xiaobing's first night, I will grant it to you. But that must wait until the situation is resolved. We cannot act recklessly, understood?" Zhang Haitian spoke earnestly as a leader. He excelled at making promises, but whether those promises would be fulfilled after the fact depended on his mood. However, the promise regarding Fan Xiaobing's first night was undoubtedly false. Zhang Haitian would never allow such a beauty to slip through his fingers. If anyone were to enjoy her, it would be himself. After he had his fill, perhaps he might consider. "All right, boss." Upon hearing that the boss had promised him Fan Xiaobing's first night, the short subordinate was elated. Ever since joining the National Security Bureau, although the living conditions were poor, he was at least not starving. Furthermore, he could accompany the boss to scavenge for supplies daily, which was far better than the carefree life before the apocalypse that a beauty like Fan Xiaobing would have only existed in his dreams before. Now, the opportunity to claim her felt like a stroke of luck in following Zhang Haitian. In addition to arranging for people to investigate the prison sanctuary, there were other tasks to assign. Zhang Haitian lit a cigarette and began to exhale clouds of smoke. The short subordinate stepped forward, hoping to snag one for himself, but Zhang Haitian's subordinate denied him. Cigarettes were a finite resource. Smoking one meant one less. This short subordinate truly lacked awareness, wanting everything for himself. "Boss, what else is there to do?" The rejected subordinate wasn't upset. He had merely been testing the waters. If the boss granted him one, it would be a windfall. If not, he wouldn't lose anything. You take a few people and go door to door to rally them. Encourage them to join us in seizing the supplies from the prison sanctuary. Their rations should be nearly depleted by now, so we're offering them a chance to survive. They won't refuse. However, be mindful of your conduct. Avoid any inappropriate behavior. We can't afford to stir up resentment before we've rallied them. The short subordinate patted his chest, assuring, "Boss, you can trust me to handle this. I guarantee the mission will be accomplished." Zhang Haitian exhaled a smoke ring. He had arranged everything he could, even if they could not trick the sanctuary's doors open. A strong assault to seize it would not be impossible. Chapter 67. Wang Yuan awakens her abilities within the prison sanctuary. "Boss, recently, some suspicious individuals have been spotted outside the prison. They seem to be observing the sanctuary's defenses, even cautiously avoiding our surveillance, lurking in blind spots to conduct reconnaissance." Yang Mi dialed Yi Chen's number to report the recent anomalies. On the other end, Yi Chun was unconcerned, responding lazily, "Demimi, just handle it as you see fit. As long as they don't engage in any actual destructive behavior, there's no need to worry if they do take action. Eliminate them using the prison's external defense systems. If we strike, let it be a total annihilation." Leaving no survivors, after the battle, Yi Chun reluctantly rose from the bed. He wanted to indulge in laziness, but as the overall leader of the sanctuary, he had to shoulder his responsibilities. After a quick wash, he began to inspect the sanctuary, ensuring that no one was slacking off. Just as he stepped out of his room, a notification from WeChat popped up on his phone. As expected, it was a message from Fan Xiaobing. "Good brother, how about it? If you agree, I'll come over tonight. I'm really starving. If this drags on, I won't have the strength to continue." Looking at the WeChat message, Yi Chun smiled. "Then come over tonight." Since she was unwilling to give up, Yi Chun decided to play along, responding in kind. They could come, but whether the door would open or if weapons would be drawn depended on Yi Chun's mood. He then closed his phone and headed downstairs. "Yulin, how is your shooting with the handgun coming along?" As the daughter of a former security team leader, Yi Chun took her in due to his admiration for the noble qualities displayed by law enforcement officers who perished in the line of duty. However, he was pleasantly surprised to discover that Wang Yulin's talent for shooting surpassed his expectations. In such a short time, she had fully mastered the techniques of handgun shooting, becoming faster and more proficient. "Boss, I've recently hit a bottleneck. Every time I shoot, it feels strange." Saying this, she began to demonstrate. She raised the handgun and fired multiple shots in quick succession. However, the trajectories of the bullets were erratic. Some veered off in curved paths, while others shot up and down as if they possessed their own will and intent. Yi Chun watched this scene with intrigue. "You have awakened your abilities. This is not a bottleneck. Abilities? Is this what abilities look like?" Wang Yulin was taken aback, while she understood that, following the onset of the apocalypse, some individuals could awaken extraordinary powers due to the influence of the viral calamity. She had never imagined she would be among them. This realization meant she could better assist Yi Chun and showcase her potential. Then, Wang Yulin, putting away the handgun, asked in confusion, "If this situation is considered an ability, I might comprehend, but why are these bullets completely out of my control? And why do they affect my accuracy?" To this question, Yi Chun could not provide a satisfactory answer, as the abilities that individuals could awaken varied greatly. Versatility, practicality, and strength are all subjective, and the efficacy of Wang Yulin's abilities requires further investigation. "You should attempt to fire 3 rounds at the humanoid target once more. I shall observe closely for any peculiarities." Upon hearing Yi Chun's words, Wang Yulin nodded repeatedly in agreement. In her heart, she felt an immense gratitude towards Yi Chun for saving her life and offering her refuge. He had even avenged her father. Such kindness left her feeling indebted. Even if Yi Chun could not provide her with such abundant shelter and resources, she would steadfastly follow him to the end. Bang! 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 Another 3 bullets were fired. This time, she specifically aimed at a nearby humanoid target, hoping for an accurate hit. She did not wish to disappoint Yi Chun. In the next instant, time froze. Yi Chun activated his time-stopping ability. Only in a state of absolute stillness could he clearly observe what changes occurred during the bullet's trajectory upon firing. According to physics, a bullet should not deviate horizontally after being discharged, let alone bounce erratically. Although Yi Chun had yet to fully grasp the mystery of the bullet's curving path, one thing was certain: an external force was acting on the bullet. This was the reason it did not travel in the direction Wang Yulin had anticipated. As Yi Chun focused intently, he discerned a clue. What on earth is this? Following the trajectory of the 3 bullets, he noticed a tiny figure beneath each one, roughly 1/3 the size of the bullets themselves. These diminutive beings were exerting great effort to propel the high-speed bullets. However, within Yi Chun's realm of stillness, their movements had become frozen. Understanding the principle behind the bullet's curve, Yi Chun decisively released the time stop. The entire process lasted 5 seconds. He raised his left arm to glance at the watch on his wrist. Ability, time stop. Ability release consumption, 50. Level, beyond 4 stars. Remaining life source, 950. A 5-second time stop consumed 50 points of life source. Yi Chun frowned slightly. This consumption exceeded his expectations. It was far too high. Were it not for his own high life source limit, he would not be able to withstand such depletion. Approximately 10 points per second. There were some issues, but they were not severe. As long as the life source was not overdrawn, it could gradually recover after replenishing food. However, he would need to control the frequency of using the time stop ability in the future. Once time resumed, the three bullets moved erratically along unpredictable trajectories, leaving Wang Yulin feeling somewhat embarrassed. Although she had awakened her abilities and become an extraordinary being, this power was rather disappointing. Not only did it fail to provide any assistance, but it also significantly affected her shooting accuracy, resulting in a net negative effect. It would have been better not to awaken any powers at all. Contemplating this, Wang Yulin felt a twinge of frustration over her own ineptitude. Don't fret, little fool. Chen, observing Wang Yulin's distressed expression, couldn't help but chuckle. Finding her endearing, he then pointed to the tiny figures beneath the gun. Look, these three little beings are likely your abilities. Little beings? Wang Yulin was taken aback for a moment, then turned to the direction Chen indicated. Indeed, three hardly noticeable small figures were there. Their black coloration made them almost impossible to detect without close examination. What are you staring at? Haven't you seen a handsome fellow before? One of the tiny figures roared. Chapter 68. The ominous signs of ant beast evolution. Handsome fellow. Chen was taken aback by the fact that the tiny beings could speak. Finding it rather amusing, Yulin, try infusing life source into the handgun. So rhythmically and steadily. Don't rush, or you might injure yourself. Wang Yulin had not received any training regarding the abilities of extraordinary beings, so she could only grasp Chen's words in a limited manner, yet she gritted her teeth and complied. Whatever Chen commanded, she would follow without question, even if it meant risking her life. After all, Chen was her boss, and the significance of this title differed greatly from the conventional understanding. She was working for him, not earning a salary, but rather her very existence. Chen provided her with ample resources and ensured her safety, making her contributions tantamount to a life earned in a world where order had collapsed. The ability to exchange labor for resources and safety was an incredible advantage. Of course, this so-called labor included not only the daily maintenance of the shelter, but also the arrangements for food, clothing, and shelter, as well as the physically demanding tasks that required cooperation between men and women. Especially after awakening her powers, Chen's gaze toward her had changed. Yes, boss. Wang Yulin's expression became serious as she raised her handgun, channeling her life source into it slowly. The sensation was extraordinary. She was unsure when she had learned to perform these actions. It felt as though she had instinctively grasped the basic knowledge expected of an extraordinary being upon awakening. This time, she could not let her boss down. In her heart, she silently recited, focus intently, hit the humanoid target behind the obstacle. Then, bang, bang, bang. 3 shots rang out. All 3 bullets shot forth along unusual trajectories. None of them hit the humanoid target behind the obstacle. Instead, they struck the bulletproof steel plate behind. Wang Yulin, witnessing this, clenched her small hand that gripped the handgun. Despite her diligent training to enhance her shooting precision to perfection, her newly awakened powers had proven utterly useless. Frustration nearly made her stamp her foot. But don't worry, let the bullets fly for a moment. Chen had already discerned the secret behind these tiny beings. He wrapped his arms around Wang Yulin's slender waist and lifted her high. She was startled by Chen's sudden action but did not resist. After all, she would eventually belong to him. What difference did it make whether it happened sooner or later? Do you see it? Huh? See what? Wang Yulin was puzzled by Chen's question, but in the next moment, she noticed something extraordinary. The 3 bullets seemed to actively curve, avoiding the bulletproof steel plate, each striking the humanoid target behind the obstacle at an incredibly precise angle. 1 bullet hit the forehead, another struck the heart, and the last one pierced through the chest. Not only had the bullets' trajectories changed, but their power and speed had also undergone a qualitative transformation. The handgun Wang Yulin used was merely a pneumatic pistol, powered by compressed air or springs, and lacked the force to penetrate the target. It was only under the enhancement of Wang Yulin's abilities that such tremendous power was achievable. Did I really do that? Wang Yulin exclaimed, covering her mouth in disbelief. From now on, do not belittle yourself. A confident girl will always be loved. Chen gently set Wang Yulin down and patted her head. Of course, I will follow all of my boss's requests and preferences. While Chen was focused on instructing Wang Yulin, a strange phenomenon was brewing in the shadows. On a stormy sea, on an isolated island, within a cavern resembling a volcano, the cave's intricate network emitted a terrifying aura at every path's end. The sky was overcast with dark clouds, and thunder rumbled ominously. A shadow slowly materialized from the faint sunlight. Children, I need more life source. Without sufficient food, the children are turning on each other. Countless mutated humanoid ants were piled upon one another, incessantly devouring each other's bodies. This place can no longer sustain our survival. It must not continue like this. We need stronger warriors who can lead us to greater horizons. In the center of a pool lay a gigantic ant egg. Towering 5 meters high, its shell, as thin as a cicada's wing, faintly revealed the powerful creature developing within. With claws like peaks and wings sprouting, it exuded an aura of life source energy. Awaken, the mightiest warrior. For the kingdom, we must capture more extraordinary beings. For the kingdom, we must plunder more land and resources. For the kingdom, we must annihilate all enemies we encounter. The shadow within the egg slowly extended its sharp blade, swinging it gently to shatter the shell, leaving behind a pool of viscous black liquid. It emerged with rigid black feathers, its upper body exposed, displaying bulging muscles that emanated an overwhelming and terrifying presence. The mutated ant beasts, previously engaged in self-cannibalism, paused their actions and bowed down. The shadow surveyed them with an air of contempt, its piercing gaze instilling fear and extinguishing their fighting spirit with a mere glance. Feast, my children. This is all the life source prepared for you. Ha, ha, ha. The shadow began to wreak havoc within the cave, leaving lifelessness in its wake as it absorbed all the life source. Finally, it uttered a few words with indifference. Chen. I will kill him, to avenge my brother. In Sanjiang City, where Chen resided, all the extraordinary beasts within a 100-mile radius felt an overwhelming pressure and began to flee in terror. The National Security Bureau, the Biological Experiment Research Institute. More than a dozen fully armed combat personnel, along with leading biological scientists engaged in research tasks, are dissecting a still-living ant-like creature. Quickly restrain it. This is the only surviving biological sample we currently possess. There must be no mistakes. Clad in white lab coats, the scientists utilize a laser scalpel to carefully incise the creature's abdomen. A thick, viscous black liquid flows through the tubes into a collection vessel. Suddenly, the dissected ant begins to thrash violently in a fit of rage. How strange. Despite having received an excessive dose of sedative, why does it still possess the strength to resist? Suddenly, a seemingly inconspicuous hard feather pierces the scientist's abdomen. Blood instantly stains the white lab coat. Chapter 69, Secondary Evolution. The biological scientist is taken aback, yet a sense of exhilaration surges within. The combat personnel hastily sever the hard feather and quickly increase the distance between the scientist and the ant to prevent further harm. This ant has evolved once more. Its feathers can now be wielded as weapons. This is something we have never observed before, but why has it evolved at this moment? More feathered quills shoot forth like a rain of arrows, causing the defending combat personnel to groan in despair. They are seasoned soldiers, clad in the most advanced protective gear, yet they cannot confront this frenzied ant creature head-on. They are bound by orders not to kill the ant. What should we do? Professor Yu, please offer your guidance that we have already suffered casualties here. In just a minute. The ant creature, armed only with its suddenly evolved feather spikes, has injured 3 combat personnel. We cannot kill it. It is a crucial sample for understanding the source of this mutation. Even if the combat personnel, or myself, perish here, we must not eliminate it. Just as Professor Yu's words fell, a combat personnel pointed out the window and shouted, Professor Yu, look at the situation outside. Outside, Professor Yu, puzzled, wondered what new circumstance had arisen. Truly, calamity never comes alone. With the protection of the combat personnel, Professor Yu slowly moved to the window, although his abdomen had been pierced. After a simple bandaging, he was not in grave danger as a transcendent being. Although he had not awakened combat abilities, his physical defense and recovery capabilities far exceeded those of ordinary individuals. Upon reaching the window, Professor Yu could scarcely believe his eyes. This is. Following Professor Yu's gaze, a thick, dark mist was rising slowly from an island in the middle of the sea. Countless birds began to flee from that direction. The fish, once freely swimming in the ocean, seemed to go mad, abandoning their homes in a rush towards the shore. This indicated the awakening of a powerful creature. Could it be? Professor Yu turned to glance at the ant creature on the experimental table, which continued to unleash its feathered spikes, as if a realization struck him. Ants are social creatures with a strong collective consciousness. When faced with survival challenges, they concentrate all resources and energy to nurture the queen ant, in hopes of birthing a true leader who can guide them out of peril. Hurry, send someone to that island to investigate. We must find the strongest ant at any cost. Once we obtain it, we can reverse engineer the principles behind species evolution and mutation. At that time, By applying these discoveries to humanity, we could mass-produce transcendent beings. Professor Yu's gaze hardened as he fixed his eyes on the sea, issuing commands to the combat personnel beside him. Understood. After receiving the order, the highest-ranking middle-aged man among the combat personnel did not hesitate. He nodded in confirmation and exited the laboratory. The ant creature's rampage was gradually brought under control by the efforts of the combat personnel. Meanwhile, Professor Yu, clutching his injured abdomen, made his way to the communications room and dialed a mysterious number, reporting the events and findings of the experiment. What has happened? I feel the ground trembling. Quick, check online for the latest news. I found a fairly reliable analysis. In Sanjiang City, at the first psychiatric hospital on the 33rd floor, a group of individuals gazed at the unfolding phenomenon with excitement rather than panic. The United States, disregarding strong opposition from various countries, insisted on developing new biochemical viruses, which subsequently went missing after a terror attack. With the discharge of nuclear wastewater by the Yamato people, this virus rapidly spread across the nation through the ocean, plunging the globe into chaos, with countless individuals becoming sustenance for the creatures. As the virus continued to evolve and spread, more humans and creatures developed supernatural abilities, becoming transcendent beings. The continuous accumulation of life essence would ultimately lead to a species evolving to the pinnacle of the pyramid. The recent phenomenon is a sign of unknown beings undergoing evolution once more. After reading the latest news, the individuals on the balcony could not help but exhale deeply. Among them, a man with a scar on his forehead spoke. It seems we can no longer stand by idly. If we allow these creatures to evolve unchecked, humanity is destined to lose its dominance. Upon hearing this, the others appeared troubled. They had sought refuge in the psychiatric hospital for peace, wishing to avoid the turmoil of the world outside. Yet, now, could they truly remain indifferent? In times of despair, one may seek personal salvation. In times of prosperity, one must assist the world. We must not retreat any longer. For the survival of humanity, we must step forward, quickly restart the non-natural human research organization. This time, we must turn the tide and save the populace from disaster. Boss, we might need to change the name. No official organization would pursue our unique abilities anymore. There is no need for secrecy. How about we rename it the Transcendent Beings Fellowship? That name sounds a bit odd. It doesn't matter. Let it be. With the term transcendent in the name, anyone can easily discern the nature of our organization. Also, we must swiftly recruit more transcendent beings into the organization. All right, boss. Another powerful creature has completed its secondary evolution. No matter how you evolve, you will ultimately become my bait. In an abandoned school, a one-armed man stands atop the teaching building. Feeling the tremors from afar, a cruel smile gracing his scarred face. Not only that, all transcendent beings in Sanjiang City have taken notice of this sudden change, although some remain unaware of its implications. There is an undeniable sense of fate in the air. This is the natural selection of biological evolution. The strong survive while the weak perish. Who knows how many humans will survive after this mutation? While the world outside undergoes tumultuous changes, Chen remains blissfully unaware, indulging in flirting, sipping tea, and drinking wine within the refuge. As if everything happening outside has no bearing on him, completely detached. Chapter 70. The refuge is my domain. Boss, those suspicious individuals have begun to act. After receiving the boss's approval, Yangmi gently pushed open the door to the lounge, stepping in on her high heels. At this moment, she stood beside Chen with utmost respect. Her tone and demeanor somewhat flustered. What are you worried about? Didn't I say? As soon as they act, eliminate them without a trace of mercy or compassion. Chen, who had been resting with his eyes closed, abruptly shifted into work mode. As he slowly opened his eyes, he saw Yangmi entering, clad in black stockings and high heels, her graceful legs on display, beautiful and elegant. She continued to report the current situation. Those sneaky individuals launched their attack half an hour ago. They were organized and acted with precision. They swiftly destroyed the surveillance cameras surrounding our refuge and left immediately without lingering. Although the automatic defense system at the entrance activated in time, it only managed to eliminate 8 of them. Yangmi anxiously tightened her legs, feeling a sense of guilt. After the surveillance cameras showed abnormalities, Yangmi instructed Lin Jiling to use her gravity control ability to fly up and assess the situation at the entrance. How many of them came? Chen exhaled heavily, feeling somewhat lethargic. As expected. Even the strongest ox cannot endure relentless plowing. 35 individuals. 35 individuals. This number exceeds Yu Chen's expectations. Initially, he believed the intruders were merely a small group led by a transcendent being. However, based on the current assessment, a mere simple probing action could dispatch 35 individuals, suggesting that the adversary's numbers exceed several hundred. However, in such circumstances, sheer numbers do not confer any significant advantage. The quantity of those who transcend limitations is the true determinant of victory in battle. Ordinary individuals lacking special abilities are utterly incapable of withstanding the damage inflicted by firearms and can be easily dealt with. Nevertheless, Yi Chen still needs to make ample preparations. By evening, Yi Chen had retrieved 2,000 rounds of ammunition from the dimensional space. Adjusting the defense level of the AI patrol simulation robots to extermination status, aside from Wang Yuan, who was to operate her firearm independently, all others entered their individual combat robots, poised for action. Yi Chen, having donned his embedded exoskeleton, awaited the impending enemies, whose only fate was death. Once all preparations were complete, Yi Chen alerted Fan Xiaobing to take refuge in the shelter tonight, emphasizing the need for punctuality. As night deepened, an unsettling silence prevailed. Had they sensed something amiss and aborted their mission? Glancing at his phone, he noted it was nearly 10 o'clock. Yi Chen's patience was wearing thin. His murderous intent began to spread outward. His willingness to wait for these individuals to come to him stemmed from a desire to eliminate them all swiftly and without leaving any future threats. Yet, the current situation had begun to displease him. Too much time had been squandered. Let us wait until midnight. If they still do not arrive, I shall seek them out myself. Boss, what's the plan for tonight? The kid has already agreed to open the door. The impatient subordinate beside Jiang Haiten fidgeted, his eagerness palpable. His blade was already thirsting for action. If tonight's operation succeeded, Fan Xiaobing would be his. He had long prepared an array of items, fruit-flavored lubricants, rubber bands, gas masks. All he lacked was the woman. How could he not feel anxious? Jiang Haiten was currently vexed, unwilling to engage with his subordinate, who thought only with his lower instincts. His concerns did not revolve around Yi Chen. In his eyes, all of Yi Chen's resources, women, and territories were already within his grasp. It was merely a matter of when he would claim them. What troubled him was the compulsory mission assigned by the National Security Bureau. In 3 days, he was to lead his men to an unknown island to capture designated exotic beasts. The task seemed straightforward, yet it was anything but simple. Unknown island. Capturing exotic beasts. Anyone with sense would recognize the peril inherent in such a mission. Venturing onto an uncharted island to capture beings of unknown strength, appearance, and abilities was tantamount to courting death. Damn it! Jiang Haiden slammed his hand onto the desk, shattering it into splinters. His subordinate fell silent, terrified into inaction. This was the first time he had witnessed such fury from Jiang Haiten. That it was utterly terrifying. With a single blow, the desk had been reduced to mere shards. Was this the power of a transcendent? After a long pause, Jiang Haiten composed himself, lighting a cigarette and involuntarily chuckling. Ha ha ha. How foolish I am. The National Security Bureau sees me as a pawn. Why should I continue to serve them? If one does not act for oneself, one invites calamity. They are unkind, so I shall be unprincipled in return. Why is he going mad again? His subordinate was drenched in sweat, regretting his decision to urge the boss. If Jiang Haiten were to take offense and eliminate him, it would indeed be a grave misfortune. Send a few men to eliminate the messenger from the National Security Bureau. His ability is rather mundane. He merely possesses swift mobility. Boss, you want to kill the National Security Bureau's personnel, but without their support, how will we eat and drink in the future? ISNT that digging our own graves. The subordinate doubted whether the boss had truly lost his mind. Daring to undertake such actions as the apocalypse loomed, supplies grew scarce, and most perished not at the hands of exotic beasts but from starvation. However, working for the National Security Bureau ensured a steady supply of resources. Even if insufficient for full sustenance, it was far from starvation. Such protection from a powerful force was the dream of many, yet the boss was contemplating rebellion. Slap. A resounding blow struck the subordinate's face. Do you still wish to court Fan Xiaobing? Jiang Haiden was disinclined to explain himself to someone so dim-witted. Rather than futilely persuading, it was far more effective to present the most enticing bait. Upon hearing Fan Xiaobing's name, the subordinate perked up as if invigorated. He nodded eagerly. The world could be vast, but nothing was more important than a woman, especially his dream woman, Fan Xiaobing. Once we eliminate that National Security Bureau individual, we will promptly head to the prison shelter. There, we shall find our true paradise. Jiang Haiten slowly closed his eyes. already envisioning the idyllic life that awaited them after seizing the prison shelter. In recent days, his subordinates had rallied approximately 800 robust men from the community. With such strength, capturing a shelter with only a handful of occupants would be a mere formality. Chapter 71. Conspiracy Xiaobing. Put on this sailor suit. There's no need to be shy. We'll all be going out. The caring community worker prepared a sailor outfit for Fan Xiaobing, clearly a size too small. Designed to accentuate her alluring curves and captivating figure at this moment, Fan Xiaobing found herself in a predicament, suppressing her embarrassment as she accepted the outfit and retreated to the bathroom. Meanwhile, an increasing throng gathered in the community square below. These were ordinary individuals coerced by Zhang Ruonan's threats and temptations into participating in the night's operation against the prison shelter. In the face of dire shortages, they had little choice. Better to take a chance than to starve. Hey, did you notice the strange phenomenon on the sea last night? I live on the top floor and saw it clearly. What phenomenon? Do tell. A vast cloud of dark mist rose from the sea, enveloping the entire expanse, and every creature, whether airborne or aquatic, fled to the land. The spectacle was utterly breathtaking. Based on my conjecture, it must be that terrifying creatures have emerged. Goodness, could it be? That's so frightening. Don't scare my brother. I heard we'll soon see Fan Xiaobing in the sailor suit. Just the thought of it is exhilarating. Don't mess with me. These individuals, having temporarily banded together for survival, began to chatter animatedly in the absence of any authoritative restraint. The topic of discussion naturally gravitated toward the widely circulated phenomenon at sea. If they succeeded in seizing the supplies from the shelter tonight, they would no longer have to worry about food and clothing. I may not know much, but that prison shelter undoubtedly has ample supplies. Damn it, before the apocalypse, I passed by there countless times while driving a taxi. Each time, I saw hundreds of tons of goods being loaded into storage. If tonight's operation succeeds, we can all live without worries. The face-to-face exchange of information dispelled any lingering doubts among the crowd. I heard there are many stunning women in the prison shelter, equally as beautiful and graceful as Fan Xiaobing. She is the most beautiful woman in our community. If they're even more beautiful, I can't even imagine how delightful it would be. Look at you, so timid. I dare to imagine, after today, those beautiful women will be ours to toy with. Even Fan Xiaobing, once she loses her value. What do you think awaits her? The prison shelter had agreed to Fan Xiaobing's request and was willing to open its doors for her, but time was of the essence. If they did not go tonight, there would be no second chance. Indeed, and since it was Fan Xiaobing who initiated the request, if we don't go tonight, that kid will surely become suspicious. It'll be difficult for us to act in the future. Regardless, they must seize the shelter tonight. It was not only fear of suspicion that drove them. The vast majority of their community had exhausted their supplies. Without resupply, they would starve. We have 800 people here. Taking down that prison shelter will be a piece of cake. After weighing the pros and cons, the crowd unanimously agreed to proceed with the raid on the prison shelter that night. Inside the bathroom, Fan Xiaobing reluctantly donned the sailor suit. Although termed a sailor outfit, it was essentially a provocative costume, and the fit was far from comfortable. She felt constricted, her body tense and uncomfortable. Do not open the door. Do not open the door. They intend to seize your supplies. It's all their fault. I can no longer bear the weight of my conscience. They seek to use me to deceive you into opening the door, then storm in to pillage and take over your shelter. Also, prepare yourself. Even if you don't open the door, they will leverage their numerical advantage to launch a forceful assault. If you feel overwhelmed, you should quickly flee for your life. This group consists of demonic lunatics devoid of any humanity. Fan Xiaobing swiftly seized her phone, dispatched several crucial messages to Chen, and then deleted the local data to prevent Zhang Ruonan and his associates from discovering it. She could no longer bear the torment of her conscience. The incessant guilt gnawed at her soul, proving to be unbearably torturous. She simply could not bring herself to harm an innocent person for her own sake. Xiaobing, why have you been changing for so long without coming out? Annie has entered. Zhang Ruonan, who had been lurking outside the door, grew suspicious and instructed the matron to go in and inspect. At such a critical moment, there could be no slip-ups. Just as the matron was about to enter, Fan Xiaobing emerged from the restroom. I merely used the restroom while changing my clothes. I've consumed too much contaminated food recently, and my stomach is experiencing some indigestion. Zhang Ruonan regarded Fan Xiaobing's words with skepticism. He snatched the phone from her hand and began rummaging through her chat history. At that moment, Chen unexpectedly sent a message. Fan Xiaobing's face paled in fright. Zhang Ruonan's rough fingers tapped on the screen. Opening the WeChat message. Darling, the door is already open. waiting for you to come in. Accompanied by a suggestive emoji, the message exuded a lascivious aura. Fan Xiaobing displayed a look as an educator. She possessed no experience in this realm, and was utterly unprepared to withstand the provocations of someone like Yi Chen. The crimson flush on her neck surged to her cheeks in an instant, rendering her speechless. Why remind me? Isn't it more appealing to join that group in their plundering? Not at all. Those individuals are nothing but soulless shells, devoid of humanity. I refuse to sink to their level. Fan Xiaobing puffed out her proud chest and replied to Yi Chen with righteous indignation. It was only during such serious discussions that she found her courage go. Then how about following me? Yi Chen's lips slid slowly from Fan Xiaobing's earlobe to her fragrant lips. Chapter 73. Intruders must perish. Don't. Fan Xiaobing could hardly withstand such an overwhelming advance. She gradually closed her eyes, lowering her defenses that a warm and powerful embrace enveloped her tightly. At that moment, Yi Chen suddenly withdrew his soft tongue from between her lips and murmured, "Consider this your punishment for deceiving me." Fan Xiaobing's eyes had long since glazed over, her face flushed, and she swayed unsteadily. Were it not for Yi Chen's firm hold, she might have collapsed onto the ground. Yi Chen's prowess in this domain was unparalleled. Not only could a naive girl like Fan Xiaobing be overwhelmed, but even a seasoned, battle-worn beauty would falter against his advances. Let us go. I'll show you the fate of those intruders. Ah, before Fan Xiaobing could react, Yi Chen seized her small hand and led her upstairs, all the way to the third-floor balcony, where they could clearly observe the situation below. Take action, Yi Chen commanded into the intercom. Moments later, the prison, previously shrouded in darkness, erupted with the sounds of gunfire and flashes of light from all directions. There's an ambush. Quickly. Escape. With a panicked shout, the crowd, who had been reveling in their search for supplies, suddenly turned frantic and fled in all directions. Some had their arms pierced, blood streaming down, leaving a growing pool of crimson on the ground. After the initial screams, more and more people began to retreat. They hadn't even seen where the bullets were coming from. The chaos was overwhelming. The short subordinate was dumbfounded. How could they have imagined that an ordinary shelter would be armed with firearms? Terrified, he soiled himself. "Boss, where are you? We're ambushed. Those inside have firearms, and we're no match for them. We were struck without even seeing our assailants. Boss, hurry and come save us." The short subordinate quickly dialed the boss's phone. Reporting the current situation. On the other end of the line, the boss replied, "I understand." Beep. Beep. The call was abruptly ended. "Boss, you can't do this. Jiang Haitian, you bastard. I want to let you off even in death." Damn. Realizing he had become a pawn, the short subordinate began to exhibit a strong desire for survival, shouting to the crowd, "Everyone, don't panic. With so many of us, they can't possibly kill us all. Calm down quickly, analyze where the bullets are coming from, and hide in the corners. That way, they won't be able to reach us. Also, keep an eye on where the flashes of light are coming from. Identify the shooter's position and eliminate him." Once the crowd, previously akin to headless flies, received direction, they became noticeably more composed. In such circumstances, as long as someone was willing to lead and devise a plan, they could coalesce the scattered group. But where are the corners to hide? It feels like nowhere is safe from attack. They could see the flashes of light, but being so far away made it impossible to approach. "Big brother, is there any other way?" With bodies continually collapsing around them, nobody knew if they would be the next to fall. Panic, terror, despair, and helplessness spread rapidly among the crowd. The short subordinate gritted his teeth. Growling, advanced towards the flashes of light and pushed through with a wall of people. This was the best plan he could conceive. Only by eliminating the shooter could they restrict the firepower. Instead of waiting here to die, it was better to sacrifice a portion of their numbers to take down the shooter. Standing on the balcony, Yi Chen couldn't help but chuckle, both mocking the foolishness of the group and finding their futile struggles amusing. How dare they invade without gathering any intelligence? It was unclear whether they were brave or simply foolish. Fan Xiaobing watched in horror as blood splattered below and heard the anguished cries. Trembling uncontrollably, her body going limp in Yi Chen's embrace, gasping for breath, that a wave of dread washed over her. Had she not suddenly awakened and sent a warning to Yi Chen, she too would have met the same merciless fate as those below. Are you afraid? Yes, but this is the grim reality. Without strength, one becomes mere fodder on the chopping block, subject to slaughtered. In this apocalyptic world, there are no moral laws, only the might of one's fists. Seeing her so frightened, Yi Chen felt a pang of sympathy. He had brought her here to observe the gruesome scene in hopes of helping her quickly adapt to the harsh realities of survival and dispel any misplaced sense of security. Noticing her labored breathing due to panic, Chen took the initiative to slip his hand into her collar, gently massaging her chest to alleviate the distress caused by her racing heart. The soft, delicate sensation was somewhat intoxicating. Although Chen's reasoning was sound, she found it hard to accept in such a short time. Nevertheless, she was making an effort to adapt. The people below were all irredeemable scoundrels. Their deaths of little consequence. Were it not for Chen's foresight, his fate would have been 1,000 times worse than theirs. Chen, they're heading towards the source of the flashes. Could that be disadvantageous for us? Fan Xiaobing looked anxiously at Chen. By now, she was thoroughly entwined with him. If Chen were to fail, her own fate was all but certain. Let them go. It's merely the futile struggle of the dying. Hearing Chen's disdainful tone, Fan Xiaobing finally felt a sense of relief. Having regained her composure, Fan Xiaobing suddenly noticed a hot hand casually wandering over her chest, occasionally kneading. Her untouched, snow-white curves heaved rhythmically. Chen remained unfazed, leisurely explaining, I'm helping you clear your meridians. You've never experienced such a bloody and terrifying scene. If I don't assist you in this way, it could be life-threatening. No need to thank me. It's my duty as the boss. When there's work to be done, the subordinates handle it. When there's nothing to do. How do you feel now? Seeing Fan Xiaobing make no overtly aggressive protest, Chen increased the pressure, showing no restraint. It was as if he intended to take her right there. Good. Much better. Fan Xiaobing, nestled in Chen's embrace, nodded shyly. She was some naive girl. Did she not understand Chen's actions and words? She was fully aware. However, none of that mattered. At least Chen was openly mischievous, unlike those who lurked in the shadows and coerced with force. Furthermore, Chen was quite handsome and well-built. She had nothing to lose. Chapter 74. The battle situation. Shall we begin right here? Chen gently nibbled on Fan Xiaobing's earlobe, speaking with a hint of excitement. I'm not ready today. Someone's coming. Chen. A moment of sheer exasperation. Why did they have to arrive today of all days? Just as Chen rolled his eyes in disbelief, the intercom at his waist crackled with Yang Mi's voice. Boss, we've already eliminated more than half of the enemies. Should we leave any alive? Leave no survivors. Survivors? Anyone who dares to invade my territory deserves to die. None among this group possess awakened abilities. They are not worth my time for interrogation. The most suitable course of action is to eliminate them. A throng followed the short subordinate towards the source of the light, hoping to put an end to the one-sided slaughter and gain a slim chance of survival. However, upon arrival, they discovered that the source of the light was not gunfire, but rather a screen displaying an animated firelight. It was a ruse to deceive them. Damn, these people are truly cunning. They actually use such trickery to mislead us. What should we do next? A young man asked the short subordinate, feeling utterly lost. Ask me? How would I know? Gazing at the bodies sprawled in pools of blood around them, the short subordinate had completely lost his resolve. Before these firearms, they were like sheep awaiting slaughter, devoid of any capacity for resistance. Whether they fled or stayed, death awaited either way. They might as well remain here and wait for death. Although the short subordinate understood this clearly, most others were still unwilling to accept their fate and wished to make a final, desperate struggle. Hurry. Run. If I can run fast enough, the bullets won't catch me. Brother, pull me up. I've been shot in the leg. Get lost. Damn it. If you want to save me, you want to survive either. A man with blood staining his thigh lay sprawled on the ground, gripping another person's leg with an iron grip, refusing to let go. Damn you. If you dare to hold on to me, then perish. Seeing that he could not shake off the man on the ground, in a desperate bid for survival, he steeled himself and swung the iron rod down upon the man's head with considerable force. Bang! Instantly, a viscous mixture of blood and brain matter oozed out, and the man on the ground fell utterly still. This is what you brought upon yourself, just as the man who had freed himself was preparing to flee. A bullet struck him squarely in the forehead, and he collapsed to the ground. This one-sided massacre continued for a full 3 hours before finally drawing to a close. Chen sat in his office chair, gazing at the still-shocked Fan Xiaobing, and gently inquired, Are you still afraid? Fan Xiaobing nodded rapidly in reflex, but then suddenly recalled something and shook her head vigorously. In the apocalypse, the weak and ineffectual could not survive. Such individuals were of no use to Chen. She must transform herself to remain here and become a person of value to him. Moreover, she felt no pity for those who had perished. She merely found it grotesque. Fan Xiaobing bit her lip, looking as though she had something to say but held back. Speak your mind. There is no need to feel embarrassed. Could you spare me some food? I haven't eaten properly for almost a week. She was truly on the brink of collapse, Over the past 3 days, she had subsisted on a mere bowl of plain porridge and a few pieces of already spoiled bread. Come, since you're here, I want to let you starve. As Chen spoke, he rose and opened the door, heading downstairs, with Fan Xiaobing closely following his stride. As they traversed the corridor, Fan Xiaobing inadvertently caught sight of a room brimming with supplies: Russian sausages, instant noodles, wafer biscuits, and Terrence milk. These provisions were scarce commodities in the current world, yet they lay carelessly discarded in the room, the door left wide open, as if their importance were utterly disregarded. This sight made her question her very existence. Is this truly the apocalypse? How could there still be such abundance? Not to mention, a single bucket of instant noodles could provoke deadly strife. She had been meticulously rationing her own food supplies, counting every grain of rice to stretch her meager provisions. At that moment, her heart ached, and she nearly broke into tears. While she felt envy, she also experienced a flicker of luck. Her instinctive kindness and warning had led her to a fortuitous place. Her sole desire now was to remain in this sanctuary, to stick close to Chen. She suppressed her longing for the food and followed him down the stairs. Upon reaching the bottom, she saw several armed women standing on either side of a room, seemingly awaiting Chen. To her surprise, these women were exceptionally beautiful and exuded charisma, causing Fan Xiaobing, who had previously felt quite self-assured, to feel a pang of insecurity. With so many stunning women surrounding Chen, did he still need her? Everyone performed admirably tonight. I am quite pleased. Chen remarked, looking at the 4 armed women with approval. This was the sanctuary's defense operation, and they were more diligent than ever, knowing that losing this haven would force them back into a life of suffering, a fate they were determined to avoid. Thus, any intruders must meet their end, and they held nothing back. Zhang Ruonan, Li Qinxin, Lin Jiling, and Song Chanqian all looked to Chen, awaiting further orders. Stop standing around foolishly. Report on the situation. Chen stretched and reclined on the sofa, crossing his legs. All invading enemies have been eliminated. Report complete. Lin Jiling stood proudly, representing the 4 in their report. Seeing their earnestness, Chen felt an unexpected urge to smile. It seemed that true warriors were indeed forged in the crucible of battle. Go check the surroundings for any stragglers. I have some important matters to attend to with this newcomer. He signaled to them, indicating that they should not delay him. The 4 exchanged glances, their expressions varied. Yet they all nodded in agreement and exited the room to search for any remaining threats. Meanwhile, Chen regarded Fan Xiaobing with a rather suggestive gaze. Chapter 75. You go clean up the scene. This is delicious. I can't remember the last time I had such delectable beef jerky, and there are even fruit drinks. Fan Xiaobing unceremoniously seized the beef jerky and fruit drinks Chen had prepared for her, stuffing them into her mouth. She was genuinely starving. Despite this, she made an effort to maintain some semblance of decorum, not wanting to embarrass herself in front of Chen. He was unfazed. In his past life, he too had struggled to survive under extreme hunger, understanding the primal craving for food that could even surpass desires for companionship. There was no shame in such a hunger, once you've had your fill. It's time to get to work. Chen reclined, observing Fan Xiaobing with a mischievous glint. Don't worry, I want to take advantage of your hospitality. Since I've consumed your provisions, I will grant any request you make. The notion of losing herself to hunger was trivial compared to the life she had endured, meticulously counting every resource and fearing for her survival. She needed to cling to Chen's strength. Relying on a powerful individual was an instinctive trait of women. Moreover, unlike the others in the neighborhood, Chen did not use food to coerce her into compliance. Once they finish accounting for the remaining enemies, you must join them in cleaning the battlefield. Conduct a thorough cleansing of the entire prison. Once it's spotless, report back to me. I expect no traces of blood to remain by the time I wake up tomorrow morning, as it would sour my mood. Chen pointed toward the outside, where the air was thick with the stench of blood, instructing Fan Xiaobing. She took a hearty bite of the beef jerky. But upon hearing his orders, panic washed over her. The task of cleaning was not inherently difficult. It merely required connecting a water pipe and utilizing pressurized equipment. However, there were thousands of corpses outside, riddled with bullets. Many bodies had spilled their intestines and other entrails, some trampled in the chaos, their faces nearly flattened. The scene was horrifying and revolting. Even from a distance upstairs, just observing made Fan Xiaobing tremble. A wave of nausea rising within her. If she were to confront the task directly, the sensation would be unimaginable. Seeing the troubled expression on Fan Xiaobing's face, Chen snatched the beef jerky from her hands. You don't want to handle something so trivial? Then do you still wish to live in my sanctuary? I don't harbor idlers here, even if you had previously messaged me in warning. I saved your life. That brings us to a clean slate. If you refuse to work, then you may as well leave my sanctuary. Yichen's tone turned cold and serious, offering her no room for negotiation. Fan Xiaobing, feeling a wave of helplessness, shrank her feet and bit her red lip, murmuring, "No, that's not what I meant. I'm willing to clean the scene. I'll do anything you ask, just please don't cast me out. I have nothing left but you." Her almond-shaped eyes glistened with unshed tears, slowly trickling down her fair cheeks. She was genuinely frightened. The thought of being abandoned by Yi Chen terrified her as long as he would take her in. She would do anything, even offer herself. Could she not manage to clean up the bloodstains? If you're willing to work, then you are still mine. This is for your own good. I end this dog-eat-dog world. The future will only grow more brutal, and the enemies will only multiply. If you cannot even adapt to such bloody scenes, you would be better off ending your own life, lest you bring ruin to yourself and others. Come, since you are still mine, I'll let you have this biscuit. With that, Yi Chen popped a biscuit into his mouth, preparing to feed it to Fan Xiaobing mouth to mouth. She wiped away the tears from her eyes. Not refusing. She had chosen Yi Chen, and thus, she was willing to give him everything. What difference did it make whether it was sooner or later? Suddenly, bang, boss. Yifei confirmed that there are no stragglers. Li Qingqing burst through the door, eager to report this good news, only to stumble upon the scene unfolding between the two. Don't go in there. The boss is busy. She hurriedly pushed the three behind her back. Yet, the more she insisted, the more curious they became. Is it not a matter of great importance to eliminate the invading foes? The three of them unitedly pushed Li Qingqing further inside. She was utterly unable to withstand the pressure alone. Boss, you all my heavens. What have I just witnessed? Zhang Ruonan and Song Qianqian both shielded their eyes, unwilling to gaze upon such a springtime tableau. Yet Lin Zhiling, devoid of any shame, gazed intently at Yi Chen's robust physique. Her body inexplicably aflame with desire. Boss, may I join in? I can be on the bottom. Lin Zhiling eagerly leaned against Yi Chen's broad back, poised to spring into action at his command. Goodness, is this what Sister Zhiling often refers to as seizing opportunities proactively? This is truly astounding. Li Qingqing felt a pang of envy towards Sister Zhiling for her natural and bold approach to Yi Chen, and a wave of regret washed over her for her own inadequacies and timidity. With this thought, she began to berate herself incessantly. Li Qingqing, you must seize the opportunity to make Yi Chen notice you. You had such a splendid chance before, yet you let it slip away. Do you intend to let another pass you by? A man's energy is inherently limited. Why Yi Chen already has Chu Ningxue. If Sister Zhiling and that newcomer are added to the mix, would I not be left with even less opportunity? With this realization, Li Qingqing clenched her small fists, resolute in her decision to take that challenging first step. Just as she prepared to embrace Yi Chen, he suddenly broke free from the grasp of the two. Beads of sweat glistening on his brow as he exclaimed, "Let us continue next time. You all go and clear the area outside. Bring this newcomer along. Her name is Fan Xiaobing. Only after everything is cleaned up can we eat and rest. By tomorrow morning, I expect not a trace of blood to remain." Understood? The four women wore expressions of trepidation. Boss, Yi Chen's demeanor turned grave, his tone stern. If you do not wish to comply, there is no need for you to remain in the shelter. If you dare defy my orders today, you shall betray me tomorrow. Such a formidable figure cannot be accommodated here. Chapter 76. The Sanjiang Transcenders Association. After issuing his command, Yi Chen rose and retreated to the inner chamber, disregarding the group entirely. He had said what needed to be said. As for their actions, they were well aware. In fact, Yi Chen's intent in sending them to confront the gruesome scenes was to awaken their latent abilities, transforming them into transcenders. For those like Li Qingqing and Lin Zhiling, who had already become transcenders, it would enhance their psychological fortitude. Only by confronting such horrors could they evolve into true warriors. Rather than delicate flowers in need of protection. Today's harrowing scene was a prime opportunity for training, and there was no way he would allow them to evade it. Naturally, if they could not withstand this minor trial, they were unworthy of his protection, and certainly did not deserve to remain in the shelter. Let us go. The boss's orders left no room for negotiation. We merely need to fulfill our duties with sincerity. Seeing that Yi Chen had turned his back and left without any room for discussion, Lin Zhiling patted the shoulders of her companions, her tone resigned. Subsequently, she took the initiative to grab cleaning tools and headed outside. The others, witnessing her resolve, dared not express any dissatisfaction and followed closely behind her. Compared to the gruesome horror, they feared being expelled from the shelter and returning to a life of destitution even more. The room was left with the newcomer Fan Xiaobing, who appeared utterly bewildered. She was at a loss regarding her next steps. That aren't you coming? Don't say I didn't warn you. Within the shelter. Yu Chen's words are akin to divine decree. No one can defy them. If you choose not to work, prepare to be thrown out tomorrow. Everyone here must labor to earn their share of resources for survival. If you wish to wait for others to sustain you, seek your fortune elsewhere. Li Qinshin, trailing behind, noticed the newcomer standing frozen in place and kindly offered a word of advice. When she first arrived, she had felt similarly lost. However, with Lin Jiling's guidance, she had not faced any hardships. Li Qinshin scrutinized Fan Xiaobing from head to toe. Her alluring physique was certainly to the boss's taste. I will do it. Since I am here, I will certainly abide by the boss's commands. Fan Xiaobing downed the remaining milk in her hand, her gaze steely as she followed in Li Qinshin's footsteps. As long as there is effort, there will be reward. What could be fairer than that? Have you come to a conclusion? Lin Jiling inquired playfully, glancing back at Fan Xiaobing. Well, if you wish to stay here, you must be prepared not only to work hard but also to be at the ready for other activities. Fan Xiaobing's small head was filled with confusion. Quite literally, the entire shelter belongs to the boss. And that includes us. From your expression, it seems as if you've already been acquainted with the boss in a rather intimate manner. Lin Jiling approached and playfully lifted Fan Xiaobing's chin. Locking eyes with her, no, the boss merely helped relieve some of my chest discomfort. We are innocent, Fan Xiaobing hurriedly clarified. Indeed, given the boss's capabilities, if he truly desired anything more, you likely wouldn't be getting out of bed for days. Deputy Chu is a living testament to this. Ever since she shared a bed with the boss, her dark circles have only worsened, and she's nearly sporting panda eyes now. Let us drop that subject. We need to get to work. We must complete our tasks before dawn to avoid disappointing the boss. Lin Jiling handed Fan Xiaobing the fire hose, instructing her, as the newcomer, you must prove yourself to the boss. You will be responsible for using the hose to clean the surrounding blood and debris. Without waiting for Fan Xiaobing's response, Lin Jiling continued with the instructions. The three of you will gather the corpses together. And then I will use my gravity abilities to transport them all into the garbage truck. If you understand, then commence your tasks. The five women gritted their teeth, suppressing their revulsion and fear. Driven by the desire to remain in the shelter, they began their work. What the hell is going on? What on earth is the shelter? Jiang Haiden felt fortunate he had held back, refraining from entering recklessly. Otherwise, he might not have known how he would perish. He had been lurking outside. Yet just hearing the cries from within was enough to comprehend the horrific massacre occurring inside. It was certain that all these individuals had met their end within the shelter. How terrifying. Over 1,000 people, gone in just a few hours. If his assumptions were correct, Yu Chen was not merely hoarding food, daily necessities, and other supplies. He also possessed military-grade weaponry. Ordinary individuals had no hope of breaching his shelter. And today's dismal defeat was a bloody lesson. Though Zhang Haidan was an A-level transcender, his ability, lightening the weight of objects, was rather lackluster. It offered little in terms of actual combat capability, which was precisely why he had been discarded by the National Security Bureau. Beyond being somewhat useful for transporting supplies, it served little purpose elsewhere. He felt akin to a hero without a battlefield. The power he had painstakingly cultivated through the National Security Bureau had evaporated overnight, leaving him utterly isolated. Zhang Haitan lay in bed, scrolling through the news on his phone. A particular message caught his eye. The Sanjiang Transcenders Association? Attempting to take on the prison shelter alone is akin to an ant trying to shake a tree. Foolhardy and unwise. However, what if he were to join a formidable organization and then sell this intelligence? Or better yet, gather a group of exceptionally strong transcenders to mount a joint assault. Wouldn't that be a piece of cake? Last night, he had been careless, selecting only ordinary individuals. But next time, he would choose a cadre of transcenders. The message read, as the apocalypse descends, the great path crumbles, monstrous beasts run rampant, resources dwindle, and the entire Sanjiang city is plunged into unprecedented calamity. After wading through a plethora of irrelevant drivel, Jiang Haitan's primary concern lay in the recruitment criteria and member benefits. It was crucial to note that he had betrayed the National Security Bureau due to dissatisfaction with its meager benefits and the suicidal orders he was given. The recruitment criteria were simple. One merely needed to be a transcender. The benefits included guaranteed basic resource needs for all members and regular task assignments, with additional resources awarded upon task completion. For Zhang Haitan, this information was akin to a lifeline. With the loss of the National Security Bureau's protection, he needed to find a new organization, and the Sanjiang Transcenders Association was the perfect choice. Joining would mean access to resources. Why not seize the opportunity? Chapter 77. Awakening of abilities as dawn broke. Fan Xiaobing and the other four, after a night of relentless effort, finally completed the extensive cleaning. Having never endured such rigorous labor before, Fan Xiaobing felt utterly spent, collapsing to the ground without a care for appearances. All she wished for now was a hearty meal followed by a long, restful sleep. On the third floor, Yichun savored the wine in his glass, nodding in satisfaction. The cleaning had been executed well, and none had faltered in the face of adversity. The entire area beneath the prison is devoid of any trace of blood, and the bullet-riddled corpses have been swiftly loaded onto a garbage truck with the assistance of Lin Jiling's extraordinary abilities, ready to be disposed of at a moment's notice. Their adaptability has far surpassed Yi Chen's expectations. He never anticipated that these 5 women could genuinely accomplish such a gruesome and terrifying task. Only those who can fully acclimate to such scenes are the ones Yi Chen is willing to accept and retain as allies, rather than burdens. Surely, everything that transpired last night will be an indelible experience for them. Not only has it significantly enhanced their psychological resilience, but it also aids in awakening their extraordinary powers and strengthening themselves. Only those who have truly faced bloodshed and fear can more easily awaken their formidable abilities. What is this? Lin Jiling gasped in surprise, covering her mouth as she gazed at the peculiar shadow emerging from the garbage truck. There, a gaunt figure with a gaping hole in its head slowly rose from the truck. The sound of cracking bones echoed incessantly. It was as if it had returned from the dead. Yet it lacked the luster of a living being, enveloped instead in a shroud of dark mist, resembling a three-dimensional shadow standing upright. Not only were the 5 women downstairs taken aback, but even Yi Chen, who had lived through 2 lifetimes, had never witnessed such a scene. As an observer, he quickly discerned that something was amiss. This shadow bore no malice and had adopted a submissive posture, kneeling on the ground as if awaiting someone's command. Could it be that someone had awakened the ability to summon the dead? Had one of them inadvertently called forth this shadowy spirit? If that were the case, Yi Chen must obtain this ability. But who had awakened it? Fan Xiaobing or Zhang Ruonan? The 5 women were utterly exhausted at this moment, unwilling to exert even the slightest additional effort. They stared blankly at the shadow that had appeared. Their senses dulled. What is this ghostly figure? Don't prance around in front of me as if I'm here for the scenery. Whoever it is, I couldn't care less. I'm utterly spent. My arms and legs feel like lead. At first, I thought this was a mental challenge to overcome psychological barriers, but as the night wore on, I became numb to it all. The rotten flesh and clots of blood became inconsequential. I just hope to finish up and call it a day. I don't care. I'm going to sleep right here. My entire body has ceased to obey my commands. The 5 women, having successfully completed their assigned task, finally sighed in relief, lying recklessly on the ground to rest, completely indifferent to the sudden appearance of the shadow. Zhang Ruonan sprawled exaggeratedly in a big letter shape on the floor, murmuring, "If only someone could give me a shoulder massage right now." After a night of moving corpses, her arms felt utterly drained. At that moment, the shadow began to stir. Its form started to float gently, moving in a manner unlike that of an ordinary person, giving the impression that it was gliding through the air. It circled around Zhang Ruonan, bent down, and with its pitch-black hands, gently grasped her shoulders, kneading her sore joints. The who.is treating me so kindly, actually helping me with a massage? Just so you know, even if you help me, I won't owe you any favors. Zhang Ruonan reclined, gazing up at the sky, somewhat enjoying the massage, a look of satisfaction crossing her face. Ruonan, could this shadow be your servant? It seems so obedient to your commands. Lin Jiling, covering her mouth in astonishment, paused for several seconds before speaking. Although she had surmised that this inexplicable shadow's appearance might be connected to someone awakening their powers, she did not expect the shadow to be so compliant, even capable of performing a task that required intelligence, such as massaging. This indirectly suggested that the shadowy creature summoned by Zhang Ruonan possessed a higher level of intelligence. Using the term creature might not be entirely accurate. The shadow felt more like a messenger returned from the depths of hell, stripped of all complex personal thoughts, leaving only the purest loyalty to its master. What shadow? Jiling, aren't you the one giving me a massage? Don't try to scare me. I won't fall for it. Zhang Ruonan replied nonchalantly. Ruonan, that shadow is truly behind you. Song Chanqian pointed at the shadow, her tone serious. Huh. Don't touch me. Go away. Zhang Ruonan turned to look and saw the shadow with a hole in its head massaging her. Nearly losing her composure, her delicate face turned ashen, and she quickly shifted away from the shadow. Hearing Zhang Ruonan's command, the shadow obediently withdrew its hands and took 2 steps back. Ruonan, try to concentrate your thoughts and make the shadow disappear. Having just finished breakfast, Yichen, having changed his clothes, descended the stairs and found himself both amused and bewildered by the scene. How could someone be frightened by something they summoned? Upon hearing Yichen's instruction, Zhang Ruonan did not hesitate to comply. She clenched her small fists, shut her eyes tightly, and silently urged the shadow to vanish, to never return. The shadow before Yichen stepped forward, kneeling before Zhang Ruonan and bowing to her. In a short while, the dark figure gradually merged into the shadows, disappearing entirely. How do you feel? Yichen embraced the still-shaken Zhang Ruonan, whose face was pale and lips tinged with blue. Was this truly something she had summoned? It was utterly astonishing. Zhang Ruonan remained immersed in the joy of awakening her powers, as if the fatigue from the previous night had evaporated entirely. She had spent countless nights in tears, yearning to become an extraordinary being to help others and herself. Yet, reality often proved to be brutally harsh. No matter how hard she tried, she could not awaken her abilities. Gradually, she had come to accept her mediocre fate. However, the current situation had far exceeded her expectations. She could summon spirits for her own use. Come, let us engage in a profound yet simple exchange. The other four may go have breakfast and rest. Yichen took Zhang Ruonan's hand and led her toward the upstairs lounge. Chapter 78. Exchange profound yet simple. Huh? What does that mean? Zhang Ruonan was somewhat perplexed, but thinking of it as her boss's request. She did not resist. Amid the envious gazes of the other 4 women, she followed him. Watching Yichen and Zhang Ruonan depart, the recently arrived Fan Xiaobing curiously asked, Zhiling, does the boss pick a lucky person to sleep with every day? If so, doesn't that mean it will soon be my turn? What are you thinking? I've been here for over half a month, and he hasn't favored me. The boss is really something. He knows how I feel about him, yet still keeps me hanging. Lin Zhiling pouted, her cheeks puffed in frustration. So, why does the boss want Ruonan to sleep with him? How would I know? If I knew that, would I still be waiting to be confirmed? Confirmed? What does that have to do with being confirmed? Fan Xiaobing grew even more curious and pressed on. In our shelter, the sufficient and necessary condition for confirmation is to sleep with the boss. If you can sleep with him, then you're set. Before confirming, there's always the risk of being kicked out of the shelter. Do you understand? Forget it. Let us not talk about that. Let us go have breakfast first. My stomach has been growling for ages. Today, I'm going to enjoy a good meal. With that, Lin Zhiling led the 3 others into the dining room. A hearty meal is far more important than anything else. Yes, nothing is more important than food. I want steak and juice, wagyu fried rice, abalone rice. The 4 began to select their meals according to their cravings. This was the bounty they had earned through their contributions, and it was rightfully theirs. Only through giving can one receive. It is a fundamentally fair principle. In this resource-scarce apocalypse, being able to acquire what they needed through such a simple means was indescribably satisfying. This was a life that others could only dream of but could not attain. Thus, they cherished their opportunity here. As long as Yichen did not cast them aside or look down on them, they would willingly follow him for a lifetime. This place was a paradise amidst the apocalypse. A worry-free shelter, a sanctuary that could shield them from all dangers. If asked if there was anywhere safer than here, the 4 would undoubtedly shake their heads without hesitation. Sometimes, they would wonder what their fate would have been without Yichen. But as soon as the thought began, they would instinctively recoil in fear. Such a tragic existence was simply unimaginable. In the lounge, boss, why did you suddenly bring me in here alone? Zhang Ruonan had long been prepared to become Yichen's woman. But this time it was too sudden. It caught her off guard. Moreover, she was too exhausted to accompany Yichen in any escapades after the grueling work from the previous night. Boss, how about we postpone this? I really can't manage it today. Zhang Ruonan wore a pitiful expression, almost in tears. Yichen remained unhurried, sitting beside her calmly, and softly inquired, how do you feel after awakening your powers? Could you kindly elaborate on your capabilities? How gentle. Zhang Ruonan felt somewhat flattered. This was her first encounter with Yichen's tenderness. She had not anticipated that her boss could possess such a benevolent side, a stark contrast to his usual demeanor. Meeting Yichen's fervent gaze, Zhang Ruonan felt a tinge of shyness, her delicate face, akin to a resplendent white lotus, blushing with a hint of crimson embarrassment. I merely felt utterly exhausted while transporting corpses in the dead of night. I kept murmuring, wondering if anyone could assist me. Then, that shadow inexplicably appeared. That moment, Everyone was in a daze, hardly noticing that the shadow was also lending a hand, seamlessly blending into the darkness with remarkable concealment. Zhang Ruonan briefly recounted the process of her awakening abilities, confessing that there were many aspects she herself did not comprehend, but Wei Chen nodded, inquiring, "Can you summon that shadow again?" "Absolutely." Zhang Ruonan responded with unwavering confidence. After awakening her extraordinary powers, she felt an inexplicable connection with that shadow, as if a peculiar bond had formed. Whenever she wished, she could summon it to her side once more, biting her lip. Zhang Ruonan softly commanded, "Come forth." Suddenly, in the dimly lit room, a figure concealed in shadows slowly emerged, transitioning from a two-dimensional silhouette into a three-dimensional shadow. "Kneel," Zhang Ruonan symbolically commanded. Upon hearing the order, the shadow decisively bent its knees and knelt upon the ground. Chen was somewhat astonished by its obedience. The ability to extract shadows from the deceased and wield them as one's own was indeed formidable. This power could be classified as at least an S-rank ability. Just as Chen marveled at this, the shadow instantly dissipated, vanishing without a trace, while Zhang Ruonan beside him appeared on the verge of collapsing. Fortunately, Chen reacted swiftly, supporting her slender waist and drawing her into his embrace. "So tired. My head feels so dizzy." Zhang Ruonan gasped for breath while lying in Chen's arms, beads of sweat forming on her forehead. Chen quickly discerned the underlying issue. This was a manifestation of life essence depletion. It seemed that ordinary individuals, after awakening potent abilities, could hardly manage such powers with ease. Even if one's abilities were extraordinary, a corresponding quantity of life essence was necessary to truly harness their potential. In a faint whisper, Zhang Ruonan lamented, "Boss, am I going to die?" This sensation transcended mere fatigue. It felt as if her very essence was being drained. Chen shook his shoulders, somewhat exasperated. "I didn't instruct you to use your powers again. You insisted on showing off what could have been explained in a single sentence. You felt compelled to demonstrate once more, didn't you? From today onward, you are also an exceptional being. Remember, do not utilize your powers unless absolutely necessary. Each use consumes the life essence within us, and life essence is the source of our strength. In other words, excessively depleting life essence equates to shortening one's lifespan. You can privately ask Song Chan for tutoring on these basics of being an exceptional being. I shan't elaborate further. There are more pressing matters at hand." More pressing matters? Subsequently, the door was shut. Chapter 79. What abilities have you awakened in the early morning? On the city streets, Zhang Haitian, after a night of rest, was driving toward the Sanjiang Exceptional Being Association. As a savvy exceptional being, he understood that in this apocalyptic world, survival could not rely solely on individual strength. One must depend on a formidable organization. The painful lessons learned from the assault on the prison shelter made him acutely aware of the significance of cultivating exceptional allies. As for the Sanjiang Exceptional Being Association, it was merely a stepping stone for him to ascend. Sooner or later, he would establish a powerful organization of his own, free to act as he pleased. Damn it, I will not let Chen off the hook. The commoner is innocent, yet possessing a jewel brings guilt. The moment I learned that you hoarded substantial resources, your shelter was destined to become mine. Zhang Haitian remained undeterred. He viewed his prior defeat as merely a consequence of underestimating the situation and lack of preparation. At that moment, he was striving to maintain a steady speed while driving, avoiding unnecessary fuel consumption. There was no place to refuel now. Every mile wasted was a precious drop lost, and he could only hope that the remaining fuel in his tank would suffice to reach the Sanjiang Exceptional Being Association. Just then, his phone on the passenger seat suddenly rang. Someone was calling, and Zhang Haitian appeared particularly elated. Had he just received a callback from the Sanjiang Exceptional Being Association after submitting his personal information yesterday? He was astonished by the attention he was receiving. It was worth noting that the Sanjiang Exceptional Being Association was one of the largest guild organizations besides the National Security Bureau, willing to share resources even amidst the scarcity of supplies in the current apocalypse, demonstrating its grand vision, far surpassing the stingy National Security Bureau. Moreover, entering the Sanjiang Exceptional Being Association was akin to possessing a protective talisman, alleviating concerns about sudden attacks from abnormal beasts. In 3 days, all exceptional beings wishing to join could head to the psychiatric hospital on the outskirts of the city center to register and become members of the Sanjiang Exceptional Being Association. The invitation was extended by Long Tian, Hu Li, and Su Xiaolong, all of whom had awakened super S-rank abilities. It was said that the three were unparalleled exceptional powerhouses of their time. To smoothly integrate into this organization, Zhang Haitian had exaggerated his situation in his application, claiming to be an official internal member of the National Security Bureau, leading a 1,000-strong team, executing S-rank difficulty hunting missions, and acting as the guardian of Guanghua community. He left no stone unturned in his embellishments. As someone seasoned in dealing with people, Zhang Haitian understood that filling out the application was the first step of the interview, to stand out among numerous competitors. He had to effectively package and promote himself. Upon answering the phone, Zhang Haitian felt a wave of disappointment wash over him. The caller was his former comrade from the National Security Bureau. Mu Ming, an exceptional being with A-rank abilities, he was fortunate enough to remain within the Bureau, escaping the daily dangers of fieldwork. Disheartened, Zhang Haitian reluctantly picked up the call. Boss Zhang, it's me, Mu Ming. How have you been lately? Hearing Mu Ming inquire about his well-being, Zhang Haitian felt a twinge of annoyance. When one is on an upward trajectory, inquiries about one's state are naturally received with delight. However, Zhang Haitian found himself at the nadir of his life. Having lost all his subordinates and betrayed the National Security Bureau with nowhere to turn, being asked about his current situation left him with an unexplainable discomfort. Although he knew that the other party likely meant no harm, it still left him feeling uneasy. Not much, same old. Zhang Haitian forced a calm demeanor, responding in a lukewarm manner. Brother, thankfully you didn't follow the National Security Bureau's orders to execute that mission on the unknown island to capture designated abnormal beasts. I heard that all over 50 people who went there never returned, that a large portion of them were exceptional beings, many of whom were at least B rank. I was responsible for internal affairs, so I didn't join the island expedition, which saved my life. However, due to this incident, the National Security Bureau suffered a significant blow. The already meager daily supplies were further reduced, and I'm barely getting by. You, on the other hand, are living free from the Bureau's constraints, able to seize whatever you want. Mu Ming's words were rife with envy. Yet, Zhang Haitian's anguish remained unknown to him. All over 1,000 of his followers had perished in the prison shelter, and he was nearing a dead end himself. Enough of this nonsense. Just get to the point. Zhang Haitian, rarely in the mood for pleasantries, urged him impatiently. Have you heard about the Sanjiang Exceptional Being Association's recruitment plan that went viral online a few days ago? The benefits offered by that organization are far superior to those of the National Security Bureau, and they only recruit exceptional beings. In other words, it's a gathering place for elites. I think we should give it a try. You know the situation in the National Security Bureau. It's a daily struggle for survival. Sometimes, fulfilling urgent tasks may even cost lives. If one doesn't follow the Bureau's orders, the only fate awaiting them is annihilation unless they, like you, directly defect. They won't keep someone who disobeys. I truly can't stay any longer. How about we both join the Sanjiang Exceptional Being Association? Sensing Zhang Haitian's impatience, Mu Ming straightforwardly laid out his thoughts. Only the two of us. What about your other comrades? Anyone who is an exceptional being can join. The more, the better. Zhang Haitian was distressed over his solitary power being woefully inadequate to thrive in this apocalypse. He needed to establish his own faction. Ever since the debacle at the prison shelter, he had become a lone wolf. Now that someone was willing to ally with him, it was fortuitous. Moreover, Mu Ming was a trusted comrade. I have about a dozen brothers here, all exceptional beings, though not many have useful abilities. Mu Ming sighed helplessly. Awakening abilities and becoming an exceptional being did not guarantee one would rise above the rest. The various types of extraordinary abilities are categorized into 4 tiers based on their strength. S, A, B, and C. Within the National Security Bureau, there exists a multitude of extraordinary individuals. Some possess the power to manipulate the trajectory of objects. Others can control fire, and a few exceptionally formidable ones can even command human-like beasts. However, these powerful abilities are merely those of the elite among the extraordinary. The majority of awakened powers are rather trivial, offering little benefit, rendering them more a nuisance than a boon. It is the quality, not the quantity, that matters. Only those classified as B tier or higher are necessary. After experiencing a devastating defeat, Zhang Haitian came to a profound realization. In a post-apocalyptic world, mere numbers cannot dictate victory or defeat. It is the extraordinary individuals who hold the key to determining the outcome. Meanwhile, the ordinary populace merely consumes resources, becoming an encumbrance. What ability have you awakened? Zhang Haitian inquired solemnly. Chapter 80. Shadow ability. Though the two were longtime friends, they had never delved deeply into one another's abilities. As such matters encroach upon personal privacy, the tacit understanding dictated that they tread lightly. However, the current circumstances called for transparency. As they prepared to join forces, it was imperative to know one another thoroughly. I have the ability to sense killing intent. Its range extends approximately 100 meters. It is somewhat useful, but not significantly so. Thus, the Bureau has assigned me to internal affairs, where I remain stationed at the base daily. On one hand, I am indeed more suited for logistical responsibilities. On the other, my ability allows me to detect any lurking dangers in the vicinity. As you know, those old fogies in high positions are most fearful of death, as long as I am at the base. We can respond to any emergencies in advance. Yet, I find myself relegated to a mere tool, receiving little in return that I can barely fill my stomach each day, Mu Ming lamented. Killing intent perception. Are you still with the National Security Bureau? I've escaped, commandeered a small delivery truck filled with fuel, and I'm heading your way. I've heard that there stockpiled supplies refuge in your vicinity. Why haven't you attempted to seize it? Now that I'm out of the Bureau, no one is watching. Why not take action? Stop dawdling. Hurry over. I'll send you my location. All right, I'll be there shortly. Upon hearing Zhang Haitian's willingness to collaborate, Mu Ming was elated. He had learned from others that Zhang Haitian had amassed quite a following, numbering in the thousands. With such resources at his disposal, he must surely have an abundance of supplies. However, when he arrived at Zhang Haitian's designated location, disappointment washed over him. The vast, empty ground held nothing of value aside from Zhang Haitian and his vehicle. Where are the supplies? Where are your followers? Initially seeking refuge with Zhang Haitian to leverage his power for a better standing within the Sanjiang Extraordinary Association, Mu Ming now found that Zhang Haitian seemed even worse off than himself. Do not look at me with such eyes. I am the only one here. My subordinates have all perished. Zhang Haitian sighed, realizing that the truth could not remain hidden, though he refrained from divulging the cause of their deaths. Disclosing such information would surely tarnish his image in their eyes. No one would want to follow a coward who had fled while his comrades fell. Furthermore, the sheer horror of a refuge capable of annihilating over 1,000 individuals was unnecessary to impart upon them. What? All of them perished. It matters not. They were merely ordinary people without abilities. Their deaths hold no weight. What are your next steps? To directly approach the Sanjiang Extraordinary Association, although surprised by the news of Zhang Haitian's entire team being wiped out. Mu Ming remained resolute in his desire to ally with him. Forming powerful alliances is the foremost rule for survival in this apocalyptic world. Those who foolishly attempt to go it alone have long since met their demise. Why are there only 3 of you? Did you not mention there were over 10? Zhang Haitian questioned, perplexed as he scanned the surroundings. This truck could easily accommodate a dozen individuals. Why had not all of them come? The 2 brothers behind me are my confidants, and their abilities hold some merit. The others I do not trust, and their powers are utterly useless, such as the ability to release gas at will to expel bodily impurities. Leap 2 meters high, or rotate their heads 360 degrees. What use would such extraordinary abilities serve? Mu Ming succinctly described the ineffectual powers of those he had left behind, concluding that it would have been better had they not awakened at all. What about your 2 brothers' abilities? Zhang Haitian inquired, unfazed by Mu Ming's comments. Indeed, awakening strong and practical abilities is no easy feat, not to mention he himself had awakened the rather weak ability to alter weight. Otherwise, how could he have ended up as an external operative of the National Security Bureau? One possesses the ability to accelerate the movement of objects. Thanks to him, we managed to reach this place so swiftly. The other has the gift of keen eyesight, allowing him to perceive distant events. Both are relatively practical abilities. Mu Ming proudly introduced the capabilities of his subordinates, while Zhang Haitian nodded in approval. Satisfied, let us proceed to the Sanjiang Extraordinary Association and see if there are opportunities to be seized. If it proves fruitful, we shall remain there for the time being, biding our time. Zhang Haitian clapped Mu Ming on the shoulder, urging him to follow as they ventured toward the Sanjiang Extraordinary Association, where they hoped to uncover benefits. The team of several is undoubtedly more advantageous than a solitary approach. One individual may merely be an extraordinary being, but 4 together form an organization. The significance of this distinction is profound. Prison refuge. After completing a series of enlightening exercises, Chen wasted no time preparing to experiment with the newly acquired shadow ability. In his estimation, the strength of this ability was at least S tier, possibly rivaling his own time-stopping capability, perhaps even an SSS-level superpower. This was precisely the reason he sought Zhang Ruonan. With so many women in the prison, he could exert his will over any of them at his discretion. Chen descended to the ground floor, approaching the corpse of his diminutive subordinate, which he had specifically instructed Lin Jieling to leave behind. The body was riddled with bullets, blood long congealed, eyes wide open in an eerie expression of death. Yi Chen had preserved this body to test the newly acquired shadow ability and to ascertain its effects. He slowly closed his eyes, channeling the life essence within him, and intoned, "Shadow, arise." As his command echoed, the shadow beneath the corpse swiftly contracted, gradually coalescing into a singular point, lasting approximately 5 seconds. Suddenly, the shadow expanded from a point into a plane, then transformed into a three-dimensional form. The diminutive figure of his fallen subordinate materialized before Yi Chen. Bowing humbly, hands resting to his astonishment, he felt no pain in his chest, nor was there even the slightest bruise. Yet, the railing he held in his hand was bent and deformed. Was this not simply a result of having shared a bed with Zhang Ruonan? Could such a fleeting encounter bestow such strength? Yi Chen tightened his body, his muscles stretching the fitted t-shirt to its limits, giving him an almost explosive sensation, as if he could tear it apart with the slightest exertion, awed by the remarkable transformation of his physique. A smile of surprise involuntarily graced Yi Chen's lips, accompanied by a tinge of confusion. Where could this power possibly stem from? Could it be the secondary effect of his Ember's ability, allowing him not only to acquire another's powers but also to enhance his own physique? At that moment, he suddenly remembered the watch on his wrist, which could display his current status. Now is the perfect opportunity to put it to the test. Race, male human, level, beyond 5 stars, life source quality, 2000, holy cow. I merely took a nap, and my strength has surged. Yi Chen gazed at the information displayed on the watch. His power had escalated from beyond 4 stars to beyond 5 stars, and his life source quality had doubled, reaching the impressive figure of 2000. Yi Chen, there are matters I need to report to you. Chuning Xue descended from the upper floor, inadvertently colliding with Yi Chen, who was lost in contemplation and elation. You're just in time. I was about to. Firstly, they encountered opponents who were not only more formidable, but also more challenging, necessitating the recruitment of additional personnel to confront them, thereby compelling them to enlist outsiders known as transcenders. Secondly, it is possible that they devised a certain plan, the execution of which requires a substantial workforce, hence their brazen recruitment of transcenders. Chuning Xue candidly expressed her thoughts without reservation. Yi Chen, deep in contemplation, nodded in agreement, recognizing the validity of her reasoning, and solemnly remarked, regardless of the reasons, we must be thoroughly prepared, since we can conceive of such possibilities. The individuals at the National Security Bureau will undoubtedly take action as well. Remaining in the refuge and adopting a purely defensive posture is indeed not a viable strategy, as it would leave us in a precarious position. In this world where morality has collapsed and humanity has eroded, possessing resources will inevitably attract countless covetous eyes. It appears that we must take the initiative and seize the upper hand. Yi Chen stroked his chin, seemingly having made a decision. Setting aside these vexations for now, I intend to experiment with the efficacy of the Iron Whip. Iron Whip? Chu Ningxue instantly grasped the implication that Yi Chen was once again planning to challenge himself, just as she contemplated using her teleportation ability to escape. Yi Chen pulled her into his embrace, and the next moment, they found themselves in a room. I didn't activate my teleportation. What is going on? Chu Ningxue gazed around the familiar room, bewildered and at a loss, unable to comprehend what had transpired. Clearly, she had not even unleashed her ability yet. So how had she teleported? Yi Chen, have you also mastered teleportation? Chu Ningxue voiced her speculation, but Yi Chen remained silent, tacitly acknowledging her guess. In the next moment, the two began their playful antics. Under the bright sunlit sky, Yi Chen's physical resilience had undergone a remarkable transformation compared to his previous state. Unfazed, Yi Chen continued to perform one-handed push-ups. Feeling the changes within his body, he maintained this position for a full 2 hours without feeling the slightest bit of fatigue. Chapter 83. Taking the initiative. Yi Chen, if you plan to visit the Sanjiang Transcender Association, remember to take me along. I have nearly grown moldy from staying in this prison. I find myself yearning for the carefree and liberated life of the past, devoid of lurking beasts and threats to life. Thus, I wish to take a stroll. Chu Ningxue climbed onto Yi Chen's chest, her lips parting slightly as she spoke with a hint of pleading in her tone. Are you afraid that if I go out, no one will accompany you, leaving you lonely? Yi Chen yawned and teased lightly. You daughter so wicked. I like it. Chu Ningxue exclaimed in mock pain. Very well, I'll take you this time. Your abilities could prove useful at critical moments, whether for escape or pursuit. However, why do you truly wish to go out? You can tell me now, right? He wasn't foolish enough to believe her nonsensical claims about growing mold in prison. Such excuses were far too cliche. Surely there was another motive. Although he understood that Chu Ningxue would not harm him, Yichen was determined not to allow his woman to conceal anything from him. Tears welled in Chu Ningxue's eyes, a few glistening droplets brimming at the edges. Even though she had become a transcender, with enhanced physical capabilities, she still could not withstand the emotional turmoil. I'll say it now. At that moment, Chu Ningxue's mind was a blank slate. Go on. Upon seeing Chu Ningxue pleading and conceding, Yichen stopped pressing her. Actually, I have a younger sister. She messaged me the day before yesterday, saying she wanted to join the Sanjiang Transcendo Association and inquired about my thoughts. I haven't seen her in many years, and I wish to see her. Can you grant me this request? Is that all? Yes. Then why didn't you tell me directly before? Was it because you had something to hide? Yichen persistently probed, unwilling to let Chu Ningxue off the hook without clarity on the matter. My sister is as beautiful as I am, and I fear you might take a fancy to her and bring her into the refuge. If that happens, you wouldn't have time to accompany me every day. Observing Yichen's relentless pursuit of the truth, Chu Ningxue could no longer bear it and decided to lay everything bare. As an older sister, her desire to visit her long-lost sibling was entirely justifiable. Moreover, as Yichen's woman, her wish to monopolize his attention was perfectly reasonable. You jealous little thing. Rest assured. Everything I have is for you. Yichen found amusement in Chu Ningxue's sentiments while also recognizing it as her genuine affection for him. Therefore, from every perspective, Yichen believed he should take Chu Ningxue along. Very well, I agree to your request. Tomorrow when we head to the Sanjiang Transcender Association, I'll bring you along. Upon hearing Yichen finally acquiesced to her request, Chu Ningxue's face lit up with joy, her lips, like blossoming flowers, pressed against Yichen's, refusing to relent. Come, let us change positions. What do you mean? Chu Ningxue momentarily failed to grasp Yichen's intent, staring at him in confusion. In the next second, the door closed. How strange, exceedingly strange. Yichen, what is happening? He gazed at Chu Ningxue's stunning figure, somewhat entranced. Why are you looking at me like that? Chu Ningxue, feeling a sense of unfulfilled desire, pouted in playful complaint. Based on past experiences, you should have been begging for mercy by now. Yichen exhaled a puff of white mist, locking eyes with her icy gaze, and asked, perplexed. This? Had Yichen not suddenly questioned her? Chu Ningxue would not have realized that she felt no fatigue whatsoever. Instead, she felt an endless surge of energy yearning for release. Chu Ningxue was uncertain about the cause. Never mind, I'll let you off this time. We need to rest early since we are going to the Sanjiang Transcendo Association tomorrow. No way. I haven't had enough of the experience yet. Get up. Chu Ningxue surmised that her remarkable enhancement in physical prowess was largely due to Yichen's rigorous training over the past few days. Indeed, only exhausted cattle do not ruin the fields. Now that we're in my territory, I won't let you escape so easily. Chu Ningxue would not miss this opportunity to tease and take revenge on Yichen. In the past, she was always the one begging for mercy. Today, she would show Yichen her strength. What the hell? Are you serious? Yichen revealed a wry smile, feeling somewhat overwhelmed. This sensation was peculiar. He had become a transcender of the 5th rank, his physical capabilities significantly enhanced. Yet, why did he feel at a disadvantage? After much contemplation, only one possibility surfaced in Yichen's mind. It was not that he had weakened, but rather that Chu Ningxue had significantly strengthened in this regard. Through Yichen's extensive training, Chu Ningxue had transformed from a naive girl into a seasoned female warrior, no longer the timid beginner who would blush at a mere kiss. This time, she intended to demonstrate her prowess to Yichen. Sister Zhiling, aside from altering the gravity of objects, does your gravity ability have any other functions? Li Qinxin was currently unleashing her wall-climbing ability, scaling the walls of the room in search of other potential uses for her power. Climbing walls felt so trivial, it offered no practical application in combat, except in certain special situations, such as gathering intelligence or scaling walls. It had negligible utility to enhance her effectiveness in future explorations and confrontations. Li Qinxin was continuously seeking to develop her abilities further. Hearing Li Qinxin's inquiry, Lin Zhiling softly replied, I have not discovered any additional functions for now. However, I am not overly concerned about these issues. Li Qinxin, puzzled, asked, why not? Don't you want your ability to be more practical? I previously studied knowledge regarding transcender abilities. Many transcenders can develop their powers further to acquire more formidable skills. Lin Zhiling explained, that is not my point. What I mean is, rather than exerting effort to enhance my abilities, it would be wiser to find ways to attract Yichen's attention. After all, In this prison, Yichen holds all the power. As long as I can become his woman, do I need to act on my own? Climbing on the ceiling, Li Qingshin suddenly perceived some wisdom in those words. While that was true, it still felt somewhat strange. Lin Zhiling interjected. There's nothing strange about it. Relying on the strong is a common trait among all women. Chapter 84. Boss, you go first. We'll wait in line. Boom, boom, boom. With the roar of the battle vehicle, the rubber tires screeched against the asphalt, leaving a trail of smoke as it sped away. Yi Chun, seated in the driver's seat, sped along with Chu Ningxue towards the registration location of the Sanjiang Transcendo Association mentioned in the news. You little rascal, you really drained me dry yesterday, leaving not a single drop. The only customized king-size bed was also ruined by you. It seems that next time, we must resort to sleeping on a metal bed. Yi Chun leaned back against the chair, activating the automatic driving feature of the war vehicle, preparing for a much-needed rest. How can you blame me? It was only because you insisted on having me below that I resisted slightly, and the bed collapsed. Clearly, this is an issue of quality, and it has nothing to do with me. Chu Ningxue pouted, unwilling to admit her fault. Yet, the thought of having made Yichen suffer yesterday brought an irrepressible smile to her lips, nearly causing her to laugh aloud. This laughter was not mockery, but rather a manifestation of her newfound ability to hold sway over Yichun. If you keep laughing, I won't take you to the Sanjiang Transcenders Association to meet your sister. Yichun, feeling somewhat exasperated at having lost ground in such matters, was visibly flustered. Humph, what a miser. In the face of Yichun's threat, Chu Ningxue stood her ground confidently, crossing her arms. Sanjiang City is the largest prefecture-level city, spanning over 500 kilometers from north to south. The location of the prison refuge happens to be on the opposite side of the agreed meeting point of the Sanjiang Transcenders Association, meaning that even with Yichun's war vehicle speeding at full throttle, it would still take half a day to arrive. Moreover, due to the apocalypse, the roads were strewn with abandoned, wrecked vehicles, causing the already narrow urban streets to become even more congested. Kunk brother, I've spotted a plump chicken. The vehicle was moving at a leisurely pace, and there were no escort vehicles in sight. It was certainly not a vehicle from the National Security Bureau or the Sanjiang Transcenders Association. In a convenience store by the roadside, a group of individuals was peering through the glass, scrutinizing the war vehicle that was passing by. This was a vehicle they had never seen before. Its exterior bore a resemblance to military transport. Could it be military personnel? No way. Military personnel always moved in groups and would never brazenly drive a single vehicle through the streets. In this current situation, any vehicle that dared to traverse the roads so openly would not be an easy target. But what of it? We have over 20 brothers here, all armed. Dealing with a single vehicle would be more than sufficient. Moreover, our leader is a transcender who has awakened extraordinary abilities. The dark-skinned man wearing glasses, Kai Kuan, was the leader of this group. Although he harbored some concerns upon hearing his subordinates' praise, he decided to follow along and see what was unfolding. Given the eagerness of his companions, shortly thereafter, Kai Kuan instructed his subordinates to ready their weapons, including steel pipes and machetes for close combat, as well as powerful shotguns for mid-range lethality. These shotguns were supplies they had seized from ambushing a military convoy. Over 20 individuals, riding in several larger-sized jeep vehicles, sped off in the direction Yichun had taken. Yichun drove the war vehicle at a rapid pace and stopped as he passed a furniture store. Meanwhile, the jeep carrying Kai Kuan's group also followed suit, discreetly halting at a distance. Kunk brother, they've disembarked. Now is the perfect opportunity to strike. Not so fast. Let us observe what tricks they have up their sleeves first. After all, with so many of us here, how could they possibly escape? Kai Kuan adjusted his black-framed glasses, quietly chambering a round in his shotgun, his expression cold as he instructed his subordinates not to act rashly. Look, a woman has also stepped out of the vehicle. Damn, that figure, that physique, simply exquisite. So fair and ample, even more beautiful than a star. One of Kai Kuan's skinny subordinates, clearly unaccustomed to such sights, couldn't contain his impulses and felt compelled to act. The others followed the skinny subordinate's gaze and beheld a stunningly voluptuous beauty slowly making her way into the furniture store, trailing behind the man. Damn it, we must capture that beauty. Remember, we can eliminate the man without hesitation. But the woman must be taken alive. Ideally, she shouldn't be harmed. Otherwise, it would be quite unpleasant when the time comes to act. The lustful glint flickered in Kai Kuan's cold gaze, drool almost spilling from his lips. Such a breathtaking beauty was something he would never have dared to imagine before. However, with the apocalypse upon them, devoid of laws and moral constraints, he not only dared to fantasize but also to act upon it. Such a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity could not be missed. In the post-apocalyptic world, beautiful women were rarer than supplies. As for supplies, as long as one had the courage to explore and sufficient strength to deal with mutated creatures, one could certainly acquire a fair amount. But women, particularly beautiful ones, seemed almost extinct. They were nowhere to be seen. During this time, he had been forced to rely on his right hand to manage a situation that was exceedingly distressing. Kunk brother, there are only two of them. Why don't we charge in immediately and catch the man off guard? Then the woman will be an effortless acquisition, won't she? Once we have her, you lead the way, and we'll follow behind. After you're done, we'll take our turn. Just be mindful of your strength. We wouldn't want you to kill her. The subordinates behind him were already restless, adjusting their long firearms and preparing their shotguns for action. Bang! Just as one eager subordinate took 2 steps forward, Kai Kuan seized him, delivering a heavy punch to his forehead. In an instant, the subordinate was left dazed, swaying for a few seconds before collapsing to the ground. Kunk brother, what are you doing? The fallen subordinate gazed up at Kai Kuan in confusion, his eyes filled with bewilderment and grievance. Do you not possess any common sense? You useless fool who can only think with your lower half to end this apocalypse, where mutated beasts roam. Do you genuinely believe that a man would dare to brazenly wander about with such an exquisite beauty? Do you think he is an easy target? Kai Kuan, filled with disappointment at his subordinate's foolishness, scolded him with exasperation. Huh, boss, are you saying that guy is not an ordinary person? Could he be a transcender? The reprimanded subordinate suddenly awoke to reality, a look of trepidation crossing his face. How would I know? But when facing an enemy, one must consider the worst-case scenario. Never underestimate anyone. Otherwise, you might not even realize how you met your end. Kai Kuan watched the retreating figures of the two, desperately suppressing the urge to charge forward and overpower the woman. Chapter 85. Poison Wolf. Kunk brother, if I'm not mistaken, this furniture store seems to be the territory of the Poison Wolf. Right. This is a gathering base for survivors, and their leader is a figure known as the Poison Wolf. A subordinate, wielding a metal dagger, became increasingly familiar with his surroundings and suddenly recalled information regarding the place. Poison Wolf. Is there such a person? I have no recollection at all. Kai Kuan pondered briefly, but could conjure no information regarding the Poison Wolf, throwing out a series of questions. Kunk brother, this Poison Wolf is a newly emerging force. Before the apocalypse, he was the security director of this furniture store, primarily responsible for maintaining security and fire safety. After the apocalypse, many fled from the furniture store due to the lack of edible supplies. Most could not endure. As a result, this fellow somehow awakened an extraordinary ability that allowed him to survive by consuming wood, and he commands several mutated wolves, which is why everyone calls him the Poison Wolf. I've heard that his wolves are impervious to weapons. Even our shotguns cannot harm them. The Poison Wolf relies on his pack of mutated wolves to dominate the area, and no one dares to provoke him. The subordinate divulged all the information he had gathered. Upon hearing such an exaggerated account from his subordinate, Kai Kuan felt a sense of trepidation. Wolves that could not be harmed by weapons. An extraordinary being who could survive solely on wood? Boss, perhaps we should withdraw. The man and woman who just entered the furniture store are undoubtedly within the grasp of the Poison Wolf. It's south, not our place to interfere. There's no need to linger any longer. The subordinate prepared to leave after voicing his thoughts when Kai Kuan's hand shot out. Smack. Who the hell is the boss here? You or me? I haven't even given an order, and you want to run? Kai Kuan's frustration boiled over as he chastised the subordinate. If you dare to act like this when we're safely hidden in the shadows, what would you do if danger were to arise? Would you sell me out? In the next moment, a sharp, glimmering dagger was plunged into the subordinate's heart. Gurgle, duck, gurgle. Blood erupted from his mouth like a fountain as he fell to the ground, eyes wide open in disbelief. Witnessing this, the other subordinates who had been considering retreating gasped in shock, too frightened to make any sudden movements. That I see that the fellow who just entered is no ordinary man either. Since we've come this far, we cannot leave empty-handed. Kai Kuan yanked the dagger free, blood cascading from the wound as he declared, Indeed, boss is right. Having come this far, how can we retreat just because of some hearsay? Besides, we have more than 20 men here, and over half of us are armed with shotguns. Are we really afraid of a few mutated wolves? That woman is truly a rare gem. If you expect me to idly watch such a stunning beauty slip away, I refuse to accept it. Dying beneath the peony flower, one might as well be a spirited ghost. In any case, I am ready to risk it all. Either I seize the resources and the woman, or I shall perish alongside them. Come, let us follow the boss inside and eliminate the men on the spot, while the women shall be taken in turn. The younger brothers echoed in agreement, no longer daring to suggest retreat. Who said we should go in? Are you foolish? You dare to charge in without knowing the situation inside. Let us first find a vantage point to observe this furniture store. Once circumstances change, we will seek the right opportunity to act. The best scenario would be if that pack of venomous wolves engages in an equally matched struggle with that newcomer, both sides suffering losses, allowing us to reap the benefits. Kai Kuan gazed at the group of younger brothers, signaling them to slowly retreat to the opposite floor. Yi Chun, what brings you here? Aren't we supposed to be at the Sanjiang Transcendence Association? Chu Ningxue, following closely behind Yu Chen, asked in confusion. In this apocalyptic world, it is generally wise to avoid stopping the vehicle while on the road to prevent being targeted by ill-intentioned individuals. Yet Yi Chun defied convention, parking right at the furniture store, leaving Chu Ningxue puzzled. Didn't you collapse the bed? We need to come here to stock up. Let us find some sturdy beds to take back and tinker with at our leisure. Considering the size of this furniture store, even if we consume one large bed each day, we need not worry. Yi Chun surveyed the neatly arranged furniture and jested, but with so much here, how do you plan to transport it? We only have one battle vehicle. Even if we disassemble the beds, we can't fit a single one. By the way, Chu Ningxue looked at Yi Chun, as if something dawned on her. Before the apocalypse, wasn't it Yi Chun who emptied the vault amidst skepticism? The vault's size was not inferior to the current situation. If Yi Chun could effortlessly clear the vault back then, he could certainly do the same with the furniture store today. Let us go. Yi Chun playfully patted Chu Ningxue's rear. Since Chu Ningxue had already guessed his secret, Yi Chun had nothing left to hide. Yet both chose to tacitly avoid discussing it. As they ascended to the second floor, where the bedding was displayed, a soft and spacious bed appeared before them. The plush bed resembled a giant white cloud, lazily floating in the serene exhibition space. The surface was covered with a delicate down comforter, akin to a layer of soft, bouncy floating clouds, gently curled up on the bed. Without a word, Yi Chun pulled Chu Ningxue down onto it. The soft, fluffy pillows by the bed, comforting and plump, nestled against the headboard, providing warm support for weary bodies. Lying on this soft bed felt as though one were enveloped by layers of cotton, releasing immense pressure, with every cell submerged in a sensation of softness and comfort. Closing one's eyes, it felt like floating in a tranquil sky, embraced by gentle clouds, bringing a long-forgotten peace. Do you like it? I do. It's a pity there are others around. Otherwise, I would surely take full advantage of you. Yi Chun grasped Chu Ningxue's hand and activated his teleportation ability, vanishing with her. A man who had been lurking in the shadows was taken aback, his mouth agape in disbelief at the scene unfolding before him. Brother Wolf, a man and woman who just barged and suddenly disappeared after reaching the second floor. They vanished in an uncanny manner. As if performing a magic trick, the man struggled to suppress his rising panic, slowly reporting the situation over the intercom. Transcendent? This is intriguing. Come back, that I will handle this personally. Chapter 86. The Three-Headed Wolf in the Furniture Store's Surveillance Room. The boss exclaimed, that kid who just barged in seems to be moving our furniture. Moving furniture? Let him do it. They are only two people. If they can carry it away, I'll consider it a loss. We will wait until they have exhausted their strength from moving before we strike, capturing them effortlessly. The boss, known as Venomous Wolf, was a towering figure, considerably larger than the average person. Yet, strangely, his body was covered in dense green vegetation, resembling a human overtaken by plants. However, something was amiss. Wherever that kid went, the furniture inexplicably vanished, as if it had never existed. The younger brother responsible for monitoring wore a face of panic, hastily reporting the anomaly. What? Such a thing exists. Originally disinterested in Yi Chun and his companion, Venomous Wolf suddenly became intrigued. Ever since awakening his powers, he could no longer feel human emotions. Thus, even when a stunning beauty like Chu Ningxue entered his territory, he felt no stirrings within. He moved past the control panel and approached the surveillance computer, unexpectedly fixated on the screen. The situation matched the younger brother's report. Wherever this man went, the furniture was looted clean, disappearing without a trace. More bizarrely, the two had been hopping around the surveillance area, seemingly teleporting. It appeared to be a spatial ability, Such strength likely indicated an S-class powerful ability. Kai Kuan scratched his head, overgrown with grass, muttering to himself in trepidation. Yet, they are only two people. Even with an S-class powerful ability, they pose little threat. Informed the brothers to grab their weapons. Yi Chun and Chu Ningxue were brazenly ransacking the furniture store, selecting items that caught their fancy, as Yi Chun's dimensional space could never be filled. The more, the merrier. At that moment, a voice interrupted. Kid, you seem to be enjoying yourself with your looting, and haven't your teachers taught you that taking without asking is theft? Venomous Wolf, with his head full of fresh green grass, emerged from the shadows, flanked by a throng of equally menacing younger brothers. Most notably, 3 hulking wolves with bared teeth stood beside him, their blood-red eyes fixed intently on Yi Chun and Chu Ningxue, ready to pounce on command from their master. Their fierce demeanor sent shivers down the spine. Finally decided to show yourself, you lurking coward. I noticed the surveillance system in this furniture store was still operational when I entered. It wouldn't be possible without someone maintaining it. I've been waiting for your appearance. Yi Chen faced the aggressive crowd with unwavering composure, clearly unperturbed by their presence. Kid, your bravado is amusing. Just remember not to cry when you beg for mercy later. Venomous Wolf scoffed, convinced Yi Chen was merely posturing. Since Yi Chen stepped into the furniture store, he had been analyzing the situation. They were indeed only two people. Even if both were transcendents, they were not to be feared. Though the spatial ability seemed impressive, it lacked lethality, posing no real threat. One of Venomous Wolf's younger brothers, muscular and imposing, but still inferior to Venomous Wolf, suggested, Boss, why waste time talking? We should just attack. Countless fools have barged into our furniture store without any brains. Even the National Security Bureau and military personnel have been easily subdued by us. The last girl we captured was too young. She couldn't handle the fun and perished within days. But this woman seems promising. Her figure and face are top-notch. Let us have her serve us tonight. The younger brother leered at Chu Ningxue with a gaze full of lewd intentions. Though Chu Ningxue had somewhat prepared herself, hearing such vile words made her blood boil, her icy eyes nearly shooting fire. What's wrong, little beauty? Are you excited to hear me say that? Once I deal with this pesky man, I'll come to indulge you. As soon as the words left his mouth, the younger brother surged forward with incredible speed. In that instant, a flurry of precise bullets shot forth, leaving the opposing group no time to react. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Yi Chen activated his time-stop ability, swiftly drawing his rifle and unleashing a barrage of fire upon them. From the brief exchange, he had determined that these scoundrels deserved to die. In this apocalypse, their existence squandered precious air. Yi Chen had come as the Reaper to collect their souls, with seamless execution. Yi Chen initiated the time-stop, fired his weapon, stowed it away, and released the time-stop, a fluid sequence of actions. The arrogant group had no opportunity to respond. What's happening? Where are these bullets coming from? Boss, I'm hit. Help, it hurts. I can't see. What's going on? Curse it. In an instant, all except Venomous Wolf collapsed, clutching their wounds and howling in agony. The 3 bullets Yi Chen fired pierced through Venomous Wolf's forehead, inflicting no substantial damage, as if striking mere underbrush. A transcendent, somewhat unexpected, but within Yi Chun's control. Generally, any force capable of gathering a group of henchmen must have a transcendent being at its helm. Otherwise, survival in the apocalyptic world would be unthinkable. Why, Yi Chen? Be cautious. Chu Ningxue exclaimed, startled by the sudden appearance of the malevolent wolf that had stealthily circled behind them. She quickly grasped Yi Chen's hand, initiating a teleportation to evade the wolf's surprise assault. However, to Yi Chen, the wolf's ambush posed no threat whatsoever. Within his realm of time-stopping abilities, he was invincible. Yet, Chu Ningxue's determination to protect him stirred something within him. In his previous life, she had similarly shielded him, breaking through the encirclement of monstrous beasts. In this life, he vowed to safeguard her completely. Clenching his fist, Yi Chen unleashed a powerful strike against the 3 ferocious wolves charging at him. Bang! In a flash, a thunderous sound echoed, reminiscent of a hammer striking the ground, as the 3 menacing wolves were forcefully smashed down, creating 3 large craters in the floor. One wolf had its skull shattered, blood gushing forth. Another lay on the ground, its abdomen pierced, gasping in futile defiance. The last was cleaved in twain, meeting an immediate demise. Exhaling deeply, Yi Chen realized this power exceeded his expectations. Chapter 87. Yi Chen. How fortunate to have you. The two wolves that were not yet fully dead writhed and twisted on the blood-soaked floor, howling mournfully until silence enveloped them moments later. Damn it. You dare to strike my wolves. Observing this scene, the man known as Poison Wolf erupted in rage, cursing vehemently. These three mutated wolves were his formidable assets in the apocalypse, and to see them dispatched so effortlessly by Yi Chen left him questioning his very existence. Losing all composure, he raised his hand, unleashing a series of vines that surged towards Yi Chen's face like a multitude of silver-gray water serpents. Yet, this level of attack posed no threat to Yi Chen. The earlier combined assault of the three wolves had already been effortlessly neutralized by him, so this botanical assault was childish play. However, after exerting all his strength to obliterate the three wolves, Yi Chen felt a twinge of discomfort in his arm, which was now slightly numb and twitching, a faint tearing pain manifesting that it seemed that the defensive capabilities of those mutated wolves were indeed formidable. Even causing Yi Chen to experience a backlash, at the very least, conventional firearms posed no effective threat to them. As the vines lunged towards Yi Chen's forehead, he and Chu Ningxue vanished in the next instant. What are you aiming at? I thought your accuracy was just lacking, but now I see your eyesight is poor as well. Are you venting your frustrations at an empty space, with a distance established? Yi Chen couldn't help but taunt, his tone dripping with disdain. This only infuriated Poison Wolf further, his fists clenched tightly, yearning to crush Yi Chen's skull in revenge for his fallen wolves, just as Poison Wolf glared furiously at Yi Chen. Preparing to launch another attack, Yi Chen suddenly spoke. Hey, why are you fixated solely on me? What about the woman beside me? Once I dispose of you, I'll make sure to take care of her as well. Rest assured, I'll ensure you two reunite in the underworld. Poison Wolf's gaze turned cold, gathering his strength for the next round of assault. In his mind, Yi Chen's ramblings were merely a ploy to buy time, undoubtedly waiting for the cooldown of his spatial abilities. Under normal circumstances, such instantaneous spatial powers would have significant limitations and could not be unleashed at will. Poison Wolf bared his stone-like black teeth, eyes glinting with malice, as he prepared to unleash a devastating blow, determined to eliminate Yi Chen before his spatial abilities recharged. Suddenly, a long blade pierced through his chest from behind, directly impaling his heart. With a powerful upward thrust, the blade violently split him in two. This is the price for underestimating me. Chu Ningxue held the blade tightly, her voice icy. You vile creature. Poison Wolf had underestimated the situation. He believed Yi Chen to be the only threat, unaware that this woman was also a transcendent being, having silently appeared behind him. Damn it, you filthy wench. If I die, I'll drag you down with me. Poison Wolf roared, as his life essence surged forth, vines rapidly sprouting from the wound pierced by Chu Ningxue's blade, ensnaring it and preventing her from withdrawing. As the vines spread quickly, nearly reaching her, Chu Ningxue instinctively sought to abandon the blade and retreat, using her teleportation ability to distance herself. However, by the time she reacted, the repulsive, serpentine vines had already ensnared her arms, leaving her no chance of escape. Meanwhile, the weakened Poison Wolf, drawing upon his life essence in a last-ditch effort, bled profusely from his mouth and the wound in his heart, his resistance now only a desperate bid to take someone down with him before he perished. As the number of vines multiplied, Chu Ningxue felt a mix of shock and fear, yet found no suitable means of escape. In a moment of peril, Yi Chen appeared before Poison Wolf, declaring, You wish to harm my woman? Seeking death, he seized Poison Wolf by the throat and slammed him into the ground with a force far greater than that which he had employed against the three wolves. Poison Wolf's limbs shattered upon impact, curling into a ball, while the once rapidly spreading vines dissipated into a cloud of black smoke, vanishing completely. Poison Wolf, now devoid of life, stared at Yi Chen with unyielding eyes, filled with regret. A shaken Chu Ningxue immediately threw herself into Yi Chen's embrace, her voice trembling as she said, Yi Chen, I'm so glad to have you. Otherwise, I would have been in danger just now. This unexpected embrace caught Yi Chen off guard, a soft sensation akin to snow flooding his chest. Though the situation was perilous, you performed admirably. Had it not been for your lethal strike during the ambush, I might have taken longer to deal with this scoundrel. Strangely enough, this individual's abilities are quite peculiar. He can transform his body into plant matter. Initially, a gunshot could have claimed his life, yet his plant-based powers allowed him to escape that fate. After the battle concluded, Yi Chun gazed at the three fallen wolves and the plant-transformed corpse of Poison Wolf. Seemingly lost in thought, he then motioned for Chu Ningxue to stand back, indicating he still had matters to attend to. Reluctantly, she withdrew from his embrace, stepping back until Yi Chun nodded to confirm it was safe. Slowly, he crouched down, placing one hand on the floor, murmuring, "Shadows, rise." As his words fell, four ghostly black shadows emerged from the floor, bowing humbly, their hands pressed to the ground, awaiting Yi Chun's command. 3 mutated wolves and 1 transcendent being with plant-based powers at this moment. They became part of Yi Chun's Shadow Legion. "Kneel," Yi Chun commanded in an authoritative tone. The 3 wolves showed no hesitation, immediately dropping to their knees, their heads bowed firmly against the ground, signifying their absolute submission to Yi Chun. This Chu Ningxue, watching from a distance, was utterly astonished. What is happening? How many hidden cards does Yi Chun possess? The ability to summon the shadows of the deceased from the depths of hell to serve him. This power is simply tyrannical. Instantaneous teleportation, shadow summoning, dimensional manipulation. How many abilities does Yi Chun truly have? With a cold gaze, Yi Chun inquired softly, "Are there any remnants of your subordinates left in the furniture city?" The shadow of Poison Wolf at the forefront paused momentarily, then slowly shook his head, indicating there were none. In order to ensure a greater advantage against Yi Chun, he had even dispatched personnel from the monitoring room. Little did he expect it would all be wiped out in one fell swoop. Chapter 88. When soldiers come, block them. When water comes, drown them. It appears that the summoned shadows possess a certain level of intelligence, albeit far below that of normal humans. They cannot speak, but can respond with nods or shakes of their heads. Yi Chun thoughtfully assessed the effectiveness of the shadow summoning ability. Though it cannot perfectly utilize the deceased or monstrous beasts, this level of control is sufficient. Let us proceed to the Sanjiang Transcendence Association. With a grand gesture, Yi Chun dismissed the shadows that had just appeared. He then took Chu Ningxue's hand, and amidst her astonished gaze, drove the war vehicle southward towards the Sanjiang Transcendence Association Kungu. That kid has come out. Both of them are found out on the rooftop of the apartment building opposite the furniture city. Upon witnessing Yi Chun's war vehicle emerge unscathed, a subordinate quickly nudged the napping Kungu, alerting him. "What are you hitting me for? Are you looking for death?" The slumbering Kai Kun glared at his subordinate in irritation. "Boss, that kid has come out and is already driving away. Should we pursue?" The subordinate, trembling with fear, hastily explained again. "Pursue. Come with me downstairs, hurry and catch up. Remember to keep your distance. Don't let that kid spot you." This is truly bizarre. They are clearly alone, yet they emerged without a scratch. Could it be that Poison Wolf recognized that man and refrained from attacking him? A somewhat irritable Kai Kun delivered a swift kick to the subordinate obstructing his path, then commanded him to pursue without delay. Inside the vehicle, Kai Kun scratched his head, perplexed as to how the man and woman had managed to survive unscathed. "Are you certain that there are transcenders within the furniture city? Is that Poison Wolf truly as formidable as you claim? He possesses 3 mutated dire wolves and is an awakened transcender himself. How could he possibly fail to deal with just a man and a woman?" Growing increasingly anxious, Kai Kun seized his subordinate by the collar and interrogated him. "Brother Kun, how could I dare to lie? The furniture city is indeed Poison Wolf's territory. Just as you were resting, there were sounds of gunfire echoing from within. Clearly, a fierce battle took place. That if you don't believe me, you can ask the others. I swear I am not deceiving you." The other subordinates nodded in agreement, affirming that they too had heard the gunshots. Faced with their unanimous defense, Kai Kun refrained from further comment. "Brother Kun, I have a possible explanation. Speak your mind." Kai Kun urged. "That I suspect that the man and woman are both transcenders, and not just any transcenders at that. Perhaps we should refrain from following them." The subordinate, having assessed the strength of the people within the furniture city, concluded that their group of over 20 would be no match for the two. What nonsense. Such cowardice is disgraceful. If we were all like you, we would have starved long ago. If you're afraid, then jump out of the vehicle. If you don't perish, I'll grant you a reprieve. And no, Brother Cohen, that is not what I meant. I was saying that your decision to let us follow without acting rashly is indeed wise. We have so many people, and with shotguns in hand, dealing with those two would be a trivial matter. Frightened by Kai Cohen's threat to toss him out, the subordinate quickly began to flatter him, suppressing his own opinions. That moment, the driver, Eager to defuse the tension, interjected, "Brother Cohen, it seems that the fellow intends to head to the Sanjiang Transcender Association," observing the armored vehicle purposefully merging onto the provincial road heading south. Which was indeed the route to the Sanjiang Transcender Association, Kai Kuan mused. To the Sanjiang Transcender Association? It appears that this man and woman are also solitary figures without any faction, but if they were affiliated with the National Security Bureau or the military, they would never be so brazen. From their intention to reach the Sanjiang Transcender Association, Kai Kuan deduced that they were undoubtedly transcenders. However, what of it? Hadn't the transcenders from the National Security Bureau and the military been easily dispatched by them before? These two would be no exception. Brother Cohen, should we continue to follow? Yes. There is no reason to turn down such a tempting opportunity. Even if they carry no supplies, simply capturing that woman would suffice. The thought of capturing the woman and unleashing chaos sent a thrill through him. Brother Cohen, why don't we just strike now? There's no need for such caution. They are merely two transcenders. Are you devoid of reason? If it were that simple to resolve, the people inside the furniture city would not have been annihilated. We cannot act until we ascertain their strength. All right, Brother Cohen's words hold merit. Yi Chun, it seems we have a few vehicles tailing us. Chu Ningxue observed through the rearview mirror, noticing they were being followed, and quietly alerted Yi Chun. Yes, I noticed quite some time ago. However, as we are en route to the Sanjiang Transcender Association, it is only natural to have others traveling the same way. Yi Chun replied calmly, casting a glance in the rearview mirror. Nonetheless, Yi Chun continued, regardless of whether they are traveling alongside us or tracking us, we must remain vigilant. In this apocalypse, few would dare to drive recklessly on the roads, especially as a group. They likely represent a considerable force. A grave expression crossed Chu Ningxue's face as she voiced her concerns. What should we do? Knowing there are pursuers without taking any measures feels unsettling. Let them come, since they dare to follow us. We shall test their intentions. If I recall correctly, there is a sharp curve ahead stretching several hundred meters, which will allow us to easily shake them off. If they are indeed heading to the Sanjiang Transcender Association, they will continue forward without paying us any mind. Conversely, if their purpose is to track us, they will begin searching the vicinity. Should it be the latter, their fate is sealed. With that, Yi Chun slammed down on the accelerator, the engine roaring in response as the armored vehicle surged forward. Boss, they seem to have noticed us. Don't panic, just pursue them. Since they are aware of our presence, we need not pretend any longer. Accelerate and block their path. Let them understand our might. Kai Kuan, reclining in his seat with confidence, directed the driver. Chapter 89. Today, I shall escort you. The armored vehicle driven by Yi Chun far surpassed ordinary household vehicles in power, within 10 minutes of his heavy acceleration. He had left the pursuing vehicles far behind at that point. Yi Chun and Chu Ningxue swiftly exited the vehicle and summoned the shadow of the one wolf they had previously reclaimed. Stay in the vehicle and remain silent. When someone opens the door, wait for the perfect moment to strike. Yi Chun instructed succinctly before pulling Chu Ningxue away to hide behind a large tree. Silently observing the situation. Before long, the vehicles that had been tailing them arrived. 4 jeeps encircled Yi Chun's armored vehicle, clearly harboring ill intentions. Yi Chun, they have shotguns. Chu Ningxue, concealed at a distance, watched as a group emerged from the jeeps, armed with not only machetes and daggers, but also formidable shotguns, causing her to feel a pang of anxiety. Fear not, I am here. They are in the light while we are in the dark. I intend to gauge their true strength. Yi Chun comforted Chu Ningxue, his tone dripping with disdain. He regarded the group tailing them as mere lambs awaiting slaughter. Forget shotguns. He wouldn't even bother with a Barrett sniper rifle, which was known for its destructive capabilities. Ever since he transcended to a 5, Yi Chun, however, has undergone a remarkable transformation. Since fate has brought us to this moment, allow me to escort you today. Yi Chun remarked with a cold smile. Yi Chun, do you know them? Listening to the tone of Yi Chun's voice, Chu Ningxue felt an inexplicable hatred emanating from his words and promptly inquired. To some extent, we share a complicated history, he replied. Take this gun. Soon we shall eliminate them all. Yi Chun handed a black handgun to Chu Ningxue, calmly laying out his plan in Yi Chun's eyes. The act of killing had become a trivial matter, devoid of any emotional turmoil. Very well. Chu Ningxue also showed no hesitation. Gripping the handgun with steely resolve, in this apocalyptic world, any excess compassion was utterly unacceptable. Mercy towards foes equated to cruelty towards oneself. They are rather numerous, and this space is exceedingly open, making it impossible to wipe them out with mere gunfire, as we did in the furniture store. Chu Ningxue expressed her concerns, worried that Yi Chen might underestimate the situation. Rest assured, I know what I am doing, that I have laid an ambush with 3 ferocious wolves and a plant-based superhuman in the vehicle. When they panic and flee, you will utilize your teleportation ability to intercept them. The optimal range for the handgun is approximately 50 meters, so manage your distance carefully. Always keep an eye on my position. Should you encounter danger, call for help, and I shall come to your aid. Observing Chu Ningxue's worried demeanor, Yi Chen patiently elaborated on the operational strategy. The previously anxious Chu Ningxue felt a wave of relief wash over her upon hearing Yi Chen's well-structured plan. What? There are no supplies in the vehicle. Kai Kuen's face twitched upon hearing his subordinate's report, clearly taken aback. How could there be no supplies? Do they not require food and drink for a long journey? He dismissed the useless group of subordinates in frustration. Are you all trying to be lazy, failing to search thoroughly? Pushing aside the hapless underlings blocking his path, Kai Kuen, in a fit of rage, decided to search personally. Amidst the watching crowd of subordinates, Kai Kuen returned empty-handed, scratching his head in embarrassment. He had even searched the armored vehicle's interior, but found nothing. Could it be that those 2 scoundrels in the vehicle took all the supplies? One subordinate suggested to alleviate Kai Kuen's embarrassment. Damn it. So what if there are no supplies? At least there is one vehicle that looks decent. You, go to the car and drive it back to the base. Kai Kuen ordered, pointing at one of his subordinates. Understood, Brother Kuen. The subordinate promptly complied, opening the driver's side door. Suddenly, a blood-curdling scream pierced the air. What happened? You, and you, go check it out immediately. The horrifying scream sent chills down Kai Kuen's spine. Unclear about the situation, he instructed 2 subordinates to investigate. Quickly, pull the person out of the car. Ah, blood. It's all blood. The person in the driver's seat has been mangled beyond recognition. The subordinate, having caught a glimpse from outside the driver's cabin, was thoroughly terrified, stumbling back to report that it was simply too horrifying. The driver's body was a grotesque sight. Not a single part of him, hands, feet, torso, or head, remained intact, with blood splattered throughout the interior, the windshield soaked in crimson. With a resounding bang, a series of gunshots erupted, and several bullets struck their targets with the precision of parallel raindrops, hitting the vital points of each individual in an instant. Those who had thought that eliminating the boss would secure their survival through a temporary betrayal found themselves utterly doomed. Meanwhile, the vines entwined around them and the predatory wolves, lurking with malicious intent, began to voraciously siphon their remaining blood. Well done. Standing behind the jeep, Yi Chen observed the unfolding scene from a distance. He refrained from personally intervening for 2 reasons: to assess the strength of the Shadow Legion, and to train and evaluate Chu Ningxue's current capabilities that in their previous life, they had fought side by side as the best of allies without suspicion. This time, their bond was further deepened by a camaraderie forged in fire. Naturally, Yi Chen aimed to cultivate Chu Ningxue, striving to empower her to stand independently. As events reached a conclusion, Yi Chen approached the Shadow Legion. Noticing his presence, the 3 wolves, who had been feverishly draining blood, halted their actions, bowing their heads in humility, seemingly awaiting his command. Upon closer inspection, Yi Chen noted significant changes in the 3 wolves. Their fur appeared denser and coarser, while the one endowed with plant-based abilities had undergone a remarkable transformation, with its chest entirely resembling plant matter, now even more formidable than before. Have you all leveled up? Yi Chen inquired, uncertainty lacing his tone. The plant man nodded slowly, acknowledging the change with a trace of blood at the corner of his mouth. Continue feeding. Do not waste a drop. Confirming his suspicions, Yi Chen instructed the 3 wolves to resume their bloodletting. He then leaned down to gaze at Kai Kuen, who lay battered and bloodied, and solemnly commanded, "Rise." However, no response ensued. Yi Chen's forehead beaded with sweat, confusion clouding his eyes. What is happening? Has the shadow ability failed? After a failed attempt, Yi Chen gritted his teeth and tried again, pouring forth his life essence, yet yielding no results. Damn it! How could this be ineffective? After expending 200 points of life essence, he still could not claim Kai Kuen's shadow that moment. a realization struck him. Could it be that this man has not yet perished? Logically, as long as there was sufficient life essence, the ability should not experience failure unless the prerequisite conditions were unmet. Yi Chen's shadow ability could only extract the shadows of beings that had already departed this world. Thus, the only explanation was that this battered Kai Kun had somehow clung to life. His vitality was astonishingly resilient, far beyond Yi Chen's expectations. Understanding the reason brought a smile to Yi Chen's lips. Although he had wasted 200 points of life essence, he had also uncovered another function of his shadow ability. It could determine whether an opponent was truly dead. Gazing at the motionless Kai Kun, who was feigning death, Yi Chen felt a stroke of fortune. Had it not been for his shadow ability, he might have been deceived by this individual. Curiosity piqued. Yi Chen wondered how this man had survived such severe injuries only to play dead. Plant man, drain every last drop of blood from the man before me. Not a single drop should remain. While the circumstances of Kai Kun's survival eluded him, do you intend to gloss over such ethereal matters? Yi Chen scoffed with disdain. Although he voiced such sentiments, a thought crossed his mind. Qilan Cliff. The divine fruit of the nine heavens thunder. In the flurry of recent activities, Yi Chen had been so preoccupied that he had entirely neglected this critical matter. Previously, he had heard rumors about the extraordinary fruit at Qilan Cliff during his past life, but their veracity remained uncertain. However, Kai Kun's utterance had solidified his belief. There was an overwhelming likelihood that it was indeed true. I speak nothing but the truth. My life is in your hands. How could I dare to deceive you? If you do not believe me, you may take me to Qilan Cliff immediately. Perhaps we might encounter agents from the National Security Bureau or the Sanjiang Transcendence Association en route. Witnessing Yi Chen's skepticism, Kai Kun grew increasingly anxious, hastily augmenting his assertions to bolster his credibility. Such matters fall under the purview of the National Security Bureau or the associations, classified as top secret. How do you know this? Even if this were true, how can I be assured that you have not laid a trap at Qilan Cliff, waiting for me to walk into it? Your words hold no value whatsoever. Having extracted a considerable amount of useful information, Yi Chen continued to apply pressure with an air of sardonic irony, compelling Kai Kun to divulge further intelligence. It is true. This is information directly relayed to me by a friend within the National Security Bureau and the Sanjiang Transcendence Association. Surely, they would not both conspire to deceive me. Kai Kun felt utterly helpless, at a loss for how to satisfy Yi Chen's demand for trust. Observing Kai Kun's expression of utter despair, Yi Chen dismissed him entirely and began to quietly organize the information beneficial to himself. The impending contention over Qilan Cliff could be deemed the inaugural confrontation between the National Security Bureau and the Sanjiang Transcendence Association. The outcome of this battle would significantly determine the future standings of both factions. Regardless of who seized the mutated fruit, the enhancement it promised was unequivocally substantial. The Nine Heavens Thunder. This extraordinary ability could rival the terrifying power of time stasis. Classified as an SSS-level capability, its lethality, range, and the consumption of life essence stood atop the hierarchy of powers. In his previous life, Yi Chen had never had the opportunity to engage with intelligence from such immense forces. Yet in this life, he found himself capable of influencing the delicate balance between the two factions. By merely choosing a side, he could wield decisive power. Is there anything else? Yi Chen asked with evident dissatisfaction. Casting a glance at Kai Kun as if he could slay him with a mere gaze, I have disclosed all the information I possess. Please, I beg you to spare me. Ignorance is no crime. I truly had no idea of your formidable presence. Kai Kun spoke with a tone of desperation, anxiety etched across his face. From this moment on, I shall pose questions, and you will answer them. Any superfluous words will result in death. Do you understand? Upon hearing Yi Chen's decree, Kai Kun promptly fell silent, nodding in affirmation. Why have you not perished despite being shot numerous times? Yi Chen cast a brief glance at the visible wounds on Kai Kun's body. No fewer than 10 bloodied holes. Such injuries, even if they befell Yi Chen, would not claim his life. Yet, he would not remain as composed as Kai Kun appeared to be, seemingly unscathed. This is my second ability, Pain Oblivion. It allows me to completely suppress my pain perception and grants a degree of self-repair capability. Kai Kun recounted his powers in detail. He was a double transcendent, a fact unknown to anyone. And he had shared it with no one yet. With his life now in Yi Chen's hands, he was unwilling to gamble. Chen had seen through his earlier ruse of playing dead. Who could tell what other hidden abilities he possessed? If Chen lost the gamble, he would merely be deceived. If Kun lost, his life would be forfeit. Thus, he dared not gamble. Chapter 93. Long Xiaoyan, what do you intend to do at Shilin Cliff? Chen inquired with keen interest, eager to discern what benefits Kun sought to obtain there. Only when the rewards outweigh the risks will individuals dare to brave peril in pursuit of gain. What manner of person is Kun? A petty individual driven solely by profit, unprincipled in his methods. That why Chen was curious about the true motives behind Kun's journey to Shilin Cliff. My supplies are dwindling, and the surrounding areas ripe for plunder are nearly exhausted. I must carve out a viable path for myself. The National Security Bureau is not a favorable destination, nor is the Sanjiang Transcendence Association a prime choice. Aligning with either faction does not reflect true value. Only by aiding one side at a crucial moment can I secure a position of advantage. Once they extend an olive branch, I shall have the opportunity to set conditions. Moreover, extraordinary fruits are serendipitous opportunities one cannot afford to overlook. Having learned of this intelligence, how could I refrain from seizing the chance? If you spare me, I can serve as your subordinate, with your strength. Securing a mid-level management position within either the National Security Bureau or the Sanjiang Transcendence Association is undoubtedly within your grasp. Furthermore, if we synchronize our efforts, we might just acquire the divine fruit right beneath the noses of the two factions. As he listened to Kun's fervent exposition, Chen couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. Kun's aspirations resonated with his own. How did you acquire your second ability? Chen pressed on, providing no respite for Kun. Only through such relentless questioning could he compel the beleaguered Kun to abandon thoughts of deceit. I am a naturally gifted double transcendent, Kun proudly declared, puffing out his chest riddled with bullet holes. Had it been the early days of the apocalypse, his status as a double transcendent would have guaranteed him a role in the National Security Bureau, at least securing a position in internal affairs. However, he had believed that with such formidable abilities, there was no need to rely on other forces, fearing that it would only serve to encumber him. The myriad regulations of the National Security Bureau were intolerable for him. Now, in light of the current situation, it was too late for him to seek entry into the Bureau. The competition had become too fierce. Numerous S-rank transcendent individuals had been dispatched on perilous missions, and during the most recent island exploration, many S-rank transcendent individuals had perished without returning. I find your answer quite satisfactory. Therefore, you may die now. Did you not promise that as long as I answered honestly, you would not kill me? Chen pressed his foot down upon Kun's forehead, stating, I did say I would not kill you. However, these shadow troops are beyond my command. The blood of a double transcendent is the finest sustenance for them. With that, Chen lightly patted the shoulder of the comatose Kun, signaling that the time had come to act. Three wolves, who could no longer contain themselves, immediately lunged forward. Meanwhile, Kun, lying on the ground, attempted a final desperate struggle, employing his metal control ability to manipulate bullets scattered across the ground in a bid for retaliation. Yet, such feeble attacks would not even breach the defenses of the shadow troops. Following a series of anguished screams, Kun was utterly drained of blood, left a mere husk. After a brief confirmation, Chen concluded that Kun was irrevocably dead. Shadows, arise. Chen invoked his shadow ability once more, successfully claiming Kun's shadow as part of his forces. Thus, Kun naturally became the most formidable member of the shadow troops. Possessing both metal control and pain oblivion abilities as a double transcendent, Ning Shui, get in the vehicle. After retracting his shadow ability, Chen re-entered the war vehicle with Chu Ning Shui, preparing to head towards the nearby Shilin Cliff. He was determined to obtain the extraordinary fruit imbued with the Nine Heavens thunder. Even if the National Security Bureau or the Sanjiang Transcendence Association dared to obstruct him, they would meet their demise. Chen, are we truly going to contest the divine fruit with the National Security Bureau and the Sanjiang Transcendence Association? On their way, Chu Ning Shui inquired with concern that we are not here to contest, but to outwit. Outwit? Do you have a new plan? When the clam and the heron contend, the fisherman profits that we merely need to observe the situation from the shadows, waiting for the opportune moment. But is it worth such great risk for a single extraordinary fruit? Chu Ning Shui tilted her head, her eyes filled with confusion. That I have heard that consuming that divine fruit can enhance certain attributes, making them more robust and resilient, for the sake of our future happiness. This risk is negligible. Alas, under the current circumstances, I am already content. If you strengthen your body any further, I truly might struggle to keep up. You speak of contentment, yet why do you persist in your advances? We are still in the vehicle. Remember, our purpose for coming to Qilin Cliff is to acquire the divine fruit of the sacred tree, not to engage in battle with the Sanjiang Transcendence Association. Should we encounter them, we must avoid conflict to the best of our abilities. That in unavoidable circumstances, we may strike, but always bear in mind that once we do, we must leave no survivors. Battles between transcendent beings are ever-changing. One must harbor no mercy. A contingent was en route to Qilin Cliff. The speaker, Liu Shishi, was the captain in charge of combat exploration for the National Security Bureau, delivering crucial briefings to her team. Captain, they are merely a group of worthless transcendents that our National Security Bureau looks down upon. What is there to be worried about? In my opinion, we should confront them directly and eliminate them all. That way, they will have no chance to compete with us. For the young man with yellow hair trailing behind Liu Shishi scoffed, clearly dismissing the members of the Sanjiang Transcendence Association. Fool, do you think you are invincible? Liu Shishi shot a fierce glare at the young man and chastised him sternly. However, she refrained from saying anything too harsh. After all, this man was the nephew of a mid-level leader in the National Security Bureau, who had specifically instructed her to ensure his safety, even prioritizing it over the mission to seize the. This filled her with immense resentment. Yet, as a subordinate, she had no choice but to obey orders. Before the apocalypse, she was an officer in the Special Forces and renowned as the belle of the military academy. Countless suitors pursued her, yet she found none worthy. The man she desired was one capable of conquering her in every aspect. Not those effeminate fools who could not even compare to her. Chapter 94. It's getting more interesting. The armored vehicle jolted along the road, barely making it up Qilin Cliff. Along the way, Chen, in order to obscure the vehicle's trail, activated his teleportation ability together with Chu Ningxue, moving the vehicle as well. This way, the vehicle's tracks would be interrupted. All right, we've arrived at our destination. There's still important business to attend to. Chu Ningxue huffed softly, her cheeks flushed, hurriedly attempting to halt Chen's advances. Instinctively, she pushed him back, yet he persisted, slipping his large hand beneath her clothing. Chen. This coy resistance was utterly captivating, igniting a fervor within him. 3 Wolves. You are responsible for vigilance around us. Plant Man. Utilize your vines to set up a detection barrier for monitoring our surroundings. As for Kai Kun. Investigate enemy movements and promptly report back if you find any personnel from the National Security Bureau or the Sanjiang Transcendence Association. With that, Chen retrieved 2 rifles from the dimensional space and handed them to Plant Man and Kai Kun, instructing them to act separately. The Shadow Troops, upon receiving the orders, nodded robotically and immediately commenced their tasks. Now that the essential arrangements are complete, with them guarding the perimeter, no one will dare disturb us. After finalizing the preparations, Chen began an intimate exchange with Chu Ningxue. As their movements grew increasingly fervent, Chu Ningxue let out soft gasps of discomfort, her icy, pure gaze shimmering with an enchanting allure. This change of battleground brought a unique thrill. How exhilarating. Typically, their interactions occurred on the grand bed within the shelter. But today, they found themselves on the unfamiliar Qilin Cliff, a sensation only those who have experienced it could truly appreciate. Initially hesitant, planning to refuse, Chu Ningxue gradually succumbed to her emotions, relinquishing her resistance entirely. Chen, likewise, no longer held back, tearing off Chu Ningxue's outer garment, revealing her delicate white lace bra. The sight of her smooth, fair skin glistening with fragrant sweat was mesmerizing, and as her rhythmic gasps filled the air, the enticing beads of perspiration slowly trickled down between her deep, hidden valleys. Unbeknownst to them, time slipped away as they became lost in their passionate embrace. Oblivious to the outside world, something felt amiss. It seemed that someone had beaten them to the mountain. Liu Shishi gazed at the fresh tire tracks on the mountain path and analyzed simply. Indeed, these tire marks were new. However, from the analysis of these tracks, it appeared that only one vehicle had made its way up. It should not be the people from the Sanjiang Transcendence Association. After all, Given their capabilities, it was impossible for them to send only a handful of individuals to confront us. Long Xiaoyan nodded noncommittally. The subordinate leading the scouting mission continued to analyze. Could it be that these were civilians who mistakenly wandered here in search of food? Long Xiaoyan shot him an exasperated look, replying curtly, "The mountain is rife with dangerous beasts. The risk level is extremely high. Even we, the trained transcendents, would not dare to venture lightly if such civilians, who need to seek food to survive, could come to a place like this. It would be utterly ludicrous." Clearly, the group that just drove up the mountain was well prepared. Furthermore, the type of tire marks left behind did not resemble those of an ordinary family vehicle. This group likely was not simple. Prompted by Long Xiaoyan's observations, the subordinates also began to notice the unusual characteristics of the tire tracks, which were wider and deeply imprinted far beyond those of typical family cars. Captain Long, should we follow the tire tracks for further investigation? Of course. Our purpose here is to seize and we must eliminate any obstacles in our path. It appears that the members of the Sanjiang Transcendence Association have yet to arrive. So we need to act swiftly. This mission required them to travel light, with rations and drinking water barely sufficient for 3 days, necessitating a quick resolution. As the captain, Long Xiaoyan succinctly outlined the next steps and disclosed the fact that their remaining supplies were limited to less than 3 days. Intending to galvanize her team into a decisive mindset, under Long Xiaoyan's leadership, the group began methodically following the tire tracks toward Yichen's direction. Before long, Captain Long, the tire tracks have vanished. The group had ascended halfway up the mountain. Yet to everyone's astonishment, the tracks had suddenly disappeared at this point, as if the vehicle had sprouted wings and flown away. How could this be? The entire Qilin Cliff only had this one route leading to the summit. How could it simply vanish? Moreover, the interruption in the trail was abrupt. There were no signs of a crash nearby. How peculiar! Long Xiaoyan stood frozen in place, pondering for a long while, unable to comprehend the situation. A subordinate speculated, "Captain Long, could it be that this vehicle is a ghost car? It could have erased its tracks by moving through a phantom-like manner." Upon hearing this, the others found it bizarre yet plausible. As it seemed there were no other explanations. Though aware he was jesting, it nonetheless opened up new avenues of thought. As a materialist, he did not believe in ghosts or supernatural phenomena. However, if the opposing party possessed exceptionally powerful abilities, such feats could indeed be accomplished. It seemed our tracking target is quite formidable. Everyone, heighten your vigilance and maintain a state of readiness. This group likely possesses some counter-surveillance awareness, and we cannot rule out the possibility that they are monitoring us from somewhere nearby. Continue along the mountain path, Long Xiaoyan commanded, leading the group onward. After all, their goals were aligned. They all sought from the divine tree, and once they located it, the two parties would inevitably converge. After engaging in an intense battle with Chu Ningxue for several rounds, Kai Kuan returned, albeit in a poor state, having sustained significant injuries. The deep gash marred one side of his face, the wound appearing severe. Unlike any typical knife wound, his right arm was bent at an unnatural angle, looking quite gruesome. "Did you encounter an enemy? Was it human?" Yi Chun inquired after briefly assessing Kai Kuan's injuries, unable to speak. Kai Kuan first nodded, then shook his head, responding to Yi Chen's question. "Not human." This answer surprised Yi Chen. It seemed that the forces vying for the divine tree were not limited to the National Security Bureau and the Sanjiang Transcendence Association. There were also beasts involved in the fray. The situation appeared to be growing increasingly intriguing. This was precisely the scenario Yi Chun had hoped for. Only amidst sufficient chaos and numbers would his chances of seizing the increase. Chapter 95. The White Giant Ape. Yi Chun. Where on earth are we headed? We've been walking for almost an hour, and we're still not there. On Qilin Cliff, Chu Ningxue looked despairingly ahead, as if there were no end in sight. This Qilin Cliff had once been a 6-star national scenic area prior to the apocalypse, largely due to its peculiar road structure, winding and treacherous. Their physical conditioning had undergone a qualitative leap, making the trek manageable. However, the thorns along the path had already torn their clothing considerably. They needed to confirm whether from the divine tree was still atop the cliff. "Let us hold on a little longer. We should be nearing the top. Why don't we use our teleportation ability to expedite our journey?" Chu Ningxue suggested, gently brushing her hair aside. "No, with the impending battle, we cannot carelessly waste our life essence. Furthermore, we are unaware if there are any beasts or transcendents monitoring us nearby. Recklessly revealing our abilities could be perilous. Yi Chen outright rejected Chu Ningxue's suggestion to take a shortcut. At that moment, Yi Chen suddenly halted, his gaze fixated on a massive rock not far away, sensing something amiss. Throughout their journey, he had never encountered a stone of such magnitude. Its abrupt presence was unsettling. The colossal boulder stood a full 2 meters tall, firmly rooted upon the slope, unmoving. Yi Chen, what is the matter? Chu Ningxue inquired, noticing the sudden furrow of Yi Chen's brow. There is something amiss with that boulder. Isn't it just a slightly larger stone? What could possibly be wrong? Chu Ningxue observed the boulder in the distance, completely oblivious to any irregularities. Its presence was too abrupt. Moreover, there were no supporting objects around it. How could it possibly remain so steadfast on the incline? It was indeed highly unusual. As Yi Chen took a couple of cautious steps back, he whispered, "Utilize your vine abilities to probe the depth of this stone. If anything occurs, do not linger in battle." With a prudent demeanor, Yi Chen cautioned the plant being in the next moment. Countless slender, resilient green vines surged along the mountain path, swiftly enveloping the boulder in layers. Yet, the boulder remained unresponsive. Yi Chen, could it be that you are simply being overly suspicious? This boulder shows no signs of reaction. Continue to exert force. Do not cease. Yi Chen remained steadfast in his conviction. Anomalies often concealed hidden dangers. A boulder so conspicuously blocking the path was fundamentally illogical. Following Yi Chen's command, the plant being clenched its fists, channeling its powers to the utmost, as the vines constricted tightly around the boulder. Before long, the boulder appeared on the verge of disintegration. Suddenly, the boulder emitted a peculiar thud-thud-thud sound, and the tightly wrapped vines were torn asunder. Upon closer inspection, it revealed a curled-up, slumbering white giant ape. Its fur shimmered like frost, tightly adhering to its skin, rendering it nearly indistinguishable as fur. Yi Chen and his companions instinctively misjudged it as a mere boulder. Only when it stood upright did they grasp the truth. With the identity of the unknown entity now confirmed, Yi Chen felt a sense of relief. Given Yi Chen's strength, even if the giant ape had undergone some mutation, it would struggle to pose any substantial threat to him. Boom, boom, boom. The white giant ape, disturbed from its slumber, became exceedingly irritable, wildly swinging its fists to strike the ground. After alternating strikes with its arms multiple times, it fixed its gaze on Yi Chen and his companions. Leaping toward them, smack, 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 Yi Chen activated time stop and brandished the rifle he had previously retrieved from the dimensional space, unleashing a barrage of gunfire in the next instant. The giant ape had no opportunity to evade. By the time it intended to shield itself with its fur, it was already too late. The torrential downpour of bullets struck directly at the giant ape's face. In an instant, a pool of crimson blood cascaded down. Despite sustaining such a grievous blow, the giant ape's assault did not wane. It stubbornly pressed on toward Yi Chen and his companions. However, as it struck the ground, raising a cloud of dust, Yi Chen and Chu Ningxue had long since vanished from sight. Feeling as though it had been toyed with, the giant ape unleashed a thunderous roar toward the sky. Roar, the earth-shattering cry echoed through the ravine. Moments later, having utilized their teleportation abilities to avoid the attack, Yi Chen and Chu Ningxue opted not to engage further. Instead, they concealed themselves within a nearby thicket. Create a commotion. Make it even louder. Yi Chen felt a sense of wicked glee. The reason for sparing the giant ape was to allow it to draw the attention of others, while also serving as a disposable pawn to help eliminate a portion of his adversaries. Yi Chen, the emergence of such a formidable mutated beast here indicates that we are not far from the divine fruit. Chu Ningxue analyzed. Indeed, the vicinity of the divine tree's fruit is naturally guarded by powerful beasts. However, based on my assessment, this giant ape's strength falls significantly short of that required to protect the divine fruit. Indeed, even if I were to intervene, I could easily dispatch this seemingly ferocious giant ape with my rifle. Just as the two were conversing cautiously, a team of individuals clad in professional combat attire approached the giant ape, evidently drawn by the commotion. This was the group led by Long Xiaoyan, who had been searching for Yi Chen's whereabouts. Captain Long, we have encountered a mutated giant ape. What should we do? A subordinate at the forefront, tasked with scouting, asked in a state of panic. Though he struggled to suppress his fear, eliminate it, and proceed forward. An encounter with a powerful beast signifies that we are close to the divine fruit. However, The current state of the giant ape seemed rather troubling. That it is far too irritable. The subordinate gulped, his expression fraught with anxiety. There is only this one path leading up the cliff. We have no choice. We must subdue this giant ape to advance. Divide into 3 teams. One team will draw fire directly in front. The second will utilize ranged weapons for attrition, and the third will follow me, waiting for the opportune moment to deliver a decisive blow to the giant ape. Move out. After a brief tactical arrangement, Long Xiaoyan commanded the others to commence their actions. Yi Chun had not anticipated the exceptional combat prowess of this team. They swiftly devised a battle plan and implemented it in a remarkably short time. This group was likely dispatched by the National Security Bureau. The members of the Sanjiang Transcenders Association were merely temporary assemblages of transcenders. Incapable of such synchronized cooperation, Yi Chun coldly observed the combatants entering the fray, deducing their identities. From Kai Kuan, Yi Chun had learned that both the National Security Bureau and the Sanjiang Transcenders Association had sent teams to this location, both in pursuit of the divine tree's fruit. Yi Chun, what should our next step be? Observe the changes. Let us take this opportunity to analyze their strength. As the two spoke, the battle ahead had already commenced. The giant ape, in a fit of rage after failing to locate Yi Chun, encountered this reckless team and showed no mercy, delivering a relentless barrage of blows. Boom, boom, boom. The nearby buildings trembled. The 3 individuals who had intended to draw fire could barely maintain their footing, nearly toppling over. Seizing this opportunity, the white giant ape surged forth like a rampaging stallion. Oh no, why is this giant ape moving so swiftly? You 3, scatter quickly and divert its attention, Long Xiaoyan exclaimed in shock. The strength of this giant ape exceeded her expectations. How could such a massive creature move so quickly? It defied all logic. The 3 tasked with drawing fire, being the weakest in the team, were paralyzed with fear in the face of the giant ape's ferocity. Unable to control their own bodies, they found it difficult to even take a single step, let alone run. What are you standing there for? Run, Long Xiaoyan bit her lip, her frustration evident, embodying a sense of exasperation akin to a teacher disappointed with a wayward student. Ice wall, standing her ground, Long Xiaoyan raised her arm, softly murmuring. Instantly, a solid ice wall shimmering with a clear radiance materialized before the 3, effectively halting the giant ape's charge. Upon impact, the giant ape became disoriented, collapsing to the ground, while the suddenly appeared ice wall shattered into countless fragments, swiftly dissipating into a cloud of black smoke. To create an ice wall out of thin air, her abilities must extend beyond this. Yi Chun, observing from a distance, found himself intrigued by this decisive woman. Meanwhile, Chu Ningxue, visibly upset, questioned, Yi Chun, are you not growing fond of her? Not at all. I am merely curious about her abilities. After a brief moment of disorientation, the giant ape regained its senses, now even more enraged, its smooth white fur rapidly shedding to reveal its rough, crimson skin underneath. The discarded white fur was clenched in its hand, which it then flung aside with a sudden sweep of its arm. Be careful. Get away. In a state of alarm, Long Xiaoyan, who had just executed the ice wall, appeared troubled, realizing she could not conjure such a powerful ice wall again in a short span of time. In other words, she was now unable to protect her teammates. The 3 had narrowly escaped death once, and now faced the giant ape's assault with less fear. Beginning to take action, the white fur transformed into a barrage of hidden weapons, slicing through the air and leaving no room for escape. As they attempted to flee in different directions, the 3 were instantaneously impaled by the white fur. Some even pierced through soft parts of their bodies, embedding them in the ground. The trio tasked with drawing fire instantly lost their combat effectiveness, their fates uncertain. Seeing the 3 fall, Long Xiaoyan had no choice but to reorganize the strategy. Do not engage directly. Retreat first. I will ensnare the giant ape, and the rest of you must focus on evacuating the injured. After issuing her orders, Long Xiaoyan dashed toward the giant ape, intent on drawing its attention. She swiftly activated her abilities, conjuring an ice sword, and engaged the giant ape in a fierce struggle. Although the giant ape moved with remarkable swiftness, its limb-joint coordination was evidently lacking. Seizing this opportunity, Long Xiaoyan relentlessly harassed the creature, leaving it utterly helpless. Long Xiaoyan successfully ensnared the giant ape's attention. The opportunistic Huang Mao could hardly contain his eagerness. This formidable beast could yield great rewards if he were to capture it and bring it back to the research institute. Long Xiaoyan, however, seemed intent on claiming all the glory for herself. While she directed the others to assist with the injured, she herself confronted the giant ape, undoubtedly planning to embellish her achievements upon their return to the National Security Bureau. No, he could not allow Long Xiaoyan to monopolize the credit. With this resolve, Huang Mao abruptly discarded the injured teammate he was carrying. The already gravely wounded team member suffered further injury from the throw. Hey, what are you doing? Focus on evacuating the injured. Is this too much for you? Normally, he would have unleashed a torrent of curses, perhaps even resorting to violence. Yet, this Huang Mao was a well-connected individual, known for his reckless behavior, and even Captain Long had to tread carefully around him. Thus, he merely offered a token reprimand, hoping to steer him back to the task at hand without further complications. What do you think you are? How dare you shout at me? I am here to accumulate merit and rise through the ranks. Unlike you lot, no matter how hard you try, you are doomed to remain bottom-tier losers that I, on the other hand, am merely using you to build my own operational arsenal. Upon returning to the National Security Bureau, I will become the new deputy captain of this team. As Huang Mao prattled on, one of the men, already impatient, interrupted, Enough! Just step aside. He then beckoned another vigilant team member to assist. Huang Mao, however, dismissed the interruption with disdain. They were in a perilous situation, and it was unnecessary to engage in conflict over trivial matters. Once back at the National Security Bureau, he would ensure this arrogant fool learned the consequences of his actions. Come back. That giant ape is a formidable beast. In an instant, it had severely injured 3 of their teammates. Are you throwing your life away? Once we retreat, Captain Long will surely find a way to escape. Do not meddle. The man saw through Huang Mao's intentions but could only voice his concerns while still carrying a teammate. Instantly dispatched. That reflects your incompetence. I am not like you. My transcendent ability is anything but useless. Chapter 97. Captain, save me. What does that yellow-haired brat intend to do? It seems there are quite a few incompetent members within their team. The disparity in power is glaring. It must be quite a challenge for the leader. That woman. Judging by her use of abilities, it appears she possesses an S-class ice-related power, which she has wielded to its fullest potential. Not only can she effortlessly conjure formidable weapons, but she can also utilize her abilities for defensive maneuvers. Her skills are among the finest. Yichen and Chuning Xue, while highly praising the woman battling the white giant ape, regarded the other members of their team as burdens, detracting from her performance. Engrossed in her confrontation with the giant ape, Long Xiaoyan remained oblivious to the anomalies within her team at such a critical moment. When her life was on the line, she could not comprehend why anyone would be foolish enough to seek glory at the risk of their own demise. Captain Long, I am here to assist you. You hold the giant ape in check while I deliver a fatal blow. Not far away, the yellow-haired youth audaciously laid out his plan in the presence of the white giant ape. His sudden proclamation momentarily distracted Long Xiaoyan. Before their departure from the National Security Bureau, she had been cautioned repeatedly by her superiors to ensure the safety of the yellow-haired youth if necessary. She could use other team members as bait or shields to secure his escape. As a soldier, Long Xiaoyan was unfamiliar with the nuances of human relationships and understood only the imperative of absolute obedience. She had endeavored to protect Huang Mao to the best of her abilities. Yet, if he were determined to court disaster, how could she possibly intervene? What are you doing? Quickly evacuate the injured teammates. Disobedience on the battlefield carries dire consequences. The white giant ape remains within my control. Retreat at once. Long Xiaoyan was at a loss, unable to fathom what had possessed him to provoke trouble. He had even disclosed their battle strategy in front of the giant ape. Had all the training on operational protocols been in vain? Did he not understand the importance of using coded signals? An entity of this caliber possessed intelligence akin to that of a human, making it a formidable adversary. Huang Mao's blatant revelation of their battle strategy was nothing short of foolishness. In that moment, the white giant ape's previously shed fur had begun to regenerate significantly. It appeared that its needle-like hide could indeed regrow. Witnessing this, Long Xiaoyan felt a surge of urgency and frustration. If the giant ape regained its ability to launch its deadly projectiles, the situation would spiral out of control. Despite her exceptional prowess, she could not simultaneously protect her teammates behind her. If they suffered significant casualties before locating the extraordinary fruit, how could they possibly contend with the impending threat posed by the Sanjiang Transcendence Association? Thus, her decision to forego offense and call for retreat was made to conserve strength for future exigencies. In the current predicament, a forced breakthrough against the giant ape would undoubtedly require substantial time and resources. By then, the Sanjiang Transcendence Association and the individuals who had been tailing them would seize the opportunity to benefit from their misfortune. As her thoughts raced, the giant ape swung its arms, conjuring a fierce gale. Long Xiaoyun, unperturbed, deftly evaded while simultaneously inflicting a deep gash upon the creature's unprotected leg. This was its vulnerable point, devoid of protective skin. Centered on itself, the giant ape disregarded Long Xiaoyun's warnings, retorting loudly, "Long Xiaoyun, you dare call yourself captain? Do you really think you are in charge here? I will not be dictated by you. This external operation presents a golden opportunity for me to earn merit. You shall not obstruct me." With that, the yellow-haired youth drew a black pistol from his waistband and unleashed a barrage of gunfire towards both the giant ape and Long Xiaoyun. He showed no concern for the potential harm to his teammates. Viewing both Long Xiaoyun and the others merely as stepping stones on his path to ascendancy, the giant ape, however, exhibited no inclination to evade. To it, such an attack was akin to a mere tickle. Inflicting no real damage, Long Xiaoyun, who had previously held the upper hand, was forced to terminate her close-quarters combat with the giant ape, erecting an ice wall to shield against the incoming bullets. "Fool!" Long Xiaoyun cursed vehemently, yet she could not ignore Huang Mao's actions. She was bound by her leader's orders to comply. This had been the singular principle she adhered to throughout her military career. In times of peace, such unwavering obedience to superiors marked an exemplary soldier. However, now, in the face of an apocalyptic scenario where order had collapsed, blind adherence without independent thought would ultimately lead to self-destruction. The white giant ape, having effortlessly deflected 5 bullets, retaliated with a massive paw aimed squarely at Huang Mao. The force of the strike was tremendous, stirring up clouds of dust from the ground. Should he be struck by this attack, he would be reduced to a mere puddle of flesh. With a scornful smile, Huang Mao quipped, "White-haired beast, do you think I am as feeble as those 3 before? Your attack cannot inflict any harm on me." Unperturbed by the giant ape's fearsome onslaught, Huang Mao boldly retorted, "Harden." In an instant, his body began to radiate steam, his skin darkening until it resembled steel. Glimmering with a subtle sheen, clang, the giant ape's blow struck him as if hitting solid iron, producing a resounding noise, while the force of the impact sent Huang Mao tumbling to the ground. Rolling several times before finally colliding with a large tree, where he came to a halt amidst a shower of fallen leaves, the once confident Huang Mao now wore an expression of disbelief. His hardened skin marred by numerous cracks, each threatening to rupture. How is this possible? My A-class ability, hardening, should have withstood the blow. Even the S-class transcenders at the National Security Bureau could not harm me. What on earth is happening? Beside the tree, the panicked Huang Mao coughed up blood. Although his hardening ability could mitigate damage, daring to confront the giant ape's full-force strike was tantamount to courting death. To have survived such an assault was nothing short of a miracle. As the giant ape prepared to charge at him once more, Huang Mao shouted, "Captain, save me. If you rescue me, I will ensure my uncle promotes you. I will never oppose you again. I will follow your every command. Please, save me. I don't want to die." Long Xiaoyun hesitated for a moment, then ultimately chose to intervene. Chapter 98. Abandon Long Xiaoyun at that moment. Long Xiaoyun stood about 20 meters away from Huang Mao. The distance was too great, and relying solely on her agility to attack would prove insufficient. There was no choice. In order to successfully block the colossal ape, Long Xiaoyun hastily summoned all the life essence within her, unleashing her extraordinary powers. Ice Wall. To ensure the safe rescue of the golden-haired man, she rushed towards his position while activating her abilities. Meanwhile, Yi Chun and Chu Ningxue, who had been observing from the sidelines, were acutely aware of the situation. This giant ape was remarkably intelligent. It realized that facing the awakened ice and snow abilities of the Transcendent posed no chance of victory. Thus, when the golden-haired man entered the fray, the giant ape fixated on this new weakness. "Ningxue, which side do you think will prevail?" Yi Chun inquired softly. If it weren't for that golden-haired man hindering her, I would have believed the woman had a greater chance of victory. Not only can she protect her teammates, but she also adeptly counters the giant ape's every assault in just a few exchanges. The giant ape's vulnerable spots have been marked with numerous wounds by her ice swords. Her strength is not to be underestimated. Yet, This woman seems too single-minded. She disregards her own safety in her attempts to save others. With such hesitance, how can she truly unleash her potential? Upon hearing Chu Ningxue's incisive analysis, Yi Chen nodded in agreement. In this chaotic apocalypse, it was astonishing to encounter someone so foolish. The giant ape was exploiting this woman's weaknesses. It seemed she was in for a grave misfortune. Yi Chen observed as this woman devised strategies and bravely confronted the giant ape, buying time for her teammates to escape, ultimately disregarding her own peril in an attempt to rescue a defiant comrade. Witnessing such actions, Yi Chen could not help but sigh. For a woman like her to survive in this brutal world was akin to climbing a steep mountain, as he had anticipated, just as Long Xiaoyan erected the ice wall before the golden-haired man. The giant ape suddenly shifted its focus and charged at her. The mere trash that could barely withstand a casual strike from the giant ape could never garner its full attention. As long as it could dispose of this woman, the others were merely a disorganized mob. By the time Long Xiaoyan realized she needed to evade, it was already too late. The giant ape kicked with ferocity. With no means of escape, Long Xiaoyan could only grit her teeth and summon her ice and snow powers to form a meager defense. Yet, how could a barrier conjured in such a brief moment withstand the might of the giant ape? Crash! A deafening sound echoed, accompanied by the shattering of ice, as the caught-off-guard Long Xiaoyan was sent flying several meters to the ground, seizing the opportunity while the giant ape assaulted Long Xiaoyan. The golden-haired man swiftly retreated, not daring to look back. Run, Long Xiaoyan is finished. If we stay here, we will all perish. Retreat. Are you abandoning the captain? She took that hit for you. She saved me, and I am grateful to her. But the current situation is that I lack the ability to save her. Do any of you have the capability? This giant ape's combat power exceeds our limits if you wish to seek death. Go ahead, but I must take my leave. Although the remaining team members verbally reproached the golden-haired youth, their actions betrayed their fear, as none dared to step forward to rescue Long Xiaoyan. After a moment of hesitation, they resolutely turned to flee. Faced with the once selfless and brave team leader Long Xiaoyan, they cast aside any lingering compassion and chose to abandon her. Run. This giant ape cannot even be dealt with by the captain. Even her hardened abilities are unable to withstand the damage. If we linger here, it is certain death. Captain, I vow to avenge you. Once I become a more powerful transcendent, I will return to slay this giant ape. Don T, block the way. Step aside that I will go first. Hurry, drive. Yi Chen, these people are fleeing too quickly. Truly a bunch of beasts. Abandoning their teammate like this, they will surely meet a terrible end. Chu Ningxue exclaimed in frustration, unable to contain her anger. Yet, Yi Chen remained calm beside her. In this apocalyptic world, no one could be entirely trusted. Even kin, brothers, or lovers might betray one another for the sake of survival. The selfishness and greed of humanity were laid bare. A foolish girl like Long Xiaoyan was indeed a rarity. Such is human nature. One cannot share fortune, nor can they shoulder misfortune together. Only by firmly grasping the reins of power can one secure the right to live. Let us go. Yi Chen sighed, taking Chu Ningxue's hand as they prepared to depart. Are we not going to save her? Why should we save her? In response to Chu Ningxue's question, Yi Chen countered. Perhaps that woman possesses the information we seek. Now that she is isolated, it presents a prime opportunity for us to seize her. Moreover, the giant ape is in a weakened state. We can launch a surprise attack and eliminate it. To acquire the extraordinary fruit, this giant ape is a hurdle we must overcome. Chu Ningxue elaborated on her thoughts, presenting a compelling argument. Indeed, this woman must hold a significant position within the National Security Bureau. Additionally, Yi Chen was equally intrigued by her ice and snow abilities that in his view, she had yet to fully harness the potential of her powers. The strength of her ice should far exceed what had been displayed thus far. Since you wish to save her, I shall reluctantly acquiesce, Yi Chen said, flicking his finger gently against Chu Ningxue's forehead. Not at all, that I merely feel pity for her, despite her earnest efforts and sincere treatment of others. She is betrayed by her own teammates. Such feelings are profoundly distressing and constraining. As the two engaged in conversation and laughter, the situation involving Long Xiaoyan had turned dire, having endured a fierce blow from the white giant ape. Long Xiaoyan struggled to rise, her abdomen seeping blood that stained her clothing. The ice sword she had tightly grasped melted away swiftly, dissipating into a cloud of black smoke. That moment, She could only rely on her agility to barely keep pace with the giant ape. But her strength was rapidly depleting as time passed. She would undoubtedly be the first to succumb. Yi-Chun, are we not going to intervene? She is on the verge of collapse, Chu Ningxue exclaimed anxiously. Her gaze fixed imploringly on Yi-Chun. Without Yi-Chun's affirmation, she could neither act nor dare to act. Rush. Only when one is truly cornered can they unleash power that surpasses their limits. I am curious to see what other tricks this woman has yet to employ. Yi-Chun observed the unfolding battle with keen interest. Chapter 99. Snow spanning thousands of miles. Although Long Xiaoan managed to mitigate much of the damage from the giant ape's leg strike by forming a shield with her ice and snow abilities, the residual force transmitted through the shield caused her blood to surge, and she crashed heavily to the ground, losing her ability to resist. Though she was a transcendent, her physical constitution far exceeded that of ordinary people. Even she could not withstand such direct damage. Extreme ice spikes. As she gazed at the teammates who had abandoned her, a chill ran through Long Xiaoyan's heart, and her clear, pure eyes revealed a hint of desolation. In that moment of landing, she suppressed the agony of her fractured ribs and unleashed her most potent skill. Numerous ice spikes erupted from the ground, shooting forth like spring bamboo, their angles expertly calculated to leave the giant ape with no opportunity to evade. Observing the gravely injured Long Xiaoyan, the giant ape scoffed, speaking in a human tongue. Woman, do you still wish to make a final struggle? Your teammates have all forsaken you. Is it truly worth it to fight so desperately? My earlier kick has already shaken your internal organs to this moment. I doubt you can even rise to your feet. Wouldn't it be better to simply lie down, as the ice spikes thrust from the ground? The giant ape remained unperturbed, taunting Long Xiaoyan while evading the attacks. This giant ape can speak. Chu Ningxue exclaimed in surprise, covering her chin. It was entirely normal for such a powerful beast to possess the ability to speak. However, what intrigued me further was that this giant ape seemed to possess an unusually high level of intelligence. Previously, it had exhibited a temperamental and volatile demeanor. Yet, its recent behavior had subverted that image, transforming it into a cunning adversary that concealed its prowess while seeking vulnerabilities to deliver a fatal blow. This giant ape was remarkably astute. It not only exploited human nature, but also understood the art of disguise. It was indeed a formidable opponent. Yi-Chun silently elevated the threat level of this white giant ape in his mind, just as Yi-Chun and Chu Ningxue hesitated over whether to intervene immediately. The unfolding battle exceeded their expectations. The ice spikes that erupted from the ground surged forth, piercing the giant ape's body with an unstoppable force. The overconfident giant ape, having just injured Long Xiaoyan, stared in disbelief at the ice spike that had pierced its chest. How could its body, impervious to bullets, succumb to such inconspicuous ice spikes? Lying on the ground, Long Xiaoyan strained to muster her remaining strength. Extending her left arm and slowly clenching her fist, snow spanning thousands of miles. This was the second transformation of the extreme ice spikes. The giant ape must pay the price for its arrogance. As Long Xiaoyan's words echoed, the ice spikes embedded within the giant ape's body seemed to gain sentience, rapidly spreading outward. In a swift moment, the white giant ape, adorned with expressions of astonishment and resentment, was completely encased in ice, transforming into a magnificent ice sculpture. Bang, bang, bang. Yi-Chun and Chu Ningxue would not let such a splendid opportunity slip away. They immediately unleashed their teleportation abilities, brandishing their firearms and unleashing a barrage upon the frozen behemoth. In an instant, the entire ice sculpture shattered into irregular chunks of flesh. Without a hint of hesitation, Yi-Chun seized the moment to begin absorbing the life essence of the white giant ape. Before long, the ape had been entirely drained of its life force, leaving behind only a lifeless shell. However, due to the disintegration of the giant's body, the amount of life essence Yi-Chun harvested was less than anticipated, only a modest increase of less than 20% compared to what he had absorbed from the previous ant beast, which was somewhat regrettable. The strength of this white giant ape far surpassed that of the earlier ant beast, exceeding it by more than double. Ningxue, how severe are your injuries? After confirming that the absorption of life essence was complete, Yi-Chun inquired softly. I am gravely wounded. 2 ribs are fractured, and there is a slight indentation in my abdomen. Currently, I am in a state of unconsciousness. If not treated promptly, my life is in peril. After a brief examination of the woman's condition, Chu Ningxue spoke with a tone of despair. In this desolate wilderness, sustaining such severe injuries, the likelihood of survival is exceedingly slim. Moreover, in this apocalyptic era, resources are scarce, and medical supplies are equally limited. The prison refuge possesses ample medical resources that could potentially save this woman's life. Yet distant aid cannot quench immediate needs. If it cannot be done, then so be it. While I am indeed curious about this woman's abilities, I cannot afford to exert myself to save her. Perhaps this is simply her fate. It is ironic that despite her superior strength over the white giant ape, she has fallen victim to her comrade's shortcomings. Upon hearing Yi Chen's words, Chu Ningxue let out a resigned sigh and prepared to follow him as they resumed their journey towards the direction of the divine tree's extraordinary fruit. Just then, Yi Chen suddenly recollected something and halted his steps. Yi Chen, what is it? Chu Ningxue inquired, colliding gently with his back. Puzzled, Kai Kuan, utilize your pain oblivion ability to assist the woman lying on the ground. After summoning Kai Kuan using his shadow abilities, Yi Chen commanded. As a transcendent with dual abilities, Kai Kuan's pain oblivion would undoubtedly be intricate. Perhaps it could be applied to others. This was merely Yi Chen's speculation. With a hypothesis in mind, practice was necessary. Responding to Yi Chen's directive, Kai Kuan approached Long Xiaoyan's side. Crouching down as a faint green light emanated from his palm, he then gently pressed it against Long Xiaoyan's abdomen. After approximately 10 seconds, Kai Kuan ceased his actions, gazing blankly at Yi Chen. Is it done? Yi Chen inquired. Kai Kuan nodded silently in affirmation. The bleeding has stopped. Moreover, this woman's breathing and heart rate have returned to normal. Chu Ningxue exclaimed in surprise. Indeed, this pain oblivion ability can be applied to others. Just as Yi Chen's time stop and Chu Ningxue's teleportation can affect others, it is evident that most abilities can also be utilized on others. However, it appears that using one's abilities on others requires significantly more energy. Shortly after receiving the treatment, Long Xiaoyan gradually regained consciousness, incredulously exploring her abdomen. Astonished to find she felt no pain whatsoever. Upon lifting her hand and observing the bloodstains, she confirmed her injuries, yet the absence of pain left her utterly bewildered. You are awake? Yi Chen leaned down, gazing into Long Xiaoyan's delicate face, speaking softly. Who are you? Did you save me? What happened to the giant ape? Long Xiaoyan fired off a barrage of questions upon awakening. Yet Yi Chen had no intention of addressing her inquiries, instead countering with a question of his own. What is your name? Long Xiaoyan, what is your affiliation with the National Security Bureau? The National Security Bureau. How do you know I am with the National Security Bureau? Long Xiaoyan's expression shifted to one of shock and fear.